protection de ses frères, continuer à œuvrer pour le bien de l'ordre, ainsi que pour l'honneur et la gloire de ton Saint.
D'architecte de l'univers mène des marbres de Constance pour remplir cette obligation solennelle que je prends grand maître de la Grande Loge du Gabon.
Moi, Ali Bongo Ondimba, en présence du grand architecte de l'univers et de cette grande loge de maçons, je promets solennellement que je m'acquitterai des devoirs de grand maître de la Grande Loge du Gabon. Dans cette haute fonction, je ferai tout ce qui est en mon pouvoir pour servir les intérêts de la franc-maçonnerie régulière en général et de cette grande loge en particulier.
Le code Michel rappellera à tous, le sang nous rappellera que nous sommes tous jugés en haut. Moi, Salomon, que
And I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence and nothing happening. Nothing is happening. I don't know what's going on. So I'm calling you to make noise, really. I'm thanking you. Thank you.
Hello. On Monday, General Brice Ngueme will be sworn in as the transitional president of Gabon. He overthrew his cousin, Ali Bongo, on the day Gabon's Electoral Commission declared him the winner of the August 26th presidential election. The UN, the AU, EU, leaders of the opposition, and independent observers are calling on the military to hand over power to civilians. Observers at home and abroad agree that the coup will not bring about any meaningful change in the oil-rich Central African country. In Israel on Saturday, at an event to mark the 30th independence anniversary of Eritrea, supporters and opponents of the Eritrean government clashed at the country's embassy in Tel Aviv. During the riot that followed, over 170 people were injured, including police officers. In his reaction, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu ordered his national security minister to deport all those involved and others he called illegal infiltrators. It is 4:30 p.m. in Lagos, Nigeria, 6:30 p.m. in Nairobi, Kenya, 5:30 p.m. in Cairo, Egypt, 5:30 p.m. in Johannesburg, South Africa, 11:30 a.m. in New York City. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. On our show today is Dr. Perry Brimah. Dr. Brimah is the author of the new book, Gratitude, the Silver Bullet. He will join us to discuss religion and artificial intelligence and whether ChatGPT fears the Quran. Dr. Brimah, welcome to the show.
Very much, Dr. Damages. Good day to everybody watching or listening around the world. It's my pleasure to be on the show once again.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. It's always good to have you. Today, we are not heavy on politics. We are going to talk about religion and some of the books you've written and what it's all about. So let me start with connecting it to the stories in the news, which is Ali Bongo, who was overthrown in Gabon. We saw him earlier on the video I played where he was being sworn in, I think, as the leader of the Freemason in Gabon. And we saw him again after the coup saying, "I'm lost. I don't know what's going on. I'm kept in this room." Can you connect the two together? Is he helpless in that situation? Where is his power, his whatever Freemason was supposed to do for him? Where is his God? Where is zeroing going through that? Let's get into the conversation through this.
All right. Yeah, so now there are two aspects of religion, I would say. For the people who, there are two religions in a sense. So first you have those who believe in God, and then you have those who believe in Satan, the devil. So it's not every so-called body that is a godly body. So Freemasons, their powers are not from God, they are from some other dark sides. That's what most of us understand about them. And so now,
but hold on, who decides that? Is it you? Who decides which one is
by
God?
their own admission? So by
whose admission?
the Freemasons do not say, okay, this is a God thing. From what I know, they do not say this is a God thing. They attribute strength to different things that are not necessarily associated with God, but symbolism from Egypt that is there are some other gods in some of the symbolism that you find a lot of these secret societies using.
But what was that supposed to do for them? What is, by your own understanding, by joining the Freemason, what was that supposed to do for them?
Oh, it may still do it for him. And you might still see some foreign powers pushing for his agenda. So it's going to be human results. So you might still see some, places where the Freemasons are, they are definitely looking at the situation and saying, what do we do? The reason why they are not shouting as loud is because France has already picked Niger as its spot. But if Niger didn't happen, France would have probably been making the same noise about Gabon right now. So the results is not supernatural, it's human. And the results may still happen. Freemasons is a powerful society, secret society.
Now, Ali Bongo is also a Muslim, as far as we know. So why didn't the God of, if the Freemason, whatever they believe, did not come to help him in that situation, why didn't the God of Islam come and help him in that situation?
Very, very good question. So the question is, there are a lot of explanations on what happens with prayers. Okay. So there are rules for prayers. So it's just like driving a car and you say, why didn't the car come and pick me up? There are ways that cars are prayed. So there are ways that prayers work. So prayers have to come on a certain foundation. Now, if a prayer comes on that foundation, you get what you want. Absolutely. But the foundation is that you have to be sincere and pure. So let's say the more sincere you are, the bigger the guarantee you have of your prayers coming through. And I cannot judge him, but Ali Bongo, son of Omar Bongo, not very sincere.
How many people will you say are sincere and pure?
Very few. So for the rest of us, we are happy when we get prayers answered. And then there's even there's a very special prayer, and that prayer is, God protect me from the unanswered prayer. What that means is sometimes when you pray for something and that thing you're praying for is ultimately not good, that thing may, if it came through, it may kill you. So you actually have to pray that God protect me from the unanswered prayer, because you want to be protected from, a prayer that, who knows what damage it will bring to you and others.
Isn't that giving God a way out? You're a doctor. If I come to you and I say I'm sick, I have malaria, I have whatever I have, I'm expecting you to cure me.
Mm-hmm.
And if you fail to, and I say, oh, well, maybe you didn't cure me because, I needed to go through this experience and then I will learn to drink boiled water instead of drinking any water I get, Isn't that, will you take that as a doctor? Would that be acceptable to you?
That's not what I said. I did not say that you have to do certain, you have to um, do certain things in the regards that you are saying. And so if it doesn't work, then it didn't work because you didn't do it. That's not what I said. What I'm saying is, if you come to my practice, I'm going to tell you that you need to take these pills or you need to lose some weight. And if you do not lose that weight, it cannot work. It's not a way out, it's just standard operation of the world.
So you said that, well, Ali Bongo probably was not honest and pure.
Here, you have to make your heart. There's a process of making, purifying this.
Yeah, he wasn't honest and pure, and because of that, God abandoned him in his time of need.
You're wasting your time because you're not, because God says it, he says it in the scriptures. He's like, once you are sincere and pure, I will give you what you want. So the more, for instance, prophets, there's nothing a prophet will pray for that they will not get. We actually have, certain people in town, society, that when they pray, whatever they pray, people line up to go visit them because they know that these guys, once they pray, their prayers are answered. So you see lines of people. Every now and then it pops up in Nigeria somewhere. You see lines of people because those people's prayers are answered because they've achieved sincerity and purity.
Now, a lot of people feel that the problem we have is that we don't have enough religion. Others feel that we have too much. We should have less. Where do you land?
Well, I believe, like I told you earlier, when we are counting the religious and irreligious, there's a group that a lot of people forget. There are people who are actually believers in the devil, and that's a big bracket of people that we do not add into the count. But I believe in religion. The only thing is, religion, like everything else, it has to be done properly. So among even the religious, a majority of them are failures in religion. So the best tool is religion, but then how you use it is also important. It's not just the bracket religion.
Now, Africa is going through a transition. Everybody can see that. We are talking about the impact of the colonization and colonial influence on Africa, and it's going to continue in the next few years. We don't know how it's going to end. We may actually get to decolonizing Africa the way some people are seeing it. And part of what colonization brought to Africa is religion, both the Islamic religion that came 1,000 years ago or more, and the Christian religion that came about, let me say, 200, 400 years ago. What do you look forward to? Are you looking forward to when Africa will get back to what was their original traditional ways of life, or do you think that is gone, that we're stuck with these foreign religions?
So, from my understanding of really Africa and African history and Africa's past, Africa, just like every other part of the world, has always actually had the same one faith. So it's just one faith. That's my understanding of faith. So ancient Africans actually were believers, or I would say Muslims. Muslim is an Arabic word which means people who submit. So if you take the Arabic out of it, I'll say people who submit. So submission is you're supposed to submit to the will of the creator. So our ancient Africans were submitters. And the only problem that now happens in religion a lot is it gets corrupted. So, for instance, what happened with us is we understood angels and angelic powers. So you have the Yoruba person, for instance, and then they'll say Shango. They knew that there's a God, ultimate God, above that power that transmits us, lightning and so on and so forth that angels do. But you now start to, since the angels are a little bit more closer, you can sort of see, experience them, you see them. Human beings tend to gravitate to what they can see over what they cannot see. So people now gravitate to these things that they see. And when they gravitate to these things that they see, they go for them. So you start worshiping the creation over the creator. So you start worshiping Shango, a deity, a deity. You start worshiping what you may call it, so we get all these sub gods, and you now focus on them and forget the God above. So religion did its good part in Africa, in developing Africa, this same monotheism submission, but it got corrupted, and that's where it was. And then we have the foreign religions, which are so-called foreign, but they are actually expansions of the same doctrine that existed before. They are just refreshers. Every time you have a refresher. So the refresher course comes in a form of Christianity or in a form of Islam. They are just refresher courses of the same. Like if you go to ancient Egypt, you see the same commandments that you have continuously. You see it on their walls. The Kemets, you have the same commandments: "Thou shalt not kill, love your neighbor," so on and so forth. So, and that's Africa, of course. Those are black people. We're up north. You have more pyramids in Sudan than you have in Egypt. You have like over 1,000. So these are ancient Africans, and they had the religion there too.
So are you saying that there was something wrong with our own, that we have to replace it with refresher one from the Middle East?
Yes, because it gets corrupted. So at every point in time, so you see, you have prophets come, and they are like the wisest humans. And then the rest of us are here, and we have a constant duty. It's not as high as the duty of a prophet, but we have a constant duty. And the constant duty is to always check your material and make sure you purify it of evil, things, changes that happen to it. So unfortunately, we allowed our material get corrupted. We're only supposed to bow down for God, but we started bowing down for people. We started bowing down for idols. So our material got corrupted. Can we go back and get the original? We can't. So you get refreshers.
So their own has not been corrupted. Are you saying that Islam and Christianity, they are still pure?
Christianity, any Christian will tell you that they know that their faith has been corrupted. It's unfortunate, but Christianity has been corrupted. And you see it in the fact that you have Protestants and Catholics. And what does Protestants mean? Protestants protested against the Catholic doctrine, and that's why their name is Protestants. And then they said the Bible has too many, some chapters that should not be there. So they cut down the Catholic 73 chapter book to 66. So that's definitely the Protestants believe it has been corrupted, and that's majority of maybe a lot of Christians, because it was corrupted. That's why they had to cut down the Bible.
So what about Islam that had different sects? You have the Shiites, you have the Sunni, you have different groups. Are they not doing the same thing that the Protestants are doing for Christians?
Right. So that's why I'm saying the core of the product in an intellectual time is the book. So the protection of the book. So the Christian corruption is because the book got corrupted. Once you have the book, then you're safe from the corruption. You can read the book. But when the book gets corrupted and then the Protestants have to cut out some books, did they cut out all the books that needed to be cut out when they cut it down to 66? Maybe the right number they had to cut it down to was 5 or 3. So they acknowledge that there's corruption and they cut down the books. But with Islam, the Quran remained protected. So we still have the right book. But in practice, there's corruption. So each individual, your task is either to look inside you and find God, which is very, very hard, or to look for an available scripture as less corrupted as it is, or if you're reading a corrupt scripture, you have to be removing stuff that doesn't make sense. But that's hard to do. But we all have the capacity to scrutinize our faith properly, and we are supposed to do it. Muslims are meant to keep scrutinizing because there are differences in people. There's my opinion differs from my brother's opinion. So there's always going to be differences, but your job is to keep connecting to something that can bring you back to the truth. So there will be as many sects technically as there are people. That's a normal thing. It's not necessarily negative.
Now, when you talk about Christians and the books and the difference between the Catholic Bible and the Protestants, in Islam, don't you have people who are saying that beyond the Quran, that at the, what is it called? Hadith?
Hadith, yeah.
Hadith, yeah. That additional one, some people are questioning some of the contents of that. And some people believe that it should be regarded as highly as the Quran itself.
And it's unfortunate that with human beings you always have corruptions of things. There's only one holy book in Islam, and that's the Quran. But certain people, for certain reasons, start making the Hadith a holy book. It's not a holy book. There's only one holy book in Islam, and that's the Quran. So I don't even get into people starting to discuss or bring problems about Hadith, because I'm like, let's have a conversation on the Quran. We only use Hadith, Bible, Torah, Bhagavad Gita. We can use every other book as supplementary. But in Islam, there's only one holy book, and that's the Quran.
We'll get back to the books and every other thing, and we'll get our audience involved in the conversation, people who know more, who are concerned about these topics, because this is your main thing. But let me ask you, for countries like India, like Japan, South Korea, these countries encountered the West. They did not abandon their ways of lives. They continue to do their thing and have their own religion, and they're still thriving. Why is it that in the case of Africa that we have to basically abandon everything and follow these foreign religions?
You said just like India and stuff, the Hindus, that they are still thriving. And that's the question. The ultimate question is, because what happened in Africa happened in India too. India, Hinduism was a monotheistic faith, but it got corrupted, and then they started worshiping everything that they see. So it's also suffering corruption. So in terms of thriving, if you're talking about economically, that religion to solve the problems, it just depends on how the people use it. If you use it properly, it does solve all the problems. But if you're talking of thriving in terms of if you're talking of economically, then I'm not going to say China is a atheist state and they are thriving. So the fact that they are thriving, I'm not sure is what you're trying to point out.
I mean, that's if we want to talk about human development indexes, they are doing better. What's the purpose of religion? If at the end you end up being poor, you don't advance, what's the purpose?
I absolutely agree. When you practice religion properly, you are going to be successful 100%. So if you want to measure or judge people who are practicing religion properly, and I'm giving you this, so now you can test, you can just check around people. You find out whoever is absolutely and totally satisfied. If you find anybody like that, you do a psych evaluation on them. They're absolutely satisfied. That is the most faithful person. The most satisfied person is the most faithful. I'm making this debate so easy, or this discussion, because I'm letting you know that I am only moving on the within the criterion of success. Anything that doesn't have success, I'll tell you that's not good religion. If your prayer is not accepted, you are not good in faith. If your economy is not going well, you are not good in faith. If you use religion properly, you are the best and most successful person. It's automatic.
What do you understand as the purpose of life? What's the meaning of life?
Which is a very important question, and that's why I'm weighing that right now, because this is the question a lot of people ask. This is a clothing brand that I'm a part of, Believers. So I really believe in what I do. So we make this shirt the purpose of life. Now, this shirt answers the question very simply, which is worship. And we're trying to let people know ultimately what the purpose of life is quickly. So you want to know what the purpose of life is. What are you here for? You're only here to worship God. When I say worship God, I mean connect with Him, connect with your Creator. And I'll give you another purpose of life. The two are coexistent. The purpose of life is gratitude. That's the purpose of life. Gratitude means if you are given something, you want to show appreciation for what you are given. How do you show appreciation for what you are given? By worship, by, submitting yourself totally to that person. But worship is not just the practice, it's not just the practice, it's about your state of being. So gratitude is expressed through worship, and worship simply means connecting with your Creator. Because you're here for a reason. You're creation, and creation is here by virtue of some reason that the Creator made creation dignified. So your job is to appreciate the Creator who gave you this amazing opportunity of being here. And you do that by submission to Him, by worshiping Him, by dedicating yourself to Him. And everything is worship. That's the beautiful thing about it. So worship is not this complicated thing. Anything that's done for God is an act of worship. Anything you do for good, you help a person out on the street, that's worship. You tell a person a good word, that's worship. And that's the purpose of life, to link with the guy who put you here.
Can you worship anything more than God?
Yes, you can. And those are corrupt worships. Because you're worshiping something that cannot help you, that didn't do anything for you.
So let's use this example. The Europeans came, like let's say France came to Gabon. They came to Africa. They said they came to Africa to bring civilization to the dark continent. And some Africans started to worship them to show gratitude. Is that right?
So gratitude is part of interhuman relationships. So you can, like, you cannot have gratitude to God if you don't have gratitude to man. If you don't thank fellow man, you don't thank God, because God is presenting Himself through these men. You appreciate God through even every creature on the street. You appreciate God through every insect, everything that you see. You appreciate God. However, so yes, for instance, you can have gratitude to the person who colonized you. And that's how powerful gratitude is. Because if not for the experiences that you have, you cannot get to the place that you are going to. But in terms of worshiping these people and stuff, it's unfortunate. Human beings, the minute colonialist comes and he shoots a gunpowder, they say, he just made a loud sound, somebody died. They start to revere them as God.
So in a previous conversation I had with you, you mentioned, and I've had that said several times, that the Quran is the final book. How is it the final book?
Unless it gets corrupted.
Who decides when something gets corrupted?
You see it gets corrupted. You can do tests, you can do evaluations, you can do tests to see.
Okay, but how is it the final book? Who named it? How did it become the final book?
The Creator, because He said this book is never going to get corrupted. So, each time there were books and they got corrupted. So He says, this book, I'm going to seal it, protect it. It's not going to get corrupted. Here are standard tests used to check it. And people are going to memorize it as well as write it down in entirety. So if the written script gets corrupted, it's in people's heads. They'll be like, no, that's wrong. So it was memorized since the beginning, since it was dropped down, even more than written. So until this book gets corrupted, then we'll need another book. But for now, so long as we have this one, we don't need a recharge. It's eternal. It's an eternal book.
Do you believe that the Bible was inspired? The people that
Absolutely. The Bible is inspired, but the Bible tells us in is it First Timothy 3:16 or so? The Bible says, test all things and hold on to what is pure. True inspired work is what's in the verse. True inspired work is good for reproof, for correction, for teaching and doctrine. There are certain things that truly inspired work is. So when you see that condition satisfied with the Bible, you take it. But then at the same time, as Timothy says, test all things, but hold on to what is good
So
only.
how is it inspired? And then some books were taken out, some were in, some other Protestants came and said, oh, we have to take out some other parts. How is it inspired? Who decides which book? Was it at the point of decision of which book to put in? Or was
Certain books were inspired.
how do you know which ones were inspired?
Certain books were inspired, and then there were these books that it was about 360 books in the beginning. It was 360 books. So Constantine was the first person who, chose which books would be there. And Constantine is his wife and son killer. He killed his wife and accused his son of killing his wife, so he killed his son. Then he had a vision. So Constantine was not a pure man in any sense. So Constantine held the Council of Nicaea. And when he held the council, he's like, okay, guys, first question. Is it one God or three gods? We have to settle this, because Constantine was losing favor with his people. So when he was losing favor with his people, Constantine now said he needed something else to make him look good in town. So he said he saw this religion coming up. He's like, wow, I can use this to become, gain credibility back. So he wanted a conclusive meeting. Choose which books you are going to use. So in those 300 and something books, there were many uncorrupted, inspired books, but there were also junk. A lot of the books were written by Paul. Paul never met Jesus Christ alive, not once. But a lot of the books that you have were written by Paul. So how come Paul's books are half of the Bible? Why are they half of the Bible when he never met Jesus? Who made that decision? Constantine. So when Constantine holds that meeting, he's like, okay, these are first question, is God one or three? They debate. We're going to take the side that says God is three. Next question, which books do we use? We have 360 books. Which one are we going to use? Because he canonized the faith. Which books are we going to use? And then the people tell him, they can't decide all night long. He says, okay, we are going to go to bed. I'm going to arrange the books on the table, and we're going to arrange them. And when we come, there's going to be a miracle in the morning, and whichever ones we take will be on top of the table. Whichever ones are under, we are not taking. They go to sleep, of course. It's Constantine's place where he held the Council of Nicaea. Somehow they come in the morning and they have the 73 Catholic books, and half of them are written by Paul, who was preaching in Constantine's area, because Paul had a quarrel with the other disciples, and the other disciples left him alone. So he was preaching in Constantine's area because he was preaching a different doctrine than what Jesus brought, and he was making it up as he went. So suddenly, but Paul was in Constantine's area. So that's how those Paul's books entered, most of them entered. So the Bible was inspired, but when you say the Bible, you say, which Bible? Is it the Protestant Bible or the Catholic Bible? Is it the Egyptian? Is it the Ethiopian Bible? The Ethiopian Bible is different again altogether. And Ethiopia marks Christianity in a different way. So when they say the Bible is not corrupted, I say, which Bible? Which part is inspired? Some parts are inspired, some parts are not, and it's all been mixed up.
Okay, so we don't know which ones were inspired, and we don't know how to know which one. But
you keep going through, and what's the verse says? Test all things and hold on to what is true.
How do you know what is true?
That's what you have to decipher within yourself. So that's why I'm saying the task of prophets is the major one, but all of us have a permanent duty to be looking and observing and correcting ourselves. We are all given intellect. That's our greatest gift, and we have to use it constantly. So you and I can pick up a verse, debate it, and say, is this constructive? Does this look true? Does this coincide with the primary doctrine and logic? And if it passes, if your heart tells you you're lying about it, sometimes your heart will tell you, I know I'm lying to myself, but I'm going to take this as the correct answer. And that's
all right. we are going to get our audience involved in this conversation because I'm not very, they know more than me. But let me ask you, how is it different from the process that brought about the Quran? You know,
just like the Bible, the Quran was inspired.
Inspired, explain that to our audience.
With a little difference, but inspiration means you sit down and an angel comes and tells you stuff into your mind.
And you believe that?
And you just write it down robotically. This is the field. This is the.
So hold on, doctor. You think that's what happened with the Quran and the Bible? The people
yes, the Quran was a little bit different. Okay. It was actually direct. The angel was there dictating it. So it's not inspiring it into your mind where you may write it not exactly how it is. You may write it, how you present it. So it's like a dream, a vision. You have a dream and then you present it. So that's inspiration. It's still communication from God and it's still authentic because you're going to be protected when you're writing it.
How do you know that God actually did that to the person that it came through? Because I can stay here now and start writing a book and say that it's coming from God. How do you know?
And that's why they say you should test all things. So you have to test for inspiration. You check it for consistency. You check it for harmony within itself.
But is there harmony in the Bible? Is there harmony in the Quran?
In a lot of areas of the Bible, there's absolute miraculous harmony. There are things that human beings can never produce. You have verses in the Quran that is impossible for the prophet in the desert to ever know.
Like what?
Like the Big Bang. How can the prophet in the desert say the Big Bang? It says the world was all one unit. The Quran says the world was all one unit of creation, one tiny unit. But before we scattered it asunder.
And
the heavens.
The Bible and the Quran, I don't know much about the Quran, not the Bible, but they tend to talk in parables. And people tend to interpret that to mean what we now know. For instance, one day I thought about this. I said, maybe, let me see. Did the Bible say anything about Jurassic Park? About the dinosaur? I Googled it. I wanted to say whether they mentioned the dinosaur in the Bible. And I typed it. I saw that, somebody has already asked the question. I wasn't the first one. And the answer they gave is that, there are some things mentioned in the Bible that are basically you can interpret to mean there is something big that, people were saying, oh, yeah, the dinosaur was mentioned in the Bible. But if you know science and you're a doctor, you know science, we know that science is telling us that when the dinosaur lived, that there were no humans. But people were able to go to the Bible, find some places in the Bible where they can where they mention some big animals, and they say, oh yeah, that must be the dinosaur. Are we trying to use the obscure language in some places in these books to try to explain today's science and today's knowledge?
Very, very good question. And it's a question that I used to give a different answer to, but recently I have updated. So initially it says there's this way you look at it and you say, no, hindsight 2020. That after the event, you go to the book and then you say, based on this should be translated this proper way. Oh, wow, we see it. In this, we see so many things. So initially that looks like it's, wrong to do. Unfortunately, with the Bible, you can't do it so much, even if you wanted to, you can't, because when the Bible is not read in its original form, language, Amharic, or it's not read in its original form anymore. So it first became Greek with the Greek authors and then over to us. But it's been fixed in translation. So it's hard to do it with the Bible. But I'll give you how it happens with the Quran, this question that you asked. The Quran is actually a dynamic book. So whereas when we are accusing religion and saying, oh, hindsight 2020, all of a sudden you're beginning to look for something that looks like you want to translate it to dinosaurs and, the reality of when you use a book like the Quran is it's kept in its original form, so you can always translate it. And there's a miracle that happens with it. So it's actually a dynamic book. And that's what true scripture is. True scripture is dynamic. It covers its entire time. So some scriptures were made to time out. Like When Jesus came, he said, I am only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. His message was clear. I'm only sent to Jews. I'm not sent to you guys. So it's not every messenger or prophet who came that's for everybody. God sent over 100,000 messengers, Africa, all over the world at different times. So some messages are meant to time out, some don't time out. But if it's a book like the Quran that doesn't time out, you read a verse and it tells you that the earth is flat when the world believes the earth is flat. So it satisfies you. You don't fight it. But a person, even at that time, who reads that verse properly will say, this is not really saying flat, but I'm confused. It's saying round. But at the time, you're going to understand it that way. And then in the future, when you now find out something new, you read the same book, the same verse, you're like, wow. You see that it's like the verse has almost changed. But the verse is there giving an explanation that transcends time, but you'll be limited to it by the time that you are in. So indeed, in scripture, more things than we can imagine.
Hold on, you are confusing me, because I actually wanted to talk about that. Both the Bible and the Quran, I understood that they all talked about getting to the end of the world. They had this concept that if you go straight, you get to the end. And because they thought that the people that were, and I don't blame them. That time there was no way for them to know that the world was not flat. That was what they believed, and that was what they wrote. You're now saying that you can read that and reinterpret it to fit the science of what we know now. Is that?
First of all, the Quran never mentioned end of world. The Quran only has one parable in it, one parable where they said someone walked and then he saw the earth setting in, or the sun setting in murky waters, which is like a description of the environment, not necessarily saying getting into waters. But the Quran does not talk about, walking to the end of the world. So it's not going to have, what you're trying to say is when it has something that's absolutely wrong. If the Bible says end of world and boom, it ends there and it drop off, that's wrong. And it's not inspired. But the Quran doesn't have those types of mistakes. So the Quran would say something like, we made the earth level for you. So at a point when you look at it back in the day, when you read level for you, you'll be like, it's flat. And you go along because the reigning theory is flat. You're not going to split your brain and think this is a wrong book. But when you now progress, you'll be like, oh, he just said leveled because it could be so undulated that you can't walk on it. So he made it leveled. But this verse isn't talking about it being flat. But that verse is saying the earth is round like an ostrich's egg.
So if aliens should land on Earth today, what would the Quran say?
The Quran transcends time. So for instance, the Quran says, we made you man and we gave you dominance over. Back in the day when they were reading it, they were reading to say all, or some people would misread it to read all, but it says most. Because now we break the Quran, now we study it perfectly in terms of what's the original word. We break it and we get so much scientific information out of it. So what God said in the Quran was, we made you and we gave you dominance over most of creation, not all. So God has already told us that, be ready for it. You are given dominance on the earth, but you're not given dominance over all creation. Most of them, yes, but not all. So there are guys who are smarter than you. So we are ready for them. It does not shake our fundamental purpose of existence, which is connecting with God. It doesn't. So religion is not, it's just one book. There's so much material you can put in a holy book, and there's so much a man can take. What religion focuses on is just telling you how to live your life, regardless of time and society and whatever is happening, dinosaurs or aliens, regardless of what it is just telling you the fundamentals that you need to do is you need to connect with me. That's it.
How do you convince someone that Noah's Ark took in all the animals on earth?
Right, that's another misadventure in the Bible. It's not all that. It was in a region. He was in a part of the world. So his ark was actually taking in animals for him to just repopulate where he's going to have livestock and stuff like that. But the story about saving all the earth's animals, it's definitely not in the Quran. And that's why we need books like the Quran, because sometimes you have to get refreshers to fix some of these things that absolutely don't.
Are you saying that the Quran was a correction of what the Bible was?
It's not what I am saying. The Quran says we've only sent you with a reminder. That's all it is. It's a reminder.
Without the Bible, would there have been the Quran the way it is?
Absolutely. And you have books in other that you find in other places that they are not even connected. For instance, you go to, before you even talk of without the Bible, you should tell me that without the Hindus there will be no Bible, because the same doctrine that you find in the Bible, you find it in Hinduism. So we can even go back further and further, and we will now have to try to draw a chain to link each of these to each other, that each came from each. In Islam and Christianity, we have what? Abraham. And Judaism, you have Abraham and his wife was Sarah, right? Abraham and Sarah, these are the fundamental fathers of Judeo-Christianity and Islam. But when you go to Hinduism, Hindu has Abraham before us, some 3,000 or 4,000 years before us. The name of God in Hinduism is the name of one of their best, like I said, it's corrupted. So Hinduism is actually still a monotheistic faith at the top, but they have deities that they worship, that they worship. So the name of one of their top gods, the deities, sub-gods, in Hinduism is Brahma. Brahma is Abraham. Brahma is in Hinduism's top god, Brahma. And Brahma's wife in Hinduism is Saraswati. And if you look at the name, it's Brahma, Saraswati, Abraham, Sarah. So these stories have been all over the world. This predates. So we don't have to start saying without this would there have been this. But the thing about it is, it doesn't mean one read the other book to write itself. It's inspiration. It's brought down. So the same message can come down in two places at the same time. So it doesn't mean one use the other.
All right, we're going to take a break. I want you to listen to this, because African scholars are beginning to question some of these books, and especially the place, how they place Africa in those books. So let's play this and we'll come back.
Commandments, Moses just took 42. The negative confessions. Moses isn't supposed to have been born until 1349 BC. The Africans were already in the 18th dynastic period. Akhenaten, who died before Moses was born, and Imhotep, who died more than 2,000 years before the birth of Moses, and others at the Grand Lodge of Mem had 42 laws called now the negative confession, one for each nome. They go like this: I have not killed man nor woman. I have not spoken ill of the gods. Moses is supposed to be born in Egypt, they said, at a place called Sukkot. Already, it says that Moses got the 10 Commandments of Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai is still in Africa, right? The Sinai Peninsula is a part of Egypt. More so, is it possible for Moses to be born in Egypt, educated in Egypt? At age 85, he's still in Egypt, and he did not learn the negative confessions? Is it possible for you to go to school, born in the United States, go to kindergarten, elementary, junior high school, and college, and never heard of the United States Constitution? Then it would have been impossible for Moses, when everybody had to read the negative confession 5 times a day, for Moses not to have seen those 42 laws and extracted 10 of them, leave 32 more. Now, if you could go to the temple of Setaiwan at Abydos, to go to the tomb of Ramesses VI at the Valley of the Kings, go to the temple at Edfu, where you would, by the way, see the story of an immaculate conception and a virgin birth 4,100 years before the Mary and Jesus story.
As a matter of fact, wait.
No,
let me just put it in form of a question then. I mean, I don't want to stop this, because we're here for information. But what you're trying to get me to believe is that Moses didn't get the 10 Commandments from Mount Sinai, but he got them
from his fellow Africans.
Moses was a high priest in Egypt, a high priest of the Egyptians in Egypt. Then what was he teaching? He wasn't a high priest of the Jews.
There were no Jews in those days. They called them. Remember now, there was no Israel yet. Israel is not until 1196. And when we to hear of Abraham, Avram as he was called, coming into Egypt, the Africans already in Egypt, already in their 14th dynastic period when he shows up. All of the pyramids are built. That's another thing. Every one, the 62 pyramids in Egypt were built before the first Jew was born.
Why was he fleeing from the Pharaoh? What was the charge?
I can write anything when I want to write, you know. Who's going to stop me from writing if I got the power?
I was about to ask you, what kind of trouble do you get into with holding these kind of views?
Oh, the other day, a black sister spat in my face, and because she couldn't take that. She couldn't take that Jesus was black. She said, no. I mean, he had no color. If he didn't have no color, how John the Baptist saw him to baptize him?
Do you realize that you're getting at the foundation, that you were shooting and digging away at the foundation of what most of us grew up believing?
Yeah, well, we believe a lot of things for a long time. One thing, they give us 3 pages in the Bible. Slave, obey your master. And that's what we believe for the longest time. They said that Jesus said, so how would Jesus, who fought the system, say to the slave, obey your master? It didn't sound rational, would it? So, look, most of the things, we're in a European system. You could come to this university. and spend 4 years, go back and spend another 2 for your master's and another 1 or 2 for your doctorate, and never had any course at all about Africans. But every day you come here, you got courses about Europeans. This is an extension of European culture, European belief, European racism. And it has no intent of teaching about the Africans. The Africans built the Europeans' first university, the University of Salamanca in Spain. These are historical records.
All right, we're back with Dr. Perry Brimah, the author of the new book, Gratitude, the Silver Bullet. Now, are you, as an African a researcher, are you not undermining Africa by, instead of questioning and exploring what we know based on the history of the other people, the white race, and how they've lived their lives and dealt with Africans, that probably that there were a lot of things that were done in a way to undermine Africa in the stories they told. Do you not feel that by promoting these ideas, these religions, you're basically undermining Africa and the history and whatever your forefathers did?
So, yeah, I'm happy you know that I'm not somebody who likes any kind of oppression or, undermining anything that I belong to. So, I'm a human rights advocate. So I will never be party to something that undermines who I am or what I am. These foreign faiths, for instance, it's widely believed and understood that Moses was a black man. So, when you say foreign, it's not, to me, it's not foreign in the sense of it, but we've had countless. Prophet Suleiman was probably black. Sungbo Arede Bilqis, the girl that Solomon was looking for, Bilqis, we believe she may have been from Nigeria or Ethiopia. They said Sungbo Eredo in in the south. Oshun also is meant to be Bilqis' shrine, and that was Solomon's. And it's the largest moat in the whole world. It's the largest physical human-built structure in the whole world, the Songbo Eredo. People don't know that. And it's a moat that was built around what people are saying in Ijebu was, Bilqis' Bilqis. So the place is called Bilqisu Eredo or so, And so these people all mingled and were part of Africa. Hagar, Abraham's wife, Hagar was allegedly was black also. Was a black woman. Hagar was black, and she is the mother of all Arabs, Muslims, the Arab side of it. So it's all one family, it's all one family. So I don't see a story that's rich in African parts. Excuse me. I don't see any form of discrimination against my people. I see it as my thing, and the video we just watched is very important because that's what I was just talking about. They're saying, oh, Moses plagiarized the story. No, the commandments didn't only start in Kemet. I said it earlier, you have the commandments in Kemet. So you have these same commandments. God sent prophets all over the world. So you go to another part of the world, and then you see maybe cuneiform tablets, and then you see some material there too. You go to Africa and you find people with monotheistic laws to do not do this, do not that. So it springs up all over. It's not as if Moses was bringing up, each time a prophet comes, he just comes to purify the message. So it's not, some things came foreign, like the white man converted Christianity into a tool of colonization. So they converted the Bible and used it that way.
What about Islam? What about we know that Muslims, Islam, people from the Middle East, they came to Africa before the white people, and they took slaves 1,000 years, and we don't see them today in the Middle East. Where are they? What happened to them?
They still have a lot of them in no, they were slave traders. The Arabs were slave traders.
Yeah,
a lot of the slaves they caught, who knows where they sold them to? They were selling them to the Mongols or to the Chinese, selling them. They were selling them all over the world, all over Asia.
They didn't take them home.
They have a lot home. So in Iraq, maybe a quarter of the population is black or more, and they still call them slaves over there. So, but they are there. So in a lot of places, and they are doing all the menial jobs, but you still have the black remnants all over there, and it's still a sad situation for them. They call them abdi, abdi, abd. Was to say black abd, slave, slave, slave. And if you just,
And that's okay under Islam. Is that what you believe?
it has nothing to do with Islam. And I say Islam is a faith where you are supposed to have be in a permanent state of self purification. So when the Prophet came in the Quran, a lot of Muslims don't even know this. They don't even focus on it. They don't understand what it means. They don't even think about it. So being a Muslim does not mean you are following the thing the way it should be followed. So in the Quran, God said, I sent you the Prophet to do three things to them, basically, to teach them this book, to purify them, to teach them this book, to teach them the book. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, a mistake happened. To teach them the book, to purify them, and teach them the wisdom. And these are concepts, an average Muslim, if you ask an average Muslim, they don't even know this, or they don't prioritize this. So the fact that, you have these Arab Muslims and stuff, it does not mean they are following the way it should be followed. So now the book is one thing, wisdom is another thing. I'm not talking about those right now, but I'm talking about the third one that he came to teach us, to purify us. What does it mean to purify us? You have to be in a constant state of purification. You have to be doing things to remember and anchor you to God and away from corrupt ideas and practices and thoughts where you start calling a person a slave. But this is an active thing that each person is supposed to learn and do himself. And a lot of Muslims aren't doing it. They have a lot who are. But, it's
All right. Before we came on, I asked ChatGPT whether it's afraid of the Quran. What do you think is the answer?
It would say, as an AI, I lack the capacity to something. However, you should respect a person's faith, and you should not, it's a sensitive topic, and it's going to give you a very diplomatic answer. That's what I believe.
I did the same thing, whether it's afraid of the Bible. Do you think it's similar answer?
A similar answer probably wouldn't come. It will probably tell you that, you should not be afraid of books and so on. It will give you a totally different answer. That's my guess on this. Absolutely.
Why is that?
Because ChatGPT works on the brain frame of the web. This way it got its whole knowledge base. And unfortunately for us, the version that we have is what's the word? It's fine-tuned, so to say. So they put locks on certain areas and they say, okay, for instance, when you ask ChatGPT, do you think Trump is a good man or something, to tell you, I don't think I should answer things like that. That's political questions. But if you ask it, do you think Biden is a good man? It's going to say, yes, Biden is a good man. It's going to answer. So it has the same sensitivity thing that it has that here with other issues. So they've kind of fine-tuned it to the agenda that they want it to serve. And, it's very unfortunate because it would be lovely to have an unhinged ChatGPT.
One other question I asked was blasphemy. I asked what did the Bible say, or what does the Bible say about blasphemy? And I asked what does the Quran say about blasphemy? In the answer it gave about the Bible, it quoted Leviticus 24:16, where it says, anyone who blasphemes the name of the Lord is to be put to death. The entire assembly must stone them, whether foreign or native born. When they blaspheme the name, they are to be put to death. That's in the Bible. Why is it that it's not happening now?
What did it say about the Quran? Did it say the Quran says?
No, it was diplomatic, like you said. He said, the Quran, there are different interpretations and there are people, different scholars. We don't want to go there. That kind of answer.
So,
yeah.
So the Jewish law on stoning the blasphemer, I cannot speak on it with a lot of authority because, like I said, the scriptures have been corrupted, unfortunately. They have been corrupted. And the idea, the Jews were given unique laws that the rest of humanity were not given. in terms of what they can eat, they said you can only eat, cloven, feet, animals, and but nothing else, and it's a law that was given only to Jews, not the rest of us. So the Jews had their peculiar laws. So maybe this was, and it wasn't just given to them for no reason. It was given to them as a punishment. So it's like these laws are punishments that were given to them because they were given a certain amount of blessing and they kept transgressing. So God says, I'll give you this punishment. So it's not everything that in the Bible that applies to the rest of us. So it's saying that whoever blasphemes, the name of God should be killed. And, maybe that was for them and their people. Because, of course, a person who doesn't know the name of God is not within the circle of Jewish laws. So the first thing you need to understand is you need to understand religion as a kind of cult. And within that cult, you cannot say there's a human right problem if they are doing something within themselves with an agreement that they have. And they work under that agreement, that blasphemy. Like every country has that same agreement. Okay. Every country has the same agreement. Whoever says something against the state gets killed. Okay.
Now hold on.
So religions are like states. They have treason laws. So this is a treason law that the Jews had, just like states have treason laws.
In the New Testament, in Matthew 12, 31 to 32, and then Luke and Mark, Jesus said, quoted to have said, "And so I tell you, every kind of sin and slander can be forgiven, but blasphemy against the Spirit will not be forgiven. Anyone who speaks a word against the Son of Man will be forgiven, but anyone who speaks against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven, either in this age or in the age to come." What does that mean?
It's this now. Islam and Christianity are the same on that. Absolutely the same. That does not mean to be forgiven by man. That's by God. So what you're reading there is a by God thing. It's not a by man thing. So for instance, when you read the Quran says there is no compulsion in religion. Now, some Muslims erroneously go and kill people based off of the hadith. But you have no right to kill someone for any religious choice because the Quran is above the hadith. But these people have taken the hadith above the Quran, and we were mentioning it earlier, and it's really sad. The Quran says categorically, there is no compulsion in religion. You cannot kill someone for whatever they've done in and out because there's no compulsion. You can't take hadith over that. So that's unfortunate that you have that on the Muslim side. But these people who, like you're saying, they, what the Bible says there, Islam has the same thing. And that is, if you blaspheme, or in Islam you have, if you worship anything other than God, that sin is never forgiven. So you have unforgivable sins. It's not forgiven until and unless you repent for it. But this is not a law. This is just telling you that if you do this, it's never going to be forgiven by God, not by man.
So what are we going to do about Muslims killing people who are accused of blasphemy? What are we going to do about that? Is Islam going to go through a reformation? If you are saying that this is not in the Quran and it's still going on everywhere.
The revolution is happening every day. For instance, Saudi Arabia has totally switched off its killer mode and has turned on to revolution mode. I used to only have negative things to say about them. Some people don't like what they are doing. I don't like a lot of what they are doing because they are taking it too far. But Saudi has come out of that fanatic, radical, unscripted mode that's not supported by the religion. Unfortunately, Saudi Arabia spent a lot of money. It was the biggest propaganda project in history, $100 billion, in spreading people who promote that ideology of putting the hadith over the Quran across Nigeria. So typical Nigerian scholars, that's what they believe. They were trained that from Saudi Arabia during Saudi Arabia's deadly period when they were trying to fight Iran and in a proxy war. And due to their proxy war against Iran, they were making doctrine material and spreading it around the world to make sure most people get onto their type of Islam, so that most people will be fighting the Iranians. So it's a political thing that entered the faith. But there is no rule in Islam that if someone says anything, blah, 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 you have to kill that person. No, we don't really have that.
So when will it stop?
And the revolution is happening right now. Like I said, Saudi has changed and they are slowing down on these things and they are stopping to promote. In fact, the meeting that Trump had with them when they signed this Cordoba treaty or whatever, Saudi Arabia actually said, we are going to pull back those toxic books from around the world. This was the commitment they gave Trump. They formed this Cordoba Institute. Remember, Trump put his hand on this globe, and the Saudi royal prince put their hand on that globe. That's what they were talking about. They said they're actually going to pull back these books that teach radical brand of Islam from around the world. And I'm not sure how far they are going with it. But that understand that revolution is coming. Recently, we had the Abrahamic Accords. I do not support the Abrahamic Accords, but it was a meeting held in which the religions came to stand on certain truths that we have these things in common and this is how we are going to operate. So at the top level, thankfully, there is, and then in the intellectual space also, people like us are beginning to put our contribution, because it was a very highly guarded system that was dictated from Saudi Arabia and went across the world, and nobody could have an opinion on it because we didn't even have the material to study or computers to study it with. But now a whole lot of the world is talking of, and you're having, scholars come out and break out of that deadly killer, the one we have in Nigeria where someone blasphemes and everybody jumps around and runs and kills them. All that stuff is dictated from Saudi, run through the Izala group. It's like Saudi terrorist network in Nigeria, and it runs through to the people. But the revolution is happening.
I had a guest on this show once who said that he traveled across the Middle East. He's a Muslim, and he was not treated well. He complained about racism, that he was discriminated against, even though he's a Muslim. And he didn't, people who listened to it in Nigeria didn't like it. And they called him and said, you shouldn't have said something like this. What is your experience like?
It's mixed. So you get a lot of love, because I was just in Saudi Arabia earlier this year. I've been in Dubai, twice. You get a lot of love. I'm used to racism because I live in America. So I guess I'm used to it. I'm used to those looks, and, you just have to live above it. And as a human being, you have to elevate yourself above it, because Islam came against this particular thing. And an incident of racism actually happened during the Prophet's life, where they wanted to call the second, like when you pray in the mosque, the Imam leads the prayer, and then there's a guy who calls the prayer. So it's like it's a two-people team that leads everybody. So the guy who calls the prayer, the Prophet was like, let's use Bilal. Bilal was a very black slave, freed slave. Let's let him call the prayer. And the people are like, how can we use Bilal? Bilal's accent is wrong. His accent goes off. He doesn't say things right. And the Prophet tells them, when he says his S, it's your C, whatever he says that's not right is what it is. And he put Bilal on top of the masjid. When he had a call to prayer that everybody hears, he put Bilal on top of the masjid and he called a prayer, and everybody, and that became the voice of the religion. So racism has always existed, unfortunately. I'm used to it, and everybody you just need to be stronger than it and not feel it, But you should say, there's nothing wrong with saying it, but don't let it affect you. So they want to paint a look that doesn't exist. I'll say that the racism in Saudi Arabia that I witnessed is less than half of what I witnessed in America. It's minute, because they are trying to welcome the visitors and so on.
All right, we are going to go to the audience, but as we do that, can you explain Gratitude, the Silver Bullet? What's the main message in the book?
Thank you. So this book, I just launched it when this book just came out last week, actually. I'm very grateful for this book, first of all, because as I've been studying life and the faith, you get inspired. So I just suddenly got inspired through somebody, through a man. I got inspired, and then I just found out, that you can learn something and just see it as something, or you can suddenly find out that what you've learned all through, you there's another way you could learn it. So I just understood and appreciated what gratitude is and how it applies in human lives, and how penultimate it is. And I was like, wow, this is profound. I understood life differently just recently, and I'm talking about within the space of months. And I quickly said, and everybody I shared it with, they all were like, wow, their lives changed completely. So when their lives changed completely, my life changed completely. They were like, you have to write it down. You have to write a book on this. You have to share this with the world. So and that's how the book came about.
All right. People can get it on Amazon by just typing the title and your name. They will get it. Let's bring in our people here. Please, when we bring you in, you have opportunity to ask a question, and limit it to one until we go around. And if we have time, we can get second questions from you. We want to get as many people as possible. I'm sure some of you are very interested in this topic about religion, faith, the purpose of life, the meaning of life, why we're here and where we're going when we live here. So you are on with Dr. Brimah. Mr. James, you're first.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good. We thank him for coming to educate us on religion. I want to begin by letting him know that I'm an atheist. That's what people call me. In English language, those who do not believe the existence of God, in English, they are called atheists. That's what I am. God does not exist for a number of reasons. So, Peter, I don't have enough time to engage in a conversation. Let's start with the Bible, because most of the audience are tilted towards the Christian religion. 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16 told us that all scriptures is inspired by God and beneficial. All scriptures, be it Old Testament or New Testament, is by the inspiration of God. Now, but when you read the book
that's not what it said, though.
Hello?
It did not say what you just said. That's the problem that happens.
Excuse me.
It does not say Old Testament or New Testament. It says
excuse me, scripture. Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
It does not say which book.
Excuse me. I'm coming. 2 Timothy chapter 3. I'm dealing with the Bible.
Right, but you added Old Testament, New Testament.
Excuse me. I'm dealing with the Bible because most of our audience are tilted towards Christianity.
Bible.
Okay, anyway, 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 16 says that all scriptures is inspired by God and beneficial for teaching, for reproof, and for setting things straight, that a man of God will be fully equipped with every good work. But when you read the book of Isaiah chapter 37 and 2 Kings chapter 19, you wonder what sort of God will encourage plagiarism, because these two books are perfectly identical. People believe that Jeremiah wrote the book of 2 Kings, while Isaiah wrote the book of Isaiah. These are two people who live in two different generations.
I think we covered your topic earlier that not all.
Excuse me.
This is not scripture. Not all of those books are scripture. All scripture is inspired, but those are not scripture. Some of them are, some are not. We've covered this already.
Please don't interrupt me, because I promise not to interrupt you. The point I'm making is Isaiah chapter 37 and 2 Kings chapter 19 are perfectly identical. If God inspired people to write these books at different times, I wonder why they should come up with verbatim expressions, the same words, punctuations, and everything. In my class, when two students write identical answers to my questions, it's a very serious matter where I'm working. So that is a proof to show that a perfect God should not encourage plagiarism. And secondly, if you read the Quran, all the what's it called surahs in the Quran, and you read the Bible from the beginning to the end, you discover that the Quran is a plagiarized version of the Bible. All the stories in the Quran, they are copied from the Bible. And thirdly, God is not perfect. God is not almighty. God is not all-knowing as they want us to believe. Because if God created the world in 7 days, 6 days, and on the 7th day he rested, an almighty God should not rest. It means he was exhausted. And also, he's not all-knowing because in the book of, I think, Revelation, I can't remember, I will remember later, I'm sorry. In the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verses 7 to 10, it says that there was war in heaven. That is a very serious matter. For an almighty God to create heaven and earth, and there was war in his domain, it means he was not in control of his domain politically. That is why war broke out. And what happened when the war broke out? He cast the devil and his angels down to planet Earth. There are so many uninhabited planets in the universe. He did not send them to the uninhabited planets. Man did not play any role. Man did not play any role in the war that broke out in heaven. Why should God dislodge these people whom he could not control to planet Earth where innocent man is living? And since the devil got here, you see the problems we'll be grappling with, what we know nothing about.
All right.
What did any more to prove that God does not exist?
Thank you, Mr. James. Dr. Perry.
All right. So, firstly, to summarize before I go into each piece he says, the problem that he has is it's just one problem. He's fighting the Bible. That's just a summary of it.
It's not the Bible alone. If I take on the Quran, it's the same thing.
Take on it, then come back. But right now, the problem is it's totally fighting the Bible. So he's saying, how come the Bible has plagiarism in it? That means God. It's not God. That means Constantine and the composition that they made, they took some plagiarized scripture and they put it with another piece of scripture. That's what it means. It doesn't mean it wasn't inspired when it came. So for instance, if I'm inspired and I say, do, la, ti, ti, do, that is scripture and it is inspired. He's saying, everything, this book is an inspired book. No, the Bible is not an inspired book, because even within Christianity, it's obvious that people were fighting each other over it.
The Bible is not inspired.
The Bible is not an inspired book as one unit, but within it are pieces of inspiration which have been mixed up with other stuff. And I don't have to, there's no Christian here who can deny that, because Protestants came and said the Catholic Bible is not inspired. Some things are wrong. Are you sure? Can any Christian tell me categorically that the Protestant only left what was right? No. The same thing the Protestant is, some other person can look at it and say again, this too is wrong. So nobody can say, if you say the Bible is an inspired book, I say, which Bible? So you are just fighting the Bible. That's all you are fighting, the fact that
no, I'm fighting religion.
Bible,
fighting
mistakes in the Bible. You did not fight religion. In your whole conversation, you didn't talk about Muslims, you didn't talk about...
No, we don't have time.
In this program, anything else.
We don't have time. We don't have time.
That's what I'm saying, that the only
we don't have time. That's why we concentrate on particular issues.
Concentrating on fighting the Bible.
If it's a debate between
points that you made.
Or earth a lot of things.
When you're ready to fight some other parts of religion,
religion is a scam. It's a scam. This is
right now we are fighting the Bible. So now let's look at some of those things that he said, if I remember, because he said a lot of them. He said, I remember one of them. He said, God rested on the seventh day. Unfortunately, that's again a problem with the Bible. In the Quran, we have it where God created the world in 6 days, and those 6 days, their span in time is equivalent to your thousands of years. The Quran says that straight up. And it says, created the 6th year. Thumma astawa al arsh. On the 7th day, he rose up to the throne. He sat himself on the throne on the 7th day, not rested. So imagine when you hear sat yourself, rose up to the throne, then somebody is writing it as scripture and he's like, he sat down, he rested. So somebody wrote it as rested and they say rested. God doesn't rest. He's talked about war in heaven. Again, that's the Bible that Constantine chose. I have one of my chapters in my book actually references the creation story. It's a chapter in this book, to have gratitude, know yourself. And in Know Yourself, it actually talks about the creation story and brings up other books, the Apocrypha, other books. These were lost gospels. Luckily for us, we have the Nag Hammadi collection. When Constantine did this, he kept a certain number of books and he said every other book must be banned, every other book must be burned. And he burned every other of the 360 books when he held the 73 in the Catholic Bible. So he thought the world would never see these books again. But now we found some of these books in the cave in Quran, and they found a cave, they found a bottle, and they found some of these books that Constantine banned. Because Constantine, that was the first Inquisition. He sent people to kill all the Christians who thought differently. So before Constantine's time, we had a purified Christianity. That's Arianism or Eusebius. These were purified Christians. They didn't believe in the Trinity. They believed in one God. They're just like Muslims. They're just like Jews. They're just like everybody else. So you had that pure brand. But Constantine in the First Inquisition killed all of that, hid those other books. In those other books, you see the creation story, which I have in my chapter here. And in the creation story, there was no fight in heaven. What happened was God created man and said, Satan, bow down for him. And that's the same version you have in Islam. Bow down for him. And when Satan refused to bow, like, man, I'm better than him, that's where this arrogance started from. Satan is the king of arrogance. When he says, I'm better than him, how can I bow down from this? I'm made from fire. He's just made from earth. That's when God said, cast down. So there was no battle in heaven. So these things, there are corruptions in the Bible where people are adding stuff to the Bible. Unfortunately, the Bible as a whole is not a holy book. And we can spend days. I will show you more errors and more junk in the Bible than you can show me. Trust me.
No, you cannot say the Bible is not a holy book.
James, you have to.
Okay, let me make reference to the Quran.
Yeah, no, James, hold on. James, hold on. Let's go to other people. We'll come back to you when you get a second chance. Tone, you're next. Unmute yourself, Tone.
Hi, greetings everyone. I hope I'll have a fair time, as Mr. James, like Mr. James did say. We don't have enough time. It's a very wide subject. First off, Dr. Perry, we seem to be having difficulty in understanding where you lean to. You seem to lean towards, at first, you seem to lean towards a Christianity, and then later in the middle, you lean towards Islam. What are you? What is your belief system? Just one word, if you could, so that I'll go forward.
Continue. I'm a Muslim. I'm one who's
Muslim.
But
okay, that's fine. Okay.
It's not. It's expansive. It's not limited. But go ahead.
Okay, right. First of all, inspiration, because you were talking about inspiration, that the Bible is not complete. It's corrupted, and inspiration. You can get inspired by God, and you can get inspired by fallen angels. There are fallen angels that does exist that mimic the truth. During the fall of man, so to say, and besides, a lot of people don't even know that the Genesis is not the first book in the Bible. There is pre-Adamic time, which is not something that a lot of people are aware of. But then that is another discussion for another day. But what I stand on and I understand over the years, practically, not just because of what people are writing, I know that through personal experience, I believe that the Bible is still the way it's inspired by the Spirit of God in righteousness. Because sometimes we quote our Bible verses and we don't we ignore the context of that statement. It's like Mr. James quoted that piece of scripture, but it's in righteousness. That's when you have a complete picture of what he's talking about. So to say that,
is it the Catholic or the Protestant? Go ahead.
well, I don't know what you mean. Again, I don't know what you mean by Catholic Bible. I, I, I don't understand that. Again, that is ambiguous to me. That term, Catholic Bible, is ambiguous. My parents used to be Catholics. I know that. I don't believe in Catholic doctrines, but I believe most of the Catholic doctrines are flawed, and so in conclusion, so that I'll give other people time to talk. I believe the Bible is a complete book. It's inspired by the Spirit of God, because there are many kind of inspiration. You can get inspired by a fallen angel, demons, what we refer to as aliens, because aliens are demon spirit trying to mimic another being that exists in another sphere or galaxy. There is nothing like that. If there was another creation, God is not a secret God. God is a perfect God. He will say very clearly to us. I know that. And for you to say that the Bible is not a perfect book, is not holy, I know that. With all due respect, sir, I think that statement is incorrect. So that's what I've got to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, if I may, in response, like I asked him, I said, which Bible? And, unfortunately, you can't answer that. And it's like, which Bible? Because the Catholics have a 73 book or is it 76 book Bible? And the Protestants have a 66 book Bible.
That is not the Bible.
I have to ask, which Bible is the Holy Book? So I'm asking you now. And if you don't know it and it's ambivalent to you, then you need to check it out. The Bible the Catholics had is the first Bible that was, I mean, within this area. There's another Bible in Ethiopia. So when I say which Bible, it even goes further than that. And then when I say which Bible, I'm saying, I'm not trying to disrespect the Bible. I mean, if I say the Bible is not holy, I say, which Bible are you saying is holy? Is it the Catholic is holy? If you say the Catholic is not holy, then the Protestant is holy. But what about after the Protestants? You have people who are still checking and saying certain things are not there, and you still have changes being made. So when I say not holy, I say as a book. But does it have holy scripture, inspired scripture? Absolutely. But as a book, you have things that King James added to it. You have a verse that was added to it, Deuteronomy 14:14. It's not there anymore. John 14:14 or so. They expunged it. They said it was added to it. So was it holy when that verse was added? And everybody knows that verse. We all have said that verse. And they've thrown it out. They said it was added to it. For there are three that bear witness in heaven, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one. What verse is that? Tell me what verse it is. Everybody knows that verse. It's not there anymore. They've thrown it out because it was added to it. So when I say, what Holy Bible? The question is, what Holy Bible? Because the Bible 10 years ago is not the Bible today. The translations that you have are into words that are not the word that God expressed because it's not in its original language. So when it's not in its original language, you've translated it. That's not the Holy Book. The Holy Book is holy based on the language it's spoken in. Once you change a word, the word. When you call
exactly, I would have touched on that. I mean, it's such a vast subject to talk about. I would have touched that. I'm aware of that as well.
It's not that book in language or form or manner. Once I have a Quran, this is my first book, sorry. Once I have a Quran that is translated into English, we in Islam, we don't call it a holy book anymore. It's not, because it's lost half of its meaning.
Do you think the Quran has not copied a lot from the Bible?
And that's the thing. This man said plagiarism, and there's nothing copied verbatim except basic laws, like God is one. But there's nothing copied verbatim. So plagiarism is copying verbatim. That aside,
okay,
Quranic stories actually.
So the basic law was copied.
Who is speaking? Please,
no, the basic laws are always the same all over the world. God is one. It's the same. You find it in Egypt, you find it in Africa, you find it in India, you find it everywhere. Do not love your neighbor. Do not stop that. Move out of there. Do love your neighbor. Do not do this and that. The basic laws are one. That's plagiarized by law. And the Quran says it. It says, you are here on the pathway at Sunnah of your ancestors, and you will find no change in God's law. You have it repeated all over the Quran. God doesn't modify, he doesn't adjust like, oh, he gave us one standard from the beginning of time, from Adam, and we are using the same standard now. Anytime it gets corrupted, he fixes it back, he fixes it back, he fixes it back. So
I'm going to put one final question to you. Do you believe Christians, when they die, they go to heaven?
If they are good and they abide by the things that the true scripture says, absolutely. Anybody.
Do you believe in Jesus Christ as the only Son of God?
I don't know what that means. If I knew what that means, I would believe it.
All right. Okay.
I don't know what it means, only because we are
Doctor.
God also. So I'm not.
All right. Thank you, Tom. Let's go to James Cliff. You're next.
Thank you very much. This is my first time to contribute. Thank you, Dr. the host. I want to ask you precisely, you talks about the Bible is being adulterated. You all talk about the Protestants and the Catholic books. It's as if you don't actually understand. Martin Luther fought against the Catholic because they were not adhering to the Bibles. That is why he was fighting against the Catholic. So you must understand this history. It's as if you did not get it. The Bible is inspired word of God. The scripture is inspired by God. Martin Luther was fighting. The word Protestant came from that battle between Martin Luther and the Catholic and Pope, because he discovered he was a lecturer, a monk, and he discovered that they were not adhering to the Bible. So he fought. From there, we have the Protestants.
But what about the book itself? He removed certain chapters. What about that?
He did not remove any chapter. You need to understand, because you were from your explanation, I could get that you do not understand how come about the Protestant. The Protestant came from the fact that the monk Martin Luther, he discovered, he was a monk and a lecturer, and he discovered that the Pope was not, they were not following the scriptures. So he left the Pope, and it was against his own will, at the detriment of his life, because he wanted to adhere to the Bible.
The focus is the Bible, not the rest of the story. The focus is the different Bible.
We are not talking about the different Bible. You are talking about the different books.
We are talking of the books. The Catholic Bible has Maccabees, 1st and 2nd, Sirach, Wisdom.
I will agree with you that the Catholic Bible, they have different books, but the Protestants, Martin Luther, he was adhering to the Bible. He was fighting for the Bible. So the Bible is an inspired word of God.
Which Bible? The one before he fought and removed 7 books, or after? Which one? I'm just asking, which one? Is the Catholic Bible not the Bible, the one that has these 7 books? Which Bible is the inspired book? Which one?
The Catholic was not, the Catholic, they were not adhering to the Bible. So they have other books.
So that Bible they had with extra books.
So the original Bible,
okay, hold on.
Not adhering to
James, hold on. James, do you know the making of the Bible? Do you understand how it came to be?
Of course I do.
Can you tell us briefly how did they come about? Maybe we have a different story. How did you?
The Bible was inspired. Is an inspired scripture. So the Bible has been in existence, and it has been inspired by the word.
Since when?
Since before. I cannot say precisely the date, so I will not make any mistake.
So how did it come about? Who wrote it, and when did they write it? How did they put it together in the form of a book? Do you know that?
It was written, inspired by men,
so
written down.
When did it become a book? Do you know the process that it became a book? Do you understand that?
Except I know, but I don't want to make any mistake, except I have to go back again and be able to give you an answer.
Really, but you understand that eventually, someone put it together and said this is the book. And you understand that the Catholics, there's a difference between the Catholic Bible and the one that you probably have in your house. You know that?
Of course. What I'm saying is that the difference between...
Ask your guest this question.
Yeah, the difference between the Catholic books and the Bible is an inspired word of God. The Catholics have an additional books. Martin Luther was a monk in the Bible. Was a monk in the Catholic, and he discovered during his course of lecturing, he discovered that the Pope, they were not adhering to the Bible. They were not reading the Bible. The Bible was even forbidden. People have no access.
James, Martin Luther didn't change the Bible from the word they Protestants.
No, come. I'm not talking about the Martin Luther of America. No, so you need to understand.
The one you're talking about, I'm saying that he did not change the Bible. All right.
He did not change the Bible. I've not said that he changed the Bible. I'm only telling you that he was the founder of the Protestant, because during the course of his lecturing, I discovered he was saying the Protestant is different. It was the Protestant is different from the Catholic. Yes, it's different, because the Protestant, they kept, they adhered to the Bible.
Bible. And that's the only part I'm focused on. I don't care about anything else he protested about. He removed 7 books from the Catholic Bible. And those 7 books are just like the other books, Enoch and other books that you have in the Old Testament. Those 7 books are just like anything else. And he removed 7. And you need to go and check it out.
He did not remove any 7 books from the Catholic Bible. He wholly stressed the fact you need to go and read the book Protestants. He only stressed the fact that the Pope, they were not adhering to the Bible. That was his focus.
All right. Thank you, James. Let's go to Femi. Femi, you're next.
You. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Perry. So straight up, Dr. Perry, do you know this man called Alhaji Mohammed Taufik Ake Dollar, something like that? Oh, okay. All right. Anyway, that's on the side. So I'm able to relate with some of what you've mentioned, you've spoken to. I may not necessarily agree with a number of what you've spoken to, but I can relate because I've taken my time through the years to also do my research on religion generally. Islam, Buddhism, whatever one wants to call it, even African traditional religion, and it continues to this day, especially with respect to the way we Africans especially seem to take on religion in our lives. Now, my question for you is this: with respect to you do know about the concept of the jinns, especially with respect to Islam. Where do the jinns really feature in this? Are they necessarily going to experience the same consequences depending on what? And anyway, let me put it this way: will the jinns necessarily represent what like the Americans especially have been looking for?
Should they come? Yes. So very good question. So the point is, I mentioned jinns in both my books. It's a very important topic. Somebody mentioned fallen angels and stuff. So fallen angels, what we call demons. So jinns in Islam is a more comprehensive name that is new in Islam. When they say plagiarism, no, it's new in Islam. You don't find it anywhere else. So according to that theory, God created man and jinns are in a parallel universe to ours. So you have the jinns and among the jinns you have the demon type and the good type. And it's just like us. You have good men, bad men, good jinn, bad jinn. So these jinns are very powerful. They live much longer than us, and they've acquired so much knowledge. So they are very intelligent, super intelligent. Sometimes they cross our world. And nowadays, if you just go online and look up, there's this show, Slapped Ham. The guy posts videos of people capturing jinns on their cameras in their homes every day. Every day, because of all the cameras and security systems, we're actually capturing jinns and seeing the shadow. They call them shadow beings. You see them moving around. So in terms of jinns have been very powerful, and Solomon's ring, Solomon had power over jinns. So we actually believe a lot of the conquest, like Iraq. When America went to Iraq, we believe they actually went there to get supernatural technology. There are a lot of things you have around the world. They're actually looking for these technologies to get these powers, like the power of Solomon's ring and stuff that has power over the jinns. So a lot of people harness, and then these traditional people in Africa who do voodoo, they harness the power of the jinns. They get a jinn under their control. They use it to do their work. So jinns have an important role to play in our lives, and they are being captured on camera right now, which for the people of religion, we are not surprised. We laugh when we see them because we know that they live with us and act like us, but they are smarter than us. So a lot of that futuristic technology that you have, things that were built, the pyramids, stuff like that, they're like human beings had no technology to build this, but jinns had that technology. So the people at that time, maybe they were passing Solomon's ring around the world, and everybody who got it used it to build these temples and build this shrine, and then someone would sell it to another person, and then they'll take it somewhere else, and then they'll use it to build the, if you go to Luxor, you see these statues 60 feet tall, and their faces are exactly identical. No modern technology can make it. You need some kind of laser stone cutting. But the jinn technology, the jinns built these things around the world.
All right. Thank you, Femi, and thank you, Dr. Perry. Henry, You're next.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Damage. Good evening, Dr. Perry. I have just two questions. Can you please tell me who wrote the Quran and when the Quran was written?
Okay, I'll answer that first. The Quran did not come written in the Prophet's time. It was not really written. It was written years after him. It was memorized initially. Then they had it written on different shards here and there. It was not compiled. So maybe all of
It's a
it.
book. But it's a book, right?
But it came down as a book, and the Prophet dictated.
The Quran, yeah.
It was a dictated.
But the Quran is still a book.
It's not. It's a book, but it's also a dictate. It's in people's minds. But we call it a book. Yes,
it's just like a novel, like your novel, like your book. Just the Quran, just like your book. That's it. Okay. Do you think people practice this so-called religion before the European came or before the Arab came to Africa?
Yes, that's what one of the things that we see. So when you look at reliefs in Egypt, you see the people there with their hands up like this, the way Muslims and Jews do. You see them with their excuse me, you see them with their hands up, you see them bowing, and you see them prostrating to the ground, which is the contact prayer submission. And you have the Kemet ancient
our forefathers.
No. On the walls. I can show you the pictures.
No. Before the English came to Africa, our forefathers were bound down praying to our gods in traditional way. The Western call it traditional way. Our forefathers were praying to God, so our God, these days, before the European came with their manipulation. Let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
You Africans. Likewise, the Arab people came to steal your brothers to become slaves, to sell them as slaves. Now you people take this religion more than the people who created it, who sent this religion to you people. Because if you go to Arab countries, they are progressing. 1 minute. They are progressing.
We are mixing topics.
If you go to
Egypt,
no. I just want to make you clear.
In Egypt,
if you go to a Western country, they are progressing. What is the problem is wrong with you people in Africa? I want to know the religion aspect, both Christian and Muslim.
All right. So to your first question, I was explaining that, and if you look at maybe African traditional religions, you have us bowing. You know, when our parents come, we bow, we prostrate. That's because we moved that ancient practice that we have of bowing to God, and we started doing it to our parents. That's how we got all that bowing. It came from the same monotheistic religion. So we used to practice it. We are used to prostrate. You go to palace, you go on your head. Where did we learn that? Human beings don't have this nature or inclination to go on their head. They learned prostration from the religion, then they started doing it to human beings and chiefs and everybody else. But we all started under this fundamental monotheism. So all the faiths come to do is to remind us of it. But ancient Africans were practicing this. And if you look at Kemet, you're going to find this there. Talking about religion and development, it's a scattered theory. Religion is what brought development of America and what made America what it is today. America was founded based on the use of the Quran, the Bible, and the Bhagavad Gita. You know, the ancient founding fathers, they had the Quran, they were reading it. Thomas Jefferson's Quran, they had it. They were reading these books and the Bible and the Hindu book Bhagavad Gita. And this is what they used to make the Constitution. So for instance, in America today, in 7 years, if you owe money or something, or even you have a police case, it gets dropped. The 7-year droppage of cases, that's Judeo, that's in the Bible, that's Torah. So we still utilize it's the Bible and Quran that built America as great as it is. So it's subjective to how you use it. You have a lot of the Middle East is absolutely successful because once you are spiritual, you get blessing. If you are doing it right, you get blessed. You don't fail. And that's why the Middle East is bloody rich, bloody wealthy, has some of the most development and the best houses, the tallest houses you have in the world are in the Middle East. Because God blesses you if you are holding the faith. There's a lot of you there. And they are blessed with wealth. They get wealth from means you can't even imagine. Sometimes they have gold, sometimes they have oil, sometimes they have, you don't have to be the ones to write the technology, but you can buy people to do it. So you get blessed either way. And then within Africa, you have countries that are operating on different levels. You know, certain Muslim countries, Indonesia, this is the most populated Muslim country in the world. And they are technologically advanced, super advanced. Malaysia, these countries are Muslim countries. They are doing good. Dubai, Iran, Iraq, Iran is technologically advanced. So you have, in the Muslim world, you have so many countries that are peaceful, nice to live in, technologically advanced, the tallest buildings in the world, the greatest technology came from Islam and continues to come from Islam. A lot of our medical technology, cat's guts that used to sew things, this was invented by Muslims.
That's
the
right.
lens was invented by a Muslim scholar in Egypt who discovered pinhole camera and made it.
So what is wrong with Africans? Africans, I'm saying.
Problem
What is
because
they're not praying to the Allah or the
created
God?
our problem. They divided us into groups that cannot work together, and we spend our time hating and fighting.
Who divided us?
Who divided us? The white man.
Who?
The white man did it on purpose.
So I thought you
no matter what we have, we're going to fight each other and focus on that and oppressing each other.
I thought if you believe in God, nobody can manipulate your brain, manipulate you. But why they cannot use their so-called religion to make things better?
Because they don't believe properly.
Because they're all a bunch of scam. Religion is a scam. Sorry, thank you.
People are scam, but not the religion.
All right, thank you, Henry. A caller that you're next.
Hey, Dr. Perry Brimah. You've been given a hard time around here. Well, first I'll thank you for your works, and I will thank you for being patient enough, and calm with all the barrage. But I have two questions for you, But my questions are shorter than whatever you've had. Now, we have planets, Dr. Perry. I'm sure you agree with that.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And we have solar systems, which has been discovered. We're not the only solar system. And you agree with that, don't you?
Absolutely.
Great. Now, the question is, why don't we think that there could be gods, that there is no unitary God, like our forefathers believed in, like the ancient Egyptians believed in, such that when things happen, it could be different gods playing out their part. There's no evil, there's no positive, there's no negative. So we have kind of given credence to two religions that came from a particular side of the world, from a particular culture.
Where from Africa? You mean from Africa?
Well, it is.
It starts from Egypt, so it starts from Africa. It comes from my part of the world.
Anyway, wherever it is, but I know in the sub-Saharan Africa, they believed in many gods before your unitary.
Actually, Africa is more, if I may, Africa is monotheistic. And you can Google it. The root of all our religions, and most of us are monotheistic. In Yoruba land, Olong is the top of it all. Now you have deputies, you have angels, you have other things, but Yoruba is monotheistic. Yoruba.
Well, I don't want to argue with you, but
no, it is monotheistic. You can check that out.
But I don't want to argue with
God
you.
above all. Africa, Igbos are Chukwuemeka is God above all.
No, don't go there. Don't go there, Dr. Perry. Like I said, I don't want to argue with you. I know the Igbos. I know them, and I know the number of gods. And I had a grandfather.
It breaks down and people start worshiping angels and deities underneath. But above all, you know that Chukwuemeka is above all these gods. You know it. That there's a God above these gods.
No. We have...
The Bible even makes it the most. The Bible says, when they were questioning Jesus, because people always mix things up. In Jesus' life, they were mixing it up right there. And they're like, he's like, why do you want to stone me? He's like, what did I do? They said, you call yourself a God. You know what Jesus said? He said, but you are all gods. Is it not written in your scripture that you are all gods too? Like, why are you trying to stone me? Like, people were getting mixed up right when he was explaining it to them. It's like, you are all gods. That whoever serves as God and does right is a God. That's the deity God that now people now start to worship. But Jesus said it himself. So you're telling me all these other gods, but you know Chukwuemeka is above those gods. You know in Yoruba land, you have Olodumare, and you know the hierarchy of it. There's one God above all those deities. Angels, human beings.
Okay, I'll take your words for it, but I don't necessarily agree with you. So, but my question is that since you have countered it by saying that, because I know in sub-Saharan Africa, and I'm not talking, we cannot use one culture to qualify everything. There are places in sub-Saharan Africa, like Tanzania, like Mozambique, it's not Yoruba alone, where they have other gods. And if you look at Southern America, If you go to places like
If you Google it, you see that the greater percent of African ancient religion is monotheistic. Google it, you'll see the answer.
well, it could have been modified, Dr. Perry. But okay, if you say it was unitary all along, and we are just following the unitary system, then okay, I take it from you. That's my question, and thank you very much, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Kolola. Let's go to forefathers. Forefathers.
Yeah, greetings, Ruzov. Thank you for having me, and greetings to the doctor for coming in, Dr. Perry, and to all the panelists, viewers, and in the chat. I find it very disturbing, some of your insinuations, and you try to hook us to the Semitic group of religions. And you actually went on to say that because we worship idols, we corrupted our faith, and the Arab people or the Semitic people provided us a faith that doesn't worship any man-made object. But clearly, they do. When you bow to Mecca and the Kaaba, you are worshiping an object, and we have to do it 5 times a day. The idea, are you, first of all, do you disagree with the fact that Muslims have to bow to Mecca and facing the Kaaba 5 times a day?
The Quran says that true religion is not whether you face the east or the west.
But do they do that?
They are not bowing down. Muslims are not bowing down to a structure. They are bowing down in a direction, not to the.
Oh, in a direction that is physical.
It's
But you said our own forefathers, when they do it, it's corrupted. But when they do it, it's okay.
It's not physical. It's an empty house.
Oh, it's not physical.
No,
but it's actually physical there.
Empty house.
Then why not face anywhere if it's empty?
Because of harmony. So part of why I believe in one God.
See, you have to be consistent.
Let me answer your question. Part of why I believe in one God is the same reason why I see logic. I use logic in my things. So I believe in one God because if there are many gods, they will fight each other, and one will come up on top. I believe that if human beings are supposed to do any operation, they need to face a certain direction. And in facing that direction, you chose. So before Islam, everybody was facing, there was a period when people were facing Jerusalem. Not because they are facing a structure there, but they were facing Jerusalem. So Jews faced Jerusalem. So when Islam came, the Prophet too was facing Jerusalem with the Jews. And then God told him, we know you have a problem here. We are going to give you a direction to face that you have to be satisfied with. Turn your faces towards the house of God. So
in other words, God is not everywhere other than facing them.
That's what I'm saying. It's the harmony.
Why is it by coincidence that it's the same people that spread this to you that they expect you to face them?
I'm explaining it to you that if we are to face every direction possible and 10 people are supposed to pray in a certain area, you're going to have chaos. Religion is to bring sense, order, not chaos. You have everybody facing each other. And what will they look like? Men will be standing behind women's houses looking at women bow down. People will be facing each other. People will be knocking heads on each other. You have to have harmony. So this is harmony. In the Jewish times at the period they used to face Jerusalem. So you have harmony, uniformity in direction. And now
you see how you are bending over backward to excuse.
No, I'm telling you logic. Do you want people to be all just turning facing each other like circles like this, like
you can build
it's
for
logic.
that reason?
Hold
on, it's not
give me
logical.
A better plan for worship. Can you give me a better arrangement for worship other than facing a
the simple plan that will be consistent with God not having any location is building churches to face any direction, building mosques to face any direction, choosing that, okay, we as a group of people can bow down in any direction and worship. Not a specific. Let me finish my point. Not a specific direction that is tied to the homeland of the people that the God is supposed to be from. Why is it that it's not by random? They don't choose any other country to say you should bow down to face. Because they understand there is soft power that you get from this. And what you are doing here, you are granting them soft power and basically saying our own religions, our own forefathers were corrupt. And those people brought wisdom to us.
Again,
that is sacrilegious to me for you to say something like that.
A simple question that I ask is, can you go and dig up the original practices of your people and tell me exactly why they bow and the rules of their operation? I think it's lost. When you
It's
find
it's
that
not
and you
entirely
find that
lost.
it's not harmonious with the things that I am presenting, then you can tell me that I'm doing something foreign to my forefathers. I believe I'm doing what my forefathers did.
No,
All
And
right.
my forefathers
clearly you are
went
not.
to Jerusalem.
They talked about their language being the language of the angels. They talked about their you have to bow down to the people. Literally have to travel there and travel around that this in object. You and some of the things you people do, you don't even realize it. You are doing it and you are selling it to your people as if it's gold. When you are basically selling what your forefathers already had, you are selling your people cheap. That's what you are doing. How can you support a religion that subscribes that our people generally are slaves and their language is the language of angels? We are the first people on this earth. How is it that their own language suddenly is the language of angels? And you buy into that?
Can I respond?
Come on.
Can I respond?
Good.
Your first question, you said uniformity. I told you uniformity. I believe in uniformity. If you say I'm subscribing to something that is strange to me, the video that Dr. Damages showed earlier showed the commandments on the walls in Kemet. The commandments, the same commandments that the Semitics have that came from Africa, are on the walls. So you are fighting one singular point, which is one aspect of Islam, which is going to Saudi Arabia. That's just one piece of it that brings human beings together. So if God had chosen to bring people together in Africa, and you tell people this is where God chose, and people say, oh, you're trying to bring Africa over us.
I'm not fighting Islam. I'm just saying that
saying
that
you have a
our
problem
religion,
with people
you saying
having
that our
a-
forefathers' religion has been corrupted, that the ones that they brought in is the purified one, is sacrilegious for you to say that.
They can
And
prove it in
it's
the
a
behavior
curse.
of their forefathers.
For you to be saying that, it's like you are cursing your own blood. How can you say that you have been here longer? God has given you everything. You actually said it, that we have these laws in Egypt. These are people that came and learned it from us. And you are trying to say that we corrupted and they are the better ones.
Can you give me the original again? If you can give me the original,
You just said it yourself.
Forefathers,
And you also said that the Arabic people invented the lens. No, they didn't invent the lens. The Egyptians did. They were using it before the Arabs did.
Muslim. I said Muslim. I didn't say what culture. I said
Before
Muslim scientists invented the lens.
not Muslim.
Muslim
Egyptians were using it.
Muslim. The guy was Muslim.
No. Oh
The
my God.
lens is a
Ancient
Muslim.
Egyptians before Islam.
No, the lens. I'm talking of this glasses TV camera. The lens.
Yes. I am telling you, Egyptians were using crystals
Right,
before them.
right. I'm talking of in modern. I agree with all of that. Those were jinns and stuff.
Then why do you seem to be giving them all the kudos for everything and belittling everything we have and saying that theirs is better?
Hold on, forefathers. Hold on. Perry, there's something that forefather raised, and you said something. I want you to answer this. So, are you saying that? I know that the story of Abraham, was written 1,000 years after his death. So you just said that our own forefathers, what they were doing is lost. It's been just less than 100 years that our forefathers, the Christian and religion and Islam got to everywhere across Africa. Why is it that we can't retrace what we were doing some 1,000 years ago? If the Jews could write the story of Abraham 1,000 years after he died.
So, unfortunately,
why do you say it's lost?
Unfortunately, the areas where we did not write much, we lost a lot. I'm not saying
they didn't write then. It was something that we're being told to other people. They didn't write 1,000 years before Abraham, when Abraham was alive. Nobody wrote.
They wrote. No, they have writings of Abraham. They have writings of Abraham. They are in the cuneiform. Abraham, yes. In Uruk. Now, Google Epic of Gilgamesh. I'm sure you've heard about the Epic of Gilgamesh, the first epic human story that was ever written. This is written on the cuneiform tablets. So the cuneiform tablets are writing before the world knew that there was writing. So they suddenly discovered the cuneiform tablets in Uruk, which is what is called Iraq, was Uruk. And that's what I believe was the invasion of Iraq was for. I'm a total conspiracist. So I believe the invasion of Iraq was to get the technology in Uruk or Iraq. But the point I'm trying to say is they wrote about Abraham, even though the story is a little bit different or much different from the biblical story. You have the story of Abraham that was found. When they first found these cuneiform tablets, they were like, this is just decoration. They couldn't believe human beings were writing at that point in time. But later they now decoded it because they saw it beside a thing in Iran where they had a slate of it, and it was a peace treaty in Iran, and they had a slate of the cuneiform tablet. They had another language and another. So they're like, wow, these tablets can be translated. That wow, it's actually a language. And when they now decoded that, they now found out that Abraham's story was written, and that's written in Uruk since that period. So these stories actually exist. It is just
Actually,
being able to
the
write them
truth is
down.
that the story of Abraham was written well over almost 1,000 years or more after his time. So I
And
don't
it's
know
been
why you are
written
saying that.
before in the cuneiform tablets. They've mentioned Abraham and his fight with the people. It's in the
It
cuneiform
was
tablets. I'm just telling you
written.
history that you
I'm
don't know
sorry,
about.
there's no
And
evidence of that.
you
I
can
don't
check
know.
online and you'll see Abraham in cuneiform tablets. Just Google it.
All right. Forefathers, are you done?
I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Let's move to Kenneth. Kenneth, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, Dr. Brimah. And a special thanks to forefathers. I today agree with forefathers 100%. Thank you for giving us some common sense here. Dr. Brimah, good to see you again. So while you were explaining something to someone here, you stated that you agree that Bible and Quran was written through the inspiration of God, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. If that is so, you also attributed that Christianity has an expiration date while Islam doesn't. You also went further to also claim that Islam is the last book. Now, I don't know if you've been to what they call it, theology school, or if you're a theologist, kind of, I don't know. But this is it. If the Bible and Islam were written through the inspiration of God, does it mean that God supports slavery? Because in Christianity, in the Bible, the Old Testament kind of supports slavery. And when you go to Quran 39, verse 29, it also supports slavery. Talking about slavery today, in these modern days, as of 2021, there was about 740,000 slaves in Saudi Arabia, right? So I want you to answer this. Does it mean that God supports slavery? If that is true, what kind of God do you as a person, as an individual with moral values, do you support this kind of God that supports slavery? Also, I think I forgot to put in this. In your response to someone here, you also alluded that in Islam, I think that escaped me, but I will, when I remember that, I will come back to ask. But please answer this question: does Quran support slavery? And if that is so, do you believe in this same God that supports slavery? Yes, I remember that. In your response to, I think, forefathers, you claim that Muslims face an empty house. And you and I know that every year, Muslims spend thousands of naira or dollars, whatever currency, to troop into Saudi Arabia for a Hajj, pilgrimage, right? And you and I, though I've never been there, but we always see them on the TV pointing to that particular empty house that has an object there. But the fact that empty house itself is an object, and there is something, black something in that empty house that they point at, and they worship that. And at the end of the day, we also see them stoning the devil, right? So I don't know what they are doing. Can you explain to us, please?
Okay, so I'll start with the second question, since the second question is a repeat question. Talking about the house and the stone, there's a black stone, not inside the house. They put cripples and disabled people inside the house who cannot be going around. So there's actually nothing in the house. So they put disabled and crippled, sick people, old people inside. So it's symbolic.
But the empty house is an object, right?
Empty house. So, and then the stone is a marker. It's a marker at the corner So when you're going around, you point to it, I've come back to this same spot. You point, you do not bow or worship or whatever. You point that I've come back to the same spot, I've come back to the same spot. So when you go around, because I just actually observed this a couple of months
So
ago.
what is the significance of pointing at that stone and asking for favors?
It's like, I'll give you an example of what you're trying to say. Does a Muslim pray to the ground? Because in fact, when we looked at ancient Kemets and we saw them prostrating, we felt and we said, and we translated it that because they worship the ground. And when we saw them do like this, we translated that they are saying, Ra, they are worshiping the sun. That's what we translated it to be. Maybe that's what it was. But when you see a Muslim put his hand on the ground, you might as well start from there and say, you guys worship the ground. So we have certain rituals in the faith, but the faith is about, where's your heart? Ground. If you ask the guy who's bending down to the idol, say, what are you doing? He'll say, I'm worshiping this idol. If you ask a Muslim when he bows in the direction of the Kaaba, what are you doing? He'll say, I'm worshiping God, not the Kaaba. So the fact that I sit on a chair doesn't mean I worship the chair, or I worship the food I eat, or I put my head on the ground. It depends on what am I doing. And if you ask any Muslim, what is he doing? He'll tell you, I'm facing this direction, facing this building that Abraham built for God, that he doesn't live in, out of uniformity and because I'm told to face one direction.
No, I'm not saying that they are worshiping. I'm not saying that they are worshiping the building. The act of pointing at that stone and asking for favor. My question is, what is the significance?
You don't point and ask for favor from the stone. You point, I told you, because you're like, I've come around in 360. I've come around to 360, and you point at the starting point because you want to do it 7 times. You don't ask for favor. You see people there, they're all looking up at the sky like this as they're walking around. They are not looking and asking favor from that. Whereas the idol worshiper is asking for favor from an inanimate object that cannot help it. It's totally different. So we are not worshiping the floor when we prostrate to the floor, or we are not when we say we turn to the sides. We are not worshiping those beside us.
The black house there at the Mecca where they point towards and pray. What is that house for?
It's a house that Abraham built for God on earth for people to come and celebrate God's greatness. That's all it is.
Why are they not inside the house to worship? Instead, they were outside pointing at the house.
It's a house of celebration.
See,
it's not a
can you tell us what the black stone of Kaaba is?
Because
that's what
black stone is probably a meteor, and they said it's a stone that fell at a holy time, or fell for a reason. But
and yet they have to touch it.
They don't have to touch it. And if you want to know,
but they touch it when they go there.
I went and I did it.
Okay.
In fact,
but even if they don't, but they have objects that because if you look at our own forefathers, some of the reason why I'm concerned about what you are saying is because you are saying that our own forefathers using objects is a bad thing.
No,
you ascribe. You said it was corrupted. He said that's why we were corrupted.
You worship the object. For instance,
you said we're corrupted.
Do you know that this book, if you worship this book, I'll burn the book.
Yes.
But if you read the book, that's fine. If you use it as a marker, that's fine. If you use it as a uniformity, a direction of facing, that's fine. You can make your idol wherever you want. But if you worship that entity, that's the crime.
But who told you that the actual object is the God?
Clearly,
they know that the God doesn't. The God is not the object that they are worshiping. It's just a
conduit. You tell me that you're not worshiping that object.
No, they are worshiping through it. It's a conduit, just like they are using that so-called empty building.
No,
hold on, they are bowing. They are literally bowing down to that building.
No,
they go. Don't they? Is that not what Muslims do when they face Mecca?
The Quran is the book of instruction, and you can read the Quran, and the Quran says, "Bow to me, a God that you can't see."
Dr. Brimah, I'm still waiting for you to answer my question.
Bow facing Mecca itself.
I'm sorry.
Is that where God is?
You've not answered my question.
Muslims have to bow facing Mecca.
Because
is that where God is?
We've answered this question over and over. It's uniformity. We don't believe in chaos. We believe in order.
God is everywhere.
We used to face Jerusalem. It's uniformity. I've answered this already. I don't believe in chaos. You believe in chaos, that's fine.
It's not about chaos. It's about worshiping a specific location. That is object. You are worshiping an object. It's not about uniformity.
I don't.
Let's give
Dr. Brimah, You've
Gather
not answered.
outside.
You've not answered any of my
I
questions.
don't believe in it looking like a club. Even a club, they face the stage. I don't believe in this organization. I'm sorry. I'm a scientist. I believe in organization.
No,
All right.
you don't.
To your question.
Yeah, my question about slavery. Knowing the fact that Saudi Arabia ranks the top among the top countries, that has still operates with
I
slavery.
hate Saudi Arabia more than you. Saudi Arabia is not the capital of Islam. It just happens to be that the government there are custodians of the top 2 holiest sites in Islam. Other than that, F the Saudis. I hate them more than you, and I've written tons of articles calling them out for all their atrocities.
So why is it that most Islamic countries?
I'm not going to spend a second justifying acts of barbarism to my people. Black people always victims. Whether it's India, they have the caste system against us. If it's the Arabs, they continue to perpetrate slavery. If it's the white man, I'm not going to defend any of these people. The white man used the Bible. Atheists, the Chinese, everybody uses whatever excuse they have to gather us as slaves.
All you do is defend your religion, though.
Okay, Dr. Brimah, why is it that Islamic countries top the chart of?
This is the last question. We have to move on.
Yes.
Yes. Is a stamp for slavery. The Quran prohibits slavery, but there is no place in the Quran that says take a slave or capture.
In Quran chapter 39 verse 29.
It's slavery. Tell me what 39:29 says.
In Quran chapter 39 verse 29 contradicts your claim.
No, I'll read it to you. Quran what? 39:29.
39:29, yes.
Okay, absolutely. Allah propounds a parable. There is a man whose ownership is shared by several quarrelsome masters, each pulling him to himself, and there's another who is exclusively owned by one man. Can the two be alike? It starts with parable. Can you give me something else? It starts with parable.
All right.
There's a man that's a slave that's owned by a bunch of people, and there's one that's only owned by one person.
Right. When you go to verse 436, it also actually spell out how you treat your slaves.
Yes, because people had bought slaves, and the Quran now said, for this punishment is free a slave. For that, the punishment is free. The Quran gave free a slave as the basic punishment.
So are you now seeing the connection between what is in the Quran and the number of slavery we have in these Islamic countries today?
Slave. The Quran keeps telling people, opposite to keeping slaves, it keeps saying, free this slave. If you do that, free a slave, free a slave. It's telling the Muslims that after they had freed all their slaves, they were going out. If you miss a day of fasting, they said, free a slave. They were going out to free slaves all over the world. They didn't just free themselves. The good Muslims are actually told by the Quran to go and free a slave, not your slave. Go and free somebody's slave. So we're actually commanded to do that.
It didn't prohibit slavery, period.
Because you cannot prohibit slavery because slavery is part of human society. But the better people don't have.
Yes, you can.
You cannot prohibit it. It's not prohibited in America. We're still slaves. It's
All right.
never ended. It's part of human system.
No, I think
a lot of people had invested money and bought slaves, and it's like, for this, keep freeing your slave. And the Quran says there's only one abd. Human beings are abd to God. You are not a slave to any other person. In Islam, you cannot be a slave to another person. It just cannot exist in the system of it.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Perry. Let's go to people who are here to have opportunity. Electricity, you're next.
Yeah, good afternoon all. Good afternoon, Dr. Perry. I'm going to pick on two things that Forefather and Kenneth, because I didn't listen to most of your argument. But first of all, let me correct something. Slavery has been prohibited. You may say it's still being practiced on the ground, but it has been prohibited. So for you to say it's not prohibited, can be prohibited, that's not correct. That's incorrect, I beg your pardon. So let's just have that on the record. Now, Kenneth stated, I heard Kenneth President saying you stated that Islam and Christianity, Christianity has an expiration date time, but Islam does not. Could you clarify what you mean by that, please?
Thank you for bringing that up, because I had to protect myself from that statement, it would have been left with people that I said expiration dates. So this is the point. Jesus said, I was only sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Finished. Jesus did not say he was sent to everybody. And what we believe is every prophet comes to a certain people, group, time. Jesus was sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. So his mission was only for them. So even if you don't put an expiration date on it, his task was for them. Paul is the one that came and said, this message can be for the cut and the uncut. I believe that the uncut is just as good as the cut, because he's uncut in his heart and the cut can be bad in his heart. So now let's take this message to the whole world. So before we talk about whether it has expiration or not, the message was only for Jews. It's not for everybody. And this is the hard, bitter truth in the Bible.
In what context did Jesus Christ made? Sorry, in what context did Jesus Christ made that statement? Because he only picked that.
Ever.
Come again?
In the strongest context ever.
When I say context,
to him and begs him to save her daughter.
Dr. Barry.
Uncut person.
Perry, I beg your pardon.
An uncut person
you read
Jesus to save her daughter. And Jesus says, I cannot help your daughter. She says, please, master, help. Jesus says, I cannot help. I cannot give the food of the sheep of the house of Israel to dogs. This is the racism that the Jews have for us. Because
Dr. Perry,
it's the children, the lost sheep, and the dogs, the Gentiles, Jews and Gentiles, sheep and dog. This is Jewish law. The children are sheep. The rest of the world are Gentiles, uncut are dogs. And Jesus said the same Jewish law, just like any Jew. He said, I cannot give the food of the children to the dog.
Okay. Dr. Perry.
I'm not sent to her. And the woman, I have to finish this answer. And the woman now says a doggy bargain. The woman thinks, she says, but when the children eat, crumbs fall now. Can my children not survive from the crumb? Jesus said, you have spoken intelligently. And that is when he healed her, that you are getting the crumbs. My message is for the sons of Israel. Out of the 3 gospels, only one of them has one verse where they said, now take the message to the whole world. And you know
Dr.
that
Perry,
but the 3 gospels
with due respect,
Jews, not for Gentiles.
Dr. Perry, with due respect, okay, the Jews regard the Gentiles as dog. So Christ was taking their reference, okay, and using it to address the woman. So not the case. No. You see, you have to read. Like I said, with due respect.
I would never call a guy a nigger because people call him nigger. So I don't believe a man of God.
Would you allow me to? I allow you to speak. I'm trying to.
And doesn't pass the acid test, because that would be a very bad man is going to say dog because my people call you dog. Yo, dog, I'm not going to give you that food. That's heartless. Jesus will
it's in the scripture. The Quran talk about women too.
Dr. Perry, if Jesus was sent for the people of the Jews, how about
Dr. Perry, like I said, with due respect, okay? I studied the Bible and I read commentaries. I've read commentaries, and I am pointing it to you that the analogy Christ used is that the Jews see the Gentiles as dog. Consider them as dog. Okay? And when the woman said that, Christ said, thy faith has made thee whole. So there is no difference. That is what Christ is saying. Now, in another section, John chapter 4, the woman at the well, when Christ went to meet her for asking for water, what did she say? She said, what? You guys don't have business with, the Jews don't have business with Samaria. Now, forefather was pressing you in respect to the issue of the Mecca where they bow down. It appears, or you appear to have contradicted yourself. So I need you to clarify yourself further on this. I'll come back to the issue of the Jews and the Gentiles that Paul went to meet. Actually, Christ and God told Paul to go what? To go to the Gentiles, not Paul's idea. If you claim to have read the Bible, it's there. May I finish, please? No, it's there in the scripture. I can give you the scripture. No, you do not. May I finish? Respectfully, sir. Respectfully, sir.
Hold on, guys. Electricity. I think the problem is if you put a lot of things together, he might not be able to remember all of them. So just
all right.
2 questions from you so that we can move on to other people.
Forefathers asked you in respect to them bowing down at the whatever it is there. First, you said it's an empty room. Would that be correct? Next, you said they had disabled and sick people inside there. Would that be correct? Now, that appears contradictory. Would you want to clarify yourself in that regard, please?
So just to clarify very fast, we pray to the disabled people in the building. They are our God.
Right. One more question from you.
Wow, you just made that one up.
I'm not
just made that one up. Oh my God.
One more question. You see, when you push narrative, like I said, with due respect, doctor, I don't know in what field, we have to be very careful when we push certain narrative, because you have to understand. You don't, I mean, in respect, in fact, there's my last question. Jesus said, love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy mind, with all thy soul, with all, and love thy neighbor as thyself. Do you, as a Muslim, believe in that particular scripture?
100%.
Could you now explain what it means in the Muslim context to love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy might, and with all thy soul, and to love thy neighbor as thyself? That is found in Matthew chapter 22.
I'll explain the first one. The first one says, Jesus explained it himself. He said, and this is the love of God, that you keep his commandments. Unfortunately, the Christian today doesn't believe Jesus. I'm sorry to say, a lot of them, because Jesus said the first, love thy God with all their heart, and then he said, and this is the love of God. So what does it mean to love God? Keeping his commandments, doing all continuous acts of worship, everything that he has said as a commandment that you should do. Now, what did the Bible say today? What do Christian churches preach? They say, accept Jesus as your Lord of Savior, and that's the way you're saved. That's not what he said. He said to love God, they said the commandments are old, they're the Old Testament. No, Jesus said to love God, keep his commandments. The commandments keep on going. So now they fine-tune what the commandment is, and they say now the commandment has broken down to just nothing. That's the point. That's the love of God, is that you keep his commandment. And that's why Muslims are so ritual on keeping commandments. That's why Jews are so ritual on keeping commandments. But Christianity, after the Council of Nicaea, they found an easy way out to dodge keeping the commandments.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Perry. Thank you.
Dr. Perry, please. Just a second.
May I round up, please?
No, you are done.
I mean, I just want to say this, that Dr. Perry, it is also incorrect to say that Christians, the churches are saying accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and personal Savior. If you go to Romans chapter 8, you say, I thought, I mean, with due respect again, when we're arguing, making such argument, we must be able to come from a point of understanding or having to have read that thing. So it is 100% incorrect also for you to make that statement because it's there in the Bible. It is also 100% incorrect for you to go on that narrative that Christ only came for the Jews, or Paul. It is Paul's idea. No, it is not Paul's idea. If you go to Romans chapter 11, you're going to find it there. And if you go to the book of Acts of the Apostle, you will find it there. With due respect, I'm just have to let you know that I respect your position, your doctorship, but when it comes to argument in terms of anything, including medicine or anything, I think we should come from the point of view of knowledge. If we cannot, we should just say in our opinion, so that we don't distort it.
In the biblical opinion, I'll just answer him quickly. In the biblical opinion, first of all, Paul is the one that argued, not me. He argued with the disciples, the real disciples, because Paul, first of all, to everybody listening,
Paul is not a disciple. Paul never met Jesus in his life while Jesus was alive. Paul claims to have had a vision of Jesus after Jesus passed. Secondly, to the listener, Paul has half of the books in the Bible today, and Paul was a killer of disciples. Actually, his job was killing disciples. So that's so that you put Paul in proper context, and suddenly he's the greatest writer of the whole Bible that we use today. And it is Paul, that not me. Paul quarreled with Barnabas, a chief disciple who is not written about. But Jesus' chief disciple, in whose house they had the Last Supper, is Barnabas. Paul quarreled with Barnabas and I think Matthew, and took Mark, and they went their separate ways. They had a bitter quarrel. I didn't invent this quarrel. It's in your Bible. They had a bitter quarrel. It was so bitter. And what was Paul continuing to push? Paul was pushing that we should be able to preach to the uncut. Paul was arguing. I'm a lawyer. I'm making this argument. If the cut is the cut, the uncut is the uncut. What for the cut is uncut in heart, and what's uncut in heart is cut. What about if a Jew is evil and a non-Jew is not evil? Paul, that's all Paul did, was invest his life in arguing that this message should go to other people. And then Barnabas did not agree. So they were still following what Jesus had taught them, that they were only for the Jews. They went another way. Paul now took the message to Constantine, and that's the message that the Pope Constantine loved.
All right.
That's how we had
Why are we?
Dr. Rudolph, may I address you? Dr. Rudolph, I would like to address you. No, it's you I'm addressing, Dr. Rudolph. It's you I'm addressing, Dr. Rudolph. I'm not addressing Dr. Perry.
No, not even me. We have Paul here. Paul, Paul, it's your turn to speak. We are talking about Paul.
Yeah, they've called my name so much. You now look like I've spoke so many times. So I want to say something. I read a book by Francis Bacon. Just one part of it that he said, blessed is the man that hope not, for they shall not be disappointed. As I'm growing older from my name, that will tell you where the part of religion that I grew up with, but growing older, I question some of those things. And one of the ways I question some of those things, I see the Christians condemn the Muslims a lot. I see the Muslim condemn the Christians a lot. You see the Christian, the Muslim, if they see a traditional man tie something in his waist, put a ring in his hand, put something that he worships in front of his house, we condemn it. We don't eat in their house. We don't do anything. I have families, good aunties and uncles. We don't do anything with them. We condemn all those things. But the question I'm asking, you see a Christian, I use Catholic today. A Catholic man put a rosary in his neck, put a rosary in his car, put a rosary in his house, put a rosary in his business. The Islamic person do the tesibih too. They carry the tesibih along. They tie it in their business, around their business. They do all those things. But the traditional worshiper try to do that. We criticize them. I'm talking now as in Nigeria. We criticize them in school. They can't do the traditional thing in school. But the Christians even get all type of public holidays in school. The Muslims get all type of public holiday in school. But the traditional rulers will not get anything. But from the history of mankind, the most barbaric religion I can ever think of is Christian and Muslim. They kill more people than any other thing you can think of in this whole wide world. We know what the Roman Empire did. We know what the Islamic race, in terms of them trying to say this Muslim is better than this Muslim, from the this Sunni to Shaikh, from Christian, from Catholic to Presbyterian and the like. They cause a lot of evil. And every one of us will come here, try to bully other people. You understand? But if we want to judge like the lawyer will use precedent, you guys commit more atrocity than anything we can think of. You understand? You condemn that Christian will fade away. You condemn our traditional thing that, because of the traditional thing, that's why we are not growing. Good percentage of the Muslims who go to the north, who travel to the east, to go fellowship, to go the Hajj, to go do everything. They are seeing what is going on in so many parts of the world, but they are the one still masterminding weapons of mass destruction for people to be fighting. But you come here, you tell me Islam preach peace. And Saudi Arabia will be having issues with Syria or another Muslim nation, but they preach peace. We see Israel will do the one they want to do, but they preach peace. I don't get this peace. I'm tired of this 419. It's getting too much. Until I see peace, all the Islamic nations of this world, good percentage of them, they are doing well. Are they picking other black nations that they treat like slaves, that they hate so much? You see black people work in Qatar, they punish them so much. You see black people work in Saudi Arabia, they punish them so much. You will see black people in Pakistan that they felt so bad with Indian. They still hate them. I don't get it. And you people preach peace. You people preach love. This love, where can we get this love? Other than use it to marry first, second, and third wife, and the fourth one, that is the only love I can see. I don't see the love. I don't see the peace. I want to see it. I'm tired of you people telling me. I want to see it. Love is supposed to be physical. The things I'm doing for my kids, it is visible. I can prove to my kids why I love them in so many ways. I can prove to my wife why I love my wife in so many ways. I spend less than $20 a year to cut my hair, but my wife spent thousands to make her hair, and most of this money comes from me. I can prove to my wife that I love my wife, but how can I prove to my wife that I love her siblings when I've not done anything to them, but all I tell her is that I love your siblings? It's not visible. Tell me the visible part, how Saudi Arabia is doing very well today, but they cannot even help Syria. Neither they will continue to bombard Syria. Tell me this peace and this love. That's what I want to know. Thank you, and have a good morning.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you, Paul. Nice one.
So the first thing, if I remember, that you started from was rosaries and tesbahs. Again, I think we are repeating some of the same allegations. The cell phone, someone could also tell me that a Muslim is worshiping a cell phone because he holds a cell phone. And I can use a cell phone to read the Quran, or I can actually use it to count praises that I'm doing. I'm not worshiping a cell phone unless I tell you that I am. So there are tools, and there's no problem in the faith.
But if I have my traditional thing in my hand, you condemn it.
No, never. Except if you tell me you worship it. But if you don't tell me you worship it, or you believe it has any power, if you tell me it has any power, then I'll tell you, as a normal person, even if I'm not religious, I'll tell you you're stupid, that a stick doesn't have power. So just basically, as a normal person, an innocent child, you show him something, the person is going to tell you, of course he can't do nothing.
Just like you use beads for praying.
The beads have no power. I don't know about that. I don't know who does that. But if you ask an average Muslim, what are these beads? It's easy to count. It has no power. He doesn't believe power comes from it. He doesn't believe it is God. We only condemn a person who says, this book is power. Yes, the words are power. But if you say this book is power, I'm bowing my head, you are stupid. I'm sorry.
So is that why when people burn the Quran,
Dr. Brimah, when you said that, that is the medium. It's just like you face the north to pray. You face that distance to pray. It's an intermediary to your prayer. That is what our traditional rulers is doing. You go to a place like Edo State today, you see an Edo man have his own, what they call their own Ogun that they serve. They started training their kids to start building their own. You understand? It's an intermediary. What they did in the Old Testament. And even when Christ come, Christ did not even condemn it. He did not condemn it. Yes, there may be a better one because of faith, but Christ never condemned it. But what I'm seeing these days, we condemn everything.
You've given us a long lecture. Allow me to respond. Again, I am saying, if you say this book is intermediary, I will condemn it because I am a scientist. And this book cannot, radio waves are going through it. I don't know what you mean by telling me that this idol is an intermediary, because can't God be closer to you?
So why do you fly from Atlanta to Saudi Arabia to go pray in that black building?
There's no intermediary there. I'm never going to use the word intermediary.
So why are people attacked when they burn the Quran?
I don't understand.
If it doesn't have power.
Even if you burn any book, I'm going to fight you if you burn any book.
Actually, they happily
I'm
burn
fighting
other
if you get
books
any
other than
book.
the Quran.
I'm sorry?
Dr. Damage.
Muslims burnt other books other than the Quran. Why is it
And,
that they
and,
burn,
and they should
they
be fought
attack
for
you
it. And
when
if
you
they
burn the
do it,
Quran?
if they
You
do it, they should be
If it doesn't
fought
have any
for
power.
it. Except
sorry, Dr. Brimah, you said there is no intermediary when you go to pray in Mecca. Is that correct?
Absolutely
But you
not.
stated earlier that you pray to the sick people that is
I
inside
was
the.
joking.
Electricity. There is
If I
nothing
say it's an
inside the
empty
Kaaba.
building,
He was only
No.
joking.
That's why I want to address Dr. Rudolph. Dr.
It's
Rudolph, with
empty.
due respect. No,
Please.
Dr. Rudolph,
No,
with due respect.
I won't let
No,
you. I won't let you
I don't want
because
to lose
other
between
people I want to hear from.
Yeah,
You
don't let
can
him.
wait. You can wait. We'll get to
I
you.
was making a joke.
He was joking at that time. I thought you got that.
Building, but we put cripple. I say it's contradiction. It's either empty or cripple. Sometimes they are cripple, sometimes they are not. Do you want to see me watch the cripple? Or we watch
All right. We have to move. We have to move. James, no, I'm not coming to you now. Please, let's get.
What he was saying, he was talking about. He was asking a peculiar question that he wants to see the peace of the people or the peace of Islam. That's your big problem. That was the peace of Islam. You made an allegation that is beyond wrong and embarrassing to hear someone still say this when we have internet. The worst killers in history are atheists. Joseph Stalin, atheist, 30 million or 50 million killed. Religion has never killed 20 million. Joseph Stalin killed 50 million in Russia, USSR. Mao Zedong in China killed 70 million. Even Hitler did not kill that many. And he's an atheist. Hitler is also regarded atheist.
They didn't kill them directly. It was
He
famine.
killed them. They just slaughtered people.
It's famine. Stop making stuff up. It's not factual.
Go
What
and
you're
look at
saying.
it.
It's famine that killed them. It's their
killed
policies.
Dr.
That's why they put it on the religions.
everybody
It's not the people that they just kill
Hitler
people like that.
killed
That's not
30
what
million.
happened.
Hitler's policies were all atheists. Everything that he said was between atheists and Christianity, but more atheists. He doesn't believe in God. Hitler killed 30 million. Joseph Stalin, 50 million in Russia for no purpose. Atheists continue to kill to today. So when you start telling me that religion have killed more, I'm like, where? Yes, there are religious wars between people, political wars that they are fighting. And unfortunately, they've spread that to Africa and elsewhere. But people use whatever power they have for an advantage. But when you look at peace, you want to find peace. Go to Indonesia, you'll find peace. Go to Malaysia, you'll find peace. And that's half of the world's Muslim population. You'll find peace.
How about Congo?
Yeah,
Congo is traditional religions mostly. Go to Senegal, they are just protesting against their chief. But you go there, you find peace. Go to Borno, it used to be peace.
The Belgian king resulted in
Gambia.
millions of
Gambia
deaths.
is beautiful peace. Muslim countries, absolute peace. So there are places where they have large Sunni Shia because the Brits came and they picked the fanatic Sunni branch and put them in charge of Saudi Arabia during the PICO conference. They designed those areas, they cut Syria out, they cut it into pieces and set it up to fight each other, just like they did in Africa. And then they set up a minor Wahhabi extremist family in Saudi Arabia and made them the majority and the rulers so that they can use power and corruption. And that's when they, other than that, before the Brits came and tampered with and cut the Middle East during the PICO conference, before that time, there was peace in the Middle East. You had reign of beauty. People were making the Muslim world, blacks were involved, black scholars. The blacks who wrote about evolution is something, I forgot his name, Idris. He's a black scholar in Baghdad. A lot of blacks were there, so-called slaves, started off as slaves. They were in Baghdad. They were the pioneers of the technology we use till today.
All right.
But when the Brits came and colonialism came, that's where you have all these wars that you have in the Middle East that you're having right now. It wasn't there before the Brits came, just like Africa.
All right, thank you, Dr. Perry. Now, let me just say this. My goal is, I know you guys want to have this long conversation, but my goal is to get everybody. There are a lot of people who are yet to have an opportunity. So it's not that I don't want you to talk for a long time. And sometimes when I see moderators being the ones disrupting, but that's me.
Dr. Rudolph, I've been here since 4 o'clock. This is unfair to me.
No, you were going in and out. That's the problem. But
no, it was network. This is
that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to follow. I know you are from you. We appreciate you. All right, Righteous, you go before I go to Nick. Go ahead, Righteous man.
Yeah, good evening for all of us in the panel and our guest today. I think you are academically intelligent, and it is wrong to bring academic intelligence into religion, you will mess it up because the two of them does not agree with each other. So that is where I want to start with. Let me correct you so that in your next book you will write, or this book you have written, when you want to edit it, you will now make your research very well and then bring in this correction. Jesus said, "Go ye into the world and preach the gospel to every creature." Go ye into the world.
Which gospels are that in?
He said to his disciples, hold on. He said to his disciples, hello. He said to his
gospel, and it's in the weakest of the three gospels. It's not in the rest of the gospels because they added it. That's the only
hello.
Nothing else in the weakest gospel, and only one line. Everything else for the
Doctor, the best way to learn is to listen to another person. You cannot be an island of knowledge, never. So you have to listen to people. You don't need to take my time. I've been here since 4 o'clock listening to you. So you have to pile low, okay? I'm in Nigeria, you are over there. So you have to pile low. So take the correction that Jesus commanded the Christians, whether it's the weakest of the gospel or the major, there is a command from Christ. Whether you are saying that the Romans or the Protestants brought it in or not, what I know, what I have seen, what I have been taught, what I have read is that Jesus said to his disciples, "Go ye into the world and preach the gospel to every creature." That settles it. Number two, I want to ask you this question. Which religion in the modern history was the first to enslave Africans? The original owners of Egypt were blacks, not Arabs of today. Who killed the blacks that were the original indigenes of Egypt, the ancient Egypt, and occupied it today and make it an Arab republic? Who are those people and where were they coming from? And what was their aim of using religion to enslave the people? We are crying of the Europeans, the Western world. The Arab world did more harm to Africa than Europe. I personally believe that religion is the handwork of man, is the creation of man. Anything religion can never be perfect, is the creation of man. I believe in God, and the God I believe talks to me in my heart, and he tells me what to do at any given time. Even when I goes against his instructions to me, I take cognizance of going against what he had said to me. Then I approach him and repent of it. But whatever that is enveloped and called religion is a work of man, is the creation of man. Whether it's Christianity, whether it's Islam, whether it's Buddhism, that is why it has representation of their founders. God never founded any religion. And that is why God is not a traditionalist and is not a Methodist. So you are writing from the perspective of being an academician, and then with the love you have for Islam. That is why you are condemning whatever that you see in Christianity. Let me tell you something. I have read a lot of books about Islam. I've read a lot of books about Islam written by professors. I do remember that sometimes in the 90s, there were this man that flew from Saudi Arabia, is it Saudi Arabia or Iran, to US because of the satanic version he wrote. I know you are aware of it. Are you aware? You are aware of him? the Muslim world was looking for him to kill him. He ran to the US. So he was a practicer of Islam. And when he discovered the truth, he wrote that satanic version. Then my question is this: how old is Islam? And at what time did the writers of Quran got the inspiration to write? Because the books I read about Islam said Muhammad was not educated, he could not write. So what my forefathers did, not the forefathers in the panel, my own forefathers, what they did was oral. They transmit the history, what they have been told by their father to the next person, and he hands it over to the next person. And once issues have gone through that means of changing from one person to the other, it loses the original intention. So if Muhammad received the message from the God you mentioned, that God spoke to him, he spoke to a woman who received the message. And in turn, he was speaking to his messengers or his followers. And those followers, after Muhammad must have died, maybe about 500 years difference or whatever, they started putting it down. Don't you think they would have lost some memories of what they have, because their brain is not computer?
All right, thank you, righteous man. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the questions. I've lost track a little bit, but starting from the important ones that I remember, I'll give you a brief history of Egypt. Black Nubians from Sudan, where more pyramids were built, they moved upwards. So a lot of the pharaohs, the old pharaohs, were black. But Egypt was not a racist country. So actually it had mixture of pharaohs from what we know. But a lot of the first pharaohs were black indeed, black African. And what damaged Egypt was not when the Muslims came, just to correct you on that story. 90% of Muslim conquest was not by war, it was mere politicizing. They preached. It was what? Politicizing, just preaching. They preach and they accepted. It was not a violent takeover.
Those who did not accept, what happened? They were executed.
There were wars.
They were killed. They were killed.
I'm telling you that. All I'm saying is
No, I disagree with you. Those who refuse, listen to me. There was Christianity before the advent of Islam in Egypt. There was Christianity.
What I'm saying is, if you look at the history, I'll give you an example of one that we know the story clearly. We know how Islam came to Israel. We know that story. And we know that when Islam came to Israel, part of the mixed Arab world, when Islam came to Israel, it was not by any type of conquest or killing Christians or Jews in Israel. It was peace. The Jews were left to practice, the Christians were left to practice. It was peaceful. Now you can go and check the story of when King Richard of Europe came to try under the colonialists, or with his black knights and whatever, came to
the political Richard, right? The political Richard.
Richard the warrior, the great Richard. When he came
political Richard.
When Richard came to Israel to try and get it back from the Muslim reign of Saladin, Richard said, "What's going on?" Saladin said, "Come inside." He came inside and said, "Really? This was happening here? Everybody is free to practice. You know what? We are not even going to fight this war." And Richard left because he saw that there's no killing people who do not convert. When you fight a war, the only Islamic wars were when you tell the governor of the country or the king, allow people practice Islam in your country. When the king says, "I will not allow them," then you fight the king. But any country that Islam went to and the king allowed freedom of religion, the Muslims did not fight those countries, and they did not massacre everybody who doesn't convert.
Why is it that Saudi Arabia does not allow the preaching of the gospel in Saudi?
Holy, because Saudi is the only place, and not just the whole Saudi. Mecca and Medina are called holy cities. So within those cities only, they ban it.
Why?
Because those are holy cities. They chose to make it holy cities. But that's
Who
not
made God made it holy, or they made it holy?
That's not my religion. So talking about what's happening politically, that's not my religion. So my religion is, let's stick on the topic. What are the laws and what are the rules? And the freedom of religion is guaranteed and enshrined under the Quran. It's written in the Quran. So all the countries that they captured, except out of evil, they allowed freedom. And that's why when the Jews were persecuted and they fled from Persia.
Does your religion allow beheading?
Do you know where they ran to?
Does your religion allow beheading?
That when the Jews were persecuted, they ran to the Muslims in Persia.
Does your religion allow beheading of people?
Righteous community in Iran. The Jews actually fled when they were persecuted and ran to Muslims to protect them.
Okay, righteous man. Thank you so much.
All of us, so please get your history right.
Dr. Rudolph, you are not fair to me. Other people spoke about 6-7 minutes. You are cutting me short.
No, you've been speaking for more than 10.
Egypt.
No, I'm checking the time here.
It's when Abraham Lincoln, or what's the name of this guy that came? What's the name of that conqueror that came? I forgot the name of the conqueror. What's the name of Alexander, the so-called great? When Alexander the thief came to Egypt, he's the one that destroyed Egypt and messed it up the way it is. And was sleeping with white people, were sleeping with all the women, and then we have all this mixed race and everything that we have. All the Alexander's legends, troops. They are the ones who messed Egypt up into what it is today. It was not the Arab.
Okay, fine. My final question. Please.
There was no massacre in that area by Muslims.
Dr. Rudolph, please. One final question to him. Doctor, you said that our forefathers corrupted what God gave to them, and God left them, and then was looking for people whom he will hand over a document or a paper or a message that is not corrupted. Then he found the Arabians. Am I right?
That's not how I said it, but I hear you.
But that's the interpretation of what you meant.
I said, God always sends people from different areas to people. Usually he sends our own. Our own got corrupted.
Okay. Hold on. Who in Africa did he send?
Moses. Lukman. Lukman. Bilkis Sungbo Eredo of Yoruba land, Ijebu. Bilkis Sungbo Eredo, the biggest archaeological structure in the whole world, is in Nigeria, and people don't even know. Sungbo Eredo is a moat. And that area, they call it Queen Bilkisu. That's what the Yoruba people call Queen Bilkisu. And we believe that's the Bilkis, the Solomon Bilkis. Hagar, the mother of all Muslims. Hagar was a black woman. Abraham married a slave. Hagar was a black woman. Idris, if I'm not mistaken, maybe Idris, Moses. It's just too many.
They are blacks, right?
Black people. It's our faith. We own it.
They were blacks enough. Hold on. They corrupted what God gave to them, right?
We always, even right now in Islam, they are corrupting it. The Sunni Shia is corruption. Corruption always happens.
All right,
Doctor. You are a good writer.
Important to the next.
You are a good writer, but please don't mix academic excellence with religion.
No, that's
please.
Wrong. This, my first book, is actually that. Believe in Miracles is an academic explanation of miracles. And this breaks down how God first was the first person to clone human beings. Because Eve is cloned out of Adam. And the stories that God is telling, they are scientific stories. And this book explains all of these miracles and explains scientifically how religion is the owner of science. Science is all over the scripture. So it's rather, religion is the foundation of science, and it will guide science in a proper direction instead of going in evil directions where science goes. So you cannot tell me not to mix it. Religion is scientifically sound and beautiful.
All right.
When I wrote in this chapter, in this my old book, Believe in Miracles, this is Al-Jahiz. Al-Jahiz is the founder of evolution, and I wrote it. He's the father of evolution. And Al-Jahiz, if you read it here, is a black man that lived in Iraq. Al-Jahiz is the father of evolution, brought the theories of evolution. He wrote Existence, Transformation of Species. And this man was in Iraq during golden ages of Islam, and Al-Jahiz is a black man. So you need to know your history and your role and participation in all of these things, not start fighting everybody that, why should it be an Arab that brings the last book?
All right, thank you. Let me just say this. You know, if we limit our questions to one, we'll be able to get to everybody and more people who are waiting. And Princess Rosie, if you want to join us, please turn on your camera. That's why you are not in the studio. All right, so let me go to James. James has to leave. So James, I'll give you one chance to ask one question, just one, no follow up. You know, because you have your chance. Then we'll go to Prince Nick, and then go from there.
Okay, before I start, I want to correct an impression. In fairness to the doctor, slavery was abolished in Saudi Arabia in 1962. Officially, it was abolished. Anybody practicing it now is against the laws of Saudi Arabia. Anyone who wants me to prove it, let me know. I will send you some documents. You get my number from Dr. Damages. Now, in the Holy Quran, chapter 2, verse 63, I think that's the book of Al-Baqarah, it says that if you are a Muslim, Christian, or a Serbian, provided you walk in righteousness and you believe in the last day, you will get your reward. Why all this hula baloo over Christianity, Islam, and what have you? You see, these are reasons why I don't believe in the existence of God, because it's a God of confusion that will create this kind of situation for people to grapple with. This is the point I want you to know. Then let me make something known. The two religions, I don't see which one is better than the other. I will cite two examples, one from the Quran, one from the Bible. In the Bible, when Moses was leading the children of Israel to the promised land, God nearly wiped out the children of Israel. Moses had to intercede. Oh God, what will they say? That I brought the children out of Egypt to be destroyed in the wilderness? God said, okay, I changed my mind. Which means that Moses was even more reasonable than God. In the Holy Quran, when it was revealed to the Holy Prophet, the number of times they should pray in a day, the number they first gave him was outrageous. So the Holy Prophet had to intercede that the burden is just too much. And they had to negotiate, and it was reduced to 5, which shows that the Holy Prophet is more reasonable than God. You get the point? Religion has caused too much problems in this world. There is a book written by the Jehovah's Witnesses some decades ago. The title is What Has Religion Done for Mankind? Please write their headquarters in New York. They will send you a copy. I'm not one of them. They will send you a copy because the book is already out of print. So I thought this discussion was going to be philosophical. This is why I very much admire the approach of forefathers and Mr. Paul. They were towing philosophical direction, but we've reduced it to the level of Christianity and Islam. And these two religions, to my mind, they are defective. If God is a God of order, I don't think he will associate himself with either Christianity or Islam. This is just my own opinion.
Thank you very much.
It's a pity this discussion is not philosophical.
I want it to be philosophical.
Thank you. You are making it Islam. You are a prophet. I mean, I won't call you a prophet, but you are an Islamic cleric.
I'm just.
If they had told me that I'm coming to meet an Islamic cleric, my preparation would have been different.
Hopefully, we can do this again. I understand.
No, the discussion is more empirical than rational.
I agree with you.
We are too empirical, dealing with particular religions instead of dealing with philosophical issues.
Now, I just don't want to lose my chain of thought, so I have to just.
Okay, Mr. James, we have to go. Remember, there are people who have not.
I don't want to lose my chain of thought.
Okay.
Quickly, the first thing that you said the Quran says whether you are a Muslim, a Serbian, a Magian, a Nazarian.
No. If you are a Muslim, Christian, or a Serbian, these are the only three that the Quran says. In chapter 2, verse
have no fear. And that's what we believe.
No, you don't believe it.
How? What are you telling me what I believe?
Why the hula baloo over Christianity?
I don't know. I'm not here to defend any mother Pisa. None. what does the Quran tell you is what we have a conversation on. I'm not here.
It's all right. It's all right.
I keep telling you that if me and my brother read this book, we are going to come up with a different understanding. And I cannot judge the popular understanding, unpopular understanding, where they do here, what they do in Saudi. I cannot do. Show me what my book says. And my book says, if you are an honest, serious Christian or Serbian, you have no reason to fear. Show me where my book says something different. Show me the confusion. God is not an author of confusion. The Bible says so. So you are now looking for confusion in what some people told you on the street. Show me the confusion in the book. And this one, I'm very happy you quoted it for us all in this panel to witness it. There's no war between religions. So,
all right.
That said, the second thing that he said something very, very important. You see, he was saying this thing a lot, and I've lost my chain of thought on it. But he said something else very important that I have to counter.
All right. Do you remember what it is?
Yeah. What was the second point that you made?
Okay, James.
Yeah, you were making this other bigger picture of something. Now I've forgotten it. I've lost my chain.
Is it about Moses and
yeah, thank you. You said that God changes his mind. Moses, yes. Again, we have to reinforce this fact that unfortunately, the Bible has stories in it that people maybe misunderstand or that have been broken out that people don't understand. Now, the fact that Moses begged God that God do not do something, that can happen because it's part of what my book Gratitude is about. One of the stories in my book is actually that story where when they were crossing the desert, they were thirsty and hungry. And when they were thirsty and hungry, they were like, is this what you brought us out for, to come and suffer? Because Jews are very harsh, very, very harsh by character. You brought us out, you said, and this was one of the periods, one of the greatest teaching moments of gratitude. Moses had to tell them that, guys, did I not just free you from the Pharaoh who was killing your children and cutting your every other child and punishing you? Did I not free you? And this is when in the Quran, God said, I told Moses that tell them, if you are grateful, I will give you more. I will give you a favor if you are grateful. So this was a teaching moment when the children of Israel, just freed, started grumbling and were ungrateful when they were just freed from the Pharaoh, when God had destroyed their whole enemy and they were ungrateful. And this was a warning teaching moment that return to gratitude, then you will get the favor. So it's a teaching moment. It's not a conflict of God not understanding something. The one you gave of Islam, that one is laughable to me because I'm not a hadith proponent. I use hadith as substitutionary information or supplementary, not as core. I do not believe that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, started going and negotiating prayers down to 50. So that story is not in the Quran also. This is stories in the hadith. And I know majority of Muslims believe that story, but I don't believe it. It's not in the Quran if it's important to be in the Quran. The Quran tells us something simple. It says, I am sent, this is a reminder book to reestablish the pathways of your ancestors, and you will remain on the pathway of your ancestors, and that pathway does not change. The Jews had 5 daily prayers, and that's what we still have. The Jews wash themselves before they pray, and that's what we still have. The Jews face a direction to pray, that's what we still have. Our ancestors still also did it the same way. Kemet, you see them bowing, raising their hand, washing, prostrating. It's one way all across board. So I don't believe in that negotiation of God trying to give us 50. 50 means you're going to pray every, I think, like a prayer a minute or more. Pray every 2 minutes. It's ridiculous. It was never going to be 50. So I don't believe that's true. That's not Quran. When you get ready for a discussion with me next, carry the Quran, read it. If you have problems, let's discuss it.
All right, thank you. Prince Nick, I'm sorry it took a long time, but be honest. Nick, unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
I said, Dr. Damage, thank you for letting us have this discussion. Unfortunately, my learned doctor that is trying to teach us through his book and research the supposedly the right way to go. Unfortunately, I disagree with him in many couple of areas. One is we all created with a free will. Even us that came through religious families, through our
inquisitive nature through education, we begin to read and begin to decipher certain informations and then begin to have a mind set on one thing or the other. My take from everything that has been said, I think Paul summarized it, and then the gentleman before James also touched up on it. And that is, all this religion has one major tenet, which is love your neighbor as yourself, live in peace with one another in a community, help each other and all that. But unfortunately, this imported religion has created chaos in a lot of countries. All we see now are wars. You know, this Islam that you are preaching to us about, and the good side of it, and how it is the best way to go. If you check out half of the wars we have right now, it's all religious wars, and it's all basically Muslim.
That is not true. Ukraine and Russia is religious, and that's the worst war going on right now. It's not America attacking.
So my thing I'm trying to say to you is very simple. I went to religious school. I read one of the courses I took there was religious Bibles, religious studies. You know, and in the Old Testament, most of what I come to find out reading the Old Testament applies basically to what my grandfather does every day in the rural Southeast Nigeria, where I come from. My grandfather, during the war, wakes up, goes to his obi, washes his hands and face. The same thing you were talking about, bowing and preach and washing your hands and then praying and all that, is a basic, the same basic way of praying. That is cleansing yourself before you present yourself to God. It's the same basic in Muslim, basic in my African tradition, in my Igbo tradition. Let me say the one I know, and I'm sure it applies to some other traditional religion in Nigeria. So my issue with you and your work is, why take one side? Because that's you. That's what you researched on. Why do you look at things from one's perspective, and you're seeing that perspective as 100% the right way, and you're not seeing anything wrong with that? So everything about everything else that doesn't agree with the part you're projecting in your argument, then all it means is that that's not the right way to go. But in life, all God gave us is the free will to think and decipher things through our spirit. Because if you sincerely are preaching to us, what I expect you to do more research on will be those common tenets of the belief theme of all religion, deciphering the truth.
All right, Nick, we have to go. He's been here for 3 hours. I want to give everyone the opportunity to ask a question, and I don't want to let people just go home without the opportunity. So thank you so much, Dr. Perry.
Okay.
Yes, I think to the last thing that you were saying, I think it's the way that you want to see it, that we have lost something, but I just see it as, if anybody can show me, I'm a scientist and a logical person, and if you can show me anything more logical and consistent in any place, I'll take it. And even within the type of Islam that I have moved around even within, looking for the correct spot. So I don't believe in, swallowing anybody's doctrine. And I'm not a Muslim because of, where I got it from or a lack of study. It's due to study that I'm like, wow, God has a role. So it's easy to be a person that says, I believe in God and believe that God doesn't have a duty to play in that. But if you believe that God has a duty to play in that, you will understand that what God does is God feeds us. So it's like saying you can exist on this earth without needing food. No, God provides food for us. We are intellectual beings. God is going to provide knowledge for us. We read, God is going to provide books of guidance for us. It makes sense to me. He's not going to leave us unguided. He's going to give us guidance through the best of us. And that's just how I believe things should work. So I believe in finding God through the best guidance that exists in the best material that human beings deal with, which is books. And a book doesn't have to be written. The Quran was not written at first, it was memorized. I have verses memorized. So I've forgotten who was asking a question and saying, in the process of its transmission, did it get lost in transit? No, even I've memorized so many verses. It's magical. I'm able to memorize it. So it was memorized. The memorization of it is even better than the written one. You have it in flow, in texture and consistency in people's heads. It's the most memorized book on earth. It's a miracle. That's a miracle. There's no book you can memorize 6,663 verses or so. There's no book that people can memorize as easily as to memorize this one. So it's transmitted and kept, and I believe in that. God needs to feed us spiritually. I believe he needs to. He doesn't want to leave all of us to search within ourselves. If you search, you can find it, but it will take you a long time. So I believe he feeds us through prophets and through inspiration and scripture. I just believe he should feed us.
All right, thank you. And let's go to Lexi. Lexi, your question.
Thank you, Dr. Damages, and I salute all of you. I've been watching the conversations and what people have had as questions and so on. Talking about God is something very special for life, not just for proving intelligence and whatever else you want to prove. And I feel for those who end up allowing the frailty of mankind to distract them from knowing their creator, who is God himself. For our guest, I have a question, and the first is, was Abraham a Jew?
All right, so that's...
I'm not done yet, but I want you to answer that before I continue.
The Quran answers it. The Quran says, the Christian says he was a Christian, the Jew says he was a Jew. Abraham was neither one of them. Okay. He was one of those who submits. And the word for submits in Arabic is Muslim. So it says he was a Muslim. He was one who submits. That the gospel, that both of them argue that he was one or the other. The gospel and the Torah were not even revealed in his time. So how can you call him? Guys, leave that table alone. That the gospel and the Torah were not even in his time. So how can you call him a Jew or a Christian? Of course, he was before that. So he was a Muslim, one who submits.
Okay. God. Do you believe that Jesus Christ said, before Abraham, I am?
Yes, I believe. And I believe that there's another guy who's called Melchizedek. And even before Abraham and Jesus, Melchizedek was. And he was forever. And I don't know who Melchizedek is. Is that Jesus? Because Melchizedek was before, during, and no father, no mother, unlike Jesus, no father, no mother even. Melchizedek has no mother. Who is Melchizedek? Is that God?
Okay. Do you believe that a savior, someone would come?
Please, can I interject? I'm sorry. According to what Dr. Perry just said now about who Melchizedek is.
Oh, go ahead. Let me see. Lexi, hold on, okay? We've not had a woman speak today, so just hold on. Let me see what's going on.
It will be her turn.
Yeah, I will get to her. What do you want to correct something, Princess?
Yeah, about the Melchizedek when he's saying, okay, Actually, you know, God is a. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, God is a spirit, and He manifests in so many ways. So that Melchizedek is God that manifested in that way. That's why the Bible says He has no beginning, no end, no father, no mother. The only person that can fulfill that space is God Himself. Thank you, and I'll wait for my turn.
All right. Okay. Let's go ahead.
Okay. My question is helping us to understand where our guest stands in some established truth in spiritual realm of who God is and what He has done with men. Um, in your belief, do you believe that a savior was to come? I'm using the term was, making it, I mean, stepping backwards to the time of the Old Testament and perhaps the what you have in Quran. Do you believe that a savior will come?
Absolutely, it was predicted in Deuteronomy 18:18.
Okay. Now, that whole set of questions I asked because there seems to be some preference on your part for what you believe, as opposed to what the Christian religion is saying. Now, the reason God chose Abraham was because of why did God choose Abraham? Because now I see
Because
that people
he was the most highest in faith human being that existed.
faith. You hit the nail when you use the word faith, and it's because of faith that he was chosen, and there was a purpose for that choice God made. And instead of prolonging the time, the purpose God chose him was to bless all nations, the whole world. It's not just one country, to bless all nations. But I hear you talk about Christ coming for only one nation.
That's where there's a little problem, because you understand that Abraham came to bless all nations. Do you take Muhammad as a prophet?
He could be a prophet.
Do you take him as one? Have you investigated that? Because
Well, I hear Muslims tell me that he's their prophet and that he
the problem
has.
you have is
No,
that
please.
Abraham came and he blessed all nations because he had two wives and two groups of children, and one was the Arab side and one was the Jewish side. And through the Jewish side, different prophets came continuously and blessed the Jews and nations close to them, I guess.
Okay,
And
up to that point.
through the other child, Hagar, his other wife, the Arabs came and Muhammad came and blessed the whole world. And that's the purpose to Abraham that is fulfilled, because the whole world has gotten in contact with monotheism through either Jewish level, Christian level, or Islamic level. The world is blessed. It's a promise fulfilled.
Do you believe that Quran was an extraction from the Bible?
It's not
And do you believe that
Quran gives stories that are not in the Bible. When the Quran gives stories that are
Hold on, guys. I'm having problems hearing Perry. I don't know if it's you. All right.
Is it working better now?
Yeah, I said, do you believe that Quran was
Quran being an extraction? We need to expand on this. It's easy to say this when God inspires two people with the same story, but God never plagiarizes. So there's no version in the Quran that's exactly the same version you have in the Bible. Rather, the Quran adds to stories. So, for instance, when the Quran talks about Jesus, the Quran says, "And you remember when he spoke in his cradle," and in your Bible today, chosen by Constantine, the 63 books and the 76 books the 66 books and the 73 of the Catholic Church, you don't have a story of Jesus speaking in his cradle in any of your Bibles today. So they kind of say that Muhammad sat down in the desert and started reading the Bible and plagiarizing it. But he said Jesus spoke in his cradle. But if you now look at the lost Gospels, which were found, Nag Hammadi scriptures, and the ones that were found in Qumran, where they found Gospels that were hidden during Constantine's conquest, when he killed 1 million Christians to promote Paulinianity, Paul's brand of Christianity. So he didn't like the availing brand. and he killed 1 million people. This was the first inquest of Christianity. Constantine killed 1 million Christians, Oriental Christians, who believed in unitary Christianity, monotheism, believed in one God. Those were the ones in North Africa, and they became Muslim easily because Constantine, they had this belief that was so similar to Islam that they just accepted Islam right away. And that's why all North Africa became Muslim, because they were initially Christians. So Constantine killed all of them and hid those scriptures. In those lost scripture, we call them the Apocrypha, we now see stories that say that Jesus spoke in his cradle. So it's like, if you're going to say Muhammad plagiarized, he had all the books available to him because he definitely had those lost scripture. And in fact, it's History Channel and Discovery Channel that said it, that somehow the story, when they discovered those lost scripture, they said somehow the story of Jesus speaking in his infancy had found its way to Mecca because it's in the Quran. So you now say he plagiarized all the books. You say he had to have 360, all the books that, because you find other versions of things in the Quran that you find in lost scripture. For instance, Muslims don't believe Jesus was killed on the cross. Absurd. Where do you get it from? During my youth in Nigeria, they said they found a lost Gospel of Thomas or something. And in it, they said, I'm laughing at them. They did not kill me. So you're like, so Islam had to have the whole 360 books at his disposal. I'm like, okay, a piece from here, a piece from here, a piece from there, a piece from there. Because how come he did not just plagiarize the Bible? He plagiarized all the Apocrypha. The whole description of his, the way he was crucified and escaped from crucifixion, according to the Quran, you have the same description in the Apocrypha, in some lost Gospels. So when we read the lost Gospels, we are like, wow, this is interesting. He plagiarized all the books.
Okay. We need to kind of filter off what you believe that Christians don't believe, or what Christians believe that you don't believe, because then that would be an area to be straightened out by scholars who have gone into that field, which we cannot do on this conference we're having here.
Absolutely.
Definitely not. The time is not enough, and the knowledge, some areas are special, and people who have gone into it can talk better than any of us about it. Now, we agreed about Abraham, and you nailed you hammered the nail at the head when you mentioned faith. No one can please God, according to my Christian Bible, Hebrews chapter 11, verse 6. It says, no one can please God without faith. For whoever comes to God must have faith that God exists and rewards those who seek for him. If you don't seek for God, you will not find him.
That's
and
exactly what
you have to believe that he exists. I regret that James has left before my coming.
I totally agree with what you said, and I'd actually said the same thing you said to Dr. Damages earlier, that why are prayers not accepted and whatever. I said, if you do not have sincerity in your faith, your prayers are not answered. You do not have faith. So I agree with that's in the Quran also, that if you worship me, if you have faith and you do these things, but if you do not have faith, you are useless. So we totally
my
agree
faith,
with that.
my faith is according to the Christian religion, and I believe, from what I know now, to the point that I know it, I haven't known it all. Definitely not. I'm not searching. I have found, but I'm enriching my knowledge when I talk about the scriptures. That God is immortal, God is perfect, and God is above all our level of intelligence or whatever else you can say. So, since you believe in Abraham, I believe that that is a point of connection between other religions that believe in Abraham, including Judaism. Now, where there is difference is accepting the mission Christ brought to the world, that God allowed and made that arrangement so that mankind that could never be perfect in keeping the laws or pleasing God by what we do, so that we can be saved from the consequence of our sins. And so Christianity, and if you like, you can claim that for your religion of Muslim religion, but Christianity for me is God reaching down to man, God initiating the action and doing it by reaching down to man in Christ Jesus. Now, all the other religions are philosophies. People go and meditate in the bush and come back saying that this is it. This is it. Philosophies. This is the only religion that I know that claims Christ, I mean, that in which the agent of God, Jesus Christ, his son, comes and claims things. And those who don't believe in what he said have themselves to question, because he said he's the child of God. He said he came from heaven. He said that he and his father are one. And that's even why they tried to stone him. They would have dealt with him right away when they heard him say these things, because they believe that Christ was claiming too much. The God that they knew to serve, that Christ was making himself too much out of God. But Christ is telling them, look, my father sent me on this journey, on uh, uh, this work that I'm doing here now. And in that way, God reached down to men, and men ought to believe and have faith in God through Christ. If there's another way, only God knows that one. And I'm not going to argue about it. Now, God is not a Confucianist. There is nothing confusing about him. It is human beings who refuse to see things and accept them. And if there's any failure on the part of human beings in following God, we should not use it to criticize God. Otherwise, we're just making a big mistake. So do not blame God because of the failure of mankind to obey him or to carry out his wishes and instructions. Now, the world is a small place. I'm glad you mentioned cloning. Cloning is a close support for creation. And if man can do that, can you imagine what it meant when the Bible tells us how God created man? What we shouldn't do is to begin to attack Christianity from any religion in this world, because Christianity has the message that can save mankind. It says, go to the ends of the world, go ye to all nations. And Paul did a great job. You said Paul was not a disciple. I agree with you. Paul was called specially to carry out the message to the Gentiles and to all nations. And Gentiles then meant the immediate environment. But later on, we know that the term Gentile represents all the rest of the world. Today, the world is a
All right,
small place.
let's see. We have to go.
Question, please.
Okay,
Question.
let me just conclude.
No, Henry, hold on. We have Rex. Go ahead. Round up, Lexi. One sentence, please. We have to go. There are a lot of people waiting, and it's not.
Okay, Christ claimed many things, more than just being a prophet. That he came from heaven to show the way. Those who don't believe him then have and say that he's a prophet should tell themselves that this prophet is a liar, because he said he came from God. But we who believe in Christ believe that Christ came from God and he came for the whole world. So stop telling me about what my forefathers were worshiping in the forest. Of course, it has a place in history of faith, but it doesn't negate my faith in Christ, because I understand, because I have given myself time to understand, and I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ as Savior for purposefully
I
that came
have
for the
one
whole
question
world.
for you.
Thank you.
Are you Christ?
I'm not.
But Christ said, you are in me and I am in you.
That's not complicated. The
Okay.
Spirit of God joins the Spirit of man.
So why is it that when Christ says, I am in the Father and the Father is in me, you say he is God, but in your own case, you say you are not Christ? Can the same law not apply to both situations?
I didn't come from heaven, my brother.
No, ye are gods. Ye are
It's a very simple analogy. It's the same
Ask me the right question.
It's the same word.
I said,
I mean,
you
my Father and my Father is in me, and you say he is God. Why are you not Christ? All Jesus is telling us is, I am doing his work. You are with me, you are part of me. If you go against me, you are not. If I do the work of the Father, I am part of him. It doesn't mean I am the Father. Why are you not Christ?
No, he didn't say it doesn't mean that.
Why are
He
you not?
never said he doesn't mean that he is the.
So show me where he said I am God. He never said I am God. So how did you get this from this analogy which you
I am my Father.
he says you and me are one. But he says you and me are one. So why don't you say you are Christ?
Remember
you are
his
God.
birth.
No, you are God.
Nobody has been born like Christ was born.
I'm just no. Yes,
No,
adding other things.
his birth is part of the
Adam had no father and mother. That's more than Christ. Christ only had no father. The
We
Quran
are
says
all
the
gods.
analogy of Christ is
We
just
are
like
all
Adam.
gods.
Adam has no father and mother, so Adam is even higher than Christ. No father, no mother. The Quran
Wow.
says when they tell
That's
you
what you
that Christ
believe.
was born uniquely, tell them Adam had no father and no mother. There is nothing unique out of Adam in this. Tell me why you are not Christ if he says you and me are one, and he says I and him are one. Why are you not Christ?
He said more than that. He prayed to God and said, show me your glory.
Show me.
Show
It's two
me
different
glory.
people.
Show
Everything
glory in
is
me.
not saying I am the glory.
That's why I said
He
this
never took the
circle.
glory of God to himself. He never.
And someone else answer this question.
In this circle,
All right. We have to go.
cannot exhaust the answer to this
There is
question.
not in the Bible. If anybody can prove, we've asked this question thousands of times. If you can show us one place where Jesus said, I am God in the Bible, every Muslim will become a Christian. It's never.
Yes.
You will never find.
If I may
He
interject,
and you are one also. It doesn't mean you are.
I think, please,
It
can
means that
some other people talk too?
he is in heaven. We don't believe in his death on the cross, for example.
The verse that somebody is yet.
We have to go. Let's see. Thank you. Let's go to Janaba. Janaba, you're next.
When will it be my turn? I've been waiting forever.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me.
Okay, hold on, Janaba. Hold on, Janaba. Princess, I will come to you next. I know that you came in and you didn't turn on your camera, so you were here before. But after Janaba, I'll come to you. Go ahead, Janaba.
Thank you, Doctor, for having me. Dr. Perry, I think from all indication, is a Muslim, if I'm not wrong, and nothing wrong to be Muslim. My question to you, Doctor, do you believe God is of the universe is one, or you believe that the God of the Islam and the God of Christian and every other religions are different?
It's one God.
One God. Awesome. Then what you guys were struggling with Brother Alexis is the Bible says ye are God because ye are son of God. It is in the Bible.
All of us.
And okay, so that is what I want to say about that. You were asking him about why is not Christ. Christ is a title. Christ is not a name. The word Christ means is a title. So he cannot be a Christ because
Why is
he's
he not
not.
Jesus? I'm saying, why is he not Jesus?
Yes, he's not Jesus. Yes.
Why is he not Jesus?
Okay. All right. Thank you. I was interested in everything that you have been saying. I was on the background watching all along. Dr. Rudy is my good friend. I'm very religious. I'm not a religious person, but I know a little bit about Bible. So I'm trying to be careful not to bombard you with all kind of questions since you are not a Christian. My question to you next is that what do you think is the impact of these major two religions, which Christianity and Islam in Africa, not only in Nigeria?
Thank you. Very, very beautiful question. So when Islam flooded Africa, and I always keep going back to Constantine's thing. So Constantine, the first Inquisition, killed 1 million Oriental Christians. These were the first Christians. They believed in one God. Arius, Eusebius, they were the type. So when they came to the Council of Nicaea, they promoted one God. They were just like Muslims. So when Islam came, they absorbed it quickly because Constantine killed as many of them and buried all the Bibles, the real Bibles, and selected his Paul book. So when Islam came to Africa, it swept across North Africa. And the minute they heard, because in the old Christian scripture, it's predicted that the prophet is coming. So the minute they heard, they're like, we were waiting for you. Constantine tried to mess up, we were waiting for you. And that's why the whole of North Africa became Islam quickly, is because Christianity had wet the ground and they quickly understood that this is the same continuation. So that's why they came. And then at that point, Islam kept spreading around Africa. And with Africa, within Egypt, we had some of the greatest technologies coming from Muslims out there. In the Middle East, these were the golden ages when the Europe was in the black ages, and they were saying the earth is flat and let's not do anything, and they were having dirt, filth, plague, bubonic plague, and they were dying. Science and technology was saved in the Muslim community in Africa and the Middle East. And these libraries are the libraries that went back to and all the scientific developments and calculations and inventing catgut thread and evolutionary history and lenses and cameras, and all that stuff was happening in Africa and in the Middle East. Some of the great guys that we all know of are people like Mansa Kankamusa, second richest man in history. First richest man is Solomon, second is Kankamusa. Kankamusa was due to a thriving Muslim empire that was the highest, the first university in the whole world was in Timbuktu. The first university, tertiary institution in the whole world was Kankamusa. Kankamusa built it in Mali due to Islam. And people used to come from all over the world and come. But when the colonialists came, they burned.
Is it Mansa Musa or Kankamusa? Sorry,
Kankamusa.
Mansa Musa. No, Mansa Musa.
The father, Kankamusa.
We know Mansa Musa.
They built the biggest library was in Timbuktu. And when the white man came, they burnt these books. They burnt so many of it because they had to wipe out the existence. These were books on astronomy, astrology, great scientific books. Mansa Musa was so super. We know how he was. He traveled to America and traveled to the Americas and was black man that laid foot here before Columbus or anybody. And this was his Muslim culture. This is what it was. It was a peaceful time. You had the, you know, the whole Mali empire spreading across to North Nigeria, and it was prosperous, successful, peaceful, progressive, till the French came and cut them up, destroyed their books, and destroyed everything. So Islam was a very productive and healthy introduction to Africa before the colonialists came and scattered it. But people don't know their history and are not proud of their.
I'm going to round up as I exit, because I'm going to exit in a minute. Another question go to you, Doctor. You said about corruption of the religions. Do you think our traditional religion before the coming of the Islam and the Christianity was corrupt?
Absolutely, I believe so, and I said that
And
earlier.
do you think that the Christianity and the Islam of that we practice are not corrupt?
Islam is corrupted too. Christianity is corrupt. Islam is corrupt. The only difference between all of them is in Islam we have a book called the Quran, and that Quran is immune to corruption. The rest, practices, behavior, everything is corrupted. It's corrupted so bad, it's disgusting, to tell you the truth. Absolutely disgusting, the corruption of Islam as a practice. The only saving grace of Islam is
as I exit, I watch you on the background. As I exit now, you already answered the question with Dr. Rudy that yes, with the tradition or the traditionalist, we can still go back to it. So there's no need of me asking you that question again, because you have answered it when Rudy asked you. Thank you for coming for Dr. Rudolph's show. I'm John Abba, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. Princess, you're next.
Greetings to everyone, and greetings to Dr. Perry. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask my questions. My first question to you, Dr. Perry, is are you a medical doctor or a PhD holder?
Medical doctor.
Okay. And then my other question, my opinion is this. To me, you are very biased, very, very biased, because you are looking at everything from a Muslim viewpoint. I mean, for me, as a scientist, you are supposed to be neutral, but you are not. You're very biased. For you to say that Islam, everyone that has been serving God is a Muslim because they are submitting to God, and you see every person that submits to God as a Muslim, that's being very biased. And another thing is that I think you need to go more and learn about the Christian Bible. You're so knowledgeable in Islam, but you are not knowledgeable in the Christian Bible. That's my opinion, because if you are knowledgeable, you should know Paul. You are saying Paul is not a disciple. It's not that he was practicing his own and going around trying to that Christianity was for Christ came only for the Jews and not for the whole world. I mean, there were 11. Okay, apart from Judas that died, there were the rest apostles. They met Christ. They had a physical interaction with Christ. But Paul had a spiritual encounter with Christ. That is why he became an apostle. He didn't meet Christ in person because he was sincerely serving God in his own mind. He was mad that people were blaspheming the name of Jehovah. So that's why he stood up on the way to Damascus, because he was a learned man. He was on his way to Damascus to go persecute the Christians, the follower of Christ. That is when he had an encounter with Christ in the spirit, and he became a Christian. And that was why, because of all what he has done, that's why he said, for what he has done, he has to pay back for what he has done. That's why he went around the world trying to preach the faith. And Christianity, Christ did not come for the Jews alone. He came for the whole world. So I think there are certain aspects of the Bible that you still need to go and do more research. You can't just base everything on Islam. And for you to say,
I'm
let
not
me
the
go.
first person to have a
Yeah, for
problem.
you to say that other religions it's tainted, even though you said Islam too is tainted, to me there are many ways to God. Those are our traditional African religion. There is a way to God. They serve God in their own way. Those idols they were buying to was a medium in through which they want to go to God. There are so many mediums. There are so many ways you can seek God, but there is only one way that is salvation, and that way is through Jesus Christ. I might be biased because I'm a Christian, because I'm accusing of being biased, but to me, I think you need to learn more about the Bible, the Christian Bible. Then another thing again, you're saying the Kaaba. The Muslims go there, they go down around that black stone for 7 times, and they stone Satan. That's not idol worship. You don't call that idol worship? You say it's an empty house because your words contradict each other. I mean, for a learned man, I'm kind of surprised. You said the Kaaba, yeah, the reason why Muslims face the direction of the Kaaba is so that there will be uniformity for them to face an empty house. An empty house. You went again and said the house is not empty. There are people there. There are handicapped people and other people living
It's empty
inside.
at night. It's not empty in the daytime. So half of the time,
So what are you? I mean, that's why I really don't. Your
half of
words
the time we pray
contradict
to the
each
cripples
other.
inside. Half of the
It
time we pray
cannot
to
be
them.
empty at one time and then be full at one time, and
Sometimes
everybody
the king,
facing
sometimes
them.
the king of Saudi Arabia goes in.
Wait, let me finish, please. You can.
Sometimes
When
it's
I'm
empty.
done,
Sometimes the king is there. Sometimes it's cripples inside.
that's what I'm saying. So that means it's not empty because
Sometimes
there
there
are
are cleaners
different
there too.
time
So
zones.
sometimes we pray
Wait,
to the
let me
cleaners
finish,
also.
please. Can I finish? There are different time zones in the world, right? So the time the king of Saudi or whoever is in the stone, inside the stone, in Nigeria, and they might be facing the direction of the Kaaba.
Yeah.
So does that? So to me, your words, I mean, you contradict yourself. So I think you should go more to research on the Christian faith, and you need and for one thing, sorry, before I conclude, you say you are a scientist, right? You are a medical doctor. Okay, now there are certain things in science you cannot explain in, I mean, with religion, like
There's not
when you open,
everything is
okay, like
explainable.
when you open, yeah, like when you
Sure. Which kind of just be this one? What happened?
Please, the internet is gone.
No.
So
Kelly,
what is doctor do to
you
that?
see?
All
right,
Doctor, I hope you're not the
I
one
just
who
need
put
a
that.
little voodoo.
all right. Let's go
All
to
right. I
KJ.
think it's
Maybe
my
I should,
turn
I don't know that I should be
now.
responding to her without her being here. Maybe she
Oh,
can come back and watch.
okay.
No,
I'm
she's
hoping.
back.
I'm
She's still
hoping she
listening.
can hear. But to the point that she said I do not know Paul. So I will just take a minute to tell people about Paul. She said I do not know the scripture. I'll take a minute to tell people about Paul. I am not the one that has a problem with Paul. The people in Paul's time had a problem with Paul. I did not invent the problem with Paul. I know the Bible more than she can imagine. And it is in the Bible that the people complain to Paul that you are preaching to people we are not meant to preach to. And he had to use his whole philosophy as a killer of disciples that he was. Oh, let's rewind. She said he saw Jesus in a vision. That means I can see Jesus and become a disciple too, just like Paul. I can write scripture because Paul never met Jesus in life, if you know what I mean. Paul saw him in a vision. That means we too can see him in vision and start to write our own scripture that can be included into the Bible. So that's the first point. Second point is, In Paul seeing the vision, I want to ask anybody and challenge anybody to tell me, did Paul see Jesus and the people around him only heard the sound, or did the people around him see and only he heard what Jesus said? Because Paul described in two separate places his so-called encounter with Jesus, and in one of them he said, I saw, and the people around me did not see, but they heard. And the second time he said, I heard, but the people around me did not hear, they only saw. So did they, or maybe he saw Jesus twice, maybe it's two visions, but he didn't get his story right in both cases, unfortunately. But moving past that,
you know
I
what,
do not have a problem
you know what you just explained now,
Paul,
right? It's the same way.
people had a problem with Paul. Maybe it's two different times, two visions, so you can put it as that. But it looks funny because it's opposite things that he said in both instances, both accounts. But what I'm saying is, I did not invent this problem with Paul. Go and read your Bible. He had to argue and argue and argue and argue and argue and defend himself against the disciples that let's preach to the Gentiles. I didn't create this. He was arguing with the Gentiles, with the disciples, and the disciples fought him, and they said in the Bible, the rift, and whenever I speak biblical terms, and you can just put my words into chat engines and you're going to find the quote I'm saying. The rift between them was so great that Barnabas took, I've forgotten the other guy, and went one way, and Paul went the other way. I'm not the one who started fighting Paul. The disciples started fighting Paul. The real disciples who saw Jesus, they were fighting Paul, not me. And finally, Paul had to defend himself so seriously, and I'm going to quote what Paul said. When they accused Paul that you're lying, you're twisting this book to use it to preach to people. They accused, I didn't accuse him, it's in your Bible. They accused Paul that you are twisting and lying to sell God. Paul responded that if the truth of God, and this is quotation direct from Bible, if the truth of God hath more abound by my lies unto his glory, why do you people call me a liar? Falsely and rightfully so. He said, gloves off. I am speaking as a man here, and everything I'm speaking here is scripture. He says, gloves off. When you say gloves off, it means I'm no more coming as pastor. One-on-one, let's just yarn. Gloves off. I'm speaking as a man. If the truth of God, God's word, hath more abound by my lies unto his glory, why do people accuse me, and rightfully and wrongfully both ways tell me that I am doing so? So before my time, they accused Paul of lying to promote God. And when he said that, he said, as I am accused of being, he said, does God not lie or something? He now says God does these things too, and that if what I am doing is making God more popular, why are you mad? That's because people are.
I'm sorry, I got disconnected because my phone went dead. But what I'm saying is that I think you need to understand the Bible better than what you're doing. You just quoting and saying this. There was no conflict among the apostles. There wasn't any conflict. The Peter was a Jew, so he was preaching to the Jews and other people. But Paul, because he met Christ on the way, physical encounter. So that's why he went to the Gentiles. And then that's why you could tell that Christianity is for both the Jews and the Gentiles. When Paul, there was a time, I think, was it Peter? He had a vision whereby God was telling him that he should go to, what's it called? Yeah, that Christ asked him to eat, and he said no, that he wasn't going to eat because it was unclean. Then Christ said, whatever he has purified, he has no right to call it unclean. Then he went to the house of a Gentile, and he preached the word. So that's why you are not knowledgeable, really.
I'm reading from the Bible here because you said there was no disagreement. This is it, Acts 15:36-41. After some time, Paul said to Barnabas, let's go back and visit each city we previously preached the word of the Lord and see how new believers are doing. Barnabas agreed and wanted to take along John Mark, but Paul disagreed strongly, since John Mark had deserted them to Pamphylia and had not continued with them in their work. The disagreement was so sharp that they separated. Barnabas took John Mark and with him and sailed for Cyprus. Paul took Silas as they left, the believer, and trusted the Lord to gracious care. These people quarreled, separated, big disagreement. and separated ways. It's Bible.
All right. All right. Hold on, guys. We have to be conscious of time. It's getting to 4 hours. I don't know how long Dr. Perry wants to stay, and we may have to take a break. I want everybody to think about other people who are yet to speak when they are speaking, so we don't. And there are people who couldn't get in because they couldn't get in because there's no space. Some people are in the studio. Their cameras are not on. They are taking space, and so we need to be conscious of this whenever we're doing this. All right, let me go to Alexi. If you are going to say something in 30 seconds, I will let you. 30
Okay,
seconds.
I'll build it in. It says the book of John, chapter 1. It says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. Christ claimed many things. And if you don't believe in his claims, then what kind of prophet would you call him? Just like you are saying that Paul lied now. You will say also that Christ lied. Would you say the same? So I think we should be very impartial in what we are saying. And you seem to be actually contradicting yourself in the things that you are saying. Now, for those of you who speak Igbo here, let me tell you one thing. Ta lita kuume. What does it mean? That word is in the Bible. Talita kume. It means the same thing. For whatever it was used for in the Bible then, and our way to have said the same thing is so. I was in Ethiopia once, and I learned how to say thank you. You know what the thank you says? If you see an Ethiopian, say to him, "Am Sigidalu." Am Sigidalu. It means the same thing in Igbo, which means thank you.
All right.
I'll stop there.
All right. Thank you. Let's
No, nice. Come on,
to speak. We need to move. KJ, go ahead.
Okay, now, Dr. Damage, I don't know how much damages. I don't know how many time you're going to give me, but
2 minutes.
I have 2 minutes may not be enough, but I'll try my best. Dr. Perry, thank you. Thank you so much for your work. Your work, it's a work of that have added to knowledge. Whether we agree with it or not, it's going to remain in time, and people will read it and make up their own assumptions or projections or conclusions from it. So I thank you for that. More so that some of us abandon our own pages and run away somewhere along the road. So it's good to read that book. I don't have a copy, but I'll look for one. And because of what you've shared, I will try more. I have never really dived deep into the Muslim religion, but I will do that because of that book. Now, I am an adamant Christian. I've gone beyond the levels that many people will not go. And I know that if you read the Christian Bible just by reading from English language and its first meaning, you will probably be missing a lot. Because the Christian Bible is written against a particular custom and tradition. And so when you take that and juxtapose it with what you think happens around your area, you may probably be missing a whole lot. Now, very quickly, I want to go straight on. There's something you've said which, just like Princess said, it shows that maybe there's something you are missing, maybe because you're not a Christian. But here it is. When God chose Adam, not because there were no other people on earth, people make that mistake. And there's something you said, he didn't clone. It was not cloned. So let's not use the modern, because that gives you a different interpretation from what the Bible says. He created out of. In other words, the spirit that was in Adam was taken and Eve was formed out of it. Is the spirit, is the air, the spirit. Now, so Eve became a human, a mortal being. Now, why am I going there? I'm going there to say that at the time, some people, also you touched on the evolution theory, how God created the earth. Yeah, when God created the earth, there were different times and seasons. There were many years in between, which the Bible never talked about. And the Bible calls it, I've forgotten the term they used to prescribe that time. But in many years before the let there be light came to be. And before that time, there was nothing on earth. And so when God chose to create, he created. And then he chose. God worked in different dimensions. In some places, he worked in 3 dimensions: the outer court, the inner court, the holy of holies, death, birth, resurrection, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. There are many others. I can go on and on and on, but I don't have the time for that. So
Brimah,
if you
you're not
know
listening. Brimah, you're not listening. You're not
in
listening,
that
Brimah. You're not listening.
Hold on. KJ, hold on, okay? Loco, your line is not good. You may have to do something now before we get to you. Go ahead, KJ.
Who, me? Can you hear me?
Your line is not good. Loco, yeah.
Now, if you go in that dimension, it then means also that when God chose Adam, okay, from Israel, he chose what? After he chose Abraham. From the family of Abraham, he chose who? Isaac. From the family of Isaac, he chose who? Jacob. From Jacob, he chose who? Joseph. So in each dimension, in each generation, he chooses one person he works with to bring through what he wanted. Up to that point, if you trace through that generation, you come to the generation of Jesus Christ. And then you come to the generation of where we are now. So it's not a mistake, but people who do not take the holistic view of it seem to think that he's just doing territory, just picking from here and there. No, God was deliberate about it. He's a God who is deliberate in all that he does. And so, from what you have said, it seems to think that this thing just happened, like you said about Paul. Paul had an encounter, and I put on the live chat a program that I was part of many years ago, okay, called More Than Dreams. It was a film that we shot that had to do with people who have met one-on-one, Muslims who have met one-on-one encounter around the world. We chose 14 of them out of many of them. One of them was a Nigerian called Mohammed. I was part of that crew. So now, why am I saying that? So people met Christ in different ways and different times, and those encounters were near reality, even though it was in their dream, and it happened over time. Such people, when they're giving an account of who they are and the scripture or what they taught, what you are taught, you would know that these are not ordinary, just men telling stories. But also, like I said, there are so many things which you've touched, like the order of Melchizedek. Melchizedek, as Princess has called him, so perfectly. It's an order of Jesus Christ. It's an order. It's a priest, okay, in the order of Jesus Christ. It didn't just come from nowhere. It's a lineage of Jesus Christ. It's the same person that came as a Melchizedek and that came back as Christ. But not being a Christian of a deeper dimension may not understand that, because you think he just appeared and disappeared, which was what we were taught before, until you go beyond the normal lines.
Okay, KJ, hold on. Our guest he will leave in another 12 minutes. So I really want to.
Okay, so let me. You see, I don't want to make any more comment. I just want to say it will contribute to people who want to do research and maybe go into deeper understanding of either the Christian religion or the Muslim religion. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I don't think Perry, do you have anything to say, or should we move to the next person?
Next. I remembered my comments as we move.
Okay, all right, Casey, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I just want to be straight to my point so that I don't forget my thoughts. Dr. Perry, are you a Muslim or a Christian, please?
I'm a Muslim.
So when did you learn about Christianity?
All through my life. If I write it at the back of all my books, I certify myself. Dr. Brimah's rich cultural and religious background has fueled his contributions to discussions of philosophy, comparative religions, and socio-political issues. I've always been involved in comparative religions. It's my thing. I study Bible, I study even more than I study my own stuff, to be honest.
Okay, so my first question is, when does the day begin?
Okay, so hold on, guys. I don't want this. I don't like this line of questioning. You should be able to. I know people have been doing it here, and I think I want to discourage that. When you have an opportunity to answer a series of, if they're connected, but we don't have this time. I'm sorry, it's not about you, Casey. It's just that we don't have this time of back and forth.
I understand. I understand. I
Unless
have
it's very
just few
fast. If you can move
questions.
fast
I've
with
been
it, that's
patient.
fine.
I've been patient enough to ask him just
If you can
very
move
few
fast with it, that's
questions.
fine. Day begins when the sun rises.
Fantastic.
Sunday begins on Sunday. Case closed Sunday.
No, that's week.
I
Day
am
begins when the
asking
sun
Dr.
rises.
Perry. I have my reasons for my
Yeah, go
question.
ahead.
So
Day
that
begins when the sun rises.
I'll be very sure you're knowledgeable in Christianity, the Bible, right? Do you believe in the Bible? Do you believe it's a holy book?
I believe there are holy Bibles somewhere. None is existent on earth right now, and I believe every Christian should understand what I'm saying.
So you believe that Christ actually was real, right?
Absolutely, 100%. But the Bible does not. The Holy Bible, Christ's book is what's his own book? The Gospels are about it, but we don't even have we don't know the author of the books we have. Honestly, who is the Matthew and Mark right now? It's not Matthew and Mark disciples. I hope you know that. We don't even know their identity. A lot of the books in the Bible, we don't even know the identity of the author.
So let's move to the next question, please. So, is Jesus
There is
Christ
the Holy Bible, but it's not.
So you believe Jesus Christ was a Jew, right?
Yes, absolutely. He said he was.
And Jesus Christ came to die for the Jews, right?
No, he didn't say so.
So what is the scripture saying about that?
To correct them and fix their ways. And he told them when he got to their temples that you guys have turned this stuff upside down. He scattered the temple and said, what, you guys are gambling and doing stuff here? And then the guy asked him what to do, and he told the guy what to do. He said, believe in the commandments. And the guy said, the Jew said, I do. The guy asked him, how do I be saved? How should I be saved? And Jesus said, what readest thou in your book, the Jewish scripture, and how do you understand it? That's not my response. That's Jesus' response. And
okay, so
said, I follow the commandments. And Jesus said, that you must do and you are saved. Nothing more. And then the guy said, I have done this all through my life. And then Jesus said, well, if you want to do more stuff, pick up your cross and let's go preach together.
So when Jesus Christ was preaching, was he preaching to just the Jews, or he was preaching to the Muslims as well?
Only Jews. He said, I was only sent to the lost Jews throughout his life.
Lost tribe of Jews. And what did Jesus call those who were not Jews?
Gentiles and dogs.
Dogs. Now, good. What nationality are you? Are you a Jew? Are you an Islam? Are you from the seed of?
And that's why. So just to understand, so people can have the context of this. This is why you have Black Israelites in America, because people who actually read the Bible, they notice that the Jews are the preferred race, and if you don't belong to that race, you are a dog. So that's why the blacks who are smart in America have said, you know what? We are the Israelites. We are the true Jews. The 12 tribes of Israel, which Revelations goes on. So when we talk about the racism in the Bible, it's not just the beginning. When you go on to Revelation, Revelation actually says that when the beasts and the things come to destroy earth, only 144,000 people will be raised to heaven to be with Jesus.
With Christ, yeah.
And those 144,000 are 12,000 from the 12 tribes of Israel. You get that number. So you have racism even in heaven, where the rest of us, they'll say the beast, you can hurt the earth, but only raise up 12,000 from each of the 12 tribes of Israel. So you find out that according to the Bible, Israel are preferred and the rest of us are dogs, even in resurrection time. And that's what Israelites have taken it upon themselves to say, we are Jewish, we are the real Jews.
Okay, so from your context, that means that the Bible was actually for the Jews, right?
It was, and there was no problem with that. The Jews were a complex race, and God sent a tough person to deal with to meet.
That means God is prejudiced, right?
No, he sent other people to other people. He sent Moses to Africa.
No, don't go too far. No, don't go too far. We just came to the point that Jesus Christ was preaching to the Jews, and the kingdom of God, 12 tribes for the 12 gates for the 12 tribes, right?
Yes, that now the
gates were listed
out of it. Revelations is Paul, but I'm letting you know that Revelations is not Jesus. But I'm just letting you know that the Bible as itself is a pro-Israelite, pro-Jewish book.
Okay, so in the Quran, how many prophets do we have in the Quran?
100 in the history of Islam, 100 and something thousand prophets God has sent to every corner of the world. He sent a prophet. So lots of.
I said in the Quran, how many prophets?
At least maybe 20 mentioned. About 20 mentioned.
20 mentioned, right? Okay. So In the Bible, we do have the same prophets too.
Yeah, pretty much.
And they were all Israelites, right?
No, for instance, Adam is not Israelite, so you can't
No,
call all prophets
no,
Israel.
I'm
Solomon
talking
was not
about.
Israelite. I mean, is it Solomon? What's his name? Enoch was not Israelite. So even in the Bible, you have these prophets' names, but they are not all Israelite. Israel started recently, but you had names. You had names even before Enoch, Adam. You know, it's not everybody's Israelite. Hagar.
When did the God beginning to choose his people? When did it begin? After Abraham, Isaac,
after Abraham,
Jacob.
He chose the Jews for a certain task. He gave them a certain.
Does God love everybody?
He had a certain deal package with the Jews. He has packages with different people. He had a certain package with the Jews.
Does God love everybody?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
Absolutely. But he has people that he gives certain deals to.
So why do God say that if I hate sinners? Why did God specifically say that he hates sinners?
Because he hates people who do not do what he wants, what they need for themselves. The sinners hate themselves.
So now,
excuse me. God did not say he hates sinners. God loves sinners, but he hates their lifestyle.
Please,
this
is my turn.
He never said he hates sinners. Correction, please.
This is my turn. This is my time, please.
He hates what they do.
He hates what they do, right? Okay. Yeah. So back to where we were before, that Jesus Christ was preaching to the Jews, right? Yeah. And when he died, it was written on his. You don't believe in his death, do you? No.
I don't believe in his what? Let's not.
You don't believe Jesus Christ died for the Jews, right?
Not important. He left. He's gone. He was.
It's just a simple question. Yes or no, Brimah. It's yes or no. Yes or no.
That he died for our sins. I don't believe.
For Jews. Did you believe Jesus died for Jews?
No, yes, that's where I said it. I don't believe he died for anybody.
Okay, so let's go to the next question. Do you know that that Mecca was a slave port before it became this holy place now that it is now?
It was not a slave port. It was a
slave port.
Let me just finish. Let me finish my answer.
Yeah.
Mecca was a business hub. They were selling human beings, idols, jewelry, everything was being sold there. It was just like unfortunately, Mali, Timbuktu. Timbuktu was just the same. Slaves were sold, black slaves were sold. It was happening. Jewelry was sold, salt was sold, gold was sold. So Mecca was a trade hub in that area.
Okay, then my last question is this. When you said you were talking about Abraham, now Ishmael, Muhammad, now Muhammad was representing the other arm of I don't know, did you remember
Abraham's children?
Abraham's children. And Muhammad was now the other part of the fulfillment of God. God coming for the whole world, right?
Yeah.
I want to tell you something. I'm very proud you've read a lot, right? But you still need to read more. You need to you're almost there, but nearly. You're almost there, but nearly. If you go right a little bit, you get to the truth. You are almost there because most of the things you know, Christians don't know it.
We want the truth. That's all we want.
Yeah, most of the things you know, Christians don't know it.
I know.
You're almost there. But I just, as a brother, I need you to learn more. Just keep researching. God will help you find the truth, okay?
We want to move
Casey, nothing that is new, that he has said so, that is new to a Christian. Who is a Christian? Who calls himself a Christian? Nothing. The story of Constantine is not new to us. We know all that. We followed it. I can give you, if you want, I can send you a slide on it, okay? So those things he has said is nothing new. Anybody wants to. In fact, we know that the days that the Christianity was in charge of the world was called the Dark Ages. We know that. We know what happened. So it's not a new thing. Okay, sir. So if you can say for yourself, don't say most Christians. How do you know that most Christians don't know?
Ask you a question.
Because what you're saying now,
know what he has said.
don't think
This
because
is not
everybody
rocket science.
Let me ask
you.
Come on, guys.
Some of the things you know now, not everybody knows it.
Did you know that Paul was accused of lying and that he said, yes, I am lying to sell God? He admitted.
No, you're quoting it out of context. You see, I don't want to go there. Like I said to you, I'm not just a pushover. I don't want to go there. If I go there, we will not have enough time. So if you want, we can exchange numbers. I will talk about
Revelation 3 verse
All right,
7.
all right. Hold on,
putting
hold
him
on. KJ, hold on.
Let me
So
ask.
AY should be next.
Rudolph, thank you. Finally. After 2 years. Anyway, thank you, Rudolph. Dr. Perry, thank you so much. Great job, man. Panelists, good contribution. I've learned a lot. I didn't really want to contribute any today. I actually just want to ask question. Most of the question I had, people have asked those questions, but here is my question. In Islam, Muslim really believes in the mother of Jesus, Mary. She was holy. Then the birth of Jesus was miraculous. From there, even I know basically the major difference between Christianity and Islam when it comes to Jesus is the Jesus is God, which Muslims don't believe is God. The concept of resurrection. He resurrected after he died after crucifixion. Muslims don't also
It's
believe.
not important. It's not an important difference. The important
Okay, here is my
is
question.
Christ. That's the only major difference.
So I just want to emphasize the strong belief of how Muslims believe in Jesus. He is a prophet of God.
Messiah.
Yes, Messiah. Then when it comes to the Jewish and the Judaism,
they reject him completely.
What actually happened? They don't even believe Jesus Christ is holy.
Which is the problem that happened. I've spoken with Jews on the street. Sorry to cut you just a little bit. I've spoken to Jews. I've had debates with Jews in New York streets on all these things. And one Jew was like, "Oh, our rabbi peed on Jesus in the skies." They have a beef against that Jesus because they believe he's an imposter, because they believe they were promised that Jesus will come and set you free and build your temple. He's going to liberate you from your enemies. So they expected a certain thing of him. So when Jesus came and they were like, "So what's up? When are you going to free us? When are you going to rebuild this thing? You didn't do it? You're a scammer. You're not the guy." So they reject him totally, that you're not the guy.
So was it the concept of miracle? I know like Jewish have history of disrespected prophet based on they were unable to carry out some certain assignment they're telling them to do.
Even when Moses comes up and down,
yes.
He brings food from heaven, they're like, "Is this the best you got in heaven?" You know?
Yeah.
Tough guys.
So was that the main reason why they completely rejected Jesus, or it was political?
They kept testing him. And they kept testing him, and he seemed to be confusing them. Each time they surround him, they say, "So talk to us. So what's going on here? Are you the king? No, I'm not. Are you this? No, I'm not. Are you the one that's spoken up? Then who are you?" They kept on challenging him, like, "But you're doing something funny. You're calling yourself a god." He's like, "I did not call myself. You girls are all gods. So why are you saying you're mad at me when I do the work of the Father? It's eminent that I do his work. Why are you mad at me when I say you are all gods? I'm not saying anything different. Don't stone me." They kept challenging him all the time. And he also went to their temples and is like, "You guys are worshiping stuff. You're doing what you shouldn't do. Break the temple down. You guys." But there was no proper, he could not get his message across to them. And at last they said, "You know what? We are setting him up to be killed. We don't believe this is the guy." And they did their thing to set him up, because just like we have miscommunication and misinterpretation, and what we say happens, corruption, there was corruption right in his lifetime. And that's what the Bible is full of. The Jews trying to see, are you the one or are you not?
Okay, let me move it forward.
I am. Are you the Messiah? You say I am.
Let me move it further. So the concept of Halil Kitab, right? I mean, you are very familiar with
of the book, yeah.
So the Jewish, do they understand this concept? Do they accept it? The concept of Halil Kitab?
They absolutely believe his lineage more than anybody else. And in fact, I spoke to a Jew on the streets of New York, and I say, "Why don't you guys preach to us? Why don't you prophesize to us?" And he said, "We believe we are the children and you are the dogs." But they said, if you are Jewish, if you have it in you, you will come to the temple. But it's not their job to prophesize to anybody outside. But they believe in that family and blood more than anybody else. And all the prophets have to be descendants by blood, sons, and then all Jews have to be, from the inside, not preach. You can't. But if you come to the temple and ask to become one, they will let you become one. But it's supposed to be, it's so much blood.
My last question, because I don't want to take too much time. So Prophet Abraham, you made mention that Hagar, is it Hagar or Hagar?
Hagar is a black woman. Yeah.
She was a black woman. Is there any Quranic evidence to this? Or because my thought was, I think she was from somewhere in from Egypt. I thought she was Arab. So
she was a princess. She was the princess of Egypt, the slave. She was a princess, Egyptian princess. And this is stories that you can find in Hadith. I'm not sure it's in Quran. It's not in Quran, her complexion. But she was an Egyptian princess. And any Muslim book or story about history book would tell you she was a black, princess from
Egypt. Let me complete the question. So when God instructed Abraham to take Hagar and the son Ishmael, go dump them in where we have the Kaaba around that region. So what happened? Abraham left the region of Mecca, right, Saudi Arabia. And was he visiting every time? How long did
the Bible gives us the best story context. So the Bible first says, God promised, I will bless both your sons. And a lot of Christians ignore what God has said he blessed. Who God don't bless? Let no man this thing. God said it in the Bible. Both your sons are blessed, and both will be a great nation. We respect the blessings of the Jews. I believe the Jews secretly respect the blessings of the Muslims, but Christians say Muslims are some wayward people. But your Bible said, I'm going to bless both your sons, and both of them will be great generations. So that's firstly the premise of it.
True.
So when he throws out Ishmael and Hagar, not throws them out, but because of the problem of Sarah, it's like, you guys got to go. They are running up and down in Saudi Arabia, and that's how the holy water comes. It's Hagar, the black woman who did it. She's running up and down looking for her son, and then there's this place.
Sorry. I know the Bible.
Hagar. I'm going to talk the Bible.
I've heard the Bible aspect.
In the Bible aspect, that's one. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So it's when Mecca is established by Hagar, the black woman. She establishes Mecca, running up and down, and then we have Safa and Marwa. We run up and down when we go there. And then there's the holy water. She got tired. She's like, how am I going to feed my kids? And God made her kick the ground, and the water came out. And that's the holy water we go to get from Saudi Arabia, Zamzam. So all these things, actually, most of these processes, the black wife, Hagar, set them up, the slave wife. But that aside, the Bible says, which is your question, were they still in interaction? Between Mecca and Israel is not too far. They were still cool. Unlike now when we are fighting each other, they were still cool. Because the Bible says that, and when Abraham died, both his sons buried him. Body will be rotten if you have to travel a long distance to look for your other son. So the fact that both Ishmael and Isaac buried the father together, that means they were, maybe the message, your papa don't die within seconds. That means they were, in fact, that means when the father was sick, one son had gone to call the other, let's be honest here, and they both were sitting down together with the father till he died. You cannot waste time, bring someone from, a 3-month journey.
Thank you, Dr. Perry. Rudolph, thank you. I don't like taking time.
All right, thank you, AY. We jump to local because just to make sure everybody had a chance, and then if we have another opportunity, we'll come back to James and Righteous Man and KJ. Local P.
Rudolph, my data is about to finish, so okay. I need to exit.
Okay, what do you have a question or comment?
You know, I'm calling from Nigeria, and I load 8,000 naira every day to join your panel. You know what it is?
Talk. Righteous Man, continue. Ask your question. No, go ahead.
Righteous Man, we'll help you. Well done.
Continue. Go ahead. Ask your question.
No, not question. I want to make 2 corrections. The doctor referred to Acts of Apostles chapter 15, the contention between...
Sorry, I'm disturbing you. Yeah, go ahead.
Exactly, you were just disturbing him. Continue.
Yeah. Is it disagreement or contention between Paul and Barnabas? Mm-hmm. So that contention was not because of what Paul was preaching. I have my Bible here. I've gone through it. The contention was because of John Paul. Paul was arguing that John Paul never followed them to labor where they were coming from. They are going to visit those people they have labored for. That John Paul was not supposed to follow them. That was the contention. It was not based on his preaching. Paul preached a sound doctrine, and Paul never said excuse me, Paul, you are talking to a Christian. I have gone to a theological school, and I have graduated with diploma.
So can you tell us?
So we are not talking to a baby Christian.
If the truth of God hath more abound by my lie unto his glory. That's the one in particular I want you to defend.
Where in the scripture?
Revelations 3 verse 7.
Paul never wrote Revelation. The person who wrote Revelation is John. John the Beloved wrote Revelation, not Paul.
Gangan.
Let me look for it. It's Romans 3:7. Sorry. Romans 3:7. For if
Romans
the truth of God hath more abound by my lie unto his glory, why are you judging me a sinner? After all, God curses. He now started bringing God down.
Romans chapter what?
3:7. He started bringing God down to make his arguments that God himself is not perfect.
Hold on, don't conclude.
Argued thoroughly to defend, because they said you are a liar and you are using lies to promote this faith. And he now said God himself is a liar. He brought God down to his level. And this is Romans 3, and they will not teach you this one in your school. They will never.
Hold on. Romans chapter what?
3 verse 7.
Romans 3 verse 7.
All right, righteous.
You are like thief. You're like thief.
Okay.
Righteous man, we'll give you a chance to digest it, and then we'll come back to you.
For if the truth of God has increased through my lie to his glory, why am I also still judged as a sinner? Good. You know that Paul, hold on. Paul was persecuting Christians. Hold on. The Bible says, Doctor, can you listen? Doctor, can you please listen? Doctor, can you please listen? The Bible said to be carnally minded is unto death, but to be spiritually minded is unto life. If you read the scripture and interpret it,
the spirit, we can understand this one. This one is
hello. Can you listen to me now?
Hold on. Okay, let's take it one by one. Righteous man, I didn't give you the time to. Okay, go ahead.
No, I have not finished what I was reading now.
Okay, go ahead.
Excuse me.
I have read the quotation, the Romans chapter 3.
Righteous man, you've spoken 3 times. There are some of us that are only spoken once. I just want you to know.
Thank you, Tone, for mentioning that. There are people here who are yet to speak.
We tell you it's in Nigeria. It does not have internet.
Righteous man, 1 minute, because our guest, he has to go, and I want to give Loco the chance.
Okay, I'm done. Okay. I have only spoken once. This is my second time.
Yes, Righteous man, I just want to add to what Righteous man said. You see that argument, if you go down after to the end part of that scripture, you will see that he was talking about the fact that he was in his former life, the Christian
exactly
his former life, who he used to be, the persecutor of the Christians, not because of what he did now. So it was difficult for them to accept. Go to the first chapter. Go from the chapter now. Go from chapter 1 of that verse you quoted, and then get to 7.
You don't have to go down. There is too much.
Brother, let me tell you how.
Another chapter.
When you are doing your next research, let me tell you how to quote the Bible. When you now quote the Bible, you don't just pick out the scripture there. You first of all have to use that scripture I picked, and then you get 2 other scriptures to justify what you are trying to quote. And then you read the content, which is. I'm telling you how to understand the Bible. I'm telling you how to do it. So that
the reason.
If you read further, you see what advantage then had the
Look, leave me now.
Everybody knows circumcision. The guy was arguing against circumcision. What
So
advantage?
that is what I'm saying. You see,
I just violated every principle of Jesus.
no. It's because you are saying that way, Doc. Like I said, I appreciate the work you put forward. Whether and Dr. Rudolph is in the academic world, he knows that. Whether what you are written, whether anybody considers it worthful or worthless, it contributes to the advancement of knowledge.
I
Whether
don't need
in
that type of praise. Let's just say the facts. Do not praise
no,
me.
so
Let's say
I'm
the
coming
facts.
to it, but now
How
you
do
also
you
listen
bring
to
Paul
us.
out of this hole? Do
Listen,
not praise my
to
work.
us. Listen to us. Listen to us. You know, you've made many assertions that are not correct.
How do
You have
you
made many assertions that are not correct. But like I said, I didn't want to go into it. For instance, you said that they were fighting. No, nobody fought Paul's preaching. Nobody fought it because we know right from the beginning it was set that Paul was sent to the Gentiles, not to the Jews. There are always people who are taken to just like some part of the 12 apostles. Some were sent to India. Okay, so Paul's job was to get get to the Gentiles.
Jesus
All right,
spirit.
all right. KJ, let's
The spirit or he heard the spirit, which one? Or he saw it twice?
let's hear from Loco before our guest leaves. Loco, go ahead.
All right. Hello, guys. How you doing, man? Beautiful faces. Yeah. Nice to see you again, man. Dr. Perry, how you doing? You're doing great, right? Yeah. First thing first, anyway. You're not a Christian, right? And there's no way you're going to see things from a Christian perspective. It's not possible. Because you're a Muslim and you're reading the Quran and you might want to apply deep spirituality and all that to understand it. You can't do the same when you're reading the Bible. It's not possible. You understand? It's not possible. And for me, I wanted to start with like all Christians and Muslims are going to hellfire first. All. Why? Because there's this commandment of God is there, right? I want to believe that during the creation of the earth, God gave the first commandment, which was the seventh day is the Sabbath day and keep it holy. And I think somebody asked the question, when is the first day? You said the day that sun rises. You understand? And that was the light. Let there be light was the first day. You understand? And that happens to be Sunday. You understand? So, and the last day was Saturday, and that should be the Sabbath day. Neither Christians or Muslims are keeping it that day holy. You understand? So that was the first commandment.
Keep them, the
Sabbath day.
The Sabbath day was only prescribed. The Quran says, and the Quran may be wrong or biased, but the Quran says that we gave the Sabbath day only for the Jews because of, it's like, for what they have
Okay,
done.
so the word that was said,
it's not for the rest of us.
that word that was said, keep the Sabbath day holy. Was it from the Christian side, or was from the Muslim side, or was from
Only
God's
for
side?
Jews. It's from God only to Jews. He gave Jews special mortars. To whom much is demanded, much is
No. How can God be creating? Hold on. How can God be creating the earth, and He already knows like, oh, this is for Jews, and this is for
what do you mean? No. Creation of earth has no day. There's no.
No, hold on now. Hold on. No. When he said the last day or the last time, the last period, he said the Sabbath day. So when was the Sabbath day?
The Sabbath
that we should keep holy. The Sabbath day that should be kept holy.
The day. No. So you think when God created it, He created Monday, Tuesday?
No, hold on. Listen. No, it's not a name. Listen. Hold on. Listen.
The last day of the week or first day, the last day.
Just listen. Hold on. Now, it is not a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever thing, right? Like I said, when he said the first day of creation, let there be light. Which light is talking about?
Wednesday, no.
Sorry?
No, it's not Monday.
No, listen to me. Just hold on now. I said the first day of creation. The first day of creation. He said, let there be light. And that light wasn't NEPA. It was just a sunlight. Right? And that sun was the day called maybe a Sunday.
No.
Or a sun period. Hold on now.
You're missing it again.
No.
That Genesis creation is garbage. I'm sorry to say. Forgive me, Christian. That story doesn't add up. He created light before water. He created, in that creation story, you have creation of something before other things that are reversed. It's not possible.
Okay, no, hold on now, because on the very good day, if the world was void of darkness, right?
They have made
Hold on
light.
now.
How can it be that way? That's upside down. It's an
Sorry?
upside down story.
If
That's
what?
It doesn't add up. If you read that story of creation, it doesn't add up because it has some sequences that have to come before the other, and it's put
Like what? Like what? Sequence like what?
Read the sequence to me, and you.
No, I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you.
If I'm
Sequence
not
like what?
mistaken, he created maybe light. Maybe there was dark. He had created light, and there was still. I can't remember. But that's
Can you listen to yourself? Can you listen to yourself?
I know that
story darkness.
That's logically inconsistent with
No. With what you know today, now, with what common sense that you know today, can there still be darkness after he created light?
There cannot be. So that's if that's in that story. That story.
Good. So can you say God created man in his own image and likeness, right? Can you walk ideally? Can you walk in darkness? No, you can't. You have to walk when you have visibility, when you have clear vision. You understand? So it's normal. So if God creates you in his own image and likeness, think that it's like you're a photocopy of God himself. You understand? You may not be as powerful as he is, but image and likeness.
I believe that. I write
simple English word. You understand? So you cannot walk in darkness. So him that wants to do the creation, he has an order of things. You understand? Like, okay, let there be light before anything can be done. Because when you have light, you have many other things. That's why in physics, spectrum of light, you can have different things in the spectrum of light in physics. If you're a medical doctor, you should know physics. You understand? So what I'm trying to tell you is like this, right? If there is darkness, if there was darkness and there's a light, and the light, the ultimate light has to be the sun, except there's another name for calling it then, not sun. You understand? So if coincidentally it was called a Sunday, not because Sunday is Sunday. No,
linking that day with this day is not linked.
Okay, no, hold on now. Okay, wait. The first day, okay, hold on.
There is no those days the God is talking about is not earthly days. It's written in the Bible and Quran. My day is not your day. So you keep on going back to it and say the day he created the sun is the Sunday. No, our weekly Sunday is a different version of days.
Okay, now when he said the Sabbath day, what day was it referring to?
It's just our group of days.
The day you rested.
Our days, there's Friday, there's Saturdays. It's our days based on our.
No. Hold on, I'm asking you a question. The Sabbath day.
Days.
No, hold on. The Sabbath day that he was talking about that should be kept holy was what day?
Yeah, because astronomically you can separate the world into week, and when you astronomically separate it into a week based on separation into months and stuff, there's an arrangement of days between the first and the last, and it has nothing to do with sun and creation of sun. No,
I just asked you a simple question. You have not answered the question.
Different names.
Sabbath day was supposed to you. The Sabbath day is what day? To you, the Sabbath day is what day?
It's Friday night, because the night starts before the day. It's Friday night to Saturday morning, and that's when it's over.
Oh, Friday night. Like what do you mean night? Starting from what time?
From Friday evening time. Once the sun sets on Friday, the Sabbath starts, and it continues from when the sun sets till Saturday till Saturday afternoon when the sun sets again. 24-hour cycle. So it's from Friday evening, and that's why Jesus Christ's crucifixion does not add up, and people don't know which day to put Easter on, because Jesus was crucified before the Sabbath, so that's Friday night. So it's like he was already out before Monday morning, first day of the week. So he only spent 2 nights and a day in the earth, and he promised us he was going to spend 3 days and 3 nights. So the numbers don't add up. So when people want to say he died for 3 days, they have to move it.
So from what you're saying now, a day. Hold on. From what you're saying, like a day is supposed to start in the evening and ends in the afternoon.
The Jewish and Arabic days start in the evening till the next day. That's the same way when Ramadan starts, fasting month, it starts the evening. They say they've seen the moon, it's Ramadan already, and you sleep the night and you fast the next day. The Jewish and Islamic days start in the night, in the evening. That's when the day starts.
Yes, even the Christian evening, even the Christians
have followed Gregorian and Western so much that average Christians don't even know any of these principles.
No, we know.
That's what I'm asking you to specifically. I want you to understand.
All right, go ahead.
Then finally, before I go, do you know how the Muhammad the Prophet? Do you know how he started his religion? How he started, the Quran?
Absolutely.
How he started writing the Quran?
100%. The way every successful prophet typically starts, by pondering. So he used to go up into a cave and just think, like, man, this stuff doesn't work. This stuff doesn't make sense. So he used to go and isolate himself in the cave for years.
Oh, so it was his thoughts that brought out the Quran.
Absolutely. That's the whole idea of faith. Abraham, anybody, Abraham sat down and was like, man, my folks, they are worshiping these idols. This stuff doesn't add up. And when he saw that, it's like, this stuff, you have to think. You have to find God. It's not, you have to do it. You have to be a special person who can take yourself outside the box. So when Abraham was like, this stuff doesn't work, he said, you know what? It must be the sun is God. Then when the sun sets in the night, he's like, it must be the moon. He's thinking and he's connecting to God because he's thinking about it. When the moon sets, like, it's not the moon. It must be something above them. And that's when he goes, takes the axe and breaks all his fathers. This is in Uruk, and you have stories of this similar in Uruk in cuneiform tablets from over 5,000 years ago. He breaks all their idols and puts the axe in the biggest one's hand and chills. His father, the chief, they come home, they're like, what happened here? Who did this? He said, ask that one that is holding the axe. He must have done it. Don't you know the idol cannot talk? He said, yeah, he cannot talk, but he can help you people. And that's how they wanted to throw him in the fire, and God saved him from the fire, and he became a prophet. You have to think and connect. You have to enter each one of us as a human being, and I mentioned it earlier, we have to think and study and think and ponder. And the Quran always says it, ponder. Those who think, those who do not think are worse than maggots. You have to think personally, not follow what someone told you. You have to look at the scripture, think, does this make sense? And that's what makes people prophets and other people ordinary. The fact that they thought, and then God now feeds your thinking and gives you answers that you are looking for.
Evil
right. All right, hold on, everybody. No.
A minute.
Please, no. So, Dr. Perry, it's also the same thing that happened with Isaac Newton. The apple fell, and he thought, why? What happened? How did that happen?
It was inspired. So every great discovery, according to God, is inspiration from God. So everything that you've said to me today, you're actually a disciple, a Messiah, Dr. Damages. Every good, truthful thing you said today, God inspired it. How does your brain work? Tell me scientifically. All you have there is plus and minus, electrolytes, electricity, and water. How do you think of what you are about to tell me? God is speaking through you. And every truth that you say is inspired by God. And when it happened to Isaac Newton, it's God that inspired him with it. And a lot of those scientists, they'll tell you, Kekule, when Kekule discovered the benzene ring, he said, I was sitting down and I'm like, how can 6 atoms make this shape? I sat down and suddenly I saw 6 monkeys running around. They held each other's tail and I'm like, it must be a ring. God inspired him with the answers. So at a certain point, God inspired Isaac Newton. Like he's inspiring you to.
I know you have to go, but Chim just came in. I want him just a question, please, Chim. Just 1 minute, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Doctor, sorry, hold on. Let Ekene came first, right?
No, it's not about.
Please, just a minute, Doctor. A minute. It's for the guest, Biko. A minute.
Let Kene do his minute.
Yeah. Dr. Perry, thank you once again. Initially I asked a questions, you didn't answer it, so I'm up with another question. First and foremost, I would like to know, Islam as a religion, does it condemn adultery?
Yeah.
Good. If Islam condemns adultery, does Islam also condemn the act of pedophile? In medicine, you can call it pedophilia, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Good. Muhammad married his wife Aisha when she was 6 years old. Do you define that as a pedophilic act?
What is the definition of pedophilia? I'm a medical doctor.
Having fantasy with children, sexual fantasy with for children.
What's the definition of a child?
A child is anyone that is not up to the age of an adult.
What is that?
A child. Pardon me?
What's the difference? There's no age. So tell me what makes a child an adult?
Between 0 to 17 is a child.
Some people don't even count age.
0 to 17 is a child.
Some people don't even count their age.
Aisha was 6 years old when she got married to a Muhammad that was 50-something years old.
Very simple question. The question is simple. What culturally, scientifically, and in psychology separates child pedophilia from non-child? What is the one thing that separates the two?
Maturity.
What's the other word for maturity? Maturity is the larger topic. Puberty.
Okay, so a 6 years old girl.
According to the
is a 6 years old girl matured?
Answer you. According to the stories where you read, like I go and read it wherever you read it. Aisha said, "My hair fell off, my hair grew back." Aisha was mature.
So at 6 years old, she was matured as a medical doctor.
She was not
I
sick.
do not know the
Kenneth. She
numbers.
was not sick.
I do not know these numbers, but I'm just telling you something categorical. Hold on, let me just finish. I have to
my
finish.
follow-up question.
I have to finish this answer. No, I have to finish this answer.
Yeah,
it's very important because this is a very sensitive thing, and I've written on this. Nigeria, I have lots of articles I've written on this. This is my field. I had an interview with Kadaria Ahmed on this particular topic, so I've gone deep on this topic. In science and medicine, pedophilia is only defined as thoughts or sex with a pre-pubertal human being. Some people may not hit puberty till 9, 6, 15, I don't know. But if the person has not yet had periods, that is pedophilia. Aisha had periods. Sometimes people write their age wrong. Maybe she wasn't 6. I don't know what.
Yes, my friend, don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there.
How old was she?
She had periods. You cannot medically, scientifically use the word pedophilia for her. Period.
I asked the question. How old was she when Mohammed got married to her?
These numbers, but I'm telling you that she had passed.
Okay. According to my own finding, she was 6 years old. Okay, let me go with my second question. Since you believe in, since Islam condemned adultery, right? You and I know that when Abraham had a slave called Hagar. Hagar was a maid to Abraham. You can as well call her a slave. Abraham slept with her.
Can I answer that very quickly?
Impregnated her. Oh, hold on, let me finish. So Abraham was never married to Hagar when he impregnated her and she gave birth to Ishmael. He was never married to Hagar. Are we agreeing on this?
For 2 reasons. For 2 reasons, I'll tell you why that's not the story. Because marriage is not a ceremony that's done loudly. There are a lot of us.
Was Abraham married to his slave?
Finish my answer. Give me 1 minute. Marriage is not a ceremony. The minute any righteous man wants to have sex with a female, you marry her. It's just like
without meeting her parents. What is your definition of marriage?
You don't have to meet anybody to marry a female.
What is your definition of marriage? Can you sleep with a girl, impregnate her, and then assume that you are married to her without seeing her parents and doing the marital rite?
Let me finish my answer.
Can you get married without doing the marital rite?
Can you let him finish?
When you are done talking, the answer.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
That's a very good.
If I want to marry someone, Abraham, the minute Sarah says, take your bond wife, she's saying, marry your bond wife. She's not just saying, go and sleep with her. Saying, marry your bond woman and make children with her. Abraham doesn't have to go and do ceremony anywhere. All you do is you have somebody that stands in. A marriage is just 3 people. Someone just stands in and says, I am going to be her guardian and custodian in case of any event she can report to me. Man, witness, God, you marry yourself. There is no complexity of all this marriage we do fanfare nowadays. No. So we don't have evidence. I'm going to finish. We don't have evidence of Abraham not marrying Hagar. That said, if you go and read the Quran, adultery is defined, and the Quran says these are the people. And now, if I can even recite the verse to you. Illa, you are permitted to have as relationships with which are not included in adultery, except as wajikum, your wives, and those your right hand possesses. Islam has a certain thing called concubine. Who your right hand possesses is eligible for sex and is not under adultery. So when you say, do you believe in adultery or not? I believe in adultery, but what is adultery defined at? It includes your wives and people you possess in your household, people you've been sleeping with or you have activities with, who live with you, travel with you, and are with you. They are eligible and are not adultery according to Islam. So I'm sorry, Abraham did not do adultery on 2 levels. 1, he could have married her, and 2, he possesses her and it's an agreement to do it.
All right, thank you so much. Let me just point out, Kenny, you just made our YouTube, because our YouTube channel is not set up to discuss topics like this. There are certain things you don't understand that we do here. There are certain things we can talk about because we're set up to cover topics that children can listen to. And there are certain, so sometimes people don't understand how these things work, and we get punished for that. And one day you guys will wake up and there's no channel for anybody because of certain things. Chim, you're next.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Damages, and good afternoon to everybody. Well, good afternoon from where I am. I don't know what time it is where you are, so I'll acknowledge that. I will admit I wasn't here at the beginning, so I didn't listen to Dr. Perry full. So I don't have a question per se for him. I only just have comments to make, and then I'll yield the floor. Number one comment is on the issue of the Lord's, how God created the world, the order, and all that. So I haven't read the Quran. I've never owned the Quran, never touched the Quran, never opened the Quran. So it's not because I don't want to, but it's because, in my own ignorance, I've just stayed with what I know. So I will admit that. But what I just want to say is God did not create the world. God is a creator, but he didn't create the world to solve a problem for himself. He created the world, literally for us. So we can't put, it's a mystery. It's not something that you can easily comprehend. And then I want to quickly read something. Perhaps it will explain a few things for those of us who want to. I'm reading from the Bible, and I'm reading 1 Corinthians 1 from verses 26 to 29. And this is it. It says, "For you see your calling, brethren, that not many wise according to the flesh, not many might, not many noble are called, but God has chosen the foolish things of this world to put to shame the wise. And God has chosen the weak things of the world to put to shame the things which are mighty. And the base things of the world and the things which are despised, God has chosen." I will stop there. The point I'm just trying to make is this. You see, I believe in science. I always say it here. I believe in science. I believe in education. I seek knowledge. But when it comes to the realm of the things of the spirit and God, not everything is going to make sense to you. That is where some of our scientists start having problems. You see, you must get to the level in life where you say, I don't know.
Why?
There is an I don't know.
Why?
You cannot. Can I finish, Lisa? Can you give me the respect to finish, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. There is a level you get to in life. You cannot know everything. And that is what miracles mean. Miracles are not everyday occurrence, which is why I have a problem with the pastors in Nigeria who tell me the naira and the dollar will be equal based on miracle. Please, that's wrong. Miracles are things, that's why in the current day Israel, miracles may not be happening every day. God does miracles for specific moments, for things that are beyond your control. So for instance, you find the children of Israel leaving Egypt in that story. Now, there was another route to get to the promised land, but God chose not to take them through that route. He chose to take them through the route where they would see a problem. Then they would see his hand and know, because he was trying to build a relationship with these people. So he needed to do things that would make them depend on him. And hence he brings them to the Red Sea and parts the Red Sea. Now, the Red Sea hasn't parted since that time, after that time. He takes them into a place where the water was polluted, and he cures the water for them to drink, the water of Meribah. And then they're in a place where nothing grows, and he feeds them with manna. But as soon as they get into the promised land where they could work hard, where they could do things, those things ceased. So trying to understand those things with our common senses sometimes.
That makes absolute sense. I wrote that story in my book.
So let me finish. So trying to understand some of those things.
I understand that story. It's straightforward.
Can I finish, please, sir? I told you I don't have a question for you. I don't have a question. Mine is not a question. It's a comment. So trying sometimes to understand spiritual things with our bare senses, we run into problems as human beings. There has to be a point where you say, this thing correlates with science. Yes. Some aspects of our living, some aspects of what we're doing on earth will correlate with our 1 + 1 = 2, or whatever the laws of physics are, or biology are, or chemistry. But they're going to become some things you cannot make sense of. And no matter how you try to research,
I think you're going on and on, and you've not given us any evidence of such things.
I'm going, but you're not allowing me to finish.
Now, you've not given us any evidence of what science
Dr. Perry
does not help us.
Dr. Perry. There was a time I wasn't talking, then the floor was given to me. So if the floor has been given to me, I will have an opening, I will have a closing. Can you let me do that closing? Can you let me do that?
Sorry, just for the sake of all of us, we would just appreciate if you can give us actual examples of stories or events that we cannot comprehend. Just please, in your...
Okay, so in the scriptures or in the Bible, for instance, where a man is lame, he's not, there is no doctor, not as if there was no surgery done to him, and then somebody comes and says, silver or gold I have not to give to you, but what I have to give to you, in the name of Jesus Christ, and he stands up. Can you explain that?
We are reaching that point in medicine today.
No. I'm not saying, listen, remember, I started this thing and I said, I believe in science. And I started that thing and I said, science works. But I'm saying there are certain things which your immediate human brain will not be able to comprehend. And that's the point where religion comes in.
Answers.
So anyway, let me just end there. I didn't come to argue.
McConnell was standing giving a lecture. He's a senator. And a woman went to him and she just touched his hand like this and he froze into seconds. And then later they scratched his hand and he released. Right now we have reached the age of bioelectrics. With stimulation, electric stimulation, your body can heal. These things, even though the
so
miraculous.
Dr. Perry, I didn't come to ask you a question.
It happened. All these things are still scientific. The healing of that body, if you saw it happen, it's electric waves that make things heal, and we are having.
Anyway, let me. And like I said, I promised you I didn't come to argue. So the point I just wanted to make is, there is a level where human science, and human brain can explain. It doesn't matter what you think, and there's a level where you cannot explain everything. At that point, I've seen Western scientists who will tell you, I don't know. I'm still working on this. So we must get to the level where we say, I don't know this. But the moment you begin to claim you know everything, there's a problem. Actually, you become a quack and a false and a fake. That's my view about it. There has to be something you don't know. You cannot know everything. Never possible.
All right. Thank you, Chim. We're approaching 5 hours. Our guest has not even stood up for once, and it's not fair, I think. And he said 15 minutes more than half an hour ago. So, Dr. Perry, thank you so much for joining us. If you have a final word, final statement, you can
final statement in 2 seconds. So this is my first book, and this is my first book, Believe in Miracles. What it actually tells people, I'm not trying to tell anybody to buy it or anything. I'm just saying, what this book writes about is the fact of these miracles. That yes, as a believer, you have to believe in miracles, but it actually shows that within these miracles are scientific explanations to them. And miracles do not go against science because God is the master of science. So all the scientific laws, God made them. So he's not going to make a miracle that goes against it. He's going to use the same scientific laws. So when you reach a certain level of scientific understanding, you'll be able to see that, oh, this is how the cloning happened. I made Eve from Adam's rib. Oh, wow, in science, cloning, you need the rib to make the person. Now, when we reach that level, blah, oh, wow, it was a miracle. But now we get the same technology, and we're using the same technology today because ribs are the best sources of stem cells, which are used in cloning. So scientifically, when you get to the level, you understand it, and so on and so forth. So I understand why it's a miracle till you can scientifically explain it. But rather, I believe science should be using the Bible and Quran to look at new things to try out, because these are the setups that God has done as the master of creation. So that's, I'm very grateful to be here, which is my second book. And this book, Gratitude, the Silver Bullet, actually just encompasses like the entire real purpose of life and the way to harness that strength. And it's like, it's been a transforming experience for me, where you have all these people, you have everything that's going on, and whatever happens to you, you're just grateful. And it's the most empowering thing that, and religions have told us, given us these tools that I made you to be grateful, and we've abandoned it. But then now you have the Western world saying, wow, all the wealthy people are saying gratitude is the key. They use it secretly. They use it. And we who are the religions who own it, we drop it, but then they now discover it. They discover meditation. They discover intermittent fasting. We've had all the keys with us with religion, the perfect thing that man for our lives. We've had it in religion since. Now scientists come and say, oh, fasting makes you live longer. Duh. We had it since. So I believe we need to go back to religion as the foundation of our thinking and our scientific research. And that's the way we can make the best success as human beings. Thank you very much.
Eric, do you have all your books on Amazon?
Yeah, they're on Amazon. Yeah, you can get them on Amazon. Just type his name. Once again, thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you,
Perry,
Dr.
for being here, and for everybody that joined us. And if you have no opportunity to ask a question, I'm sorry. We'll bring him back soon. All right, we are going to take a break. When we come back, we will continue to have after conversation on this topic. So let's take 3 minutes.
When the Prophet was himself insulted during his lifetime, the Quran said to him, "Ignore what they say and counsel them." When people used abusive language, the Prophet did not abuse them back, nor did he confront them with aggression. If someone speaks offensively to you, you can't demand that he be punished. If someone disrespects your prophet, you can't react by violently damaging property and burning effigies of that person. If someone has hurt your religious sentiments, you can't react by raising angry slogans on the street and pelting stones at people. If we do this, we are doing something non prophetic in the name of the prophet. You can't demand that hate be stopped by spreading further hate. This is why the prophet has said, God does not wipe out evil with evil, God wipes out evil with good. In Islam, abuse of the Prophet or blasphemy does not invite physical punishment, not even an apology. The Quran clearly states that prophets were sent to every town, but people ridiculed every prophet who came to them. But nowhere does the Quran prescribe punishment against such verbal attacks. This is because people have the freedom to say whatever they want to say. God has not given anyone the right to place curbs on this freedom. If someone has issued a statement against the Prophet, you too can issue a statement in response to answer the objections raised. The Quran at no place states that if someone abuses or ridicules the Prophet, you should stop him from doing so. And if he does not stop, you should demand that he be arrested or beheaded. Hazrat Aisha, Raziallahu anha, the Prophet's wife, and a towering intellectual figure in early Islam, has said, "The Prophet never took revenge on anybody for anything personal. When people hurled accusations at the Prophet, he did not make angry speeches against them. Rather, he remained patient at their behavior." Why did the Prophet remain patient? Why did he forgive insults and scorn poured at him? Because the concern of the Prophet was to help people live on a higher spiritual plane. Now, if the Prophet started taking revenge and dragging people into bitter disputes, there would be no peace and no positive work.
Fortifie-le de ta puissance, afin qu'il puisse, soutenu par la soumission et l'affection de ses frères, continuer à œuvrer pour le bien de l'ordre, ainsi que pour l'honneur et la gloire de ton Saint.
D'architecte de l'univers met des marbres de constance pour remplir cette obligation solennelle que je prends comme grand maître de la Grande Loge du Gabon.
Moi, Ali Bongo Ondimba, en présence du grand architecte de l'univers et de cette grande loge de maçons, je promets solennellement que je m'acquitterai des devoirs de grand maître de la Grande Loge du Gabon. Dans cette haute fonction, je ferai tout ce qui est en mon pouvoir pour servir les intérêts de la franc-maçonnerie régulière en général et de cette Grande Loge en particulier.
Le code Michel rappellera à tous, le sang nous rappellera que nous sommes tous jugés en haut. pouvons.
Welcome back to the show, and thank you all for joining in here. And for those, Peter, I see you. I'm so sorry I didn't get to you. And yeah, Mr. James and Electricity, I see you guys. Let me start with Mr. James.
Yeah, can you hear me, please?
Yes.
Yes, there's a question I would have loved to ask the man, but unfortunately it's gone. The Bible says in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Where was God living in the beginning? I'm sorry, before the beginning. Was he homeless? Where was he accommodated? I mean, before he created heavens and earth, where was he living? Was he a homeless guy? I mean, somebody should please explain to me.
I
can try to explain that, but go ahead.
Pastor
Let me quickly respond there.
Tom,
Mr.
okay,
J.
let's start from Tom.
Mr. J, I know you don't believe in anything, okay? Right. God, I'm going to shock you further. God, if I tell you that God does not reside in heaven, will you believe that?
Yeah, geographically it can be proved. It can be established that there's no heaven. Geographically.
Yeah, God is too immense, is beyond our understanding. Okay, He does not reside in heaven. Okay, God is not homeless. He's everywhere. He's all powerful. He respects even your opinion as not believing in Him. So that's all I can say for now. I will allow other people to respond.
God is omnipotent. That's
Yes.
very correct. I agree.
Okay.
I think most physicists will submit that God, before the beginning, there was no time. So you can't even place a time. And before there was a place, there was no place. And it can be existing without any of those.
And
you see what I mean?
All right, Peter, let me hear from Peter. Peter, what were you going to ask our guest?
Thank to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Damages. You said somebody has stayed 5 hours, but you've been here for yesterday and today. So you have the biggest thanks from every one of us.
Doc, I want to know Peter very well. Peter is in a dark place. I can't appreciate him. Peter, put on the lights now.
God haven't created light over here. There's no day yet.
Yeah, no light.
God haven't created one.
So
I have to make one myself.
Nice one, Peter. Nice one.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Yeah. I'm against that man, the doctor. Though all here to our culture and religion. Anybody that don't believe in his thing, I know. Time immemorial will be existing before these people jump into us, all Christian and Muslim. They come with the idea like the church, the Christians we have today in Nigeria or whatever we have there in Africa. How do they exist? They came in, especially when the British came to take something that don't belong to them. The churches also came with them. So how do we embrace them in our side? They bring school. People that went to school, they got a job. So the miracle was working and people actually embrace it. And they now see that, yes, these people come out with good something that they could embrace. This is how we become a Christian in the South. In the North, they've been forced to become a Muslim. Because if you don't become a Muslim, you are against their religion, you are gone. There was a day I went to job in Liverpool Street. I came across a Ghanaian Hausa. So when the guy spoke English, I looked at him very well. I said, "Are you an Hausa?" He said, "Yeah." "Where are you from?" He said, "Ghana." I said, Is there any outside in Ghana? He said, yes. Are you a Muslim? He said, yes. Then how come you are this educated? So I left it like that. I came to my Ghanaian friends and asked them, this is what happened. They said, oh, they are then president. Make sure that these people were educated. This is how they turn like that. So I have seen two of them in UK, one in Greenwich University. He have graduated this year. So he was an Hausa in Ghana. But in Nigeria, if Hausa travel across the border, you will know this is an Hausa. Because they've been forced to one section, they must remain like this. Those people that believe and bring those people down to this zero, they got children. It's like our just President Buhari. His daughter went to school in UK, where they have other children that they should not go to school. So when we start preaching this religion, I wonder where it's going to take us, the Africans, because they can come and defend themselves politically, but they don't actually make that defense they are trying to give. Another thing is that
Peter,
our culture that
hold on, I'm confused. Where you said you're in Nigeria and you talked about meeting somebody in UK. Where are you?
No, I said in Liverpool Street.
Yeah. Oh, where is that?
London.
Oh, so you've been there?
I'm here, yeah.
Oh, you're in the UK?
I'm in the UK, yeah.
Why you gonna get light now, show? Oh, light, my friend. What's wrong with you?
It's not even about light. It's about your viewpoint. I mean, there are so many things you said. I don't like to do that. To start saying, generalize about people not being educated. I thought that.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't mean to use that.
Hold on. I was, someone in Nigeria. Sometimes I permit certain things. I was thinking that someone who is in the UK wouldn't be talking that way.
Okay.
So I'm really surprised.
Sorry about this. I didn't mean to underrate anyone. It's because of the topic that comes out today. I'm not saying that our northern in Nigeria are not educated. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm saying that their leaders have actually, make part of them less. I don't know how to put it so that I don't offend anyone. Why their own children are well educated. That's why I actually use the past president as an example. That their own children went to better schools, why others are forced not to. Because there are a lot of them forced not to. Because when these people travel across the border, you will see the difference between each of us. That there's a big difference. I'm not saying that but they are not doing it in the Western way. I mean, if I could try to put it like this, that they don't want these people to gain what their children gain. Let me put it that way. I think that would be the best way to do it. So what am I saying is that this religion of 18 have not helped anybody at all. They are actually creating more problems across the border. I can also testify that most of the places in the Western world, when these people are going to, I'm not against them. I'm not trying to. I'm just talking about the good faith of them. Anywhere they are, people try to get security around them. Where you don't get security around them, they tend to think that they have to cover everybody, that nobody is free to move around or free to practice what they practice. So all these kind of things they are all doing. It's not just the Muslims, also the Christians. This is a big problem for other people because I've never seen anywhere where religion can actually help anyone. So if we have lived the way we lived before the Christ or the religious things come into us, I think we should have been in a better place today.
Mr. Peter, please put on your light. I think you should put on your light, please. Yeah. If every one of us is like a shadow, you not like it.
I am Peter. So yeah, you can see me now. Sorry, I'm this way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you be a better person.
Chim, hold on. Okay, let me hear from Electricity. You're next.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I was about to address you earlier, but you didn't allow me to
You
address
can
you.
do it. You can do it now. I just wanted
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
speak on.
Bro,
Yeah, I'm
this
gonna
is
do
his fault, isn't it? Is it
it.
me? Open the window.
Coming. Somebody is need to be muted, please.
Yeah.
Window.
Can
All
we
right.
all please mute, please? I mean, some noises. Okay. Dr. Dame, you're a journalist. You've written books, okay? And I don't think you would take it kindly if someone tried to distort the book that what you've written or what you wrote in your book. Now, if the guest wants to sell Islam to people, that is fair enough. But when you are now taking the Bible is equally a book, whether we consider it as inspired by God or inspired by forefathers, it's a book. And when someone tries to distort it, all in the name of trying to, I really don't understand. I have that. I'm against that. And you hold the belief that or the argument that when anyone comes on the channel must have evidence of what they are trying to say. And if they don't provide this evidence, they should be allowed to be pushed back for those who understand or who have read the book. There were so many distortion in what he was claiming in respect to the Bible. The last one I heard where he was talking about Abraham having to destroy his father's idol and this and that. It's not recorded in the Bible. That was Gideon, for crying out loud. I don't appreciate when people come. Me, I'm not here to come and argue with him about Islam or whatever it is. I came in because he was distorting a lot of truth. And that's not fair. So, I mean, people who have knowledge of it should do a pushback. He was talking about the Jews. Christianity has an expiration date. Jesus Christ was not even addressing the woman. He was indirectly addressing the Jews, letting the Jews understand that salvation is for all. Please, with due respect, when this is a public space, this is where some people come to gain knowledge. And so, please, when we bring people on the platform to come and distort the truth, I don't appreciate it one single bit. I won't come here and start talking about something I don't know about the Quran just because I want to sell my Christianity. It doesn't make sense. And that's what I want to say. The man said a lot of things that are not correct, that are incorrect. He was able to quote the Quran. Can he bring where he find all those things in the scripture? No, he cannot. He just picks a few things and come and want to spin it around people. Who is an idiot here? Nobody is an idiot. I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So, all right. I wanted to say that the idea of what we do here is to bring people, whether they have books or they don't have books, to share their ideas, whatever the idea is. And I count on you guys, not just me, because I don't know it all. I count on everybody to weigh in. And the man spent 5 hours here trying to answer questions from everybody. Okay? So that's all we can do. I can't tell people not to say what they believe. I give the opportunity to everybody to question them. So what I think we need to do better is that the way people question, raise issues, it's not, well, you have to understand this is our guest. That's one. It doesn't matter who the person is. And secondly, you have to craft your question in such a way that you get the answer that you're looking for. Sometimes people will waste time, and at the end, you feel that he hasn't answered all your questions. And maybe no single guest will answer all the questions we may have. I didn't answer the topic of today is about AI. We didn't even get into that, and religion, because there was no time. So sometimes it happens. But I try to give opportunity to a lot of people, and I count on people to be able to point out what they don't believe in, what they don't agree with, and give the guests a chance to answer. That's all we can do. I'm not here to say he's right or he's wrong, you are wrong, or the person is wrong. I'm here to say, give the opportunity for you and everybody else to be able to have that exchange of ideas. That's all. Mr. James, go ahead.
Yeah, do you think this topic was properly treated?
Well, I think a lot of people, maybe people who are advanced in religious studies may feel that it wasn't, but a lot of people will learn something. And I think no matter how any topic is handled, I think there's something for someone to learn from. I don't know. We may have to.
From
Yeah.
what I noticed is that we discuss more about church and not necessarily
Yeah, but
Christianity.
it's the way you guys drove the conversation. It's not
I
if
thought it was going to be philosophical.
well,
You see,
yeah.
you must admit, forefathers' introduction was up to the point, and that of Mr. Paul. But I mean, we dragged it into a quarrel between Christianity and Islam. And there were a lot of things this man said which you cannot say about Islam. If you dare try it, they come after you, just like Salman Rushdie. I noticed it in his, anyway, it's past and gone. We improve on it. Thank you so much indeed.
All
I
right,
have to
thank
go
you.
there.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr.
Good night.
James.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Tim,
you.
yeah, Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, first of all, Dr. Damages, you're doing a good job. So I know it's not an easy task to manage a forum like this. And personally, I avoid, in fact, when I saw this topic, I was going to run away and not show up at all because it can be very, controversial and easily misunderstood. But coming to address Peter a little bit, you see, there's something mistake we make. Someone once said that when Christianity came to Africa, by the way, Christianity was in Africa before Europe. We tend to forget this. Christianity was in Africa before Europe. Europeans didn't bring Christianity to us. They only came with the modern one where they came and stole our goods and took slaves. But before then, Christianity was already in Africa, in many places in Africa. Let's never forget this. Someone said that when purpose of a thing is not known, abuse is often not inevitable. There will be abuse. Christianity is having a bad name in Africa, in Nigeria, in modern times because of the fleecing that some ministers back home are using it to do. They are fleecing people. And because of that, it's getting a bad name. It's the same Christianity that, although mixed with economic interest in the early 18th century when they came to Africa and took resources and took slaves, the same Christianity brought education. We may argue about it. We may read meanings. That's fine. It's fair. I'm okay without that. But it's the same Christianity that brought some liberation in Cross River State, where back in the days, twins used to be killed. It's the same Christianity that said, no, this is a blessing. You're misunderstanding it with your culture. Hence, because you don't understand why two children should come out from the womb of a child, you're killing them. No, it's the same Christianity. So in the midst of anything good, there will be bad. Even with today's technology of science, we know there are people who are using science to do bad things. Does that mean science is bad? No, it doesn't mean that. We're talking about democracy. Democracy is a beautiful system of government, like I argued yesterday. But there are people who are coming in through democracy and becoming autocratic. Alassane Ouattara of Cote d'Ivoire came in through democracy and now he's going for a third term. Does that mean democracy is bad? I can go on and on. So the point I was trying to make is, you see, we must always have, marriage is a good thing. But there are people who, when they get into marriage, they cause havoc. Love is a good thing. Some men sacrifice. I just read a post on WhatsApp with my friends of a young man who sponsored his wife to the US and was funding the lifestyle from here. The moment he said he was going to join them, the same wife kicked him out of his house. But that is marriage. So you see that there is nothing in this life that we're going to deal with that doesn't have a flip side. And that's the point I'm trying to make. People must always realize everything good has a tendency of bad. So for the fact that we just use the brush and just brush everything all the time, or somebody does something wrong and then that becomes the basis on which we castigate certain things, I'm not of that school of thought. I just felt like I needed to throw that in as we continue the conversation. Thanks.
All right, thank you. The Blackstone, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Good evening, everybody. Good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. Yeah, I did listen to the guests at least for quite a number of hours. And from my own point of view, I didn't want to join because religious topic somehow take a different tone, right? It's very sensitive. Everybody want to express their view, and once the view of this person is different from the view of the other person, it become a little bit, yeah, a little bit yeah, toxic or something like that, you know. So I didn't want to actually join because I love the topic because when I saw it about AI and religion, what will happen, but I never had anything like that. That was my own interest actually in the topic because not because of or the Muslim religion and things like that, you know. So at least I was having two questions in mind. If I want to ask him a question, one is this, right? He said Islam is a religion of peace. I would have asked him, I would love to ask him, why is it that the more these days most of the religious issues, war and things like that are mostly perpetrated by the Muslims. I think these days one of the radical religious group is mostly the Muslims, right? Terrorism, whatever you may call it, most of them are coming from the Muslim believers. And if you don't believe in their religion or you talk against their religion, they go after you. If Islam is the religion of peace, why is it like that? Even somebody draw a cartoon in Denmark, they raise a bounty against him that you can kill him. You get this, they are after him, and things like that. So I don't think that is a religion of peace, right? Everybody insult Jesus Christ, everybody insult God. Nobody have come up and say, why must you do that, right? That would have been one of my questions, right? Number two, he also said relating to the issue of peace, right? Let's look at Malaysia, which is today is the biggest Muslim countries. Malaysia was formerly a Christian country, but today it has been occupied or taken over by the Muslims. Why is it that whenever you give them opportunity or welcome them to your society, their first agenda is to occupy, to take over? With that, you also have in Nigeria, when Usman Danfodio came to Sokoto, he was welcomed, given a place, right? Sokoto today is 100% Muslim country. Why do they always want to occupy or take a place that don't belongs to them? Because they're given that opportunity to come in, which they themselves doesn't even do. Right? When Syria war was going on, Germany took almost 1 million Syria people into their country. Saudi Arabia never took anything. What they told Germany, yes, we help you, give you money for you to build them a mosque. Because Germans do not allow mosque in their country. You can practice you can have a place, a hall to practice, to go for your worship and everything, but a mosque is not allowed to be built.
Is that true?
Yeah. There's no
you're in Germany. You're in Germany. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm in Germany. There's no single mosque in Germany. It's not allowed.
Wow.
Yeah. So why is it like that? Why are they practicing? So if it's a religion of peace, how have they proved it to the world that they're truly a religion of peace?
Anyway, I was wondering how is that sustainable if you have 1 million Muslims in your country and you're saying,
of course,
Dr. Rudolph, even in River State, safe. It almost happened in River State now. We can never allowed them to build a mosque in River State.
Yeah, it's full of Turkish. Turkish have Turkish people here has a lot of influence, but the government
In UK, they have to give them 2 or 3 police officers to watch them every time they gather. So that is what I was trying to get at.
So, point
All
of
right.
correction: there are mosques in Germany, but they're not allowing them to build newer mosques.
No,
There's controversy.
no. Sorry, there's no single mosque in Germany.
But
They
I'm
are
looking at
buying.
it here now.
Wait,
I'm on Google.
There are mosques in Germany now, the Blackstone.
They are buying. Wait
They didn't say it
now.
was illegal.
They are buying. Wait. They are
Blackstone,
buying.
I'm disappointed. You are in Germany.
Wait. They are buying cathedrals. They are buying cathedrals. That's what they say they are. So they are buying cathedrals. You know, there's a way mosque is being built, not as church cathedrals, because the normal German church cathedral, the Catholics, they are not being used, but they are not buying them over. You understand me?
All right,
If
let's
you build a mosque has a different pattern of building.
All right. Let's go to Masker. Masker, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Mr. Rudolph, and good evening, everybody. Mr. KJ, how are you?
You know, once you know if you back to do, you know, go off you back to the KJ.
I came fully prepared, and I'm wondering. It looks very familiar. I don't know if we.
Hey, it's happened again.
Who looks familiar?
KJ.
Whatever KJ is here. The last time he was here, KJ wasn't here. There was no issue.
Last time we talked, KJ was
Is there a history is there something I'm missing?
Rudolph, please let me just.
Yeah. Whenever KJ is around, his mic is always faulty. I don't know.
Rudolph, let me just correct something, please.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, Mr. Blackstone, what you just said is not correct. There are mosques in Germany. The other thing is there is no particular way how a mosque is built. Like, I can literally convert any building to a mosque. It doesn't matter. So that's the first correction. The other one, Mr. Peter, you said...
Excuse me, AY, please tell me what state those mosques are. Tell me what state.
Can I add in AY? There is a mosque in Cologne. There's a mosque in Cologne.
In Cologne. I lived in Cologne. There's no mosque in Cologne.
Jim. You know this.
There's Cologne Central Mosque.
Hold on.
Stop doing this.
Actually, I'm not actually disappointed because I've even some Muslim in Nigeria.
Okay, fine. You are okay, fine. It can be better.
Some Muslim in Nigeria will ask me, are there mosques in America? I'm like, the mosques we even have in America, they are not even in Nigeria. We have bigger mosques here. They are not even in Nigeria. So it's just it's not correct.
But is that not scary actually? That hold on. That the Blackstone lives in Germany, and we.
Doctor, stop. End it there.
Because people depend on us, you know, and it's very important. Depend on us. There are people in America here who cannot explain how the government of America works, and they talk to people, and people believe them. I believed him when he said there was none. I just said, No, I had to say, is that really true? And he said it again. How will I not believe somebody who lives in Germany that is telling me this is I live there?
Rudolph, I said it. Somebody, a Muslim was asking me this one he said, are there mosques in America? I'm like, in one city in America, you have more than 15 mosques. You are asking me if there are mosques in one city, just one.
So guys, I think again, this is where our issue is coming from. Coming to this part of the world, you see some of these religious buildings don't have there's a way we see church in Nigeria. So there are some places you go to, they're not built exactly in that mode. So people will say, oh, this is not a church. I mean, the church I go to here is built as if it's a school.
Yes.
It's not, we're not renting it, it's a church. So it doesn't have all those things that back home, all those, we're very religious people. Our values, we go too deep into the way we try to. So, and then there's no way you would have a country like Germany where you've had the footballers, the guy from Sierra Leone, who's, what's his name, who plays for Chelsea and Real Madrid. He's a Muslim. And this other guy is Muslim. The guy who plays for, so it's not possible.
And just to add to what we're saying, in EJ lives in Germany. She just tweeted that they're calling prayers every time, and people are complaining. So it's very important that that's why I have confidence in what we are conversations we have here. There are people who are watching who may know better than people who are there here in the studio, and hope that
Location of the mouse in Germany.
all right, let's hear Muscat, go ahead. Go ahead. Can you hear me? Muscat, can you hear me?
Oh, I think he's stuck again.
Yeah, his audio is not good. All right, forefathers, what is your take on
I know, maybe KJ, you have to exit. KJ, please exit. KJ, please exit. KJ, you just have to exit, please.
What
No,
is
you just have to exit.
wait. I'm missing something. Is KJ using voodoo on him?
I don't know, KJ, you just have to
I
exit.
don't know. It's empirically proven now. It's a scientific fact that KJ is causing problems here.
KJ, you have to leave this channel right now. You have to leave this channel right now.
because when KJ wasn't here, Masca's
and it
mic
was so clear.
perfect.
He spoke for a long time. KJ, no, you have
Every
to
time
leave.
KJ is around, he's blocked
All right.
for some reason.
All right, guys, thank you so much for joining me. I have to take off. I want to thank everybody at home who watched, and those who commented, and those who donated. We appreciate all of you. Next Sunday, I will bring in I forgot the name of the guest, but there will be an important guest joining us next Sunday. And the next one we have Professor Chidi Adenkalo, and then we have Okendi coming, and Professor Niyo Shundare. So interesting guest. Thank you guys.
Is it Mayegun you're bringing next Sunday?
Mayegun, I'm not yet to schedule him. There are conflicts, but we will get him.
Yeah, regarding that video of the Gabon leader, if you can share the link so that we can go through it again later. That looks like an interesting video.
Okay. All right, that's over to you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. The doctor, man, the doctor really got me with that issue of. I was like, what is that all about? He was making all kinds of excuses.
Sorry for interjecting you. I just need to read something to correct the record that the Dr. Perry made when he said it was Paul's idea to go to the Gentiles. So I'm going to read from Acts chapter 9, verse 15. But the Lord said unto him, go thy way, for he, Paul, is a chosen vessel unto me to bear my name before the Gentiles and the kings and the children of Israel. And he said it was Paul's idea. I really don't understand, to be honest.
He didn't know a lot about the Bible, at least as much as he likes to think. My issue with him was his excuse that they are worshiping a specific direction is that because it's just for organization. So you have to go to any part of the world and start triangulating where Mecca is. That's for organization. That is not for organization. You can just tell people to face a specific direction. God is not even supposed to be in any location. I don't even understand that idea that you have to face anywhere.
Is not God in John chapter 4, when Jesus Christ met that Samaritan woman. That was what the woman was saying, that listen, here our forefather says we should worship this and that. And Jesus Christ said, no. That ain't happening again. You can worship God anywhere, any place, anywhere you are, even inside your toilet, if that's where God will hear you. And so coming to be giving some narrative that and distorting the truth. I mean, I wasn't really happy. If you want to sell Islam, but don't go ahead and start to.
Yeah, where I had a big issue with him was where he started denigrating our own faith. No, let me just add this. He started denigrating our own faith versus Islam. I felt that was just wrong, because you can't do that and say, okay, our own faiths were corrupted, so the Islamic one is the clean one. That is not good. I didn't come here to fight Islam. I came here to correct him on what he was saying, because he said our people were worshiping in the belief that the Kaaba, that Kaaba is the purpose of them facing that direction. That they are worshiping that location because they believe that that was where Abraham built the first kind of worship center, which is just a belief. There's no fact. There's no evidence for it. And then there is a rock there that is considered an asteroid, a kind of meteorite that people touch there, and they consider it some kind of good thing that they believe in. you are seeing all this type of mystical stuff that people believe in, and that is not based on real science. That is not even based on the original principle of the faith itself, which believes that God is out there. Why are people doing these things that are in a way a kind of this in the practice that you can associate with paganism? Then you go and just start saying our own ancestral worship is corrupted, while that one is perfect. That is wrong. You can't do that.
What you don't even know at all about.
Forefather, I have a question for you. So you believe in traditional religion, right?
That is my father. That is what my forefather believe in.
I believe that
what is tradition? Explain yourself better.
That is what my father believe in. That is what my great grandfather believe in.
Explain yourself. Explain yourself. Explain.
Okay, forefather. So the Christians here, the Muslims here, I want who can answer this for me, right? The concept of idol worshipping versus having one God. I want Electricity or Chim, if you can help us with this explanation. Like, from me as a Muslim, I don't believe in idol worshipping. I believe in the true one God. So my whole confusion is, the idol worshippers, do they believe in that true one God?
Yes.
They've always believed in it. What are you talking about?
Can I come in? There's one thing about
one true God that you are referring to.
There's one thing about God. What is God?
You like.
Sorry, Father. What is God? Firstly, this is it here. In Benin, we call God Usalubwa. It's not the white man that teach us to call God Usalubwa. That was what my forefather know as God. In Yoruba land, they say Oluwa. That is exactly a unique name that I could not even define when I was a Benin man. In English, it's God. Oh, they said that is the same thing I know as Usalubwa. Even our names, we got this same thing on it. God, 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 God. So this is why He made Almighty. It's not because of it's written. Excuse me. Let me land. It's not because it's written in any book that made God Almighty. Because everybody speak it in the tongues without interpretation. You see, there is one thing I want to say here. When the Yoruba describe Oduduwa as a man that come from the sky, you know the name of that man in Benin? The name of Oduduwa, his father name is Ogiso. So a man from the sky. So how is it? You can see there is connection when you get names. They call me authentication. It can be proven when something is defined. So you can't because there is a Muhammad in the Quran that make him Almighty God. No.
Peter,
He's Almighty because every tongue spoke it.
Okay, Peter, let me direct this question for you. You are from Benin. Obviously, maybe you have one idol at home you are worshiping.
Oh yeah, we got our own stick that unite the whole family.
And I also believe you also go to church, right?
I may not want to go to church. It's just fallacies.
Do you go to church or no?
I may not want to go to church. It's fallacies to go to church.
Are you a Christian or no?
I may not want to go to church. If I go, it's fallacies.
You can't make this to and fro question this in session. What is your question, AY, that you wanted to ask?
I also ask a simple question. I said, explain what you mean by traditional worship.
I wanted to ask him a question, but he said he's not a Christian. So
you wanted to also ask me a question.
No, exactly. It was fathers that I wanted you to ask for fathers. You are going
just
to
ask different people a question.
The question I have for you: are you a Christian or you are a traditionally, or who are you?
I'm a traditionalist. That is what my forefather
are. Peter, hold on. The question is not for you. So you
forefather, this one is for you. Are
the question for forefathers.
It's irrelevant.
Tradition.
What do you believe?
Explain the word tradition. That was the start of tradition. Explain that word tradition. That's why I have problem with you. Explain.
So my understanding, right, is most time they have idols. They worship idols, right? They believe in
idol worshiping.
Idol worshiping. Yeah. So which one are you? Can you?
Okay, let me correct something. Let me correct something. There are two ways people worship idols. Sometimes some people worship. Can I give you because you are trying to do one up this thing that you could do where you are trying to say one religion is better than the other, and I really warn our people, this thing that you are doing is not getting you anywhere. It's not. You are just selling your people out. See, what you are trying to do, when people worship idols, what they tend to do is either they use the idol as a conduit to the actual God, because they recognize that the idol is just something that they carved, while there are some that actually believe the idol is the God itself. But most actually is just a conduit. And you can also argue that what you are seeing in Mecca is a kind of using that building and the rock as a kind of conduit. They didn't have to. They can decide not to face a specific distance. They change it from Jerusalem to face Mecca. Because you know what? They know that they want to control the religion. And that's what Europeans did. When they got Christianity, they took it and put it inside Rome. And the British people took it and made it in England. But our people, no, they are perfect. We are evil. That is your own mentality that you people have. And don't even try bringing that stuff, because it really infuriates me a little bit, because I heard somebody that believing in another religion saying our own forefathers, this thing, we're tainted. I don't like when people do that.
Forefather, I like the last question Chim asked Dr. Perry today. Not question, a comment. He said, there are things you cannot really explain in religion. I actually believe what he said. That was very correct. So if you don't believe in, if you are, for example, you are not a Christian, you are not a Muslim, there are things you might not be able to explain, honestly. So I don't like this going to religion. Like, it causes a lot of misunderstanding and friction.
What are you going to explain that is not
Can I come in now?
Everything says it's a lie. It says. Even I listened to one Muslim clergy the other day. You know what he said? He said in Matthew. He said Matthew said that. Matthew followed Jesus. He was against it. That how can Matthew wrote the Matthew verses, and they are saying he followed Jesus. So he did not write it. That's the clergy that's against that.
Can I just butt in if I may? So religion is issues of religion, like I repeated at the beginning, are very contentious issues. Now, on the matter
Forefathers laugh.
Sorry?
all these chat people are crazy.
Forefathers laugh. He laugh.
This is crazy stuff in the chat sometimes.
So when it comes to Christianity, Islam, and Judaism are the three faiths in the world that are monolithic, right? Is that correct?
Ibrahim, yeah.
That worship one God.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm a Christian, primarily not based on my making, because I was born into a Christian home. Then, of course, I gave my life to Christ. But I've read the Bible, and trying to read the Bible over time as research, I discovered that, based on my understanding, I don't know what any other person has, and at least electricity seems to be close to me here. So wherever I stop, please, you can take off from there. God created the world, but the world went into plenty worship of all sorts. And God, wanting to bring man back to focus, picked Abraham. And through Abraham, the intention was to drive the direction back to him. See, someone said earlier, God created us and gave us liberty. That's the same God. He will not force you. Even in the Bible, it says, I have set before you life and death and all that. Now, fast forward into the New Testament. And then Paul had an encounter in Athens. In Athens, they worship many gods. There was this multiplicity of worshiping too many gods. And in his interaction with them, for those of us who want to go and consult this so that you see that I'm not making that up, you go to the book of Acts chapter 17. I think it's from verse 16 or so thereabout, where the philosophers used to sit down and engage themselves and talk. And then he noticed that inside that Athens, where they were worshiping many gods, there was an inscription written, "To the unknown God." So he took it up from there and in his interaction with them and said, yes, I can see you people are religious. I can see you people are worshiping many gods. And I can see you have this inscription, "To an unknown God." He said, I put it to you that this unknown God is that God that created the heaven and the earth. You don't seem to know that you are worshiping him, But I don't want to. I won't break it down, so we can go and read it. But what I'm trying to come down to is, I believe in the worship of one God. I believe that humanity because we as human beings, there's one thing God has put in us. We're very inquisitive. We search. Humanity, we search. Sometimes some of us have gotten to a level where we search and we say, okay, where I can't go further, I let go. I fall into that category of people.
Yeah.
I don't over search myself because so that I don't go crazy. There are many things I want to ask. I used to ask, where did God fall from? Where did this? But at some point, I began to realize that there are certain things I may not understand. It doesn't rule out the fact that there is this one God. What it means, the Bible gave room for that not knowing. The Bible says we will understand this better by
That is
and by.
the lie. That is the lie there. Bible says.
Hello,
And
okay. Wait,
Peter,
We didn't let Masca talk. Masca came here to say something.
Peter,
We keep telling story about the Bible. Now he's
Peter, wait,
gone.
Peter, wait.
And he's one of the few northern
Let
Muslims.
me let me clear something here. Yeah. I think the problem is this, right?
You guys, I didn't finish, and then you guys threw me out.
Sorry.
And KJ is not even here. He just stayed. He's not even putting his camera. Or you see, KJ is not camera is not on, and he's just choking Masca. He wouldn't let Masca talk.
That's a conspiracy.
When he just go backstage and allow Masca to come and talk. It is proven. There's evidence.
Wait, Papa, let me say something here. I think where we are all missing it is this. Every religion, every may believe that there's one God. There's God somewhere. There's a force. There's a being somewhere that's God. That is why in every language you refer to that word God. The problem is that how do we access what is the means, what is the medium for us to be able to access that God? That's where comes the various traditional God or belief and so on and so forth. Because you are searching for a means, an avenue to be able to reach that God. You understand me? That is why Jesus Christ even came to show us the way to that God. Muhammad also came with that Muslim. Muhammad also came with that there's a way, there's an avenue to that God.
Blackstone, I have a question for you. So that is where my question is coming from, right? Okay, a lot of prophets came, gave direction. This is how to connect to God. Jesus did the same. Prophet Muhammad did the same. Who is doing that for the idol worshiper? How are they connecting? Who is giving that direction? This is how you can get to your God.
That's where
If you come to believe, you will see people that will direct you.
Now that's where politics comes in, right? When it comes to
let Blackstone.
Electricity, please come in.
Wait. Is he worshiping them? Is he
excuse me. Okay, let me just finish.
I think what you are doing, AY is just picking soft targets to ask questions.
No.
I thought you really ask the question.
I really want to know.
I think someone earlier said that there is no shame in saying I don't know something if you don't know.
Yes.
I don't know who said it. And the guest said no. The guests disagree that is not the case. No one has the monopoly of knowledge. So I am surprised. But I'm going to throw a spanner into it. And I brought up a scripture. And I the Matthew chapter 22, when Jesus Christ said, love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy might, and love thy neighbor as thyself. Forefather, I don't know what religion you practice. I put that scripture to you and to everyone. Do you love your neighbor? I'll skip that first part first. Do you love your neighbor as yourself?
Nobody does that.
Why not?
Nobody does that. Nobody.
But I'm not going to take a bullet.
I love my neighbor more than myself. That's why I will tell you.
Not more.
Listen to me. Remember, I did not mention
You can't.
Electricity.
Nobody does that.
Electricity. You understand? That word of Jesus Christ, right? It is a spiritual word. You cannot do it on your own physically. Loving your neighbor.
No, Blackstone. Mr. Blackstone.
Blackstone, you're going too far. You're going too far.
No,
You're
Mr.
going
Blackstone.
too far. Just
You're
hold
going
on.
too far.
Hold on,
We are debating, we are talking about different religion here, okay?
Yes, of course.
And irrespective of our different religion, let's say forefather bow his head to the stone, and he lives next door to me. And Mr. Chim climbed the tree to pray. We are here on the same listing. So also the question is, love thy neighbor as thyself. Will forefather love Chim? Will Lokopi love forefather?
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. My neighbor, when I was growing up till today, right, is an Ogun priest, right? My father was a pastor. We all grew up. So I myself was even going to entering the house of the priest. All till now, the children, everybody, we are still good friends. I didn't discriminate that you believe this, or this is what you believe in, and so on and so forth. I don't care, because I believe everybody has the freedom of choice.
That is not the neighbor. That is not the neighbor the Bible is talking about.
What neighbor?
The neighbor is
Mr. Peter, stop injecting. I mean, don't interject. Let the person finish, please.
That's my neighbor.
We can't keep interjecting.
Anybody that's not your family or it's your neighbor.
And even far away from you.
Yes, of course, your neighbor. So if you can accommodate anybody,
that's
no
it.
matter what he or she believes, you can make friends with him. You understand me? It's your neighbor. You can love that person. You understand me? For example, I'll give you an example. When I came to Germany, there's a group of people, they call themselves the witches. You understand me? Right? They tell you they love the devil. I have a friend. I have one of them who was practicing it. I do go to their house. I'm not afraid, because I know that if I show love, they're not going to harm me. You understand me? Like in Germany, we also somewhere they have what they call a witch bar, the bar that witches go. You can even go there and go and do your own thing. So you can love your neighbor if you are not discriminating over their choice or their choices.
But how does the people believe in the people that believe in religion of the people that said love their neighbor as themselves, while they were selling them as slaves, torturing them, feeding their children to alligators, lynching them? Jesus Christ. How does that even happen?
What
you should understand is,
I don't think Christianity is a white man's religion.
Right now it is. The white man owns it.
Christianity, it controls the narrative, but they don't own it.
The worst thing about all of this is
they control it because the words are written in their language. They control it.
Yeah, that's right. Life to it. Christianity would not spread.
They don't own it.
We have a Yoruba Bible.
Actually,
the Bible they're talking about, the Bible or Yoruba Bible, is coined from the English Bible still.
But we're digressing away from what electricity was trying to do. We're digressing. This love your neighbor. We haven't finished. We are now moving away to who owns Christianity or who doesn't own it.
Love thy neighbor. Love thy neighbor was not the original. We cannot love the neighbor as ourselves. It's concluded. Can anybody love their neighbor as themselves? It's concluded. Nobody can.
I can.
No, you can.
I can even love my neighbor more than myself.
The Blackstone, you already saying that Jeff didn't have a mosque.
But he said that doesn't mean what he's saying.
He didn't love his neighbor enough to know that they have mosque. How did he not know? Clearly, he didn't love them
after the death of
I don't go to mosque. You're telling I don't
just saying.
You people love me. Please let me speak.
And he's in Germany.
Forefathers. Sorry for interjecting again. Let me go by what forefathers. Let me go by forefathers' answer that says is it possible for forefather? How did you put it again? Put it again so that I can
Is it ever possible for somebody to love their neighbor as themselves? What is
Okay,
even
yeah.
possible?
Thank you for that. So remember now, you take a look at that statement. Now you are bowing your heads down to the stone, and you are giving this answer. Let's say Chim also go by that. Everyone go by that. So what is on the ground now is beyond religion. So what we now need to do is now to look into ourselves, because I asked that guy, Dr. Perry, that same question. I quoted it to him. What is his take in respect from Islam perspective? Because irrespective of that statement coming from the mouth of Jesus Christ, whether you like him or you don't like him, there's one thing we all agree upon. Paul is my neighbor. Paul could be my neighbor. Tone could be my neighbor. AY could be my neighbor. Chim could be my neighbor. We did not disagree on that aspect. Even if I hate Jesus Christ, I will agree that yes,
Jesus
he
Christ is
made
your
a
neighbor.
right. Come again.
Jesus Christ is also your neighbor. If you
Yeah,
love him,
I mean, whatever, irrespective, anybody could be my neighbor. So
that's right.
if we go in line with this statement, I think we will be able to come to a conclusion that we are not different. We are not
From each
different
other.
No,
from
Each other.
each
Yeah,
other.
other. Just
Electricity.
love
The
your
white
neighbor as
man
yourself.
religion that we are talking about, Mr. Peter, hold on one second. I'll use the first one. The white man that often they say they sold the religion, their religion to us. Let's argue that that is the case. That they sold religion to us. Let's argue that is the case. Was corruption part of that religion they sold to us? Because if we do compare and contrast, if they sold it to us, that means it belongs to them. And they are making their place that we all, most of us are in right now, thriving. Why can't we also use that same religion? Because if I buy a forefather's religion and forefather is progressing and I am not progressing, then something must be wrong. So something must be fundamentally wrong somewhere. So if I
That's what
sell
I mean by
something to
taking
you,
control of the religion. We don't
No,
take
see,
control of the
no,
religion.
no, 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 forefathers, they did not take control of the religion.
They
No.
did.
No,
Okay,
okay,
hear me
wait.
out. Hear me
Okay, let
out.
me give you,
Hear
I'll
me
use
out.
the
Hear
floor
me
for you
out
to
now.
defend that argument that they
I
did.
wanted
Go
to.
ahead.
It wasn't an argument. Just statement of fact. When somebody,
Okay.
the doctor that
You
came
know,
today
forefather,
confirmed that
sorry for
they moved.
interjecting. You cannot say it's a statement of fact. It's an argument. You argue,
No,
I
no.
will,
It's
they
not.
will counteract your
Let
argument.
me make it, and you confirm whether it's a fact or not. The doctor
Forefather,
argued
okay,
that
All
they
right.
forefather,
moved.
forefather,
They,
before you
they
go on, let me ask you a question.
hold on now. The
In line with it.
Blackstone.
No, sorry, in line
No,
with it. In line with
I
what I'm
don't
going to
want it
say.
layered. I want to be able to answer without
No, in
dealing
line
with
with what
another
I'm going
question.
to say, put it together. You understand me?
Oh boy. All right, go ahead.
What is the actual religion of we are talking about now about the forefathers? What was the religion?
Okay, I'm not sure which one you are referring to. I'm just talking about
Our
regarding.
forefathers, the African religion now. Means what African religion? What is
It was
like
idol worshiping, they call it.
idol
Was it
worshiping? That's what.
was
That's what.
no, not idol worshiping. It
no,
wasn't called idol
no,
worshiping. It was
no.
basically
Some
tradition. They have different names.
In
exactly
our
no.
different way, we
Somebody
call
call
it
it
our
no,
different way. And even though
no.
the religion that you people preach, the so-called
Mm.
Muslim have the Sunnite, they have the Shiites, they have everything. The so-called Christian
Yeah.
have the Jehovah Witness, the
Somebody
It's
call
Catholic,
it
under
they have
one.
the likes.
no.
So
It's
our
under one.
traditional also,
Wait,
Okay,
wait.
also
It's under one.
let me just
Somebody
have
call
these
it
answer.
things too.
no.
It's
Can I
under
Somebody
just
call
that
it
one.
answer that
idol
question,
worshiping.
Loco?
It's
Let me
under
just
one
answer
word.
the original
Muslim.
question before we drift too far away. Then I go and forget the point. When the doctor came in, he said they moved when they were the direction they normally worshipped. They used to worship facing Jerusalem. They moved it from Jerusalem. That's what the Muslims did. They moved it from Jerusalem and brought it to Mecca. When the Europeans got Christianity, they instead of them to go to Jerusalem, where is the source of Christianity, they took it away from there, put it in Rome, and then even the English king, King James, said, no, 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 I'm not having it with the Romans. He took it and put it in his own country. But what we do is we worship from them where they are. Anybody that is worth their salt, take control and put it within themselves and make themselves the focus of the religion. This is why when they make they show the picture of Jesus Christ the first time, it's blonde hair, blue eyes. They didn't show you the one that looks a little bit dark and like an Arab, this in African. No, they show you the blonde hair, blue eyed ones, and they show you that the devil is the darker one. And we bought into it. How we did that, I don't know. So that's my answer to this thing, electricity.
If I could just a little bit, and then okay. So there's something we're missing. The way somebody introduces something to you, especially if there is a grand norm that is supposed to explain it. It's like, America. The Americans have a constitution. The America says we. I may not. If I don't get it correctly, please pardon me. Where they said their forefathers, their founding fathers said that we, the people, we admit that all men are born equal and have inalienable rights. It's in the American Constitution. This is the same America where slave trade was being done, where they said
that word,
all have equal rights.
Chim, that word all men did not include Africans.
Hold on now, hold on. I don't have the. If I had, I wish I could quote it correctly. What they simply said was, irrespective of your color, irrespective of how you look, all men are equal. The American Constitution says that. This is in the 17th century. But the same America of that time, there was slavery. There was slavery. And in the same America, there was still some form of segregation until 1960s, when they started breaking all that barrier. The point I'm trying to make is that human beings have a tendency of diluting and spoiling things. Beyond the original principle of that thing, you will see them begin to dilute it. So, I don't want us to keep saying, I'm in total disagreement when we say Christianity is a white man's system. It is not, has never been. The white man has not founded any religion. Of all races in the world, the only group of people that do not have any religion they found is the white man, the Caucasian. Every other person has a religion they founded, not even the white man. They were brought into this Christianity. It just so happens, like I was arguing earlier, that in postmodern
The white people had their own, but it's all right.
They don't have any religion. Trust me.
What you are saying is correct.
How can we just say these things? There's Hellenism. There is a Druid. This in the beliefs.
How many of us know about that?
Yeah, but it didn't mean that they didn't exist.
I said they bring this thing to us. I said they bring this religion to us, and they made some people benefit. That is why we now believe in it, that they brought it to us.
Gentlemen,
like what you said, they have not created anything in their life.
You are the moderator, so gentlemen on the floor. Forefather, you reference to the picture of Jesus Christ that they sold it to us. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is why that is how they control us. Is that correct? That's what you said.
No, it's how they subliminally told us that.
Ask your question now.
It's correct, yeah.
It's not only that they control us with false too. So
no, I need to be sure before I say, because I told Forefather that they didn't sell us anything. Okay. And if Paul, you are an aviator. I always like address you as an aviator. If the wheelchair in the airport is for people, is designed for a purpose and for people to use. Now, it's the same wheelchair that is also imported into Nigeria, or similar, maybe not the same grade. It's similar to you, and it's to be used for the same purpose. Now, if you misuse yours, does that mean, or no, if the one you sold to me or you import to me, I misuse it, does that mean that what you sold to me is bad?
Yeah, to some extent it's not bad, but let me answer this question that you asked. So when Forefather talk about they sell this religion to us, remember when we talk about, now let me go specific with Christian. When we talk about Christianity, who sold Christianity to us? It is not from Egypt. It is not from Israel, whether Jerusalem, Egypt, Turkey, or maybe Greece, any of these places. The people who sold these things for us are Caucasians. So we use the word carefully, are Caucasian. And how did they sell these things to us? They sell these things to us in this direction, like what they are doing right now. They give you charity, you love them because they give you needs. And
Exactly.
it's a purpose.
Yeah.
These men might be CIA, collecting
And you
information,
embrace their belief.
understand the way you think,
Yeah.
understand the way you do things, and everything. So they come
so.
in that wolf, you understand, with white clothing. They come so nice, they love you. They even tell most of our parents that we're going to take your children to our country, we're going to educate them, we're going to give them this, and we love them. You
It's working for them.
In our own and everything, but they are like CIA. How did the HR terminate your appointment? You understand? They wish you well in Nigeria in your future endeavor. They are the ones sacking you. They are the ones wishing you well in your future endeavor when you did not resign.
Okay.
Paul, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Paul. Please,
in that perspective,
let me ask
they
you a
might be
question.
coming nice, you understand? But they also have the interior motive. Like we'll say, the first ship that took people from Nigeria, Badagry, to Jamestown in America, the name of the vessel is called Jesus of Lubeck. You understand? So how do you want to comprehend these things? And the likes.
Paul, let me ask you a question. I wait first. Paul, please hold on first. Let me ask you a question. If, for example, now, right, you are not having a good life, things are not working out for you, right? You are really finding things difficult, and somebody come to you with a good thing and help you out of it, and begin to help you, would you buy every idea that person brings to you?
Who was finding things difficult?
So what is the concept of 419 in Nigeria?
Hold on. Wait, I'm asking a question. No, wait. Okay, wait.
White man to Sheraton and dress well with 5-piece suit.
Yes, of course. Wait.
Concept of 419.
Wait, that's not the concept of 419. If I come to you with a better thing and you see it yourself, that is better.
Better thing like what? Better thing like what?
It could be anything. Like, for example, education. You understand me?
I just told you. What is, I don't even want to let you land. What is
the
concept of
If
somebody can take you as a white man and bring you to Sheraton and tell you that he is the governor of Central Bank, and you stayed in Sheraton in a 5-star hotel, you understand, presidential suit.
Even with your enjoyment, you will believe it now.
Why would you believe the person?
Even with your enjoyment, you will believe.
At the end of the day,
so what is the concept?
For what? At the end of the day, in this world, everybody's had to use somebody. You yourself, you have somebody. If you are dealing with somebody, it's that you are trying to use that person, or that person trying to use you. That's the concept of living together, of helping people.
But
in every good thing, in every good way, excuse me. In every good way, excuse me. In every good thing, in every good
how do you feel?
Okay, I would like to give my final submission and listen.
In every good thing, there's a bad thing. In everything, there's there are two sides. It depends how you.
That is true. And from the question electricity, original question electricity asked, Paul, just hold on so that we can get to the bottom of what electricity is asking about corrupting the religion. They delivered it in a corrupted way themselves, because they were practicing egregious human rights violation and cruelty while they were practicing Christianity. So please go ahead.
Let me come to everybody's side. Let me come.
That you talk about, because you want to talk this religion about Africa alone. Look, the Italians.
Let me come to your side.
Hold on. The Italian Americans
go
in
ahead.
the US today and the Irish America in the US today, they flee from Europe because of Catholic. You don't join Catholic, they take you down. That's how we
you're
have
not Protestant, they take you down too.
Italians. So it is the same religion that we're talking, because
Paul, you just made a point now. Paul, you just made a point now. Do me a favor, please. I need you to repeat that point. You said the Irish Catholic, they flee from Europe. I mean, they flee from Europe to the US.
I didn't say the Irish. The people who refuse to join Catholic, the Irish and the Italians. This is how they move to America. They flee from
they move.
America.
Let's go by that, Paul. At this stage and age that we are, when I say we, I'm not talking about us individual, I'm talking about the continent, Africa. Okay. At this point that we are. So I'm coming to your side and to everybody's side that's talking about
This
the
food, Chim, this food sweet well, Sha.
So you know, finish up and finish before you come back. The meat only, swallow the meat, Jerry. Swallow the meat.
We've come to have we at this point with this understanding that we have, this exposure that we've gained in respect to the white people, them corrupting us, or we've now been able to understand their concept. Having this understanding of their concept, can we not flip it now round and say, you know what? We know these tricks. We've been able to understand how you've enslaved us or how you've this and that, and turn it around. I'm just coming to your point, because if you are a 419 and I come to know that you are a 419, you are a scammer, then what do? I prevent myself from
It's either
that.
you join or you leave him.
Mr. Peter, please, I will appreciate if you don't interject. I will really,
Okay,
really
go on
appreciate
then.
it.
Go on.
Please, thank you very much. If you want to speak, just raise your hand, please. So, because if we keep going in this circle that, the white man is the one responsible for our problem. So, yes, let's, just for argument's sake, they are responsible for our problem. Paul, I'm responsible for your problem. And you've come to understand that I'm responsible for your problem. What do you do?
Let me answer that. Please let me answer that. Okay, fine. So look, bro, okay, how will I put it now? There's what we call chain reaction, right? The kind of problem you're talking about is not this kind of problem. Like, hey, you are the one who broke into my house. You're starting to steal my goods. Okay, let me block the window and I'll solve the problem. That's not the problem we are talking about. So that's why I said it's not this kind of problem. It's a problem that was carefully orchestrated, has to do with your psychological thinking. They have to destroy you from within to outside. So solving the problem, you still have to go and repair the problem from within to outside. You get my point? So what you're trying to say right now, like, we know that these guys are our problem. What do we do? They've already psychologically divided us with religion and with class and with resources already. So we have to first purge ourselves of all those things that they've deceived us with and see ourselves as individuals first, purging ourselves out of those stuff, religion, class, education, or whatever. You understand? By the time we've successfully done that, which we as a stingy human being, selfish, greedy human being, are not really willing to give up. You understand? We are not willing to give that up. So that is the problem. So like I said, don't need like this, like a snap. You can't just do it overnight.
Loco P, I'm sorry, Chim. I did not. I did not suggest that we can, but you see, we've been having this conversation over time.
Yeah.
Day in, day out, day in,
let
day
me answer
out.
this question that you
And
Can I just please? Can I?
Okay, go ahead, Jim.
Based on what Loco said. Okay, so Loco, I'm one of the advocates who believe that Africans, and it doesn't take away. I hear the base argument, the foundation of what you're trying to explain. I agree with you. Here is where I differ. In every time I have made this conversation, I've asked myself, the Asians were also in contact with the same people. The Japanese and the South Koreans.
Yeah.
Now the South Koreans are clear to us. Why? Because why I'm going to distinguish is because the South Koreans predominantly are Christians. South Korea is predominantly Christians in the midst of India, China, and Japan that are not Christians. South Koreans are Christians. How is it possible that the Protestant ethics, which were thought is the basis of industrial civilization, these Japanese came and took it? And what is the Protestant ethics? Reward for hard work. If somebody take care of your neighbor, create a level playing field for everybody. The Japanese adopted these things, kept their culture, kept their religion. They immune themselves when it came to religion, but they picked the good thing that they could pick from the Caucasian through the Protestant ethics and developed. And years down the line, because South Korea, when it comes to development, is Nigeria's peer. Maybe Japan is not Nigeria's peer, but when it comes to developmental peers, Nigeria, Brazil, South Korea, Indonesia, Malaysia, these are peers. The South Koreans picked up from where the Japanese left, and they built Daewoo, they built Samsung, they built all those things.
Yeah.
And what happened to us? The South Koreans are no longer accusing those people, but we are today. We all have Samsung as a phone from the third world nation competing with an American phone company. So where is our own? Why is it that we blame the religion, we blame the people, and still we are where we are?
Okay.
So Chief, it's a good question, but to some extent,
Should I answer you, or somebody
you're
wants to?
taking us out of the topic. But it's a good
It's
question.
based on this thing, though. It's
No,
still based on
They are now changing it to blame. They've just turned it
hold on,
from
because
questioning to blaming.
I like
other
to
people.
answer what Chim said. Since you like you understand, because if you're sorry, everybody, Paul, sorry,
finish today.
sorry, Paul. So like Chim, see, somebody who is like 419, right? Regardless of the religion, there's more also to gain from people like us than people like them. You understand? And when it comes to natural resources that these people really, really need to survive, whether food, whether human resources like slave, because I think somebody I think there was time I read when those in Asia were took for slavery and they were not productive. But when they took through Spanish and whatever, when they took somebody from Africa and go for the same slavery, Africans were productive when it comes to strength. So they're still like, oh, these people are kind of useless to us. These people are kind of important to us. We can never let them live. You understand? So it's like coming in contact with us and them. They got in contact with them, tried to like, in terms of land, nothing was there, or whatever resources they could not get, maybe human resources, they could not get the strength and abandon them. But for excuse me, but for we, they got in contact with us and they saw that, oh, these guys have everything, like we die here. We are not going anywhere. We will not leave these people because we've already seen that without these people, we cannot survive. You understand? What they are doing is survival mode. If we decide, that's why they will never allow us, no matter what, psychologically. But I'm not blaming them 100% because if I send you stupid message, sometimes now you will go to write stupid message, now they will beat. Not be me will send you stupid message. You understand? So if our leaders that they are conniving with to put us where we are, you understand, are doing it deliberately for their own selfish interest, we will blame them more. But we are still not taking the fact that these people are not really, really willing on their own to leave us alone. You understand? Judging for what just happened in Niger and all those Francophone countries, what does France have? Nothing. France cannot produce anything, manufacture anything. The only thing they're good for is policing. They have one of the best police in the world. You understand? That's French. Then Eiffel Tower that gives them what's called the tourist resources. Nothing they can do, nothing else apart from taxi, whatever. Every other thing they can get is from Africa.
Loco, you don't go Eiffel Tower.
Mr. Loco,
I don't reach there several times.
You don't go there. Okay, you don't go spring waiting for Osun State.
No, I never Osun.
You see now. You don't go Africa, or you don't go the one.
No, hold on. See. Sorry, Blast Telecom. See, let me tell you. I will always say this to people. What you see, what you hear makes you. You understand? What you see, what you hear makes you, and you can't just make yourself without what you see or what you don't hear. So the issue you're talking about, if I don't hear it, if I don't see it, I can't go there. You understand? Those who did their stuff, because they control the media. They control the social media, print, whatever, internet or whatever. They control it, they own it. So they can do their media, spend their millions or spend some money, put the advert there for me to see. Do what the spirit, make it for like them. But why in our own here, we will not spend a dime to do the Ocean Spring, no for Sam to like and come. The few ones that we even did Obudugacho Ranch, what happened to the Obudugacho Ranch? Government in, government out, kills it every day, collect money from it, and they don't put money back. You understand? So it is just a thing. That's why I say we are still blaming ourselves, so to speak, but not neglecting the fact that these people.
Can I say something now?
Mr. Loco.
Electricity, can I say
Yeah,
something
go
now?
ahead, Mr. Peter.
Right.
Go ahead, Mr.
I mean, I want to conclude my own side. Quran and the Bible, for me, both are scam. That's number one. Why do I say that? Quran was written many years after the death of Muhammad. And it's hearsay that was written. The Bible, the same thing was written many years after the death of Jesus Christ. So it's messy. And like everybody know that the picture of the man
Just the
is
history.
not in the
Just like the history of Benin.
Mr. Blackstone, allow him, Mr. Blackstone, Mr. Blackstone, Mr. Blackstone, please, Mr. Blackstone, allow him to land.
Blackstone, wait now, Blackstone, you have your say after him.
Mr. Blackstone, please allow him to land.
Wait now,
Mr. Blackstone, please allow him
to
land.
you now.
Okay, go ahead.
Continue, Peter.
Right. So just the same thing as the Bible. It was written many years after the death of Jesus Christ. So they are all mere say. He says, like I said earlier, it's a lie. So both things that we are just deliberating about, it's just like even our one is more authentic if we believe in it than what they preaches to us. Like we are already divided. I've used our own system to describe this thing when I started. So because we are divided, even in our home, this still bring problems to us. Oh, you worship idol. Oh, you believe in that. What you believe in become a problem rather than solving the actual problem. So I believe when we start solving the actual problem, we will get more headway than we believe in spiritual, who is having miracle, who is like my friend just said that because any problem you have, that is when you seek for help. When you're seeking for help, anyone you get that is close to you, that felt like it could help you, that is the kind of help you will embrace. So this is what brings Christianity to us in the first place. So for me, like I said again, it's a scam. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Let me play a video. Mr. Blackstone, hold on one second, please. Let me play you a video. Mr. Blackstone, can you hold on 1 second, please? Let me play you a video.
Up there. Okay. Thank you very much, sir, Professor Bolaji Akinyemi. Thank you so much. We're grateful that you're always honoring us, and my prayer is that God will keep you strong and well, and that you continue to be able to speak truth to power. We will take a short break now, and when we come back, I will then be able to ask my question. Please stay with us. You're welcome back. We still have with us Professor Bolaji Akinyemi, Nigeria's former Minister of Foreign Affairs and an eminent scholar. Prof, there is something that's being on the back of my mind, and I'm wondering, is there something deficient in the kind of people that we elect into political office in Nigeria? Or is the problem that of the Nigerian people ourselves? I won't say themselves, ourselves, because I'm one of them. Why is it that we have elected into office people that seemingly are intelligent, they are educated, they're properly trained, they are well exposed, they have traveled around the world, and yet all the lessons that they have learned traveling around the world, going to London, Rwanda, and everything, they come back and they consistently fail to implement any of the things that you will think they learned from having been to London. Because you see some of them in London, they're on the train. You see some of them in the US, they're taking cabs and walking around. You see them on different platforms watching the likes of Boris Johnson on a bicycle. Not even a bike, motorbike, on a bicycle. You see the prime minister of other countries doing things. So what exactly is wrong with us? Is it with us as Nigerians, with our system, or with the people that we elect? Help us understand, sir.
You know, thank you. The question you've raised probably should be directed because you do get some of these people on your table from time to time, I think you should ask them.
Imagine the cop out there. Imagine the cop out there. Who played the video? Was it electricity?
I'm the one that played it. Now,
I wanted to share one
well,
from Bongo too. That answers that question really. That may answer that question.
okay. No, the professor answered the question. The professor, so the floor is now open in respect to this. The professor actually answered the question correctly because actually that's the best interview. Okay, you want to play a video for further? Okay, let's listen to.
To give an answer to what is going on behind the scenes. Can you hear it? Can everyone hear?
Yes.
Yes.
Gabon's President Ali Bongo has taken center stage in current conversations, courtesy of a dramatic military coup that has shaken the foundations of his administration. The aftermath has left him to seek international assistance, propelling his name into the global spotlight. But there's more to this unfolding saga than just political upheaval. A shadowy past is resurfacing to haunt Ali Bongo during his time at the presidential helm. Amidst the frenzy surrounding the coup, the internet has erupted with discussions not only about Ali Bongo's political fate, but also his enigmatic history. A video clip has emerged capturing Bongo in a sequence that some online netizens speculate to be tied to sinister rituals. A touch of the occult that could potentially shed light on his downfall. This raises the question, were these alleged rituals the unseen forces steering Ali Bongo's destiny? The hunt for the truth commences.
Hello, my name is Chief Okuzo from Plug TV.
The pivotal date of August 30th, 2023 marks Ali Bongo's entry into the digital limelight. A video surfaced featuring the president's plea for international support after his government was ousted by the military. The bone of the contention was the electoral outcome, tarnished by allegations of irregularities, yet ultimately declaring Bongo as the victorious candidate. As Ali Bongo's name dominated global chatter, a series of peculiar videos began to emerge. One clip showcased suitcases brimming with banknotes and foreign currencies, supposedly linked to the opulent lifestyle of the president, in stark contrast to the reported struggles of his voters languishing in poverty. But the most intriguing chapter of this saga unfolded when another video came to light, portraying Ali Bongo engaged in what could only be described as mystic rituals. Clad in black attire and accompanied by unidentified foreign figures, Bongo's surrounding eerily resembled the renowned Masonic temples where Freemasons practice their rituals. Within the footage, Ali Bongo is seen kneeling, seemingly taking an oath, as enthused onlookers surrounding him, capturing a moment that's both captivating and cryptic.
Father, it's too long now.
Yeah, so Fafara, you need to stop it. Yeah.
Fathers, what do you want to achieve for this one?
I
don't.
I be one join there. Talk now. Be one join there.
And Fafara is not even there again. So he just played it. Fafara, where are you?
No, I'm there. I'm here. I just wanted to share it this thing because I wanted to.
Can you remove it? We know what Ali Bongo. Listen, Fafara. Okay, take it
I've
off.
already
Let's
stopped it now.
Yeah. let us bite your head off.
Electricity. I want to reply Peter what he was saying. You understand me? I wanted to reply him.
Can the Blackstone? I don't know how you reason. We just shared something, and you want to go straight back to what we were.
Wait now.
Fathers, hold on. Let's Blackstone have been wanting to reply since, right?
Okay, go ahead.
What does he want to reply to?
Just let's allow him to first, please.
But they played a video just now. He didn't
You
reply
wait,
then. When I play this one.
Who is
moderating? Is he the one moderating?
We all have our
Okay, all right. Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
Here.
Fathers. I think Loco, you need to.
I won't be talking to a faceless moderator. Bring your face. Let's see your face.
Hold on. You can't see me. Okay, sorry about that. I even forgot that.
I was talking to a faceless moderator.
See, hold on. Loco, if you want to moderate, you can moderate because the way you act as if you are the second moderator telling me what to do.
No, fathers, hold on. I'll tell you this, right? Sometimes, right, we're all humans, right? We left some things we are doing to come and join, to discuss, to talk with ourselves, just laugh, get happy time or whatever. So sometimes we're all men here, adults. So when you find out that yes, you're something like some people are shutting you down, not to say because he has been wanting to. If it was just now, I was okay, no problem. But I think I can state number of times that he had wanted to. Even electricity, even cut him off. He was like, okay, he kept quiet. He wanted to like. Maybe there's something in his mind that he wants to say. That was okay. Let's just hear him.
How is it that you are the one that knows the one? Maybe you should be moderating them because since you
maybe because I'm paying attention. Because I'm paying attention.
You've done it.
Don't drag this thing unnecessarily.
I just sometimes you can't have your way.
He did it to Dr. Damages earlier on. And this is not the first time he's done it.
He tends to do this. On this aspect, who is saying the truth? Electricity.
Let him ask his question then.
Exactly.
No.
Let him ask his question. Let him ask his question.
No, there's no need. The one I want to talk to is has left.
Ask your question then. The person is not even there anymore.
It's not there anymore. So let's continue.
Who was it you wanted to ask that was here?
With due respect, you should have allowed the man because why would the man speak after you've dragged the issue over and over? Now you're asking to ask.
If somebody's moderating, I can't believe that you as a moderator is siding with people.
No, you are moderating, but you've not been there since. You've not showed your face since.
Exactly.
Well, I talked and I was playing this stuff. I was here. You know I was here.
No, Father, before you play.
Well, no, but you did not show your face. There was a time you weren't speaking.
Calm down.
Yeah, but I did speak now when I played this thing. I'm just trying to say something very simple.
Father, truth be told, you are not supposed to be a moderator because you do the talking now.
No, I'm doing the best that I can. If you don't think I'm gonna be a good moderator, it's fine. I'm not. You see, people think that moderation is only one way. It's not one way.
You see why our people don't
take time.
This is kind of chaos. Loco like to inspire.
You didn't blame me.
No, because I'm saying it because you did it to Dr. Damage. He didn't comment on it, but I saw you do it to Dr. Damages too.
I was
because he wanted to do something. You told him to allow some other person to go through.
Yes.
Let me clear the hair. Allow me to clear the hair for Father.
No, it was righteous man. Hold on, no, let me tell you. He asked me to speak.
Right.
I asked him to allow righteous man because he's calling from Nigeria. Case closed. So I don't know what you're talking about. I said hold on, let righteous man speak because Dr. David wanted me to speak. So I was just thinking,
it's funny how you remember that. I don't even remember the situation. The fact that he even remembered, you interrupted the moderator.
I pay attention because I pay attention.
To tell him to do
pay
that.
Attention.
That's what you don't understand. Now you have to allow the person managing the
Locopi, don't argue, Father. With due respect,
let's move on.
Peter was interjecting continuously. I had to tell him to stop interjecting. And Peter at the floor was speaking. For Mr. Blackstone was interjecting. I had to ask Mr. Blackstone to let him finish speaking. Then he can speak. And I played the video. And it's reasonable for Mr. Blackstone to speak.
God bless
and you were not there all the time. Were you there all the time?
So, Father, another thing again. Father, let's look. Like they say train the trainer. You understand? You might be a moderator. You also need training and retraining. You understand? I've not said the training. So, like they say, training.
Don't mind it. Don't mind it. This guy, don't worry, I'll get you. Your day is coming.
What do I mean by that? If people, forefather, if people are talking, if you want to play a video, please, forefather, tell the person that I give you 1 minute. When you finish, forefather, you just shut people halfway and you go ahead with your video. Sometimes people criticize every one of us tremendously because if I didn't land with what I'm saying, you shut me halfway. If somebody didn't understand where I'm going, they'll say this guy is an idiot. Why is he saying this? You know why? Because I didn't land.
Yeah, I get what you mean, but did I shut anybody halfway just now?
Give people 30 seconds, 1 minute. Don't just shut people halfway and say you want to play a video.
Sorry, did I shut you halfway just now? Just
to be clear. Play a video. Maybe I'm using the video to support my case, but not me. I'm talking. Then you started playing your video. I don't think you are supporting my case. You are supporting your own opinion, not my opinion. Remember,
exactly, that's true.
Every one of us have our opinion. Nobody have decision.
Okay, Paul, did I shut you your when you were talking just now?
You do that to everybody.
No, did I shut you just now? Or you just bringing up something that happened before?
No, I'm just spotting something to let you know.
Mr. Popper is not democratic.
Okay, fine. See, I may not be democratic. See, the truth is, my style is not like everybody's style is. Okay, KJ, you wanted to say something?
I raised my hand first too.
I didn't see your hand. Your hand is a bit like your background hide your. Okay, Tone, please go ahead.
I've been on this panel now for more than 3 hours. I've not said anything.
I've been here since the beginning. I've only spoken. I won't be long. I just want to clear this. I want to address this to forefathers. Forefather, you know you're my correct party because yesterday people thought that you were so upset that you just left the program. You never wanted to come back.
Not at all.
See, I know. I'm just clearing and all that. Maybe one of these days we'll meet up and we'll see who is taller, and who is shorter, and all that kind of thing.
Let me know. Let me know that day. Let me know that day.
You take the word from my mouth. I won't go there. I won't for that event.
If you I know some joints and all that. We hook up and all that. So no worries.
God.
Okay. KJ.
So on the 19th, I'll be in London. On the 21st, I'll be in Manchester. On the 23rd, I'll be in Newcastle.
What did I miss?
Don't worry, Scabby.
What's the invitation? I went away. What's the invitation, please?
I don't join Jehovah Witness.
Tone is planning to host us. But he is sending invitation only to
that problem.
He's planning to host us.
Now that the Jaguar half hour has finished, can we get back to the real issue?
Okay.
It's a good idea. It's a good idea.
Have you finished, Tone, so that KJ can go ahead?
KJ, please go.
All right, nice one. Thanks for the invite. And look, clearly, as always, want to barge in on everything. It's all good. You're welcome, Loco.
You must come and because
you're a troublemaker. Loco has been a troublemaker from the very beginning.
The last time,
KJ, please go ahead.
The last time that I spoke, I don't know. Have the topic changed from the man of God, from the Muslim part that came, or are we still on that issue?
You can go back there.
I thought you had been here for the past 3 hours. Why don't you know the topic now?
I think the topic has diluted a little bit. We've moved slightly away from the core.
That's what I'm saying. I started actually following that topic. I was in Houston in Jerez's conference, and I started following after, in the plane all the way to this place. Now, what I want to say is this: you see, a lot of people have written a lot of books about Christianity, and they've said all kinds of things, whether they understand or do not understand. But we cannot write that, because when we do that, it becomes a problem. They say you have decided to blaspheme and all kinds of stuff, but they are free to say whatever they want to say, whether they understand it or not. Christianity is not as simple as they think it is. It's not something you just pick up the Bible today and then begin, because you can read and write, you know that you can finish reading it and then you understand everything that is written just because you think you can understand, or you have gone to school. It is deeper than that. And then so when some people sit down and begin to misquote and misinterpret the scripture, and then even as an Igbo person, and I make no reservation for that. I believe in my mind that if the Igbos are not part of the Jews, their relatives are part of the Jews, because the custom and tradition that is practiced in my village to tomorrow is still that custom and practice that we read almost every day in the Bible. The only difference is that we're not quoting the language of the Bible. Because in my place, for instance, if you have a land, if me and John Abba is sharing the same farm, the law is that I cannot move that boundary. And the Bible says, do not shift the ancient boundary. I can't go into his farm and say, maybe I'll cut the land into two or cut it and put some to my part and rearrange it. It just means that I'm not going to live long, because if you keep doing that, it's not the people that will judge you. It is the ancestral spirits, be whatever whether you call them, you agree with them or not, they operate in that order. In the Igbo custom, it's also believed that when your wife is in her circle, they're not supposed to be able to meet with her, no matter what you think. That is the tradition that is on ground in the Igbo circle. When I come to visit Tone in his house, he has to bring kola. In other words, bring bread for us to break. Out of which, before we break that kola and eat, we have to take it to the gods, lift it up and say,
Uh-huh. We have
God
to
of
bring the
creation,
Oji.
this is to
Good.
you. And
Yeah.
he who brings this has brought life. And
Yeah,
we who
indeed.
eat it in good health.
Yeah.
And he breaks it to two. And my accepting it, or he's accepting it in my house, means that he has accepted me and the relationship which has joined us. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Now, if somebody comes, and I feel offended sometimes when people begin to speak and they say the religion we're practicing is a white man religion. No, it's not a white man religion. Okay? Because Chike is in the river and Obi is a boy, does not mean that Chike cannot go to the river also. Okay, I mean, Obi cannot go to the river. And so sometimes, because you are the first person who have written it down, doesn't mean that you're necessarily the person who have formulated the idea. Okay, and so it shows that we lack a lot when we say it's a white man religion. It's a white man religion, and then that is where the mistake begins to come. And if you want to go back, a little bit more, like the Igbos, there are very few Igbo people who are Muslims, and it continues to remain that way until it was politicized. And we still believe today in the Igbo land that any Igbo man that is a Muslim is just because of his political affiliation, or he's looking for money, not because he totally believes it. Because down to your root, the names that you have, in fact, your tradition, sometimes your forefather. I met my father, and my father told me that this is the tradition of his great grandfather. This is how they follow. This is what they did, and some of these things we jot it down because we also have to tell our children. Okay, and so like in the topic of today, you can see that the guy totally do not understand the Christian religion. And let me not call it religion, the Christian Bible. The Bible does not contradict. Rather, he's one who is contradicted by his own interpretation. And I have always said it's not as much as reading it. The Bible, those of us who are Bible scholars, we know that the Bible has 49 layers of understanding. And it's not manipulation of English, it's understanding. And if Dr. Damages like, I can invite a well-schooled man in the scripture and you bring this guy, because sometimes when we begin to argue, it's like we want to be emotional about it, and we can lay out whatever is laying out. Like I said, it is good for any time you put paper and biro together, you have helped the next generation. They can either use it to assess you, or assess the time you lived, or you are still living, or it can add to knowledge, or it can be thrown out as just I remember when I was in university, a certain lecturer wrote a paper that the white people are more intelligent than black people, And the reason being that our sun, the sun in Africa, does not allow us to reason properly. And yeah, he brought it to come and present in the college board. And because I was one of those few students who was close to lecturers, I was invited to be on that college board meeting. And he presented that before the professors and all the lecturers. And, one of the lecturers, some of the lecturers and the dean of the faculty took the paper and just marked it. You know how you mark a student's paper, just marked it and draw the thing. Some was even so angry they tore it and threw it out, and told the guy that he needs to go back to school. Okay. And the lecturer who was the dean of the college just marked it and said, you know what? Thank you for what you've done, but this is where you're supposed to refer. This is where you're supposed to refer. This is where you misquoted. This is where you misquoted. This is where you misquoted. And so it is. Sometimes when people come like that, we should let them know that they also misquoted, and what they're presenting is not new. I've seen it over time and our life, because if you have lived more than 35 years, there are many things you must have seen, despite not only going to school. And so when somebody sits and tells me, you see, my major concern is that each time they say that they talk as if they have authority in the Christian lifestyle, whereas you are only gleaning into what you think you know. I remember one particular guy who used to preach every time in Kaduna, and he will insult Christian and insult and insult and insult and just contradict the Bible all through, and they'll be clapping for him. Whereas you can't see that if we do that tomorrow, they will now put your head on patwa and begin to look for how they, And somebody quoted correctly, but like I said, I didn't want to join issue with him. There's a guy called Solomon Rushdie who wrote the Satanic Verses, and because of that, his life has been, messed up, because he was able to point out that. And people have also written about the family of the prophet. I don't want to call their name, because you see, if you go that partner, some people think it's this thing. But the family of the prophet have some family where what happened to them, So that if you begin to say, oh, what is doing is what you guys have is the true way. The question is, who was he? It's not the same person who married a Christian widow called Fatima, and it's not her money that was used to finance this religion. We know some of those things. Okay, it's not as if we don't know. We just said not to. And Constantine quoting Constantine, and somebody telling him that, oh, what you have said, most Christians don't know. Who told you most Christians don't know it? Most Christians know Constantine and know the Nicaea, all the meetings that were held, and how it was changed from place to place. How Constantine wanted to imitate the moon god and all that. We know all that. It's not. I have, like I said, I have slides on it. I can send it to him free of charge. Okay, we know all that. We will put it aside. There are many things that are wrong in the body, which was bastardized by leaders of that time. God has been restoring those things back. In our time, we witness the Aziza harmony now. Okay, who the last of those Aziza guys just died some like a month ago, Pat Robertson. Okay, when God restored the speaking in tongues. Before now, we used to say speaking in tongues is when somebody is speaking another language. But we get to know that there are 2 or 3 other places in the Bible where tongue was spoken, which was called an angelic language, where no man has an understanding except the angels. So those guys it was restored in our time. The restoration of the apostolic and the prophetic is done in our own time. Because before now it was said, oh, you cannot understand the mind of God. That's why we don't know how to do things. But eventually God restored the prophets and then restored the apostolics. Okay? So much so that everybody wants to be an apostolic. Those are the things that were taken off the Bible. We know. We know also there's a Catholic, because I was a Catholic, and I'm not saying just Catholic, I was a Catholic. Okay? We know there's a Catholic Bible where you have the book of Maccabees, okay, and Tobias, which the other church do not accept. And why do they not accept it? Because they say it was written between the time of when there was no light in the Christendom. It was between Malachi and and Matthew.
About you.
Yeah, that period. where the church believed that no clear voice was coming from heaven. And so those things they believe that it was written out of, if you compare with other writings, do not totally match. And so it was not that it was removed and burnt or hidden or something. No, we know that many pagan Christians who believe that they understand what God was saying did a lot of destruction to the church. But remember, the word of God says, "I will build my church, and the gates of hell cannot stop." So God has been rebuilding those things gradually by gradually by gradually. If you notice in the recent time,
Are you preaching this day now or what? What are you doing here?
I'm not trying to talk about some of the things you mentioned. Some people were taken away by his
I almost wanted to ask the same question. Actually, waiting for the time he will call up for cat and offering.
I'm just trying to say,
KJ, when are you going to call us for tithe and offering? Let's start to give it.
I will not mind if you send me offering for father.
KJ, just to help your case with your lecturer. KJ, just to help your case with your lecturer. The hottest place in the world is in America, is in California.
This was many years ago.
No, just to help your lecturer, make your lecturer understand that the most hottest place in the whole world is in America, the USA.
How many degrees?
I can't do the math right now because we use the Fahrenheit.
I know you
understand. They get to up to 125, 127. That's approximately almost 48 degrees Celsius. Yeah.
There are also other places in the world that's also got to that level. Like
by and large. One of those.
Janaba has been waiting.
Yes, Janaba, I'm coming to Janaba. By and large, those who have been commenting, one of them said we didn't talk about the AI. So maybe what we should be moving to is how will the AI affect Christianity or the worship of whatever religion?
Hold on. Sorry, the temperature this year got to 119.
Wait, why was that question asked? If ChatGPT is
119,
because when I asked ChatGPT, when I asked
I'm not hearing you, Loco.
It was this year.
No, the question that was on the topic, like, is ChatGPT afraid of Islam? Why was that question asked?
Because whenever I ask ChatGPT about Islam, it says no comment.
Even computer, they fear Boko Haram.
The question is, you are not a Muslim. If you quote anything in the Quran, they'll say you don't understand it.
To round up my discussion, I'm simply saying that when some Christians don't understand what is being thrown into the discourse, don't say, "Oh, you have enlightened us." What I've said, most Christians don't know it. No, you cannot say most Christians don't know it because you don't know what the other person knows. You don't know. There's no measurement for you to be able to come to that conclusion. You just say, "Well, this what you have told me now is a new area for me. I'll go and research." Don't say most Christians don't know it. Are you saying we are ignorant, such that nobody they read? No, that's not true, and that's where I really do not, accept that. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor.
Then
Pastor KJ. I didn't know KJ had a career in the
talking about all this religion that was took from Africa to somewhere else. For example, one of the most strongest...
sorry, Paul. Janaba has been coming in and hasn't said anything. I fear that they will be doing me a disservice if he doesn't contribute.
I haven't said anything too, Seth. I myself. We can let him talk.
Yeah, because he hasn't said anything. You have been here with us, so I don't know.
I haven't said anything. But it's my next door neighbor. We can let her talk.
Go ahead,
Paul. No, talk.
No,
Paul,
let's
be careful about each other's opinions. That's good.
Many reasons why I join it is when you guys are going after forefathers, is about this moderating and all of that. This is why we never have a strong leader in Africa. We want a puppet, somebody we can push around.
Don't mind them.
Shame on you, Jonathan. Make her talk. You don't go talk again.
No.
What did you talk?
If you want to talk, go backstage.
That is how the other guy trying to come here that day and say he's a police officer and all our talk here. Thrift stores too have uniform. I can go and buy it. It's even on sale. So all those things, that don't stop bringing leadership people down. Forefather is a good moderator, and he believes in his own opinion. I mean, he could have, as a moderator, it's not perfect, but nobody is perfect, and I support his way of life. I may disagree with him on so many things, but it's good to be yourself. That's all I wanted to say. And when you come to the religious stuff, to religion to me is very sensitive. I believe that life will be so overwhelming when you don't believe in something bigger than yourself. I don't, whatever, most time I've said it on this platform. If you are from a Muslim family, the chances of you being a Muslim is way higher than being a Christian. And I don't believe that, even though the people quote for me, so Jesus said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No one come to the Father except through me. But he also said, I have a flock that is not of this fold. End of the day, what does this have in mankind when love is not the center of everything you do? When it become manipulation, when it become, you use your knowledge to say you take something other people for granted. And the young man is a Muslim. He tried. He knows better than some of us in how we know what we know about Quran than what you know about religion. But I told them when I saw it the last time that I'm trying to be careful when somebody come to Rudolph's show, but what is presenting to us is below standard of coming to take our time on Sunday. But it's okay when you don't have a guest like Paul. Anybody you have is a guest. So.
With this new glass, why I don't buy, say, if you can't they talk to me like this now, wow. This love that you said, I hope I come to Dallas and I go collect way I'm from you.
No, you are, everybody is very knowledgeable. But the point I'm making is that sometimes we have to be very careful, because what we say here is recorded after us for generations to come. And so when we take it for granted, or we use the shallow knowledge to present to the world, it tells who we are at the point. People will look at it years to come, so okay, this was misleading, this is not the right thing. So I think people should put everything in the right perspective and look that history will judge us. Even though we think we come to spend a few minutes here, it doesn't matter, we can smile on issues, but then this is how we lost history. Now we talk about Africa. What religion have a real book in Africa that you say this tradition that has given to us, even if you are Igbo and you trace your roots to be from Israel or a Jewish guy, where is all the history? Where is the book of the traditionalist? Where is their book that will tell the next generation that, okay, this is what we serve in our time. This is the result we have. We talk about the God of the Sango God and all the other ones. We talk, if we combine it in Africa, we don't have, I've never come across any religious book that is from Africa in that way, except somebody says someone wrote that book, but it's not a general book like we have Quran and Bible. But if anybody have like that, I will be willing to get the name of that book and look. So history, we state it straight, but in the context of every religion, apart from those that use some certain things to manipulate others, it should be centered on love. If you love your neighbor, you will not hurt them. You will not manipulate them. You will not take them for granted. You will know there's a consequences for what you do. But when you have no love for, even as a leader, whether a spiritual leader or as a religious leader, and you do not impact your generation that bring changes and revolution, and Bible too is full of, all those religious books are full of science as well. So it's just a very deep thing. But my own is that I really don't care so much about whether you are a Christian or you are a Muslim, as far as you have love in the center of your heart and you treat somebody as you want to be treated. I will embrace you, even if you are a whatever archbishop or pope or chief imam of anything, and you do not practice love among others, that your word is so divisive and so violent. I don't think that is the way of teaching of any kind of gods at all.
Mr. Janaba, this religion you're talking about, the book, why like we, because I think they've mentioned this several times, the Ethiopian Bible, that they say is the oldest Bible, right? Why are we not, try to make publications of that one and spread it around so we can read it and really, 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 really see what's in that Ethiopian Bible? Because the ones we are reading is the different versions of this Pentecostal Bible, not even the Catholic Bible right now. But what about the original script, the original one? They say the oldest Bible. Where is that one? Why are we not having it in circulation so we can read and see that? Oh, let's see the discrepancy. If what we have in is like probably maybe NIV or KJV is different from what is in that Ethiopian Bible. You understand? Since that one is big Bible, massive, gigantic, and let's look for what is inside there so we can share it, because we know there are many missing scripts, many or even the Torah. Where's that Torah? Why is the Torah not circulated? Like, why can't we find it anywhere where so we can read or whatever? No, sorry, I know black man not the richer, even me.
Lokopi. There are many sites online where we can have one-on-one translation of the Bible from the original writing
manuscript
to English.
Okay, so like I said, is it the same? Is it interpreted to be this one we have in KJV or NIV or
no? Is people are translating to make it some little easy to understand, for people easy to understand.
Okay, the one in Ethiopia, is it the English or what?
I don't know. I don't see anyone in Ethiopia.
Nobody's looking for
nobody's
looking for that one.
First time.
You understand? No, because the Ethiopians. Okay, hold on. The Ethiopians right now, I think they are in. They are still in 2015 right now. They are here. They are in the year 2015, while we are in 2023. Yeah, 2015, yeah, or 2016, or 15 or 16, or maybe 17. I don't know, but I know there are some years back. The Ethiopia calendar right now. So why the ones, and they do speak English now, at least so to speak. So why don't they, even if the Ethiopian Bible or the oldest Bible is not written in English, why can't their interpreter who understands that language read it and make publications about that book and spread it so that we can? Because if you say going online and looking for it, like I said, if that one they have is in English, if it's not, someone should have it interpreted, spread it around, compare.
There are Egyptian Ethiopians that I know here who have told me where I can get it. In fact, one of them promised to get me the one that is yet to be translated in the original version from their place as soon as it goes. But he also
hold on. Why is this why is it as common as you can walk into any bookshop and get a Bible?
I'm coming now. It is
why is it as common as that? That's what I'm saying.
Because it is still in the old translation. This is still in the old. In fact, he told me that if I want to pay to get the real one, it may cost me so much. So what he wants to do is to give me a site where I can go and read it. Okay, that's
KJ,
one.
You're not answering my question. Look,
so
look,
I want to go to.
No, hold on. By now, right? I'm supposed to walk into any bookshop right now and get the translated word-to-word translation version of that Bible by now. If I can go to the bookshop right now and get a Bible of any Dick and Harry, Tom, Dick and Harry can write and put there and sell, you saw on the shelf. Why can't I get that one by now? Now. If I thought it was sacred those days, sacred, no this and that. Now that everybody don't wise up, why can't we have it now?
I was trying to answer your question for two reasons. One, the mainstream Christianity have a little bit of difference with that their own.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I'm coming now. Okay, wait now. Two,
Quran is there, so it doesn't matter. Quran is there.
No,
I'm not letting you know.
Loco. Since you mentioned my name, you are asking. Of course, I don't think you are asking me directly. But to be very frank, if we are not deep in understanding of how this world work around us, there is nothing that come from black continent that meet any standard, because often they have painted us to be different, and they know that the reality is that even when they know we are strong, they say
Do
we
you
are.
believe in that? Do you believe in that? Do you believe you?
No. I'm trying to tell you that.
So why can't we do the effort by ourselves and go and
I'm
interpret?
coming to you. You that you are saying it now, you have a responsibility, since you know that there
That's
is.
what I'm asking, so I can ask for awareness sake.
Yes, so we can continue to be. There is a man called, you can Google it. It's called it Casting Pearson. He's still alive. Is the first Pentecostal bishop in America before all this one come. There was a war going on in Africa. He watches. He have his church in Oklahoma City. He went to Tulsa or Robert University. It was a very powerful, one of the first Pentecostal church of black that even the president, I think George Bush, went to campaign in order to reach out the black community. He watched what was going on in Africa, the war, and he said, this is a hell. That word finishes church simply because he said that. He was interviewed by CNN. They bring him down. All his book, all his tape in the workshop, in the bookshop, they pull it down. The point I'm making is that to sell truth is a very hard thing to sell to people, because what the society is very gullible, and for us as a people of African roots, we should strive to continue to make a good research and discover who we are. We are not less than any other human being. Rather, we are very unique and powerful. But better, dynamic in even the whole science, we go and look into it, all start from black people and African people. The best of everything. So it is our responsibility in every capacity we can do to make a good research and live a life of legacy and history for our children. The problem African people have, if you come to in American today, you will go a certain place, you will see Asian market, bank, everything. You will never see. Only place you see African gather is church. They never have anything. And church and mosques, they never have any. I mean, Africans, we are good, especially Nigeria. In our place of work, we strive in any department in this America, anything, name it, we are there. But we never unify behind any general progress. I don't know why, but this is tested to be true, that we have a fundamental problem of how to promote our own value. Somebody like, if you go to Nigeria now, where we have this people used to Oguda Ranch. I don't know how many people know about it. It was a very good place. People used to go honeymoon and all of that. If you go there right now, the last time, you will see that you have been deteriorated. They don't know how to follow up. They don't know how to. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm talking about the last time I went. He went down for the first time.
Now.
Yeah. So we have never had a sense of building on anything, and it's a heartbreaking. And I hope we all challenge ourselves and use this time square to better ourselves than this history that we are wiping up ourselves.
Can you
people let me talk now, please? Now, you people should love me.
Well,
now,
I have not spoken now. In a while, I haven't spoken now.
Moderator, do your work.
I think
do your work.
Let's let Paul speak, because the last thing we did is Paul.
You ask question. You ask me question. Loco take the question.
I want to go and sleep. I've been quiet since. So
I haven't spoken at all.
Moderator, do your work.
Okay, let Paul speak. I think
Please,
Paul has
let
been. Yeah,
me
go ahead.
speak. Yeah.
Okay, let's allow the poor to breathe. Oh, yeah, poor, breathe.
Electricity, you have not been quiet. Electricity have been working behind. How can you say be quiet? It's been doing us, it's been us signal
I don't
behind.
know whether electricity is a nightclub.
That your Nepal light. I don't understand. That your Nepal light
Nobody
is
with touches in no day here. If I don't fall.
your Nepal light. I don't understand though.
So, talking about all this religion thing, if we want to talk Christianity now, we'll say Christianity started in Africa, somewhere along the line, moved to the Middle East. The same thing again, we also have one of the most strongest, like the way we Christians will say, the Rosicrucian order, Amok, also was in Egypt. And they moved it from Egypt to California. You understand? The so-called Rosicrucian order also claimed that they are the one that also raised Christ. You understand? Because we did not get any story from Christ from 12 to 30th when he turned 30. We did not hear much about Christ. They said they were the one that raised Christ. We don't see so much controversy with these people. Why do we get a lot of controversy with Christianity and Islam? This is my question.
Simply because it's a true religion.
No, simply because the same person created it. The same person created Zionists and jihadists. The same person created both of them.
The same person, two brother, kind of, and every other thing. So it's like a farm for them. You go to the east and you go to the west.
Yes.
That's just it. But the thing is that even when you look at it, the two parts, when you even look at that tribe, the people who control this thing, England and France fought for 100 years. The Arab like fighting. The West, they like fighting. And they brought this same thing that they preach to us, that is a religion of peace. They still carried out maybe their culture into the religion that they sell to us. They brought violence into it. You understand? And it messes everything, because truth be told, if we read the Bible, if we read the Quran and everything, they show you so many parts of the Quran. And if you see a fantastic person who also preaches these things, you just enjoy it. Like I tell people, today, me being a slim man today, because I miss all the ram that they give me while growing up. Now my mother will make me go throw away in the next 2 streets. If I've been eating all those salad ram while growing up, I would have gained weight like Blackstone today.
It's just like I didn't ram. Sorry, me, I didn't eat ram anyway. So that's
I did not eat. That's why I lost a lot of weight. It would have been better for me.
My weight
what I'm saying is that this thing is good, but the people who brought it, like I said, the Christianity that they give to us, I see it like CIA thing. You understand? HR fire you, wish you were in your future endeavor. They are the one that fire you. They are the one that is wishing you well. If you wish me well, don't fire me. Let me resign. Let me get another job and leave.
Paul, another question.
So before questioning, let some of us comment so that we don't complicate it with too many questions.
Okay, no problem.
Paul, you don't finish.
I never finish. So when we talk about this religion, we talk religion here, we talk religion here. Yes, we understand. I want to give it to the West. They brought education because we didn't have education. That's why we could not keep records of this, our so-called, the one that we have, our so-called, what they call today, traditional belief, and the likes, the local belief, or whatever they call it, because we don't have record for us to keep it. So it's my father say, my father say, my father say. The Islam, we're lucky. Some of the people that they quote, they say, oh, based on memory, they keep the book. Going forward, I've traveled, I talk to my people, people that I will never, ever go close. These days, I go close to them. And it look like I'm so powerful. It look like I carry a white man voodoo to talk to them, that they even give me audience. But all I tell them, I say, when you do everything secret, how will you recruit people? This Christianity welcome everybody. That's why they take everybody from you. Why everything must be secret? When you guys know that when you close the door, you are not really doing anything secret. But you think when you close the door, it just makes you more powerful. They say, oh, they just did this. Oh, they just did that. Oh, they just did this. There is nothing there that they do inside. Like the so-called Islam man will tell you that black building there is nobody in there. Or there is people with leprosy or people with physical disability, as the case, he just say all type of thing. But what I'm telling you is that it is time for us to equally encourage our traditional belief. It makes it more diversified. I am not telling anybody not to be a Christian. I'm not telling anybody not to be a Muslim, but I will argue with everybody to condemn our own. Yes, we understand very well that our own so-called traditional belief, yes, in certain ways, they must have also failed us, maybe because of education. But with the power of technology and the likes, in where I come from, we have 9, how do they call it? 9 streets where they serve their different juju. But when they are doing the general festival, the whole 9 streets will come together to the main town and they will do their festival together. So, which means they still find a way to bring themselves together. And the same thing, the so-called Christian, we have the Jehovah's Witness, the Catholic, the Pentecostals, and the like. The Islam have the same thing. But these people don't keep record. These people couldn't know how to manage themselves very well. And the aspect of this black man mentality of, if I don't put fear, people don't respect what I'm doing. You understand? Take the fear away. Preach it with love, like the Christianity tell us that they preach love, even when they take a lot of life. The Islam says it's a religion of peace, even when they commit a lot of violence. See what is happening in Syria. See what is happening in Lebanon and the likes. They don't like themselves. Let's tell ourselves the truth. They don't like themselves. As they would, if you are different, they don't like themselves. But they keep saying it, and because of they say it, it makes it look like that. Sometimes you and I might see it from an individual level. There is a fantastic Muslim. There is a fantastic Christian. But when you see something happen in the north, like in Nigeria, you see an Islamic scholar will condemn because they feel that you touch that religion called Islam. They will still find a way to take side and everything. So it is about the individual, but collectively, it's not like that. So we can equally encourage our own. And I strongly believe if we encourage our own, it's going to grow better. Because today, every one of us, if I see a traditional man in my place who is doing it very well, I can give him somebody to start educating him, to start keep records and everything. All these small healings that they do and everything, I can give them people who can help them. And it's just going to help us. We will grow with it and everything than just for us to demonize it. Because I cannot demonize my own when the Christian and Muslim is also not perfect. That's my take.
All right, Jim, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay,
thank
Jim.
you.
Go ahead.
So well spoken, Paul. I'll start by saying this. I don't know if I've said this on this forum, but I said this to a couple of friends. I said, if the tables were turned and Africans, we had to be the ones to go and scramble and divide other countries and colonize them. The British colonized Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and South Africa at some point, took the resources from those places, and we can see what they use those resources to do in their land, how they developed, built, set up industries and all that. The colonial masters that they put where maybe they were stealing money and putting in their pocket, or I don't know, so I'm not going to exonerate them. But largely you can see everything belonged to the crown. In the case of the British, they took it to the crown, and the crown was using it to develop their nation. Question for us, hypothetical. If that table was turned and the black man was the one to now be doing those things and collecting the natural resources in Europe, where will it end up? Will we develop Abuja, Port Harcourt, Kano, Kaduna, Enugu to be fantastic cities? Or will it end up in Paul's pocket, end up in Loco's pocket? Will Loco have too much money that he won't know what to do with it? And you keep your answer to yourself, but for me to let you know, whatever you see us doing today is what we would have done that time. Ethiopia.
For quick one, the Americans, the British, that is an American today, also betrayed the empire. That's how they call it independence. So
yeah, but they betrayed the empire for a good cause. On the other side, that's how America came.
Today you will call it a good cause, but the context is that it's betrayed.
It is okay. Let me add it up.
Let me add the nation in America today. The way they will say Washington.
Well, make I finish now. Paul, don't they take my time
in England? That's the context.
Okay. So Paul, you and I know, unless the history is wrong, that people were tired of sitting under monarchs and they wanted a new place, and they went there and created an order that at least not perfect, but at least near perfect, created a system where there was liberty for them. That was the whole idea of the new world. But that's not where I'm going to. Where I'm going to right now,
Okay, I wanted to say the mindset of the Anthony Nahoro, right, who wanted independence in Nigeria, what mind do you think he had at that time? Do you think he wanted the independence for Nigeria for himself?
I will add it to that since you brought it up. So now, Ethiopia was a superpower back in those days. Christianity came to them. What did they do with it with respect to their fellow black people? They kept it to themselves. That is why that their particular Bible is not selling. Because you see, I don't want us to keep dwelling on this concept of that they are blocking us, they are blocking us, they are blocking us.
It did not domicile there. It walked
Let me
past
finish
Ethiopia.
now, Paul. You will make me lose my trend of thoughts, please.
Sorry.
I beg, no vex, No vex, please.
Sorry.
So, but the point, my viewpoint is this: Ethiopia was a superpower at some point in time. They were. Christianity was in them. They related with the old order. But what did they do with it in terms of spreading development within their region? Egypt and co, from where we hear modern writing and education started. So, I mean, it's not correct that they brought education to us. What has simply happened is these guys did not use it. Listen, I'm of the view, and I have examples to show this. In every society, there's always one light that comes out first. At least as Igbos. You see one man who will be the first person to be maybe rich, and then he starts pulling his brothers up. In that pulling, he will sacrifice a lot. Sometimes he may not marry on time. Sometimes he might have to deny himself wearing plenty shoes just to make sure he pulls other people up. Because if he doesn't do that, you know why we have poverty in Africa? We spread poverty. We spread it. Why? One person is rich, the person is overstretched, having to give alms. But how you help people grow is you pull other people up. Somebody becomes wealthy enough. Therefore, two of you now can put heads together and execute a project. Project that they would have expected one person to do. Now you have 2 people, 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, 6 people who can execute that project. That is what the black man is lacking. It is because of that is lacking. And that's why I keep saying, see these people, they saw opportunity. These guys did not come to do us a favor in Africa. They were looking for food. They were looking for raw materials. And they found where it is. And somebody, I don't know whether it was local. That was accurate of you. They wanted to enslave the Asian. The Asian was not strong enough to till the ground. That's correct. And then when they came to us and discovered that we were powerful enough, they held on to it and developed America with it, developed Belgium with it, developed everywhere with it. But the point again is, look at it. If the table turns and it is us now to do the same thing they did, how will our societies look? Will we be developed? Now, close
like I said, okay, like I said, right? Okay, like I said, that's why I brought the issue of.
And I'm going to end with that, your Enahoro. I'm going to end with your Enahoro.
Like Thomas Sankara, those kind of people, the mindset that they have. Continue.
Yes. So you guys will say that I'm in love with Singapore because the story of Singapore is a very, very. Anybody who knows that story, you can't deny it. A man who loved his people. He loved his people. You could see it. That's why I said, even when he was a dictator, it was with a good intention. He knew what he was trying to do. He knew he needed to teach them a lesson. And when he felt the lesson had been learned, he stepped away from it and said, okay, democracy, tribe, I'm out of the way. Do we have those kinds of people that have that kind of mind? The society we live in is, I love the Yoruba language interpretation for it, besele. Put your head, this press neck. You want to press your neighbor till, we have this tendency of, even in my community, I see it in my community, one person will come out. Instead of him to pull other people out, you want to be the one dashing people money every day, be called an emperor and all those things, which is what the Europeans fought against and build the society they are building. So that's why I constantly keep saying we can't keep blaming
Africa. I think it came that thing you said, right? It came in form of lack, when you don't have. When you now have that thing that you've not been able to do before, you not want to spread and do it now because you didn't have then.
But that is the lack of love. See,
Mr. a Jew is always a good man. A giver is always a giver. Either you lack or you don't
lack.
Brother,
please don't use that blanket statement. There is a collective.
No, I said a giver is always a giver. I want to help you, we always help you. Not because
what I am saying, if you're understanding my logic, these Western people built a society for each other, equal opportunity.
I am supporting you. When I say that, we always pull other one up.
All right.
Because
And let me end
okay.
here so that other people can have the floor. Loco mentioned our independence fathers and Nahora in particular. That was a fantastic thing he did. That wasn't wrong. Listen. I am Igbo, but I'm one of those who will tell you openly that of all those founding fathers, that Enahoro and Awolowo category, because they were in the same camp, two of them, that was a fantastic thing. When I see what Awolowo did for Yoruba race, I marvel. No matter what, see, I know Igbos, as Igbos, we call him names, we say, oh, he did this. I always tell my Igbo brothers, but let's be honest. Hold on. When we look at what Awolowo did, spread education amongst his people, was in fact literally it became an offense if you don't send your child to school. And he was telling them this is the future. I want enlightened minds. And that's why today you have them. See, Opara is my neighbor. I come from a village next to his own. There's something
Chim, if you can keep it brief, electricity is waiting.
Okay, sorry. Opara did well, but you see, there was also something I learned that he did that was not right. Politics is competition. There'll be once in a while you'll find some people who will disagree with you. And that is where our democracy is having a problem. We do not accept opposition. That shouldn't be the case. See, if somebody disagrees with you, all you need to know is find out why and see if it is possible to mend. Sometimes in life, that opposition could be the drag head through which development will begin to spread. Because you see, we can't all be in the same camp. Unfortunately for us as Black people, we always believe that everybody must fall under in one line. Where we have that, there cannot be development. I'm going to end there.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone, from my end here. My own last submission on my destiny is whether white man sell us religion or they sell us John Abba. All of us have, we are here today.
Abba name.
We are sitting down here today. That white man religion is electricity that all of us are using and data we are using to talk and chat and stay for long this and that. And we say they sell us religion. They were kept under slavery under religion. Let's go past that right now. Like I said earlier, we've passed. We are intelligent. We are very creative people, and we should stop blaming whatever they must have done in the past, because even we ourselves, we do the same. We do the same against each other. So let's go past this. Let's fix our place. That's just what I will continue to argue about. Let's fix our place. We can't. I don't understand. Are we going to continue like this and keep blaming them and not taking responsibility or not wanting to change our environment and just say, oh, yes, it's the mindset, and we've been preaching this all along. So to me, I recognize slave era. I recognize whatever, but these things are part of life or history, because if the reverse is the case, we probably will do the same thing to other people. So, but continually for us to also be saying the white man. If the white man is that bad, why are we in their country in the first place? Why are we there? Why do many Nigerians want to jack and say this and that? I know things are bad. This one. Hold on one second. Hold on.
Because the one close to us, all right, by coming here, it's not because I like it. What I have as my leader at home is more evil than the one I have here.
Yeah, I think it's high time
we dey white man country for ghetto. White man dey for our country for where the oil dey.
Exactly.
Migration is for everybody. Don't say why are we here.
No.
Migration is for everybody.
Paul, what I am trying to say is this: we need to go past this thing right now. Definitely. At this point, We need to go past it. We can't remain at this point forever. We can't remain at this point forever.
You're right.
So we need to. I mean, okay. Let me ask a question. Is a white man responsible for what Tinubu did in the past, where they confiscated $460,000 for it? They took it from him now. Whatever he did to get it, because they are cleaning their society or they are cleaning their system. How about the Mefele that sold dollars
is responsible for not telling us Tinubu's result that Tinubu didn't go to school there, because they blame me every day that somebody worked for 42 years. All his 401k pension money, one boy in Nigeria stole his money, and the police is not being cooperative. The judiciary is not being cooperative. They hate us for it. And they do the same thing to us in a whole nation of 200 people. You understand? So we are giving them Moses' law. Let's tell ourselves the truth. They do the same thing.
I think
who did the same thing? The white man.
I don't think we are here shifting blame on white people, but we must understand history in order for us to move forward. And if we do not,
but John Abba, this history, no. This history has been going on over and over and over and over and over.
On. I think if you are a president of Nigeria,
electricity. Wait, hold on. Do you think this thing has ended? Whatever you think has happened in the past, you think it has ended?
No.
Listen, John
Abba, no. Whatever has happened in the past, do you think it has ended?
Let him land. Let him land.
Listen, I am not in denial of things done to us. I am not in denial of that. But what I am saying is, let's take a different route right now. You cannot dismiss history. Jonaba, you will understand when the scripture says that whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning. Mm-hmm. So we have to learn not to make the same mistake again.
They put it in this perspective now. History, we learn from it. We don't hold on to the grudges of the past. But
that is what we are doing every time.
Who is telling
no. We still experience it now. That is why we are paying.
It's being modernized.
Are we saying, okay, what if let's even say we are experiencing it now? Are we saying we cannot change the narrative? That is my argument.
We don't have the tools.
You offer something in alternative. For you to say that, okay, don't lament, you offer something in alternative. You can, in as much as we're not going to dwell in the past, we can't dwell in the past. If you don't dwell in the past, will not help you to move forward. But then
you will not help us to move forward.
Yes, then you offer something in alternative. That okay.
The alternative is you and I are the alternative to change the narrative.
How? Tell me.
If you quote
we are here every day preaching.
I go blow you.
See, for me anyway, you sometimes can I just say something? I think for me anyway, you have to go to the past to describe certain problems. It doesn't mean you are associating blame. If somebody comes and robs you because you left your house unguarded and all the rest of it doesn't mean that if you report that somebody robbed you, does that mean that you are blaming the robber? You are ultimately responsible, but you still have the right to describe the problem that is occurring or the robbery that occurred to you.
Crying out loud, we've been describing this problem over and over.
You can say they should not describe it again, but that's the different thing from saying that we are blaming them.
It happens till now. It happens till now. That's the problem.
We cannot continue. We can't continue this way. Honestly,
okay. See, at least you are very correct, right? We can't continue like this, right? But now, hold on. Let me tell you something, right? Look at what's happening in Africa, right? Whatever some impunities that some African leaders are doing, right? You see the ECOWAS not making any comments about it. The AU not making comments about it. These institutions are tools for these same people that you are thinking we are complaining about, the same tools for them to put us where we are. Our leaders now, directly that we are electing, are still tools for them to put us where we are. But by the time the military or the people rise up to say, no, we don't want to like this, we want to take over by ourselves or do this but in our own way, then the EU and ECOWAS, must say, hey, no, this is undemocratic. But shut up. Where were you when these people were changing the system to put themselves in
Loco, you can't blame them. Loco, you can't blame them for that.
They're also blame.
You can't blame them for that.
Sorry, they condemn it. Why they condemning one side of it? Civilian coup and military coup.
Not Western. No. I said ECOWAS and I said hold on. I said ECOWAS and AU are tools for these same people for the UN.
Who are you to blame? No, who are you to blame? If they are tools.
See, hold on. This is a bigger picture. I dare you, right? If they invite you to AU summit or ECOWAS summit, right? For you to bold enough to say, oh, something is not good here. Let me open mouth and say anything. No, these are bigger institutions for crying out loud. It's not your local government, your secretariat that you can go and shout.
Loco, were you following the before pre-2016 before the British left the UK, United Kingdom left the European Union? Were you following the debates in the floor of the EU?
Was the guy that started this, the main guy?
Yeah, you know okay, so you know where I'm going. That guy was in the EU constantly as a threat to the EU, speaking against the EU. See, we may disagree with whether it is right for the British to have left EU, whether it's good or we may disagree on all those things. But they stood their ground to say they don't want it. So what stops, for instance, a President George Weah or whoever going there and saying to his peers, say, guys, we're having coups, but guys, we cannot be shouting we don't want coups when some of us are changing constitution to become sit tight. We have to do something about it. Does anybody do you have a gag on his mouth? Why can't he say it?
He can't, because if he does, he can be sent. They can maybe oust him.
How many times America blamed the European Union when they do something wrong to Africa? Or how many times the European Union blame America when they do something wrong to Africa? But what we are telling you is that when it happened, this so-called stooge that we are talking about, this so-called African Union or ECOWAS, they get panic with the West. They don't want to lose relationship because the West is the big umbrella body. The West control them. They
don't buy that. I don't buy that control. Let me tell you why I don't buy the control. Listen, I was watching.
No, hold on. Why is it that the West quick to condemn everything about coup these days when it happened? But the West will not condemn a Paul Biya of a 41 years in power.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
So these are the members in AU. These are the members in the so-called ECOWAS.
Okay, so but Paul, you're not hearing me. Paul, I am hearing you. I want you to hear me. As I hear you, hear me. The point I am saying, I am not saying that they are not stooge. Listen, I was watching the conference with the last one they attended with that Macron organized. And I listened to the South African president. Every time he spoke, he kept referring to Sassou Nguesso of Congo. How Sassou has been asking for one money. What has happened to that money? At the point, I started asking myself, these people are here for money they want to collect. They are here for money they want to collect. Go and play that thing back. I kept hearing South African president, every time he kept repeating, President Macron, can you confirm that this money that President Nguesso has asked? At the point, I said, hold it. These guys, is it the money? And that money, that is what the European Union and co are using to hold them. My point, what I'm saying to you is this. My point is this. Hear me. If my brother is blocking my progress and we go to town hall meeting, so I will not speak up in the town hall meeting and say, this person is doing this. What stops us from telling ourselves, this is not even in United Nations, I'm saying in AU, those of them that are doing right, stand up and tell the AU, our problem is because we have sit tight. People,
anyone who right will go like Thomas Sankara.
Okay,
the
Paul.
54 is 54 over 54 failure. A parallel F.
All right. Good night, eh?
Paul, can I ask you a question?
I think let me say good night. Let's keep on riding on that horse. John Abba, Don't let us come down from that horse. Let's stay on that horse, and let's keep riding it forever.
You cannot be beating the child and say don't cry. We will continue to cry until the whole world hears us. This is what we use the media for in 21st century. Let the poor breed, let black people breed home and abroad. So if you are tired of it, that we are complaining too much, until all our brothers and sisters and all the leaders that are used as a puppet, we are talking about, why these people are not saying, or the leaders in the EU or in Africa or any of African country, because they are next backup. If their brother go after them in their home, now America they become. Or
John
they are
Abba,
going to France. That is the way.
John Abba, I played a video earlier where the former foreign minister, foreign affairs minister, was interviewed by Channels. Is it Channels or Arise TV?
Arise.
And he gave a very the best answer I have ever heard in my life, where the question was asked that our leaders go, is it something that is wrong with us or something that is wrong with our leaders? And the man responded, I am not the right person for you to ask this question. You guys invite these politicians here to your channels every time. Why did you not ask them that question?
Yeah, actually, he was dodging. He was dodging. He knows the answer. He didn't want to say
No. He was not dodging.
No, Jim,
he was not dodging the question.
No, it wasn't dodging. Even if it was dodging, but what I see there is like, come on, journalists, right? Your job is to like hold these people accountable for us.
Exactly.
Understand? And they come to your studio.
They
just
to your show every time, but you never ask them that question.
So if
why
you
are you
that,
asking me?
My mama, you want to hear the answer, be when they
exactly.
Come, why not they ask them?
They will invite every one of them, but they will never ask them the same question.
Electricity, keep it up. You are a good citizen. You follow the constitution. Our constitution.
Section 68.
And
I
just have two questions.
Electricity
questions I want to
French
hold on.
They call all your French car.
Everybody, good night.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Good night.
Everybody, good night. Have a wonderful
night.
Have a wonderful week ahead.
Find that monks for Germany. Go find the monks before you go to bed.
I don't go to mosque. Okay, maybe grab me find out.
Is Blackstone from Edo?
Yes, I'm from Edo. I'm a Benin person.
I believe man.
Okay, don't worry.
And which will be it shock you. Which will be
you didn't hear the accent.
No, leave accent.
I just wanted to be sure because you spoke Benin to him. That's why I wanted to be sure.
What about me? I be Benin.
No, I don't
know which one you be now.
Exactly. So why question Christian have Benin?
I don't be Benin. Don't worry. I be Edo.
Exactly.
Okay. Let me respond to what I was saying about this thing. The Blackstone. Good night. Thank you for coming in. Regarding what they were saying, I don't understand. This is just exhausting. Sometimes I just shut up and just listen to complaints. What do you want people to do? Just keep quiet about problems that has occurred before. They have to say some of all these things so that people that don't know may actually know. First, that's one point. People that don't know about this, a lot of our people don't know about it at all. It's more recently some of them are beginning to catch on to what has happened to them, how they've been hoodwinked in terms of geopolitics, in terms of what's going on around the world. Most of us think that the Europeans are benevolent and they mean us well. They came to help us. So I don't subscribe to the idea that when people say we are blaming them. When somebody's explaining something, you say we are blaming them. And that is in a way trying to pretend as if those people mean us well. That is what I get when people are just trying to defend them for those others. They are not even saying they should be invaded. According to one South African, I said, yeah, you people are lucky that we are not asking to chop your heads off for everything you people have done to us. And yes, some of our people, when we just complain that this is the kind of stuff these people are doing to us, they say, oh, why are you blaming them? It's not about blaming them. They have to explain what is happening to their country. And that is just what it is. Regarding this is some of the stuff KJ said that I find very peculiar, where you said something about trying to tie your culture to this in the Jewish culture or the Semitic culture. See, first of all, maybe it started from us before it went there, not the other way around. We are the older group. And secondly, you used some examples that you gave, even when the stuff is not the same, it appears you are reaching to just attach yourself to your belief that you already believed in. And I don't understand why we do that. That doctor that came in today too also tried to say, oh, their religion is ours. No, it's not. They copy a lot of stuff from us, but it's not the same. And I gave that example where you see how other people behave that we don't do. When Islam came on, before they came on, they saw everybody worshiping the Abrahamic religion. They were worshiping Jerusalem, but no, they changed it to their own so that people can worship Mecca. Europeans changed it to their own, but our people don't do that. And to the point whereby they claim that the religion is theirs while they are worshiping some other people's god. I don't. How deep are we going to go to just claim that, to just acknowledge that we are our own people and we are worthy of existing in this world? There's a reason why we number 1.3 billion or so on this planet. We are the dominant group on one of the greatest continents in the world, and we still subscribe to other people, desert dwellers, for crying out loud. People that live in desert, we are pretending as if we are one of them. Why do you have to do that? I don't understand our people. We should stop apologizing for who we are. We should stop saying that we are blaming other people. We are calling them out for what is happening to us, because look at that video we played about our own Bongo there. He was busy swearing allegiance to a secret society of foreigners.
But forefather, did anybody force Bongo to go and join the group? Was he at gunpoint?
No,
but to let you know what is happening to us.
Forefather called my name. Let me respond to him.
No, I just asked him that quick question. Go ahead.
No, to let you know what is happening to us. These leaders are the ones that they cultivated. Those leaders that sold our people as slaves, they cultivated them till this day to make them think that they are one of them. They make them think that they are one of them. They don't govern for us. I've been talking about this forever. These people have never been governing for us. They are governing for foreigners.
Okay, Forefather, let me tell you. In the first place, if you follow what the presentation I made, I did not say.
Sorry, hold on. KJ, before for that, I shared the link, right, in private chat. Later, after KJ, try and play the video for me, please.
Okay.
I did not say that we, as a people, are trying to become Europeans or become Middle East. Now, if you went back and you try to trace the origins or the movement of the Agan, the Gan people, like the Dahomians, which means Dahomey means the home of a serpent, but the original Dan, the Dan tribe, are descendants of the Dan tribe in Israel. Now, the movement of those people coming into West Africa is still questionable. The research is not conclusive, but it is strongly believed that that is part of where the lost tribe of Israel came from. They are not white people, and the original inhabitants of the land were not white people. We are not white people. However, because that's a long discussion and arguable discussion, that's not even where I started from.
But there's no real evidence of them being from Dan. There's no nothing concrete. It's just suggestion, conjectures. There's no real evidence showing it.
Let's see. Say, in education, one of the things I keep saying is this: you have your own facts, so also other people have their own facts. So also there are, even as we're talking right now, there's even publications on these issues over and over. So
can we share links so that we can show it to everybody so that they see it?
Of the Aguilera and Anumulere people in Anambra State, it's very widely written. In fact, there are so many things we can go there and look up. But that's not even the point of this discussion, so we're not distracting ourselves. I'm simply saying the religion that we try to say it's a Christian religion. It's not, it's given by the white people. It's not a white man's religion. These are things our people have been doing. Now, I don't have the
it's actually a white man's religion. How can
did you see
Jesus Christ as a black man?
Refuse with you.
Okay.
So how is it not the white man's religion? Tell me,
Can
why
I
did
say
they have to
I've been
cancel out
here.
your forefathers' religion then?
Mm.
If it was
Okay.
the same, why did they have to cancel out your forefathers' religion?
I'm coming, sir. You see, now if you trace the history or the advent or the movement of Christianity right now, Christianity was without money. Okay, it was without money until it got to America. It was commercialized in America. So what you have coming back to Africa now is the commercialization of the Christian religion, which is now, by the grace of God, is being recycled again and going back to the original intent, which is, they're not coming to Christ because they're coming to look for money. If not, some people who are not Christians should be. I mean, Bill Gates, is he a Christian? The rest, are they
No,
Christians? They are not Christians.
you just moved the goalposts from
No,
saying
I'm
that
not moving. I'm just giving you an
it was
example.
our religion. If it was
Listen,
our religion, why did they have to come and remove the one that was here?
listen. It's just like when they talk about the Islamic religion. None of them say that, oh, there was a time he was living close to a Catholic norm or Catholic settlement, and heard them ringing the bell in the morning for the
Prayer.
early prayer. Nobody says that. They don't tell you that, oh, they heard, but he didn't. And when they were saying the rosary and saying the chaplet, and he couldn't understand those things, and he wrote them in the way he understood. Nobody says that. And are we going to come and make so much noise about it? Does that help anybody? Is it going to help you to achieve your purpose? No. But the truth remains that some of the things there he was taking when he got to know Fatima, who was a widow.
Catholic nun.
Yes, a Catholic who was widowed, and then eventually used her money to build his religion. Did they talk about that? They don't talk about
And
that.
that Fatima is a Semitic woman in the Middle East.
Whatever it is,
What should that even have anything to do with us?
I'm simply
Okay.
hey, oh boy, now I don't know how to
Forefather.
do it again. You know,
Somebody in the Middle East, you are knowing about their history more than you know about your own forefathers.
you are the one throwing these things in, and when I talk about it, you ask me what has it got to do
No,
with
but
it.
you said in the Middle East now. I don't know what Fatima in the Middle East has got to do with our own
Forefathers.
forefathers.
KJ, can I just step in a little bit? Forefathers. Christianity is not a Caucasian religion. I don't like using the word white. It's not. Now you may be saying, "Oh, why is not a white religion?" Because they brought it to you here and brought the so-called white Jesus that you're talking about. Christianity started in the Middle East, and then they started spreading the gospel. As with everything, today Samsung is not an American company, but Samsung may have bigger shares in the US. Very possible.
Yeah,
Generations coming out will know more Samsung, and then if they don't know the history that Samsung is a South Korean company, you would think it's an American company. Same thing with when it comes to Honda, when it comes to Toyota. Market civilization moves things, and when it gets to a place where people may use it in other ways, they may decide to now own it. Today we have Caucasians who are increasingly becoming Hindu people. Do you know that? A lot of these actors in Hollywood are Hindus now. If tomorrow they use their money to propagate Hinduism and push it, and then the next generation comes who don't know that Hindu is an Indian religion, you will start thinking that Hindu has always been a global thing all over the world. See, like things change.
An example
I
of
get what you
yoga.
are saying. You are
Yoga.
saying that the
Just
origin
give
of
an example of
Christianity.
yoga.
Sorry, Ed, I'm coming. You are saying that the origin of Christianity is from the Middle East, but the
Yes.
people that practiced it owned the religion. They took it on and put their headquarters in Rome and in the UK, and they came from there to teach us the same religion. That's what I mean by they owned it. And the same thing with Islam. They took the religion that was praying to Jerusalem and owned it and put it in Mecca so that
But
people will
today,
come to their own destiny.
you know that if you follow the practice of Islam, you will know that the way this practice in Africa, especially Nigeria, is different from the way they practice in the Middle East. Do you agree with me?
It maybe there are shades
No,
of
there is
differences.
not a maybe.
There are shades of. We're talking about headquarter here. What are you going on about? We're
No,
talking
what I'm
about
trying to explain
where
to
they
you,
consider as
see,
their source.
no, the point I'm trying to make is that things get diluted. Listen, if I whisper something to your ear now and tell you to tell the next person, by the time 2, 3, 4 people hear it, there will be some shift and change in it. That's
That
the
is
point I am
normal.
trying to make.
But
In
that is
fact,
normal. It still doesn't take away from the point that Europeans brought the religion to us. When we say it's a European religion, don't dispute it, because that is not the one that came out from the Middle East.
Okay, so that's the way you understand it. The way
please,
I understand it based on my education is that the Europeans may have brought it to us, but it is not a European religion. That's the
well,
truth.
I agree. If you want to say it originated in the Middle East, I agree with you. If you want to say it originated in the Middle East, I agree with you. But I'm trying to let you understand that when you worship this in terms of Christianity right now, the image they show you of Christ is not the image of a Middle Eastern person. They show the image of a blonde hair, blue eyed Scandinavian man.
Fathers, you just keep
I
making
agree with you. Eddie, sorry, Eddie, you will talk. I agree with you. But
that is what they call owning the religion.
But even amongst them, there are people who tell them the truth to say, you know that there's this photograph you're showing is wrong.
Jim, don't even agree with
go and tell them before now.
Agree with
See what happens
it's not every
it's a straw man's
denomination that accept the blue eye.
How is it a straw man's argument?
Anyway, I'll leave Ed.
KJ, please let me quickly say something.
Okay, let's hear the straw man's argument.
No, first, like there's a book that gives you the essence of Christianity. The book was not altered to say Jesus Christ is from Rome, right? And if you also read that book, it clearly, if you read it and get the spirit of Christianity, you understand that Christianity itself denounces the uses of imagery to worship God, right? So why do you keep making that point as if that's a core thesis of Christianity? And another thing wait, before you continue, another thing I also want us to understand is we look at European interaction or in Africa, and we tend to like tie as in Europe with Christianity, but that's not necessarily the case. There's a European identity and there's a Christian identity. The fact that yes, these Europeans practice Christianity does not mean everything that they represented was what Christianity is about. And you keep talking about us making Christianity in our own image. Do you think the type of Christianity that we practice in Nigeria is it the same type of Christianity that's practiced, say, in Texas? Do you really think that in the way we practice in our expression of Christianity is exactly the same thing? Have you been to a Christ Apostolic Church in, say, Ibadan and tried to like see if that is the same way that Christians worship in, say, Plano, Texas? You know, exactly every culture it will rub up on in the way we worship God or in our expression of Christianity. So I just feel like you keep hammering that point as if like, and I've also made this point to you earlier that okay, first let me disagree with Paul that Christianity did not start from Africa. I know you made that point earlier. Christianity did not start from Africa. Christianity is not an African religion. And the fact that I'm a Christian does not, I mean, I've read Benin history. I'm a Benin man. I've read it more than twice. I understand
my history. That said that. I don't know why you're bringing Paul into
No, Paul said it. Paul said it, and I quickly replied to him.
No, I said it started from Egypt and moved to the Middle East.
No, that's not Christianity.
The transition, yeah. how it started going and everything, the transition and everything.
See, Christianity started. Okay. Christianity started when Christ died, after the death of Christ. That's when Christianity started.
Yeah. So
anything during Christ, there was no Christianity.
So if you say before Christ, because we call it Christianity, we call it Christ-like. I understand. But Christ himself went back, say before you I was, and Christ did not condemn everything most of these people do, which means it's part of his own ideology.
See, Paul, whether you're tracing Christianity to Judaism or you're just starting from Christianity's expression after the death of Christ, none of them was in Africa. Judaism started in what is today the areas around Israel and Palestine. Christianity itself started in the areas around Israel and Palestine. And from there, it's moved.
Of course, we can see from the context of Christ, when he talk about the past, that's why I bring it, because it looks like it's there. And he said he did not condemn it. Is it that he's talking about another culture completely, or is it not part of
he did not condemn what? He did not condemn what?
Okay, let me come in, Ed, a little bit. Let me come in a little bit.
I probably need to respond to him though, because he has. I don't want him to get away with the speech he just made just now.
Let KJ, let Head finish. Let it not look like I take him out of context. I'm sorry about it.
No,
have you finished, Ed? Have you
Let me
finished?
continue. The Bible clearly. As I said in one of our former conversations, the Bible is both a spiritual book and a book of historical records. From the Bible, you can actually trace the origin of Christianity. We understand how Christianity actually came into Africa through the Ethiopian eunuch. It's documented in the Bible, but Christianity already had like at least some years before that happened, right? So Christianity did not start in Africa, but it has a very early history in Africa. So to Chim's point, if the Ethiopian eunuch went to Ethiopia, preached to these people, established a church, and I think that church somehow a part of it was also in Egypt, the Coptic church and all of that. What really stopped? Because Christianity by nature is an evangelistic religion, unlike maybe traditional religion. I think there are only two evangelistic religions. You can say Islam, they tried to convert people, the same thing with Christianity. So what stopped the Ethiopians from maybe spreading it down to all other parts of Africa, right? As in, why did they do that? Why did they not do that? You know, we keep blaming the white people. The white people got this Christianity and they knew, okay, we had to spread it, right? And that's how they spread it all around. The missionary trips to Africa, at least in my own understanding of Benin history, they were not necessarily colonial trips, right? The Benin were already dealing with missionaries on a one-on-one missionary basis long before the colonialists came, because that's
the Portuguese.
Yeah, the Portuguese. Yeah, because that's by nature the way of Christianity. You spread it like because.
Ed, please quickly add it.
I really don't know where to start
the whole
with
of
you.
Old Testament. What religion will you call the whole of Old Testament?
That's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to go to.
But let KJ continue.
That's Judaism. The Old Testament.
No. Hold on. You can't. No. I have to address the point he raised.
No, hold on. You address it together. Let me just.
Why you are going to make me forget? He's going to add another one. Then you can't track the. You can't trade him back. Hold on. Let me answer him. And because he stopped me because he said he wanted to address some points that I made. So what you said just now, you basically almost dodged everything I said, because I literally said you are saying that they practice Christianity slightly differently in Nigeria than in some other countries. Obviously, that's evidently true. Even Islam, everywhere they practice slightly differently. But the source, the people that they associate that provided them that religion, the people they picture when they worship, who do you think they picture? No, they picture the God of the Europeans. They picture the devil of the black man. That's what they picture. So if you go to YouTube now, you can smile all you want, and this is the kind of stuff that really gets me going. This guy, you see, this kind of people, they are the kind of. Can I finish that, Chief? Can I finish? So you are allowed to speak now. I don't disturb you, but you have to
go ahead now. Go ahead.
Can you let me talk? I'll put you backstage if you keep interrupting. I'll do that.
Go ahead. Put me backstage.
I didn't interrupt you when you were talking.
Come on now.
No, he's being rude now. He's being rude. Come on, he's actually being rude.
He was only saying you should allow me smile. That's what he was saying.
No, but he wasn't letting me talk. I was saying that if he's smiling, I'm going to get his images. I'm going to get the images. So you all are allowed to talk. I'm not allowed to talk.
Bring him back. No, bring him back now.
I remember we're not talking about.
You have to allow somebody to talk. I allow all of you to talk, but you don't want to let me talk.
You have a soft skin. You have a soft skin. You didn't. I was even supporting you. I was supporting you, but you were not hearing me.
No, because you won't let me talk.
Father, keep on going, please.
You won't let me talk.
Forefathers.
Come on, you see that? You see what they are doing? This is the attitude that they portray them, because when you are opposing their opinion of being an apologist to foreigners, they are going to start trying to filibuster you. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull the images up. So no, because that's what they do. Now you know what the filibuster means? Talk over somebody so that they're now going to be able to finish their point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the image of Jesus Christ so that we can see it. The Jesus Christ, this man is saying that it looks like it's from Africa, that KJ said it's from Africa. And when I said that it was European, he said no, it wasn't European. Okay, Jesus Christ. Sorry, Jesus Christ. We are going to see that now.
There are too many pictures. So there are too many pictures of the guy.
Hold on now. We are going to see it now. It's not hard now. We are going to see all of them. Okay.
For fathers.
So, how many black people you see there? No, tell me, Mr. Ed. Show me one black man there.
See, hold on. See, for fathers, these are just artists, right? Trying to sell pictures.
Oh goodness, this
Yeah,
excuse
these
is gonna. You guys
So,
have issues, man.
forefathers, have you seen?
You guys
Have you
have
seen?
issues.
Have you, wait, let me
I
ask you a
feel
question.
sorry for your
Let
forefathers.
me ask you a question. Forefathers, have you seen Benin sculptures of white men? I'm not talking of more recent ones, like maybe sculptures or there are expressions of white people on those. They are bronze plaques. Our bronze plaques, because we showed all those. Although we documented a lot of our interaction with white people in our arts.
How did
right?
you get from Jesus Christ
No,
image
now
to Benin
because we're
bronzes?
talking
I don't
about
understand.
these
Please
are all
link it up.
expressions of arts now.
I don't understand. Explain
talking
what
about
is
arts.
this? I don't
Can
understand.
you let me explain? These are all expressions. These are all art expressions, right? And the people that painted this image are white people, right? So I'm also telling you that in the same way, when black people showed their expression of maybe European identity, I'm using the Benin example because I'm a Benin person and that's what I'm familiar with. You would actually not be able to make it out that that person is European, except maybe they will use some parts of their dressing, right? And that will show you, okay, maybe because of this dressing, this person is European. But most of the time, you can't distinguish that from a Benin person being, shown in that same imagery. Another thing I want to point out to you: this image of Christ is a tunic, and the way this person is dressed, this whatever you have there, is that a traditional European dressing? To even start with, no, I'm answering you based on what you showed me. Is this a traditional European dressing? The use of this tunic and all of these things is this traditional European dressing?
What do you see there?
No.
Man, this guy, just move on.
No,
does any of them look as dark as you in that image right now? That
Jesus
that
is
look
not
like the
a
black
black
of the
person
devil.
now.
Hold on,
Jesus...
let me find the devil now.
Let
me find the devil. Do you notice that the picture just got darker?
Okay, but the devil is red. The devil
looks like
yes.
you. No, the devil looks like you in some of them. But it looks like you right now. This one looks more like you than this that you're talking about.
No. That one is also a white man.
How about this one?
That one is a white man.
This one is a white man.
Yes, it's a white man. It's a white man.
Why are they dark? Why are they dark? Tell me why they are dark. Again?
No. I think it's just like it's like light and dark place, not like color per se.
Not in color, exactly.
Yeah, not in color.
Have you seen that? Let me see. Have you seen that image of Angel Michael smiting I think smiting the devil? Have you seen the one they brought to Nigeria that we consumed when we were younger? Are you going to pretend what that one? I don't know what that was, Angel Michael. Let's see, Michael. Maybe it was Michael or.
No. I can Michael. Not the first. Then they beat everybody.
He's always the one smiting the devil and all.
Michael then they beat everybody.
Let's see.
Can you also Google the European depiction of Jesus Christ and the Ethiopian depiction of Jesus Christ?
Who is talking about Ethiopia? Did you hear me mention Ethiopians?
No. Now the reason why I say that is that every culture expresses,
their own
based on what they're familiar with. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Have you noticed a pattern here?
That means it's just a hearsay, right? It's what they hear and they just feel.
Yeah, they're trying to show it based on the way they look.
Okay,
right?
but hold on. Okay, now, that Last Supper drawing, the person they used there was a criminal that they brought from prison, with some other criminal, his cellmate or whatever, and they drew them, and that was the first portrait of Jesus Christ having the Last Supper. You
I don't
understand?
know about that anyway, Sha.
Okay, no, that's the opinion.
But if I may say something, forefathers, see, if these people were using their art to depict what they were trying to say, what stopped us from using our own art to depict how we understand life? That is what culture is all about.
I agree with that point in terms of what stops us. What stops us is because people like you and Ed are apologizing for them.
I'm not
That is what
apologizing
you
for anybody.
You're apologizing for them because you believe that they are superior and we are inferior.
Forefathers, you don't say forefathers.
But that's what you are saying, though. That's what you were saying.
Let's have a conversation, forefathers.
Okay, now, Chim.
Okay, Chim. Take off the photographs.
You have to see it clearly now, because sometimes words are not enough.
You're looking for black devil.
People like, no, but they are there now. They are all over the place. You can see them.
Okay, so forefathers, sorry. First and foremost, let me just address something. One, I wasn't stopping you from talking. If you know me, I'm slightly jovial. I try to, look for the fun part of things as we're having this conversation.
Body can hurt. Cool down.
So when I was talking and I said, why they look the laugh? Now forget the laugh. Go ahead. That's what I was telling you. I was saying go ahead, and you misunderstood me. So I want to put that out of the way. See, I understand you. I understand you. This perspective you're taking is the generally held view. Oh, the white man wants to paint Jesus and heaven to be white in their own. The white man is not even white. In fact, it's people that are forcing me to call them white. I don't call them white. I always use the word Caucasian. Because I've had this. In fact, there was somebody I was being cheeky, I would admit. He was saying things. Then I brought up my plain white paper, and I asked him, what color is this? He said, is your body complexion this color? Do you understand? And the guy froze. I said, if you can prove to me that your body complexion is the white paper I'm carrying. In fact, he was speechless. So, but the point I'm trying to make is this. Nobody is saying we shouldn't talk about our history. In fact, if you don't know where rain started beating you from, you will not know how to even solve that problem. So there's nothing wrong in saying, oh, this is what these people have done. People like me, and perhaps people like Ed, what we are saying is this. Yes, we acknowledge this has happened. But where we are right now, nobody is forcing you. Nobody is forcing Tinubu, if he was a good man, from saying, there was a coup in Niger. France, no, we don't agree what you want to do. Please stay away from our region. And Niger, come. What's the problem? Okay, you don't like Bazoum. Why? Okay, fine. Bazoum out of the way. All right, you guys, none of you, like I repeated the last time, I said, the negotiation should be, all right, you've removed Bazoum. We don't want coups. Can you people sit down, arrange an election? Maybe if they're asking for 3 years, give them 2. Meet them at the middle point because you want peace. And then insist, the whole Africa insist, none of you in this current transition government will run for that. We're not going to agree that anybody will remove khaki and wear agbada. This is Russian. Unfortunately, what we do is this. We create problem for ourselves and we run away and say the white man is the one causing it. If the white man comes to tell me to kill forefather, my brother, I worked in a company, and I'll end here, please. I'm not going to dominate the conversation today. When I came to Canada, I worked in a company. I'm not going to mention the name of that company. And the day they recruited me, there were only 2 of us who were blacks. It was all white people. In fact, someone told me that we were the first set of black people in that department. I tried to reach out to my brother. He was always hanging around the white people. Every time he rebuffed me, I found that the guy comes from one of these Caribbean countries. So I said, okay, no problem. I ignored him. I continued. We passed our probation and we started working. To cut the long story short, when the guy started seeing my performance, he started coming closer to me. I allowed him. He didn't have a car. After work, I would drop him off and I would go home. Then one day, I told him, because I noticed the way he was doing, I said, you know that if they sack you in this company, it's going to hurt me. He said, why? He said, because you are the only black person I see here. And I'm going to feel like an orphan. I said, you need to be very careful the way you go about the way you're doing your job. Guys, to be honest with you, it didn't take 3 days. He was laid off. I didn't have any premonition. It was just a conversation. The point I'm trying to make is he was trying to parley the white man over me. I was pulling him. Not that the white people were bad. The point I'm trying to make is this. See, we need to solve our problems. Stand on our ground on what is virtuous. Stand on our ground on what is right. If we say we want to do democracy, let's do democracy. Let's not do I come in as a civilian and I sit tight. Then I sit tight, then I blame the white man for my problem. That's what is going on in Africa. And it's an African issue. We need to solve it.
I think that is a false narrative. Actually, it's people like you
Okay.
sometimes that I
It's
don't. I
not
don't
a false
subscribe
narrative.
to that because
It's
what
not.
people do
It's
is
not
that
a false
when
narrative. It's
so,
not.
sorry, let me explain this because they are not doing. They are not blaming the white man. They are saying there is a problem there. It's like your house is on fire. Somebody saying there is a problem there. We that are supposed to be in charge, take care of it. Then what you say, instead of you acknowledging that danger that the person just highlighted to you, you are saying you are blaming the white man. That's why I consider it disingenuous. What people are doing, because how can somebody tell you that? Hold
We're
on.
not listening to each other.
Let me flesh it out. Let me flesh it out. How can somebody tell you that when people are working with your own people to steal all your money and put it in the West? Then you just come out and say, blame white man, blame white men. But that is not true. What he's just saying that he's working with your own people and he's telling you that you are part of the people to take responsibility and deal with the problem. And you are saying he's blaming the white man. Why is he not going to the white man complaining?
Forefather,
He's talking to you as a black
Forefather,
person.
the link
Not
I
that.
shared, Forefather, the link I shared. Play
Hold on,
that video first, please. If you
Omiloko,
explain what I said, that link I shared.
Omiloko.
Let's
Loco,
KG talk.
let KJ finish
Omiloko,
first.
is my
No,
turn.
the link where I shared.
It's
See
my
the
turn. I
plan.
refuse. It's my turn. I won't back down. So now remember something. Sorry, Roko. I just want to put this on the forefather. Look, I think you are misunderstanding what Chim is saying. And what Chim is saying is the bane of Africa. Is the problem. The problem in Africa. Now, I'm going to start from the top. The OAU is meeting in a house built by the Chinese. Okay, where every gadget you are using to have your highest point of discussion in Africa is wired by the Chinese. What do you think, sir? Somebody told me here in where you are, where I am, that the police here will never use any car that's not made in America. We never. That's the word he used. He said anytime I see a car behind me and I check it's not an American make, I should forget it. Can never be a police guy. And even if he's a police guy, he can't stop you. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. And I asked the question, what he said, what are you saying, man? Don't you think if they build a car for us, what do you think is going to happen? So now, but we have allowed OAU building where all the African leaders gather to discuss the matters of Africa to be built by Chinese. Are you surprised Chinese taking over Africa? That's one. So what Chim is saying is simply this. You see, if an American comes to Nigeria and does corruption, America will put him in prison. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. They will bring him back here, or when he
That
comes
is a
back here.
big lie. It's a big lie.
I'm coming, sir. Before you say I'm lying, just
I'm
hold
just
on.
saying it's a big lie.
Now,
Individual.
the
American interest is a lie.
hold
Paul,
on
let
now.
him finish now. Let him finish.
No, I just wanted to
The
put it as
biggest
continuous.
fraud
That's why I
that
stopped.
happened in Nigeria.
Individual, yes. American interest, big lie. Continue with it.
But I'm talking about individuals now. Individuals who have come to Africa and have done all kinds of manners of things. Even those ones who let me tell you something. I used to work in an American firm in Nigeria. And the guy told me that because they are working here, they still have to pay their tax. Because as they are doing it, when they are paid, you have to report every kobo that you are making. Just the way you do it when
You
you're in
pay them
America.
in American, you
Because
give
if
them
if
Nigerian
you don't do
allowance, you
that,
pay
you
them
come
in
back.
American.
No, but what I'm trying to say, let's not
The
let's not
salary is in
let's
America,
not get conflicted.
not in
Let's not get
Nigeria.
conflicted. But what simply trying to say is this: you will not see, okay, somebody from the other side stealing money and coming to put in our own government. You will not see it. But we still and send to them. And now the same people where we go and send there, like if they wanted to help us, just like what Jim was saying, if they wanted to help, they will tell us now, say, Tinubu, look at what Tinubu has. Oh. So since people are asking, look at what he has. Oh. This is where we hold him up. But they're not going to do that for you because they will not fight your fight. It is not only going to be on our own side alone. Because even if we now again, look at what's happening in Benin, I mean in Niger. Before I forget, what happening in Niger now? These guys say we no longer want this government. It is we. The same thing that happened in the colonial times when the chiefs are gathering to sell us. It is the same those chiefs that are sent to the West now. No, people must go back to that original arrangement. It is the same thing. If not, we fight you. Okay, so it has not changed. We all of us, whether we like it or not, our mentality have been so corrupted. Okay, it is us in our time. You see, didn't you read Mongo Park as the founder of Niger? Has it changed in your present
So
Nigeria?
KJ, let
Has
me
it changed?
KJ, let me
Is it
come in.
not Mongo Park that still found River Niger
KJ,
till
let me
tomorrow?
come in. So KJ, when you said that,
What he's simply saying that these things are, you see, yes, we're not doing as we do. Even the little we want to do, they don't help us to carry it out.
KJ, let me continue from what you said. So when you said all these things, when Awolowo took over the Western region, Awolowo did not embrace what the West do, and Awolowo understand them very well because he schooled there. And what Awolowo did, I live in Apapa, so I can tell you, we have the GRA Keja and we have the GRA Apapa. Then they don't call it Apapa, they call it European quarters. I live there. My father worked in Nigerian Ports Authority. What I'm telling you is that Awolowo chased them in a very subtle way. Awolowo bring all the Yoruba people, they started playing band. These people don't like noise. They are very naturally quiet people. They are not loud like us. Awolowo started playing drums and everything. It's our culture and tradition. This systematically, Awolowo chased them because Awolowo understand that they are not ready to leave. The independent, we might claim to some extent, yeah, we fought for our independence, but America actually gave us the independence. That's why every country started getting independent 57, 68, 60s, 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 60s. America fought just to kick down with what France and the UK is doing. And when they fought for that independence, when we started getting these guys are not ready to leave. When Awolowo started pursuing these white guys, this is how they left for Jos, where you hear that, oh, white people fool Jos. This is how they left for Jos. When the elections started coming in and everything, that's why they don't want the South to hold presidency, because they understand that the West are so clever. They say, give them secretary, let them do book work. Don't give them power. That's why the North will do everything, but nonchalantly, they will not give. So they are still there, bringing us down in different aspects of it. Why is America, the European Union, every one of them quick to condemn when somebody that they didn't bring to power? They quick to condemn those persons. But every of our finest person, they bring them down immediately. They castigate it. How come are you telling me that only once in American history that somebody ruled more than 2 times because of war, the Second World War? How come they will not condemn all these leaders in Africa? Because they are benefiting from it. And guess what? If every one of us fights, they will not support. So the smallest way we can do it, the little resources we have, is what we are doing to continue to empower our people and to continue to make them understand that you are what I call an accomplice. They are also accomplice to these bad leaders that we have in Africa. They are an accomplice, complete
Can I
accomplice to what
respond to
we
you,
have.
please?
So, yes, go ahead.
I quite agree with your sentiments and those of forefathers, even though he's accused us of being more pro-European. The truth is, the two truths can be correct at the same time, right? One of the truths is that the Europeans still have their legs on our neck in some ways through their neoliberal, interactions with Africa. The second truth is that a lot of this is being done by accomplices who are like you and I, right? So when we say that,
so the meaning of
we need
accomplices
to,
is two things now, not one, which means it's two.
yeah,
The
I
meaning
said
of
two.
accomplices
I
is
said
two,
two.
yes.
I said two
So
truths.
African leaders plus the West. All the
Exactly.
East,
So
correct.
when we
Exactly.
so it's just that we are both looking at it from different ways. Like which one will be easier? Which one will be a lower hanging fruit? for us to
Then
deal
to
with.
stop picking on one person for calling one of them out at
No,
least. That's all I'm saying.
Let's land. You just always attack us because this is the problem I have with people who want to be Pan-African purists. Because sometimes they don't really like nuances.
You are the one attacking the other side. You're talking about purists.
Wait. Let me
You're attacking the other side. You're talking about
I want to
purists.
say something now. I want to say something now.
Fofana Mugabe, brother. If you end up
You see, what I don't like is people that are being facetious with the truth. You are the one attacking the other side. Stop pretending as if you are not. You are saying that we are just blaming. We are just blaming
They
foreigners.
are completely because we come here every day, condemn Obi, condemn Atiku, condemn Tinubu. That shows that we love our country, and we also are to condemn the West, who is also causing problem for us. So we love our country more than as you can think. Because
let me land, Paul. With apologies to John Albert, please let me just quickly land this point because this was the dynamic I was seeing in an interview between Rufai of Arise TV and Dr. Arikana Kwao, where it seems like when Rufai was putting some points to her about some corruption in Zimbabwe, which it would seem, based on a recent expose by David Undeyi, she was actually a beneficiary of. She quickly turns the conversation to the West. And this is what most of us who want to see the nuances are a bit wary of. Like, why is it so hard for you to acknowledge that some of these, because like she just made a very blanket statement that the West always supports opposition and all of that. And that itself is not even true because the opposition in Nigeria today now is even the one that is more pro-nationalist than the incumbent government, which is doing what they are doing for Nigeria. And she made a lot of other generalizations. And because we are Black people, we've suffered a lot, and we've gone through slavery, colonialism. A lot of people are quick to support her. Oh, Mama Africa, you are speaking truth to power. But you are not addressing some of the issues that you are even a benefit. It's like she's saying, let's keep the status quo instead of the West to just, instead of us to bring the West, let's keep the status quo. Yes, even if we're going to, let's change the status quo by ourselves, right? Even if we don't want the intervention of the West. And then our suggestions were just like generalists. We have elders in Africa. Do you know how many times people like Kofi Annan, Obasanjo, and Nelson Mandela has had to intervene in some of these African countries when it comes to the democracy, and yet whoever was the incumbent keeps sitting tight and keeps oppressing the people. So this is the issue that we have. Like, we must have a balanced conversation, and where there's room for let the blame go around. Let the blame go around. When is the West? Like, for example, I'm all for what the people of Nigeria are doing. I find it so condescending that Macron will say something like, oh, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso will not be existing if not for France. That is the most racist, condescending thing I've ever heard. And it really hurts me. But then I also understand that some of these countries, our leaders, they also need to take some responsibility. Like yeah, so that's just the point I'm trying to make. Not like I'm
So if you had said that now, would I have a problem with him? No. You are attacking one side.
That's what I've been trying to say, but
you are attacking one side. That's why I got involved.
You attacking I owe you one more test. I owe you one more test.
Oh, I will send you my address.
Sorry, Dan, go ahead before I talk so that.
Yeah, I want to say good evening, brothers there. And I just arrived from work and I was listening while I was coming home. So it's my chance to just chip in. I'm always on the side of the fact that the Western people has no fault in what is happening in Africa. The problem with some people is that anything, if they don't know how to dodge the problem of African leaders, they just blame the West. You understand me? They will, because they have that kind of pride. Why should I blame my person? Why should I be against? This is their own point. It's not that what you guys are saying is wrong, but to their ears, it's a shame to blame the Africans. Forefather has that problem. But let me make one point now. Mr. Paul was saying something.
I call the black man the most useless man on the planet, and you think I don't blame the African? Then you are not listening.
No,
That's very
forefathers,
racist of you, man.
give me chance to land, please. I know that you don't like that to hear that from me, but just give me 2 minutes. I will just land quickly. Let me tell you something. You see the black, it's like you go for a World Cup match now. You bring your first 11. Nobody cares. You are the one who presented them. So the West have to accept what you present to them. You understand? Whether you came in a wrong way or in the back door, you presented this first 11 as your representatives. You understand? Because when you keep people saying, oh, sometimes they used to support the bad leaders, why didn't they condemn them? They don't have time. They have their own problems. If you bring somebody like Tinubu now, when he came in, the European people, they complained just a little. But when we, the Nigerians, did not react, they started, okay, well, if you people accept him, we have to accept him too. Because we Nigerians, we refuse to rise. Anything, we just suffering and smiling. So what do you want the West to do?
Dan, let me throw one
Paul,
question
before
to
you cut me short, let me
summarize it.
just land, because it's your hobby to cut people off. When you are talking, nobody cuts you off. Let me land.
I want to put a question so that you continue with it.
No, don't put any question. I'm making my point. Don't put any question. Let me make my point.
People off all the time. Go ahead.
You made your point, Paul.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is that when you present your first 11, they will register as your first 11. Bad governance in Africa is our fault because we don't attack it. And most people who are benefiting from this bad governance, like the other brother who spoke last, gave an instance with Rufai of Arise with one lady like that. I watched it clearly. If I had a chance, I would have slapped that woman, but I didn't have that chance to tell her to shut up. She was just defending the indefensible. You understand? So, Mr. Paul, please, if we, the Africans, cannot fight our own fight, don't ever blame nobody to fight for us. Thank you.
Let me ask you this question.
But when we fight our fight in Niger,
please.
Okay, let me let you go.
It's Dan question, please. Dan, the multinationals in terms of the oil company, I'm talking now Shell, Chevron, Exxon Mobil. Now, the sharing formula, they are the one that are exploring this oil in Nigeria. In terms of, I'm talking now Shell now. So Shell get 41%. The Nigerian government get 51%. Now, get 59%. Shell get 41%. They keep 9% for maintenance and the likes. Now, we don't have meters. We don't have anything. You understand? Now, let's say only Shell, I'm just talking only Shell now, they generate 700,000 barrels a day, only Shell. Now, that 700,000 barrels that Shell generate a day, the same Shell is coming out and said 400,000 of it is missing. But this same Shell is not asking for any accountability. They don't criticize it. Remember, if 400,000 miss, which means they are losing 41% of their 400,000.
Is it a question or what?
It's a question to you. It's a question. And it's a question. So let me land. So Shell now is losing 400,000 of the 700,000 that they generate a day because they get 41% of it. They are the one getting this oil, explore this oil. Now, this crude, I mean to say, now they are losing 400,000 and they are not complaining. Why are they not complaining? Is it not because of the 400,000? They are the one that is still benefiting when they stole all these things, they're still going back to their country to make them get gas more cheaper and sell it more expensive for us in a refined product. Why are they not complaining? Go ahead.
Dan, can I say something on this, please?
Okay, carry
on. Paul, I'm going to let's follow it sequentially. In which country did this happen?
Nigeria.
Does Nigeria have a government?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when BP, British Petroleum is British Petroleum, right?
Yes.
British company.
Yes.
When British Petroleum did oil spillage in, was it Alaska or somewhere in the US?
Yeah, America, yeah.
Who sanctioned them?
The US government.
What stopped the Nigerian government from sanctioning Shell and asking to come and account for this?
Because individual in government.
No. Don't do that.
You just ask me question.
Don't do that, sir.
You ask me question. You ask me question. You say what's stopped them? It's a question.
Okay, go ahead.
If it's a question, then it deserves an answer. What stopped them? Because people in government is the one that is stealing it.
And those people in government, which citizenship are they?
Government post is going to an individual post. And when you go to individual ports, the so-called multinationals are the one buying these stolen products.
But Paul, question. These government officials, are they from China or from Kutuwenji, or are they from Nigeria?
No, two people fail us. Two people fail us. The government fail us.
When I asked you about BP, you gave a fantastic answer. British Petroleum is British, but they are on American territory and they broke American law, and American government sanctioned them.
Correct.
So why is it difficult for you that when an American company breaches your law in Nigeria, you can't stand your ground and hammer them?
They are the one that is buying the stolen products.
That is the point now.
So they are part of. That's why I use the word carefully. Accomplice.
See,
they
listen,
are not complaining. If that money is going to their own purse, why would they prosecute themselves?
If you want to make
a judge and a jury in your court,
no, listen. If I decide to make
a jury in your court,
no, listen. If I make an exception for a visitor in my house, if I make exception for you, listen. I will end here and then Dan continue. In 2000, Nigerians, a group of Nigerians were jailed in Singapore for drugs.
Correct.
President Obasanjo flew to Singapore to beg that they be freed and given to him to bring home. Lee Kuan was the president then, and he told Obasanjo in plain terms, it's going to be difficult because when Singaporeans break the same law, it is death sentence for them. We've killed Singaporeans. And now you're asking me to release Nigerians to you. There was too much pressure. The man played on us, Obasanjo. He told him, okay, give me a few days to think about it. Obasanjo took off from Singapore. Before Obasanjo's plane could land in Abuja, they killed those people. And when they asked the man said, I can't make exceptions for Nigerians. I'm killing Singaporeans for the same law. And my point is simple, if you're hearing me. If Americans on their soil will apply their law, apply your law in your land. Don't be making exceptions.
It is our leader. I use the word. You cannot be a judge and a jury.
It's excuse.
It's an excuse.
Okay. Paul, hold on. Let's hear that.
Let me chop in there. Paul, that's your question. Chim have given you a good answer, but let me just give you my own from my own angle.
Clear.
For example,
KJ, come on, man. Stop putting fire on everything.
No, we say they put fire. They tell you true. They tell you true. God forefathers. Let me tell Mr. Paul something. You said that the Shell people, they bought a stolen oil. Is that what you said? They should have a blame on it. How do they know that it's a stolen crude? Is it not the government that gave it to them?
Of their own oil too is missing. Their own oil.
No. Please, they're not dealing with individuals.
Of 100,000 missing.
Mr. Paul, Shell is not dealing with individuals like you and me. They are dealing with Nigerian government.
I said
so.
Shell,
when the Nigerian government gives them an oil, how do they know it's stolen?
No, Shell own oil is missing. Remember that they generate 700 and 400,000 is missing. So Shell is supposed to complain.
Missing from where? Where did it go to?
From the exploration right there.
Yeah, did they complain? I mean, I cannot understand what you're saying.
He's giving you the answer.
Let me finish my.
Let me come in. Sorry,
Can we let Dr. Saul say something before he drops off?
I'm coming, Dr. Saul. Just hold on.
Dr. Saul, have you been here before?
Yes, I have been here some time back.
Just hold on.
No, I just get the feeling that he'll probably be a troublemaker. But I don't know. I just get the feeling. But it's all right. KJ, please go ahead so Dr. Saul can.
This was what I was trying to point out earlier on. I said it's not all about whether we are holding our leaders accountable. Why wouldn't they also help us? Because our people are taking things to their place, and these things are supposed to be sent back, but they're not sending it back. For instance, Abacha died many years ago. These people who are self-righteous, who are also good, which we know they will not give their people that laxity. They have been releasing our money in trinkles, okay, for over more than 10 years now, because Abacha have died more than 10 years now, and that money is still coming. Nobody is carrying all and giving us so I can use to develop our country. Now, again, we said just like what Chim has said. We said, look,
we can hold our leaders accountable. Don't help us to say what we are doing is wrong, because we are not going to your own country to go and say what you are doing is wrong. Has anybody gone to tell them what they are doing is wrong? So how come now if anything happen in Africa, even though in ECOWAS it is non-interference, you are saying ECOWAS should march into war because your interests have been infringed upon, okay? And then an African leader get up and say what France is doing is wrong? And look, if not for Africa, France will not be there. But the truth is that if not for Africa, will France be there? No. Now, the same people will wake up and tell you, you know what? Our own people are even the ones helping to support this. Okay, they wake up and call you because they have a peg on you, and they tell you, you know what, you have to do this, and you start running up and down, trying to do the same thing they've told you to do. Okay, it's never going to work that way. Let them hold the people accountable. Let us hold our people accountable. By the way, who says democracy is the best form of governance? Nobody not talk am. Now we talk am. Nobody not talk am. No, not talk say democracy is the best form of governance. Democracy can be homegrown. We can decide to do our own the way we want to do it. And if with the military, we decide that the military is our own form of democracy, what's your business? What's your business? Because listen, let's face the fact. Has any African leader ever made comment on what they're doing to Donald Trump or what Donald Trump is doing to them? Nobody. We don't even have the whatever to do that. But each day, in fact, I felt so sad that up to this moment, no African leader, not even OAU, have responded to that statement made by Madam Macron. And that is how they don't see finish. Okay? If not because of France. How? When you people are taking everything. All right? But here we are. That's Africa for you. That's Africa for you. That's sad.
KJ, they cannot speak because they are this best of same feather.
I think we
they are
need
not
to.
honest.
We need to.
KJ right now is called AU. No more AU
Let's
again.
let's balance.
But for brothers, I beg, play that video now. I beg. I'm not begging.
Okay,
I beg. Play the video.
let me play the video.
Welcome
Yeah,
our new guest, too. Our new
welcome the
welcome, Dr. So.
Oh, good evening,
Yeah.
all.
Yeah,
Okay.
I take it that you're a medical doctor.
No,
Maybe
I
we
am
can
not.
take it after John.
You see how these troublemakers don't want to let people talk. When they say the Chima and Eddie, they keep talking when other people are talking. So
Yes.
this is the
I
problem.
say make John Abba talk. Oh, now make that the talk. Make John Abba talk.
We are trying to welcome the doctor that just came
For
in.
brothers,
You
I
won't
beg.
even let him talk.
Play the video first. I
Are you
beg.
going to
Play
play
the
the
video.
video?
Play the video.
See how they are behaving. Let's just welcome the doctor. I can play your video.
Okay.
Doctor, are you like a medical doctor?
You said
No,
no.
I am not, but I am into computer science.
And
Though I have
a doctorate in it.
Okay, you're
yes,
PhD holder.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
See?
Okay, so you may have to be able to tell us why AI is afraid of the Quran. Since they are
Play
AI.
the video first. Now we'll get to there
Exactly.
later. Forward, I beg.
Let's play the
first, I
video.
beg.
Okay,
Well,
let's play this video. Sorry, doctor, let's just play this video before Loco goes on us.
So what is the
okay,
video all
thank you.
about? What's the video about?
You know, concern you.
I don't know. I'm not very clear what it is. I think it's about Africa, I guess. Let's see. Let's go.
ECOWAS. Look, I think that ECOWAS has tolerated the situation of Togo much too much. You know what they did? In 2005, when Nyasingbe Eyadema died, they quickly installed Nyasingbe as president. Then it took Kufuor and Obasanjo to say, no, you cannot do that. They organized symbolic elections. If you go to places like Sakode, Buffalo, Mango, no ballot, nobody came there in 2005. They declared elections from those places and said that Nyasingbe had won the elections. Nobody went there, no electoral officer went into those communities, and elections were declared. In 2005, up to date, Nyasingbe is still president of Togo, taking over from his father and probably grooming his children to come and take over from him. How do you tolerate such situation when ECOWAS is sitting down and not talking? African Union is comfortable with such situations. Go to Equatorial Guinea. The president has appointed his son as vice president, to which the son is the higher apparent, is the successor. The African Union is happy about that. You know the son. The son is the one that will go and Jerry or Kelly the hair, right? And be in the nightclubs, just as Umar, was it Ali Bongo was a rock star.
A rock star, yeah.
You understand? Messing up. You go and say that is the vice president. So the president and the vice president comes from the same bed. Not the same room, the same bed. We sat here. Macky Sall is engaged in madness. Macky Sall is engaged in madness.
Yeah, Senegal. Yeah.
You want to run for a third term, the opposition says no. You go around and use the judiciary to intimidate the judiciary so much that you say Osman Sonko had gone to rape a lady. You went to court, you could not prove it. And the court turned around to say that Osman Sonko's actions were corrupting the youth, for which reason he must go to jail for 2 years. By the time he comes out of jail, the elections for which he was going to contest is over.
Africa.
It's not madness.
Who do this?
The African Union cannot talk about Senegal. ECOWAS cannot talk about Senegal. Then you have Alassane Ouattara. Another mad one there. Who came and said, look, his term, 2 terms had ended. Then he anointed people. Anytime he anointed and said, you are going to be my successor, why may you die?
The person dies.
There's somehow about 3 people that he anointed.
Then he will come back.
All of them died. Anytime he said, oh, you will succeed me. If it's this person, I will not contest. Then the person will die. The final one was, what's the name of this man? Koulibaly.
Koulibaly died mysteriously.
Koulibaly just broke out from the office. He couldn't get home. He died. Then after Koulibaly's death, the man said, I'm going to contest again. So can we say that you killed all those people that you claimed that they were going to succeed you? So that you can come back. And today, he got a 3rd term. And all our presidents, in fact, Ghana's president went there to go and issue felicitations to congratulate him. That is madness. That is coup d'etat on the people of Cote d'Ivoire. As for Paul Biya, the least said about it. The man doesn't stay in Cameroon. Yeah. He's in Switzerland. He comes to Cameroon on National Day. He comes to Cameroon on Elections Day. And when he's coming, he cannot walk. They carry him. And then he will sit down with his grandchildren. Then they say, go and vote. He votes. When he finishes, they will carry him back to Switzerland while the elections are being counted. When the elections are declared, they bring him back to come and say he is sworn in as president. The African Union wants to be relevant in the face of all this kind of madness that is going on among African leaders. And these African leaders will have the temerity to come and sit at the AU and be talking. I am tired. It's okay.
You got one cry, it's okay, one cry.
And I can understand his frustration because the problem with democracy. Let me add something. Let me just add something quickly regarding democracy that makes it very difficult, because in Western democracies, sometimes they don't have term limits. That is the problem. Like German Chancellor ruled for quite a long time, Angela Merkel. I think she was there for more than going to 15 years even. And so it's a tricky one to just say, okay, let's make it blanket. Except the African Union, all of them admit that all nations that are practicing democracy has to be 2
Father, she was voted in, she did not manipulate anything. She came in.
You're giving wrong information, though.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that because then when African leaders argue that the term limits in terms of the number of time they are allowed to run should be removed, you won't be surprised because some countries don't have it in Western countries.
That's not correct.
Why do they
German Chancellor ran more than 3 times?
Yes, but you see, it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter how many times you run. You can run as long as you want, but the election will be free and fair and no problem.
Simple.
People wanted you. But in
Thank you very
Africa's
much.
case, right? In
Thank
Africa's
you.
case, they
Apart
always
from
find a way
that,
to
that was our
increase.
last step. We couldn't have run after 3 times. That was the end.
Yes. I was
You
even
understand?
going to say it's a constitutional issue for them. It's in their
You
constitution.
understand? This is what they want. But
Yes.
in Africa, they
The fact
always
that
want to
every one of us is not talking is that the leaders change it middle of the game.
of the game. You
Yes.
But
understand?
that's
They don't
different.
do that in Europe
But
and
that's
America.
different. But that's different.
I,
That's different from them. In
I
their own,
think
they've already
that
said
This is by
you
force.
It's
can
already
run as
there.
many times as you
I
want
think
if you win
in
and all
one
that.
No,
way.
But in our
but
own,
here
we
in the
changed it in
UK,
the middle
here
of
in
the
the
game.
UK, they changed it in the middle of the game too. Here in the UK, where
How?
before they didn't have a time. They didn't have a 4-term limit, did they? 4-year term limit. Local should know that. Then they
No,
changed
see,
it to
no.
make it so that
You're
they
not,
will have a
you're not getting
4-term
my
limit
point. See,
for
hold on.
each time that they run for office.
Okay, listen. They didn't do it right with force. They didn't use any arm of the government, like judiciary or whatever, to force anybody to do whatever. You understand? They said it and they all voted and it happened. You understand? No, if I thought there's any atom of rigging, but very faint or whatever. But my question is, compared to the way Africans are doing it, you understand? It's
I
disgusting.
understand that. Yeah, that
That's
to me
just,
that's
see,
a
they say,
coup. It's a
see,
coup.
I
when
And
think
when getting too much
local.
for food, even blind man go see am for Africa, go see
Yeah,
am like it's too
that
much.
is why in Africa we will suggest strongly that nobody, because of the corruption nature of Africa,
Exactly.
nobody should be more than 2
No, not
terms.
to them. Even
Yeah.
to say too much.
Either that, Jonaba, either that, or you say nobody's allowed to extend their term in office while they are in office.
In office.
Yes,
And
all
it's the
that
same thing.
structure
After
has
to
to
Yeah,
be
them,
put
yeah.
you
in
not be allowed to
place
do that
Change
when
it.
they
to
are
Let
in
it
stop
start
office.
from the
them,
next government. Let it
to
not be your
stop
government.
it.
Yeah,
So
it should not be your turn.
yeah, because if we compare like Germany and not the rest, they are very advanced, and the election is not manipulated like our own. When one man can just come behind the screen and everybody to hell with you. So we should talk about that, and then the issue of blaming, shifting blame on why the white people or whatever the West shouldn't be blamed for our problem. I think we are misunderstanding some certain things. Most of these African leaders, they have their backup. They are being empowered by the same people against their people. That's what we are saying. So we are not just saying that, oh, we are blaming them, but the same people that are saying democracy should go this way, and when the people rise to the challenge, the same people will not condemn it again. So they favor, they will not.
Ali Bongo, when they remove him from office, the French bring them back into office. They
Exactly.
overthrow
Now,
him, the French bring them back into
same
office.
thing going on in Niger, that now the France have a different stand compared to what has going on in other places. So what we are saying is that we are not saying that the people, okay, then let's let the black people have their own destiny in their hand and fight for their freedom in their own country, and whatever come out of it, let them take responsibility without interference of them, if not for their own greed and for their own benefit. So we in one way or the other, we are all saying the same thing, but we are just looking at it from different perspectives. So we can't have it that way without saying, oh, we are not saying we don't have bad leaders, but who is those bad leaders banking on? It's them. It's them.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
If
them.
I
Because if
can
they
give-
leave that country, if they know there is an election in Africa and these people leave, where are they going? They're not going to stay in Africa. They're not going to even stay in the country where they are president for years. They will fly abroad right away. So when we are talking, not that we are trying to say, okay, if you are not, if their interest is not to frustrate the progress of that part of the world, why can't they say, okay, if you cause this thing to your people, you are not coming to our place?
But why should they say that? Why
No,
should they
I
say
mean,
that?
okay, then they should not say that. Then they should leave us to fight
They
our
shouldn't
battle.
say that.
Don't,
See,
don't,
they have their
Then
own
they should leave us
keep
problem.
to
your peace
fight our
forever. Don't
battle
condemn
alone.
anyone.
Then they should not interfere.
They
At
shouldn't
all.
interfere. They have their own problem.
Okay,
No,
if
They
you
have
would
their own
allow
problem.
okay,
Don't
doctor,
always
right,
call
doctor
in
may
them.
have
Niger
a
right
fresh
now,
neck
in
this
Niger
fight.
right now, why are they not living there when they say they should leave?
What?
What?
John,
Because
I
they
agree
Yeah.
with you. I
they
agree
want to
with you.
instigate
But I
violence.
will
Godfather, can a doctor talk so I hear from his own perspective, please?
Okay,
Yeah.
yes. Good evening, all again. Right, I think there are a lot of things we have to look into. I don't know how many of us here have read about the destruction of the Black civilization by Chancellor Williams. And if you haven't read that book, I suggest it's the best Christmas gift you can get as a Black man or as a
Please,
Black.
what's the name again?
The Destruction of the Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams. It's more or less a Nostradamus, Nostradamus of our problems and how it could be solved. Okay, I don't know if any one of you have heard of it. If anyone has heard of the book, just also indicate. But if you haven't
I've
read
heard of
it,
the name, but not the book.
yeah,
Who is the author again?
is Chancellor Williams, and I have actually. I'll try to post it after I'm off. I'll try to post it later.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So the problem we have today, starting from the Black race history in Egypt, the Asian invasion, then how we were chased inland, how we were denied of the civilization, you find the same problem we have then from 4,500 years ago till today. If the guy died in 1992 or so, the same, if he were to write the book again, it is the same thing he's going to write again. It is the same issue. You find that we betray one another. You also find that we trust outsiders, and the outsiders kind of betray us. We become gullible to them. Then they used us. Now, the problem of Africa today, whether you like it or not, is not African problem. It is a problem that is created somewhere that is imposed on them. Whether it is the coup that is going on, it is all fighting for the resources. The resources of Africa has always been the issue. Whether it is from the Arabs, enslavement, then the European enslavement from 14th century onward, starting with the Portugal and religion has always been used to tame the Black race. It kind of makes them docile, not to respond to the oppression. So it has always been the same story. So they are all fighting for the resources. That is where I'm going. It started with the human commodity, which was the Black race. Then when the machine was invented in the Industrial Revolution, take note of that. We hear about slave abolitionists. Slavery wouldn't have ended if there wasn't machine that was actually designed by the Black race in their skill of blacksmith. It started the enslaved actually invented that in Jamaica, which the English stole and developed the steam machine. If there wasn't invention of the machine towards the 18th century, the slavery would have still go on. Now, when the machine was invented, there was a need for resources to power those machines. Then they also find out during enslavement that Africa has those resources. So those are the resources and the supply chain that is still protected today, whether it is the Niger coup or the Gabon coup as well. They all have resources that power the Western Europeans industries. So that is the whole thing. That is what the fight is all about. We will not liberate ourselves. So the reason why we will not liberate ourselves are, number one, it's something everyone knows. They said the secret to the Black liberation is actually in the book. And we seldom actually want to do that. So because of that, we will not liberate ourselves. And another thing, another way we will liberate ourselves is it is actually easy within a generation for the Black race to liberate themselves, to emancipate themselves. If they do one thing, which is if you born a child today, just tell the child the challenges of the Black race. Tell them the truth. This is our failure. This is our success along the line. Just tell them. I tell you, in 30 years' time, somebody will rise up and actually free you. It actually happens in China. So they told their children, this is our history. One of them came out and said, we will not be cowed with hunger again. They actually got their freedom. Within a generation, if you were born in the 60s, some of them saw the hunger that was in China. But that is not the story today. That has to happen. If we do that, we might find emancipation.
Please,
Also,
how do you think it will happen? How? Can you explain?
No, just tell the child. Because what happened now in the Black race is we do not trust ourselves. There's no unity. Everyone is like a one-man gang. And there's no way anyone is going to leave you. Your freedom is not going to be found by campaigning, anti-racism campaign, or crying to the Europeans. The problem in Africa was actually designed long ago. In fact, if you read that book, the guy is dead now. He died. That book was written in 1992. And the guy died actually the same year. I think that was the last book he wrote. Okay. And if you read it towards the last chapter, you will come back here and probably tell the audience it's like he saw the future. It's just a mirror or a Nostradamus of the Black race, of what exactly is just happening today.
Doctor, but that is his own opinion.
It's not
when
an
it has
opinion.
become reality.
Yes, it's not only opinion. He actually traveled the whole of Africa. Okay, to write the book, it took him about 16 years or so, if I remember. Okay, he traveled the whole of Africa from Egypt, and the guy was actually born in 1893. So he actually lived a long life. I think he stayed almost close to 100, if I calculate it correctly. Okay. So just not to miss the point, we need to tell our children about our challenges, our history, then where we are going. Okay. And even I am not in Nigeria, for example, I regret of even leaving Nigeria today. The shortcut to livelihood that there is a problem in Africa, we all run away. The same thing happened in Egypt, where the Black civilization was wiped out. Just the same thing. When there's a problem, the Black people start to run. We don't want to face it head on.
Okay,
I mean,
Doc, can we come in now?
No, you never finish now. Which KJ, don't become precise.
No, now it's getting to the seminar. It no go end.
Okay. So I'll quickly round up. There's something else I want to touch before I go. In Arikana's interview, she actually said what her problem with the opposition in Africa. That has always been in her video. She said it's just what is happening now. Whoever that is in opposition start to roam the Western capital. Not only Arikana, everyone sees this. If you live in the capital cities of most of this Western world, you will see most our opposition leaders, they are looking for lobby groups to make their campaign or their quest for power to be heard in whoever that is ruling those Western capitals. So what that does is it makes us a lesser being. So yes,
This is exactly the reason why. Okay, just finish what you are saying, Doctor.
Okay,
continue.
Okay, so there is no race on of all the black entity. The Africans have actually created the empower or embolden the white supremacists in all the groups, because we kind of hold the white race to a higher pedestal, and we still use that to judge our way of behavior. So you find that most of our rulers, they will run to the Western world for support. And according to Arikana, that is what she was saying, that they always support opposition. And Kamisa, she also gave an instance because she was the ambassador to the UN at that time, that they came to Washington and were looking for sanctions against their own country. And not only Kamisa have done it, there are other opposition rulers who have done the same thing in Africa. That was what Arikana was saying. Dr. Arikana said that made her lost respect for anyone who could betray their country.
Yeah, but
she said it many
doctor,
times.
sorry to
so
butt
I
in.
rest my case there. Mm-hmm.
Doctor, sorry to butt in. You see, where I disagree with her, and I happen to be a student of political science myself.
Okay.
She has always been in the party, the ZANU PF. She may want to deny it, but she was appointed into government, into ambassadorial diplomatic service by ZANU PF, and that is the party that of the late Mugabe. Now, Mugabe started.
Are you talking about Dr. Arikana?
Oh yes,
Yes.
Dr. Arikana, yes.
Okay.
So Mugabe fought for the liberation of the black people in, I think they are the Northern Rhodesia, Zimbabwe, if I'm correct, and they got that independence. Now, but how did he manage the leadership process? He stayed in power from 1982, when Zimbabwe gained independence, and died in office. And every time
he did not die in office. He did not die.
He died in office. Let's hold on. He died in office.
He was overthrown before he passed.
He was overthrown. I hear you people. I know what I'm saying when I say he died in office. You know,
I agree with you, man. I agree.
So when he was in office, Western world liked him. He was playing their ball and everything. Then he lost favor with them at some point. That was when he now went back and now started pushing out the white farmers. He didn't push out the white farmers in his first 5, 6, 7, 8 years of leadership. As soon as he lost that puppeteerial link that was keeping him in office, he now decided to play ball and be his people's God. Let me put it that way.
Okay, hold on.
Okay,
This
let me finish.
Your narrative
No,
now.
they renegade.
You can't just say that. You have to be specific. What is that puppeteerial
Okay,
link?
go and read about it. They renegade on the agreement.
Why he decided to turn against them?
Forefather, am I entitled to my opinion? You will be entitled.
But you can't just malign somebody without any evidence.
Forefather, no. When you are speaking, I let you finish. Just where I let this young man finish.
I'm letting you finish. I just need to clarify your statement.
No, you have not let me finish. You have not. When I finish, take me on. I don't have a problem with that. Take me on.
So we start all over again.
I have not finished now. We are the one delaying this conversation. So
I just needed clarification. Just brief one.
So what I'm saying is this: most African leaders, especially because she said she's angry, she doesn't like the way opposition goes to call for sanctions. Let's not forget that APC called for sanctions against Nigeria too when they were in opposition. They did a lot of horrible things. But today they're now in office. People tend to have this amnesia. And then the question is this: why was the opposition calling for sanctions? You see, I'm not saying opposition should call for sanctions. But you see, when they say they are applying democracy, they go to election. And Mugabe muzzles his way through. Remember the original opposition in Zimbabwe? They beat that man. They beat that man. In fact, it is the beating that killed Zimbabwean police and security gave that man that killed the man eventually.
It's true.
Morgan Sanjarai or whatever his name is.
Yeah, you are right. You are right.
That guy went through. If you see the battering that man went through under Mugabe's leadership, why? Because Mugabe didn't want to have opposition. The man came to contest. If you win fair and clean, then fine. But Zimbabweans were clearly saying, okay, at some point, we're tired of you. We want alternative. And he refused. So that woman was in that government enjoying benefits. So she can't come now in 2023 and try to change the narrative. It's wrong. It's morally wrong. And that's the problem I face and I see with some of our elites. Listen.
But Chim,
Yes.
um,
Yes.
no, I usually enjoy your contributions and all that. But
Okay.
I want us to deviate from some.
This one went too far.
Now, now, what
Disagree
I
with
have
me is
noticed,
openly. Disagree with me.
what I've noticed with the West is this: when Dan is dancing to their tune, that will be the scent of Africa.
Beautiful.
But the day that Dan says, people, this thing you're asking to is too much, now that will become the evil of Africa. Now,
Fine.
if you look at what happened with Mugabe, that's the same thing that happened. While he was dancing to their tune, doing everything they wanted, he was not a bad man. But the moment they decided to change, they now got an opposition that will always in power, who will unseat you in the authority. It has happened many times. It played out in all of almost everywhere. In fact, the last example was when Obama had to send his own campaign director to Lagos to help marshal out what was going to come. And the man dwelt in Lagos. So many stupid things happened that if I was Jonathan, I would have finished them. The so-called Secretary of State came to Sokoto, came to Nigeria, went to Sokoto, remained in Sokoto for almost a week, came back and left. Not one day did he consult with Jonathan. Can it happen in this state, in this country?
So
So
it
what am
boils
I trying
back
to
to
say?
what
What
we're
am I trying to
saying.
say? I'm trying to say that once you don't agree with their policy, for instance, the man now in Uganda is one of their enemies. All the people who have refused the LGBT agenda have become an enemy to them now. And now they'll start fueling opposition. Now, what's happening in Niger? The Niger guy has refused to step down. They've gone to revive that old Muslim, what they call them, dissidents. And they are empowering them now to begin to fight against the government. And that man now is they are even bringing all the international news media to be giving press conference of how they are planning and doing this to take over the company. They don't agree.
But
So
KJ,
so I don't go round and round. What I'm trying to say is this: I don't totally agree that when these people are no longer there, I mean that Mugabe, for instance, who I know, who has 96 degrees, better than all of them, was as they painted him, the evil that we have never seen before in
I
Africa.
agree he was not an evil man. But see, my point is this, and I end here. And let us, our leaders, including me, I don't know where I'm going to be tomorrow. Let us start doing right by our people and standing on principles and on values so that we don't have to dance to these people's tunes. Simple. You come to office, you love your people, do the best for your people, and then when your best aligns with their own, well and good. So that the day you leave office, you live well. See, I end. There was an analogy I was going to use, but I don't want to forget it. Somebody told me a story, it's a Christian story, of a young boy who was playing with a catapult. I'm sure some of us must have heard this before. And he mistakenly shot his grandmother's chicken and killed the chicken. He took the chicken, looked around, he didn't see anybody. He dug the ground and buried the chicken. He didn't know his sister saw him. Now, they used to take turns to wash plates for their grandmother. He will wash his turn. On the day of his sister will tell him, wash, I can't wash. He will say, no. The dad say, I will tell grandma, I saw you. So the girl held him in hostage and he will wash. This thing went on for a long time until one day he was fed up. He went to complain to his grandmother. His grandmother said, you know what to do. Go and do what you're supposed to do. And he said, what do you mean? He says, I saw you when you killed the chicken. I also saw you. You're my grandchild. You should have just come to me and told me you've made a mistake and I forgive you. But you've allowed your sister to use it as a blackmail on you. And that is why the person now holds you by the blockers. So my point is this. Let us stop allowing these people hold us by blockers. And the only way to stop it is do the right thing by your people. Once you do that, you don't have anything to hide. Simple.
But Kim, when you say these things, it makes me want to cry. When you
Right.
say this,
Let me just chime in
because
there.
we have our own Libya, who happen to be the Saudi Arabia, the Qatar, Bahrain, Jordan of this world. They are doing well as their own country. They use their own system to bring that guy down because it's in Africa.
Yeah.
Let's tell ourselves the truth. You
yeah,
understand?
one thing,
He's doing
one
well.
thing,
bring him
But,
down.
but
But
Paul,
when will
even
they bring when will America bring Saudi Arabia down? When will they bring the Qatar, the Bahrain, the Jordan down?
Okay,
Answer this
right.
question. Like the
Right.
president of Ankara,
There's something we need
down,
to be.
and then for that thing, those people, when you say just do good, you won't last long. The opposition will be too powerful.
Let me just say something briefly about this. You see, this is why it's very hard to break the yoke of the control they have.
Yeah, bongo. Don't meet yourself.
What
Okay, well,
happened to
network
you?
get to you. Network figure to
Up
better.
never. Up never.
Network
Look,
figure
Nigeria
to
is there now. Where how NEPA go through where?
network figure to.
Don't mind the loco juju want to catch me.
Network
He not gonna succeed. So see, I think these are our leaders. This is why it's so hard to dislodge them from the control of the West, because they join secret societies with them, and this is Mason secret society that is headed by England actually, but this one is a French lodge. So they swear allegiance to them. It's like they are like part of them. They literally become like family within the secret societies. Hence, they don't see our people as their people anymore. Because if you look at these rituals that they're carrying out here, they are initiating him into their lodge so that he becomes one of them. And they will do everything to protect him, defend him against the people of the continent. That is why our leaders are so. That we look at them, we wonder why are they like that. They travel to all these places, they see how well they are doing, but they are not bringing it to their own countries. This is partly the reason why.
Is this court more potent than Okija court?
I think this one is because these people, first, they already compromised from religion. Secondly, they are compromised because they have been taught by their forefathers and their fathers that this is the people that you need to listen to. Then not to mention threat.
Have you heard power before?
I've not heard power before.
Okay. Now, see this small power where you get for your as moderator here now. Say it to the process sometimes.
Exactly.
See, this
how you get
this book I get for you. Say it to the process now.
I just
now
played your own. I just played your own.
Imagine see you come there where they say now.
I just played your own just now. What is your pressure here?
No, the insurance as I talk and everybody boss laugh, everybody agree once. Nobody will
Yeah, because everybody wants to hear but you don't know what the viewers want to hear though. Everybody wants to hear other things. No,
Yeah,
I'm not shedding light on something that, oh God, this thing is not working. So it's okay anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah, but one thing that needs to be recognized is, you see, for external actor to be able to get hold of you, they need to compromise you. And how do they compromise you? They make you feel important. They make you, they invite you, just as you are showing in the photo. They make you above everyone else. They make you the chosen one. They give education access to your children because it is something that they refuse to create for themselves. Most leaders in Africa, they provide them the health service that most of them, because of their wicked ways, some of them are sick, so they provide them the health service. With that, they've been able to compromise them. They let them get away with murder. Then they have that at the back of it, just as one of the speaker has pointed out. They use that to blackmail them. Now they've been compromised. It's now time to leverage them. So what I often say, compromise and leverage. So now you have been compromised, you cannot refuse. So they become a stooge. Now, if you look at all the leaders or rulers in Africa, they are people of questionable character. Is
correct?
No, that's not correct, Doc. Is Doc frozen?
Yeah, Nepa don't take him.
Yes, he has frozen.
But that's not correct. He said all the African leaders
he's
are
back
people
now,
of...
though.
But that's not correct, sir. I can correct that quickly.
No.
Alassane Ouattara was working in the World Bank. He wasn't compromised in any way. He suddenly comes home and he becomes a mean person to his people.
No, listen. That person you have mentioned has a tunnel.
Adama Barrow in UK
has a tunnel from his presidential palace to French embassy Are you aware of that?
Sorry, say that again.
That president you mentioned has a tunnel from his state house to French embassy. There is a
That
video.
wasn't built by him. That was built by the former, their longest serving president. That's not him. He didn't build it. He may be using it now to serve his interest.
He was the one that scuppered the eco currency. I think he has a lot of those.
No, that's not correct. That's not correct. See, as much as I'm against these people, I like to be fair to people. See, Houphouet Boigny, or whatever his name was, of the 60s, the one who stayed long, he was a civilian president that stayed for a long time and died in office, is the one who really sold Cote d'Ivoire. But this guy is an exposed man. See, this guy is like saying Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala comes back to Nigeria tomorrow.
Excuse me. Have you heard Kofo Addo when he was ranting? I think you need to explore more when he was ranting about that name you have just Ouattara you have just mentioned. I can't pronounce it very well.
Alassane Ouattara.
Exactly. How he destroyed the hope of the West African currency. And it was even then he said how he built a tunnel to the French embassy. So the video is online when Kofo was ranting. Although some people attributed it to Rawlings, but it was Kofo Addo of Ghana. So all of them, even the chosen one, the business are online. Let me tell you.
Ivory Coast, Nigeria, and Ghana, the Cocoa deal, too. Even he went against it. Go ahead.
Exactly. So all of them, even the poster boy of Africa at the moment, the son is in Malibu with in an expensive house. Which one can you choose? Is it this? If you go down south, there is the one that had a problem of money laundering in his house. Just mention them. Who can you choose in Africa? Certainly not, except when you go to Mauritius. That is a different case entirely. So, I mean, there isn't any.
Botswana.
Yeah, Botswana, yes. That could be, yes. And Botswana has a good record, and also I think
even Namibia. You saw what the Namibian president told the German chancellor, German ambassador who came to their country the other day. See, there are good people. There are. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to paint everybody with the same brush. The problem is that
after I finish talking, let's allow Tune to say something. He's been very, very quiet.
So the problem I have is that some of us, I mean, like Nigeria for a while, although we've been having our problem, but we've not been having leaders that were 100% compromising with the West. At least we've had president who once in a while push back. Right now, this is going to be our worst ever. We've not. Okay, let me repeat myself.
Make sure me of the president. We look at it.
Let me repeat myself. I said,
okay,
although we've been having bad leaders, but we've not had a president 100% that is just aligning with the West. This one that we now have is going to be the first time we're having somebody who is 100% trying to sell us 100% to the West.
Do you know why the refineries were all destroyed?
Why?
We mismanaged our refineries. Our refineries were not destroyed. We mismanaged them. We didn't maintain our refineries the way we should maintain them.
Please, can you, Dr. Saul, do you know any reasons why the refineries?
You see, even the reason why, you see, if you look at the refining of oil, the reason why even there is a chance of refining oil back in the country is just because before the COVID, there was this drive in Europe for green energy. If not that, the refineries will still be in Europe. Okay, let me just stop there. And there is actually a video.
No, I know you said Tone needs to come in, but please, no. See, We had refineries from when were our refineries built?
Chim, you can't
No,
monopolize the
now, so we
conversation. It's
don't
not fair.
let's not
No, there are more
let's
people
not
here now. There are more people here. There is only
Okay,
you have been talking quite a lot, so
no,
other
but
people
I'm
have to be able
responding
to
to what he
contribute
said.
too.
Nobody's responding to
I
it.
know,
I
I
want
know.
to respond too, but
okay,
Let
Let
what
Tone
is
respond.
I
video?
think Dr. So is wrong with the refinery thing. You
I mean,
want to talk the amount of
let's allow
refineries
Tone to talk.
Louisiana using? No.
Allow Stone to talk now. Let us go to. Let
No,
us
Tom,
change
go
it now.
ahead.
Let's
Go ahead,
change.
Tom.
Let's change this.
There's a documentary on that, so I'll share that.
Okay, let's change
The
that. Tone, you
refineries
have
is
been
negligent
quiet. Just say something.
I know I've been accused of being a dictator. Now, when I actually start being a dictator, you guys will truly know. You guys just ramble all over the place, calling me a dictator. Don't worry, you'll find out what a dictator looks like. Please, Toad, go ahead.
I do not call
I
you
was going
dictator.
to I was going to propose that we talk about something else. Something came up this evening. I think this evening or early today about that corrupt judge, Mary Odili, stating that the obedience or anybody advocating for Obi, they should just suck it up, and then there's nothing. The She was suggesting that the the court case was going to be in favor of Tinubu, which I just find terrible.
Sorry, who
You
said
know,
that?
the judge called Mary Odili.
Mary Odili.
Adeli's
Is she
wife.
part of the
But
petition?
I thought she's already retired. She'd already retired from the Supreme Court.
She may be hearing things from the Supreme Court that we are
That
not
is
privy
one.
to.
And I still think that news is speculation because all I see it is the social media, all the headline news that I've seen. I didn't see
I
anyone.
actually have a video, but I have not watched it
Oh,
because of this program.
there's a video. If you're on
I haven't watched
the
it.
I'm just
stage,
talking. It's just from the social
there's a
media.
video
Are
I
we
just watched
changing the
earlier,
topic
and
from religious and all this thing now to big talk? What is my business with that?
I made a submission in this. I made a statement one time in this forum saying that.
Mr. Abba, wait, please don't take over. I'm not
taking
speaking
over.
for about 3
I'm
hours.
not the one
Let me
talking,
finish.
please.
All right,
Thank
go
you.
ahead. Go ahead now. Go ahead.
It was Eddie.
But go ahead.
I think it's very important because we don't understand how significant the 16th, I believe, is going to be. That is going to make or mar Nigeria. That date is very significant. It's very, very important. And I've been thinking for days now, I've been mulling over it. How about if these people declares a rerun? How are the people how are we going to react as Nigerians? Anything
But
can
the
happen.
judge that made this statement,
But
is
what
she
about
part
the
of the
opposite
petition
is the case?
judges?
No. We are looking at it now. Tony, you are looking at it from your own.
She is?
What of opposite of it? What do you see
Okay,
if
that
it
is
is not
valid.
the one?
That's right,
John
Mr.
Abba,
Abba.
please don't harass
You know
Stone.
why?
Don't harass Stone.
My concern is that it seems they are getting very confident and making they're just getting confident that they're going to win this. Perhaps they know something that we do not know.
Stone,
And
let me say something. Please, John
mm,
Abba, listen. I said here after the election that nothing is going to change, and I'm saying it again. You see, the recent activity in Africa has even gone to prove that they will go along with it and nothing will happen. If they feel strongly about it, like I know they feel, the truth is, it's going to be difficult for you or for the people to remove a person. I'm then giving an example of myself. If I was Tinubu's shoes and I have the control of the judiciary, which the constitution has given me authority over, okay, I will pull every plug I need to pull to make sure that I'm there. Power it corrupts, And in Nigerian
no,
case, for instance, the presidency of Nigeria is so powerful, you can do and undo. You can do just as in fact you can call the whole army to the street if you want to, and nothing will happen. Nobody can question you. The constitution have been skewed to the point that it answers. Look, for instance, in any nation, I have never heard it before. A general of the army comes and tells the army, remember, you all must be loyal to Tinubu. If you're not loyal to Tinubu, then you leave. You better leave now if you're not loyal to Tinubu. Where is it said? Are you loyal to Tinubu or loyal to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the
Mr.
people that
The
created
commander
us?
in chief, because he's the commander
sorry
in
to
chief.
interrupt
That
you.
makes sense.
There's another deluded person. In fact, he's on a fake. He's using a fake name to come here to spy and make some stupid statements. I'll call about Tinubu. See, if that doesn't happen, we've been seeing some bloodless coup across Africa. I hope, I pray. It's not my prayer. I don't believe in shedding of blood unnecessarily. People are genuinely under pressure. Nigerians are not stupid. I think we've come to a place in history where we're not going to accept politicians, riding over us and thinking they will get away with it. And I think that is what Tinubu is getting. This is the first time in our history that people will pull this sort of stunts. I'll call it stunt and think, yeah, they can shoo everybody and everybody will just go in and just forget about it. Because that's what they are telling us to do. That shush, let it go, let it slide. Next 4 years, maybe Obi can try his luck, maybe. But I'm saying it, and I'm saying it with all confidence. After the
I
16th, if
would
they
say, you know what?
I'm
Like, I
saying
would
with all
join John
confidence. I'm saying with all confidence, they are not this present administration. Yeah, let me get arrested. Even if I land, I'll be
Okay,
going
so
to Nigeria soon. The present administration will not see the light of the day in Aso Rock by December. If they
Amen.
think if they think they are going to take us for granted,
Amen.
Maybe
it's not
so,
it's,
bro.
it's not
Look
going
at
to
so
happen.
look at
My
that now. Look at
brother,
that
my
now.
brother,
When
Chief,
they
Chief,
carry
Chief,
him
my
now, you
brother.
be here coming. Oh, sorry for tone.
Una
I don't
remember
know.
one guy when they call Raskimono under pressure, Nigeria under pressure. Now today we don't dey under pressure. Who go survive the thing? Remember Osano Okosi, the singer, which way Nigeria? We still they sing the same which way Nigeria. Make una leave that thing. Then go adjust, go continue.
I feel your sentiment. I hear you, but I want to align
Father, let
slightly
this
with
thing
you.
go round now. Now some people they talk. Oh,
Oh,
make people
okay, I
they
don't
go
keep
right
quiet.
now.
Go on, look, go on. Say what you
Chief,
want to
when
say.
it
Go
happens,
on.
when it happens, I hope they'll be sensible. But when it happens, we're going to be here, and I'll remind everybody of today. Today is the 4th day of September.
I don't want to be accused of dominating the distance, but I wanted to just express myself.
But
Please,
you
if
are
you don't mind.
dominating it now. We are accusing you
I'm
already.
not
You are
stopping anybody
dominating
from
it.
talking now. You are not
You are
talking.
dominating
Let
Chief,
me
it. You
talk.
want to speak
just
now.
because others are not jumping in doesn't mean they don't want to talk. Because you jump in very quickly.
Okay, forefathers,
Um,
I've
um,
allowed you.
who I think is it Eddie or Paul that needs to speak before okay, Jonaba, do you want Eddie to speak quickly?
Yeah,
No,
let Eddie,
let
let
Eddie
Eddie
go.
speak.
Let
And
Eddie
no,
go.
Paul, you are not the one they asked. It's John Abba they asked.
It's Paul first now before you now, but Eddie go.
All right.
He call Paul, they call Jonaba,
All right.
but Eddie go.
All right. It's always a pleasure getting on here to actually be able to express ourselves as Nigerians about the problems going on back home. Now, like Tone said about the elections, the judgment, Supreme Court judgment that's been awaited by the country. I said something last time I was here about it, or a while back when I was here about it. I said, look, in Nigeria, we do not have strong institutions that can withstand, the test of time. You have a president today in that country, like one of us said here that KJ said that once you're president, you are so powerful in that country, which is what it is. There is no way that they are going to pass judgment against Tinubu. Let us call it spade a spade. It's not going to happen. If they pass judgment, he's still going to sit down there as a president for he can wreak a whole lot of havoc. It's not going to happen. For the Supreme Court to come, just think about it for a second. The Supreme Court will say, oh, okay, we are thinking we overturned the election and there should be a rerun. A rerun. So who controls the government in between that time? There are things we need to look at. That's my own submission about that. I actually came on to talk about something else that actually came to me while I was doing some certain things in the house a while ago. It's concerning what the petrol situation in Nigeria and all that, and how the present government of the day say they want to go and borrow money to give people 80,000 naira give people 80,000 naira for their stipends or whatever it is. He came to me and said, how stupid can people be? Is that we don't have people who think in the government, who want to move this country forward by implementing policies that will really affect the life of the people. And I thought about it again. Okay, why not, in a situation where petrol is so high, why not bring in, the government now should bring in electric vehicles and, kind of the way we have BRT in Lagos, supply it around, make it available to the people so that they can transport with it. I understand that we have a light situation in the country, and the ports where these things need to be recharged may have a problem, but you can provide generators for that. You can have one generator that will charge so many. These are things that people can do in that country.
Eddie, but that's an extra cost. They say they don't have money. How can they finance that?
But they want to go and borrow money to give 80,000 naira to people that will not even reach their house.
You can't have generator to power all. You can't have one to power.
No. I'm not saying all. Let's say in a region now, in a particular bus park, you can have a generator there that will charge up the stuff and have these electric vehicles. Even if you're not putting so many out there, at least put some in that will reduce the cost, put in competition there. These are things that these people should be
Why should we have electric vehicles? Why?
Because they are cheaper. They're cheaper to run.
Apart from that, Eddie, we don't have a database that will support giving 8,000 to all Nigerians.
Why should we give 8,000 to Nigeria? Should we give 8,000 to Nigerians?
Database. That is money that we borrow to share among themselves and give to few Nigerians. That's exactly my point. That says these are all Nigerians and this is the number of Nigerians and this
Jonaba, even if they have database, right? Why should they give them 8,000? Why?
I'm not in support of it. I'm not in support of it. That
makes no sense whatsoever. But it doesn't make any sense. We should not allow to be bamboozled like that.
In all of this now, so in all of this, nobody can say, "Oh, to hell with everything." Okay, look, let's just let there be 247 left in Nigeria. First. For anything. Okay, let there be 247 left in Nigeria. Nobody can even think about that one.
Of course, they've tried it now. It didn't end well. The money ends up in people's pockets. Obasanjo tried it now.
Yeah. Because no. See, you are trying it and try to make yourself look good to the face of many Nigerians. Whereby in your own full intention, you are not going to make it even work. You are just saying it to buy face, to make yourself look good. Oh, he's saying this, saying that. You understand? If you listen to what even I think it was not Tinubu, what he was talking about, AB or whatever, what he was saying is not rocket science. Even primary six he can even say what he's saying. You understand? Everybody knows Nigerians' problem. Every primary six, if they are smart enough, they know Nigerians' problem and how to solve it. But the problem is, are you willing to solve it? No. If you are not willing to solve it, you don't expect your messenger to solve it because you are not willing to. You understand? Because tell me now, if I tell you, oh, look, you come, I want this thing working. How much will it cost? And you tell me the amount. You do your research, you tell me the amount, and I give you the money. The reason why it will not work, it will be the only reason you will go to jail. The only reason you will go to jail. There's nothing about it. But because you too don't want it to work, right? You will set up a shambolic, whatever, always committee, giving them money, sharing money, committee this, committee that, committee this, committee that. At the end of the day, all these are just formalities, and you don't want to do anything. Because if you really want to do anything, you don't need any committee for anything.
Local is all corruption
which
from
brings
the
me back to
bottom.
strong institutions.
There is
Exactly.
It's a corruption that led to the deterioration of our society, and there is no enforcement. The consequences of your action, we are all the same everywhere in this world, but it's the consequences of your action that make you think twice. And in Nigeria, the elite get away with everything. And as they get away with it, the poor people that are supposed to rise up, they use another poor people against them by giving them a little token and empower them to crush the other people. So our problem, everybody know the Nigerian problem is corruption, and our corruption have gone to a level that we become a principality on each other, and we are sitting on each other's neck.
John, how can we solve what's the solution, John?
Until you live where you stay and go there.
I didn't get you. I didn't get you. Can you say again, please?
Are they
Don't worry,
on
no worry,
you
no
and
worry.
I?
He will send you message.
yourself
Don't
from
worry.
Germany
He will
to
send you text
Nigeria.
message. He will send you text message.
Deport
He will
yourself
send you
from
text
Germany to
message.
Nigeria.
No, Dan, he was just saying in a subtle way until we all get off our
Until we
butts where we
all
are
go
and
back
go back
and
home.
fight
That's
it.
the only solution to
Some
our
of these people
problem.
are
We
already
want to
been
take back
sold.
our
They have
country.
used poverty against them. They have used disease against them. Some people can just get locked up for just speaking their mind, which they may be very right, and then who is going to bail them? We have been in a situation in Nigeria where they'll tell you, are you Jesus Christ? Or sometimes even when you win an election, they think your election you win as a local government chairman or house of rep or senator is to go and take the money from the wherever they and come and share with them, not to do any project. They think it's their turn. So the kind of mentality that they have in Nigeria is a long walk to freedom.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. For talking about Jonaba, talking about what you just said now. What I don't get when it comes to electricity, this is something that you will use it to generate tons of jobs. You will generate job, you will make money off it, you will do everything. This thing does not need rocket science. You don't need and you don't we don't need to do we don't need to bring all the guys who study nuclear mass to do all these things. It is just something you can buy from somewhere. Move it from plan A to plan B. Obasanjo brought most of these things. They get to the seaport in Lagos. Many of them stayed in Lagos. We don't have vessels to carry them from Lagos to some of the place. And from the seaport again, they sold those things back. Good percentage of these things. Because the willpower is not there, that is not their problem. Obasanjo actually buys some of those things because he was making money off it. He's not seeing it like something that I want to achieve. If this is my goal, if it is the goal of Jonathan to put shoes in the legs of every Nigerian because he never wear shoe while he was going to school, that would have been an achievement. But did he achieve just to put shoes in the foot of every Nigerian? He did not. You understand? So we don't have that willpower where we just put our hands together. I'll give you this example. We know the Kaduna textiles mill, how they are big. We know the industrial area. We know what we call Newi, Onitsha, Aba, Osho, the industrial area, Ilupeju. Go and give this place 24 hours electricity. Our factories will come back. We will produce. You understand? And everything. And industrial area will be industrial area. All our industrial area have become church.
Yeah.
You
Brother, my
understand?
hand they up.
Which they need.
Dan,
My
talk
hand
now.
is
Go
strong.
ahead, Dan, talk.
Go
Take
ahead
it
now.
to run with it.
Run with
Okay,
it.
let me just,
So go ahead.
I said something. John Abba was telling me I should live where in my comfort zone and go and fight. I want to tell him something.
I did not say go fight, though. I do not say that.
John,
I
don't
not
mind.
say.
I understood you. Anyhow you put I get you.
No.
Let me tell you guys something. Paul, our problem in Nigeria and Africa generally is cowardice. We just talk too much. We no get action. Everybody gets solution by talking. When Tom, excuse me, it's my turn. Tom said something just now that Tinubu will not get judgment. Everybody there was like, boy, that one is so it no go happen. Nigeria be this, Nigeria be this. But I'm telling you guys, there will be a time that thing where una they run away from, it go happen. Because when people are pushed to the wall, the way they are pushed Nigerians to now, there will be an uprising where go surprise so many of us. Because this thing cannot continue like this. Because we are now living in a digital world. Everything is more open. Many things they happen now where people they take their eye, they see. So there will be a time when people go say, but why should we allow this bunch? They are just bunch. They're not even up to 1% of Nigerians taking over Nigeria, doing what they are doing. I believe strongly. Me, I've always volunteered myself. When they say make we go that Nigeria, the day where that thing will come, I'll be among those that will go. And I know that to get this power from them, many of us must have to die, whether we like it or not. And I will volunteer myself. I feel they talk and I go to say This one just they talk anyhow. I feel Nigeria more than what am I doing here? Where I did nothing. I'm just trying to, you know, I'm just coping. But deep down in my blood, the other brother, the doctor said something that he made a mistake leaving Nigeria, and one of those two, and things don't reach that the level that you cannot. People back home, when they call you sometimes, big men where you they think say by now they go don't get the whole money. They go call you, they beg you, say anything where you get.
But
Anything.
they pity them. You go to pity them.
You go pity them now. What you go do now?
Why?
No.
There's no rich person in Nigeria that
No.
is not corrupt. Most
No,
of
not
them.
pity, not pity
Don't
them.
pity anybody.
Not pity them.
Why not
Not
go
pity
pity
anybody.
them? Why?
No,
Not pity
because
anybody.
what you are saying is that, you see, let me tell you, I don't know, we all have a different involved in powers and relationship and what we know differently. But I want you to understand Nigerian problem is from my own aspect. You have your own view of Nigeria. The fear of Nigeria more moving forward when people get office is a fear of tomorrow, even not the present. The fear that they have, they will lose everything and they don't know what they will be rewarded with. Whether it's power to let go. People that hold on to power in Africa is the fear when they leave the power, what the next person is going to do to them. That is especially those, okay, look at Paul Biya we talk about, for instance. When they talk about Paul Biya and I see Cameroonian, I pity Cameroonian in as much our own team is not perfect. I say, okay, this man, there is no even military that will say, okay, we are taking power temporarily to say, let's conduct a new election. And then then you look at the other aspect and we see what is going on. A man that doesn't even know where he is still a president of a country. So when we talk about our problem is that we, the people, to Dan, when we get there, when you are pressed between the rock and a hard place, there will be a time that you yourself have no choice, because if you don't move, you're going to conclude, I'm going to die anyway. So it's the best thing, let me make a move. And I think we are getting there. And when we get there, we will cross it. But I believe that when we talk, when Tune talk, me, first of all, if you are a Obi supporter and you think it's Obi, that is you. I'm not Obi supporter, but I believe in the Nigerian system we have for now. We will not look at the consequences on the other side. Let's flip it. Let's say they take Tinubu out. Look at also, it's not going to go quiet, right?
No.
His followers and everything. It's the same thing, vice versa. They're going to just manage the situation, and hopefully we are rushing too much in democracy, especially this time around. And I think I'm so excited that all Nigerians are one thing is uniting us. We all want better Nigeria. But one thing we are not looking at that when you try something, you can always work to improve it. Now, I think the next election, they know Nigerians are not cowards. They know that Nigerians are going to put eyes on them. And even the vice president,
John,
the
forget about the next election. If we don't stop this guy this time, the next election will be the same.
Good luck.
If I may chip in now, please, if you guys don't mind. I see, John, I hear you, I understand you. I also understand Tone. But Tone, to be honest with you, I have never, yes, I love what's going on. I love the pushback. I love the guys who occupy Nigeria. Is that what did occupy Nigeria? Save Nigeria. What's the demonstration that happened that people were killed? What's this thing?
NSAS.
It was very encouraging. And then this election, it was very encouraging. But see, sir, Mr. John, where I disagree with you is this. When evil has a feeling that it has conquered, it will repeat itself again.
Yes.
Personally, I believe I would rather with the judiciary is in fear and say, you know what, we know that Tinubu should be removed. But you know what, let's give Nigerians a middle road and call for a rerun or whatever they want to call it. That will show that, yes, they took Nigerians serious. But if they come back in the face of all the information they have and they say, no, Tinubu won election, you can't remove him. What they have told you is nothing you can do.
Yeah,
and let me tell you, what will happen is that by the next election, these guys, having known that you are out for them, we go and regroup very well to make sure that they even do it in a way that you won't even smell the little one you smell.
Chief, can I tell you?
Law is not, but law is not
We've come to a
interpreted
place
that
where
way. That you say that this person win, but then I'm appealing to you, Nigerian, give him a chance. Law doesn't interpret like that, right?
No, Mr. John, what I'm saying, sorry, Mr. Tom, sorry, John, Mr. John, what I'm saying is this. I'm saying that to declare Tinubu the winner, as in to come out openly and say, based on what they have gone through, they did not find anything wrong with the election, and therefore they cannot cancel the election. They are returning Tinubu winner. I'm saying that if they do that, then by the 2027, they will do worse than that.
Of course.
But if right now they are able to look at the data, they know the truth. They know that there was election fraud. They know all the facts. And they come to the middle point. After all, there have been times when the judiciary told us for national peace, they cannot upturn election. They've said it in 2007. That was what the judiciary said.
Chin, this is Dr. Damage's platform. I don't want to say some certain things that will get him into trouble or get people into trouble and all that. But for what I know, I'm saying that with full confidence. There are loads and loads of people that are just waiting on the wings. It's if it start kicking off, they will be buying their tickets, one-way tickets, not even return ticket, one-way tickets to Nigeria, because this time
one of them.
they've taken a lot of Nigerians for a fool. The military, look at the statistics. 75% of all the military barracks in northern Nigeria, I don't know about south, voted for Labour Party. People think it's about Obi. It's not about Obi. Obi just represents, it's now a movement, it's an ideology that things should be done right. That's all we're asking. I don't care. Even if Obi was from even Mendugri, it's the ideology I'm for. It's not because he's an evil man or he comes from my state. It's got nothing to do with that. It's just the ideology. We're tired of things being done this way and all that, because we're not going to move forward. Someone in the comment section has been on me. I'm sure this guy is not even up to 40. Even if he's up to 40,
somebody has been on my neck.
So
I just
a young
ignored
person, at this day and time, I see a young person still routing for Tinubu with all the evidence that is so stacked against him and all that. How do we go forward? That mindset is a warped mindset, and he has a temerity and audacity to tell me that I am disturbed. I'm a disturbed person. You see, is he not a disturbed person? He should go to his bloody mirror and look at the mirror and see his face.
Why is that?
Tone it down, just tone it down.
Why you just allow people for comment section?
Apologies. It's just that it's so annoying. We're all passionate, like we said. We're all passionate about Nigeria. That's why we're still.
There was something I wanted to address from Dr. So.
Has Jonaba said anything at all?
Has
Jonaba said anything?
Oh, John has said something now.
No. Tim will not.
Tim, what do you want to address?
Jonaba, you be pastor. Hey, you say no. You pastor.
No, but if I wanted to say something, there was something Dr. So said. I don't want us to lose that thing. Dr. So.
Shrine. Shrine just there for them.
Dr. So, you said something about our refineries. We built refineries in the late 50s and 60s, into 70s, right? And those refineries are supposed to go through what they call turnaround maintenance when they're due, just the way you send your car for servicing and everything. You see, under the government of Babangida, that was when Nigeria started decaying. Under government of Babangida, many of those projects we were not doing our turnaround maintenance, changing what was supposed to be changing when we were supposed to change it. And that is how our refineries broke down. Now, subsequent governments, for whatever reason, have failed also to follow in that suit to repair what is a national asset that we're supposed to provide succor for our people. So those things have decayed. And then Obasanjo realizing that because of bureaucracy and politics and corruption, those things may not be repaired because the civil service was involved, decided to sell that thing to a private sector who will repair it, and maybe our life will be better. But Yaradua came back and upturned the sale of that refinery.
No,
And we are
Obasanjo put
back.
800 million for turnaround maintenance. Then he
It didn't
sold.
work. It didn't work now.
No. Hold on. He put, we have 4 refineries. We have 4. Then he sold Port Harcourt refineries just to do checks and balance. Let it not look like only government. It seems like government.
Okay.
He didn't sell all. He sold only Port Harcourt refineries.
Okay, thank you for that correction. And I agree with you. But the point I'm trying to make is this. We see the truth of what will make our life easy as Nigerians. For instance, what you talk, that thing you said about importing electricity equipment to improve our electricity, that didn't happen. Brother, I've been screaming for a while now that some basic policy that government will take to show seriousness, liberalize our port system, open up the port in Warri. There is already one in Warri. Open up the one in Port Harcourt. There is already one in Port Harcourt. I said something the other day. I said
the port is not closed. The port is not closed.
No, when I say open up, you know what I mean.
I know.
You know what I
just
mean.
want to let you understand that the port is not closed, but they just need to dredge it for a bigger vessel to come in.
But right now, there is no government policy that supports people to import things through any of those other ports. Everything comes through Port Lagos and Tinkan. I'm saying open up those ones properly so that people have choice of where they want to send their goods to. And it will help even free up Lagos so that Lagos will be healthy enough.
Chim, all these things you are saying is going to be possible when revolution happens in Nigeria. If the system remains the way it is, nothing, no suggestion that they give here.
Okay, let me just before you go, you need to hear this.
Tim, this is the thing when you talk about when you talk
there's
about
a book.
Sorry, Dr. So, please.
Okay.
I used to be a marine person very well before I moved to aviation because my father worked there. It's my first place that I worked as a young boy before I left for school. So, Warri Refinery, we have Saple Refinery, we have Warri Refinery, the popular where you hear cocoa port and the likes. So now, when we talk about Warri, Port Harcourt refineries, seaport, I'm missing myself. The seaport, the thing is that this place, Port Harcourt and Warri used to work very well. There is a German vessel owned by Victor Odili, not the Peter Odili. He is from the Undoni. You understand? It's from Undoni. Now, this vessel is called express ship when port congestion used to happen in Lagos. When you stay in Lagos Island there, you see so many vessels from Babish. You understand? That is what they call outside bar. So the ships back there waiting for them to call them to come in because we have a lot of congestion, like the way you have traffic on the road. Now, Odili is working with a German ship called Bako Liner. You can go online and look at it. They have Bako Liner 1 to 4. I work with Bako Liner. It's an express ship that can berth in midstream. Then they'll use the flat barge to take this cargo. So even though when these seaports are not so deep, you can still be able to take cargo and just put it in a flat barge. Then use the tugboat to bring it to our shore. So this is what they are doing, not until they lost Bako Liner. But some of the things that we are saying that sometimes you want to blame, sometimes our governors. Won't stop Delta State governor to also just like help to
Mr. Paul, except revolution.
Ross, let me
There's
finish.
no revolution.
No, let me
all
finish.
these suggestions that they suggest.
Ross, let me finish.
Never work.
You ask
Let
what's the
somebody else
solution.
talk. You are cutting
You ask
people
what's the
off.
solution. Dan, please.
Guys, I have to go. See you guys some other time.
Because you have what's the solution.
Yeah, good night. All these things they make me.
Just imagine. So when they said our seaports are not working, no, Warri Port is working. Port Harcourt Seaport is still working till today. But you can't take anything to Port Harcourt Seaport because that's where the oil installations are coming. If you carry container go there, custom will nearly kill you. You understand? It's just like say you enter Lion's Den. It's still working. Warri Seaport is still working. MPA guys are still there. But nothing is coming in because no vessels can come around those places. So they just need dredging. God bless you. You just open my ship for me. Bako Liner. You see the way you open? You see the flat barge where they use the barge and everything to bring it out. And everything, they bring everything out from under and everything. That barge is taking 12. 6 on one compartment, 6 on the other compartment. I follow this ship to travel round Port Harcourt, Calabar, Port Harcourt, Calabar, we will take a lot of cocoa and put in those barges. And if I work in this vessel, I almost couldn't go to school because I was making good money as a young boy. Want to be like my dad, but it's a cause that you can't go to school. You understand? That's why I left. So what I'm saying is that if they dredge those things, these vessels can be able to come. Other vessels can come. The ports are still there, but no vessel can come. Just dredge those places so that vessels can come. You understand? Even though the so-called MPA people, the so-called people, they will be happy. They don't also like the way Lagos is, but it's just negligent of duty in all aspects. The MPA director cannot raise those type of budget to say, we need this thing done. You decrease for it. Transport minister, not thinking, no nothing. So these are just all our problem. So some of these things can be quick fix if we have the willpower to do it. I don't want to say if we have the political power, the willpower to do it. It's just going to help us very well. Because this vessel went under, you understand? That is what just caused, you just hear naturally say, Warri Port don't go, Calabar don't go. They take a lot of cocoa bean. You understand? These are my take. Let me know. Take the whole day. Talk about these things.
Thank you, doctors. Please go ahead.
Right. So the one I was saying before you explained to us what happened with the port, there was a book written by Alhaji Sheikh Shagari. He was in a conference. I think he's one of these Nordic countries. He met a professor who told him that there is no way that Nigeria as a country will ever come out of these doldrums or these issues. Because for the Europeans, they see, or the Americans, they see Nigeria as a threat. The destruction of Nigeria is actually the destruction of the black race. And they will ensure that Nigeria is in the state it is. And that is exactly what is happening. You see, whether Boko Haram, the rest, if you actually look at the geopolitics of what is happening in Niger, you find that these Western powers are actually supporting all those, they are creating those skirmish or those terrorists there. And there is also a part of industrial military complex to it. So you have a scenario where they want to sell their arms, they kind of foment trouble. So that is the state we are. Not until we see the country, not who is in power. Who is in power is irrelevant. In fact, there is a great leader in Asia who actually spoke about the black race and said they don't see the nationhood. What they see is tribal sentiment, or is my man in power? In fact, Uma also said the same thing as well. Is my man in power to enrich myself? Not until we forget that mentality, we're going nowhere. There's a lot of external forces that will keep the black race down. Our unity is the only thing that will take us out from it. And also, we also have to bring the idea of this white supremacy, that we kind of raise the white race on a pedestal. Everyone, the nuances that is coming from most black people is they are looking to the West to give them a guidance or to set a standard for them. I mean, these are the people that destroy your civilization, and they will continue to destroy it and make sure that you are where you are, and their children are seeing the failures, and they will not justify the evils that have been done in the past. So our trajectory, if we are to create a